Chapter 1. In the quaint village of Shangba on the Saddle Mountain, dozens of households rely on farming for their livelihood, and today marks a pivotal moment in the village's existence. The arrival of an immortal has taken even them by surprise, as they uncover not one, but several rare celestial roots. A group of village children eagerly lines up to test their roots, and the immortal beams with delight, unable to contain their elation. Another celestial root, you wait over there. A terrestrial root, splendid indeed. Blessed by the heavens, it turns out to be a spirit root. Before long, more than a dozen children complete their tests, yielding 2 with spirit roots, 6 with celestial roots, and 7 with terrestrial roots. Alas, there is also one deemed useless. At this moment, Hualiuyun feels a chilling despair among the 16 miners in Shangba village. All are endowed with the potential of emperors, while he alone bears the mark of a mere farmer. All his companions have instinctively gathered by the immortal's side, fearing that if the immortal were to glance away, they might be left behind. Seeing Hualiyun's despondent expression, his friends offer him words of comfort. Brother Niur, you must hold on once we ascend the mountain. You will be the sole hope of our village. Indeed, with the departure of the farming group from Shangba village, the lineage of agriculture would be severed. All the arable land would belong to him, and he would be responsible for the care of 40 to 50 elderly villagers. Even gathering a team to carry the old ones up the mountain would be impossible. The thought deepens Hualiyun's despair. No, immortal, take me with you. I am adept at farming, cooking, washing, and folding bedding. If you leave me behind, how am I to survive? Li Lanxing finds herself in a quandary. What is this situation? Among a village brimming with talent, there stands one who cannot cultivate. How perplexing. Even if he had a mixed root, it would be acceptable, yet he possesses nothing at all. Seeing the boy clinging to her leg in tears, she feels a pang of sympathy. Please let go of me. This is quite improper. No, immortal. You might as well end my life. I have lost all courage to live. Brother Niur, you must rally with us. Gone. 40 to 50 villagers will be counting on you for support. The villagers nearby also chime in with encouragement. Indeed, Luyun, this could be a blessing in disguise, as it leaves us with a legacy in Shangba village. While Luyun's heart swells with indignation, this may be a blessing for you, but it is not for me. Regardless of Hualiyun's lamentations, the decision is irrevocable, and ultimately, Li Lanxing departs with the children, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Manual for cultivation, a small consolation. Upon returning to his dilapidated earthen dwelling, he eagerly retrieves the manual and begins to peruse its contents. The cover of the manual bears several gilded characters, exuding an air of distinction. New divine breathing and drinking water? What on earth is this? He cannot decipher any of the 5 characters emblazoned on the cover. This isn't even Chinese characters. That woman has deceived me. Having spent 16 years in this village, Hualiyun realizes for the first time the significance of knowledge. The written language of this world is entirely different from what he had previously learned. What a disappointment, devoid of any sense of familiarity. As he flips to the first page, the dense text only exacerbates his confusion. If he cannot even recognize the cover, how can he comprehend the content? Yet as a transmigrator, would this truly stump him? Impossible. Written language generally evolves from forms, and there must be commonalities. He can only learn by guessing and experimenting. The manual consists of 10 pages, and it is said that cultivation has 10 realms: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, tribulation crossing, sagehood, celestial lord, and emperor realm. Could it be that each page corresponds to a realm? While Luyun contemplates this, it must be so. What a remarkable coincidence. While many characters remain unfamiliar to him, the manual does feature illustrations, aiding a literal illiterate like him in his studies, although the poses of the figures depicted are rather peculiar. After diligently practicing for half an hour, he suddenly feels a dull ache in his lower abdomen. It works. Just as he immerses himself in the arduous path of cultivation, the door to his earthen hut swings open, and his neighbor, Granny's son, enters with 2 steamed buns. Ah, Luyun, what are you up to? Granny's son is beaming with joy. Her son has been taken by the immortal to cultivate, and her heart is light with happiness. Granny, why did you come in without knocking? Silly child, why should I fear? I have seen it all. Granny's son places the buns on the table, reminding Hualiuyun to eat before leaving. After all, he is the village's sole prodigy, cherished by all. Seeing Hualiuyun completely unfazed by the food, engrossed in the manual, Granny's son sighs deeply. This child must be experiencing a profound blow. He is even holding the book upside down. After sending Granny's son on her way, Hualiuyun takes a couple of bites from the buns, noticing the blood staining the white bread where he bit into it. He furrows his brow. Bleeding gums? Half an hour later, he finally realizes something is amiss. Not only are his gums bleeding, but every inch of his skin is oozing blood, and he is drenched in crimson. Hualiuyun is taken aback. What the heck? Have I reached the first layer of qi refinement, purging my tendons and marrow? Could this be the expulsion of impurities from my body? Regardless of whether it is impurities, it cannot hurt to treat it as such. After all, it has emerged and cannot be retracted. After a cleansing bath, he gazes into a copper mirror and notices a dark aura swirling between his brows, faintly taking the form of a pitch-black flame. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Hualiuyun is certain this signifies the pinnacle of martial arts. It can only be said that the cultivation technique is indeed extraordinary. He has reached the zenith of martial arts merely by stepping into the door of cultivation. Stepping outside, he feels invigorated. Albeit with a slight double vision, it seems his sudden acquisition of tremendous power has left his body struggling to adapt. Granny Wong, are you heading to the fields? An elderly man at the door leads a cow and gazes at Hualiuyun. I'm your elder. Hualiuyun squints his eyes. What about that one ahead? The elder shakes his head. Indeed, this child has suffered a considerable shock. That one ahead is your cow, elder. Hualiuyun shakes his head. Dizziness is natural, and blurred vision is also normal. Even if all symptoms seem amiss, the energy swirling in his dantian must be correct. Meanwhile, within the sacred land of flying immortals, Li Lanqing has completed the registration of the talented children from Shamba village. Upon hearing that a remarkable group has been recruited, the elders from various peaks flock to observe, eager to select their favored disciples. Upon sensing the extraordinary nature of these children, the elders' eyes gleam with excitement. Spirit roots. This land has not seen them in many years, yet suddenly 2 have emerged, even catching the attention of the sect leader. Li Lanqing beams with joy. According to tradition, the qi refinement stage is the initial phase of cultivation. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can one choose a master from the elders or peak leaders. Even the most talented spirit root must refer to her as teacher until they reach the 10th layer of qi refinement. This is a cohort of 15 with the potential of emperors once they mature. As their guiding mentor, her standing in the cultivation world will be unparalleled. Moreover, as the guiding light for this group of prodigies, it will be most advantageous for her to forge strong connections with them. In the future, if the elders and peak leaders wish to take on disciples, they will likely come to her seeking favorable words. The very thought brings her pleasure. After arranging accommodations, she solemnly distributes the cultivation manual to everyone, revealing that this manual is indeed the one she had given to Hualiuyun. Such introductory manuals for the qi refinement stage are quite common and hold little value. Everyone, this is the Xiantian qi refinement method. It comprises 10 pages, each corresponding to the 10 realms of qi refinement, refining skin, blood, tendons, bones, the 5 organs, the 6 bowels, and the spirit. Meanwhile, in Shamba village, Hualiuyun is fervently grasping at his hair. His head itches intensely, as if he is about to grow a brain. 3 years have swiftly passed in the realm of cultivation. Hualiuyun has transformed from a 16-year-old youth into a 19-year-old young man. His features have matured and stabilized, and the once delicate and handsome visage now carries an air of mischief, exuding a charming roguelike aura. Over these 3 years, marriage brokers have worn down his doorstep. For who in the neighboring villages does not know the esteemed reputation of Shamba village's sole heir? Marrying him would grant one the inheritance of all the farmland in the village. A future filled with endless rice and unceasing fields awaits, ensuring a life of comfort. Yet, Hualiuyun's heart is solely devoted to the path of greatness. He has mastered the first page of the manual, every punctuation mark etched into his memory. This seems amiss. Perhaps the old immortal who penned this manual made a mistake. As he cultivates, he takes a brush and begins to revise the manual. The first page now transformed beyond recognition, complete with annotations in Chinese characters. One could say that any transmigrator could now pick up this manual and begin cultivating without fear of illiteracy. Not only the text, but he has also meticulously refined the illustrations of the figures, practicing the techniques. The previous depictions were utterly absurd, lacking even a semblance of coherence. Thanks to his modifications, all the figures now appear vivid and lifelike. After a morning of diligent practice, he stood up and stretched lazily. It was time to head to Granny's son's house to plow the fields. Last year, his uncle had passed away, and such strenuous labor naturally fell upon his shoulders. Outside, the sun shone brightly, providing perfect weather for agricultural work. He walked toward the mountain path, not appearing to run, yet moving with a speed akin to the rumble of thunder. As his figure vanished among the hills, two masked figures stealthily emerged from behind the earthen house. "He's gone far. I'll keep watch. You move a bit quicker," one person said, scanning the surroundings cautiously, while the other swiftly slipped into the muddy courtyard. In Mon Mountain, who was unaware that Hualiuyun had received treasures from a celestial being. In the past, they hadn't paid much attention, but recently, Hualiuyun had grown increasingly handsome and formidable, drawing the gaze of many who coveted his unique skills. The masked man dashed into the house and immediately spotted the rare manuscript carelessly tossed on the table. "Got it." He rushed out, and after reuniting with his companion, they swiftly departed the scene. Unbeknownst to Hualiuyun, the technique had been stolen, as he was currently engaged in plowing the field. There was no other choice. The village's sole plow ox had been killed by his own fist, and now he was the village's beast of burden. "Luyun, why not take a break?" Granny's son urged him with concern. Hualiuyun, however, dismissed her worries with a laugh. "What a joke. As a cultivator in the chi refining stage, do I need a rest for plowing? Rest assured, Granny, I am now a celestial being. Pulling your 2 acres of land is a mere trifle." Seeing Hualuyun's determination, Granny's son ceased her objections. This boy had grown up, and being unmarried, he truly possessed boundless strength. After turning over half an acre, he squatted by the edge of the field to take a sip of water. He reminisced about the days a few years prior when his peers had not yet been taken by the celestial beings during this season. The fields had been filled with laughter and joy, but now there was a palpable sense of desolation. I wonder what realms they have reached. As someone without spiritual roots, who had already attained the chi refining stage, they must have reached the golden core stage by now, or perhaps even the nascent soul. Surely, they hadn't advanced to the transformation stage yet. With that thought, he immediately rose to practice a set of martial techniques. This had been a recent discovery. The manuscript contained accompanying martial skills. Fortunately, he was adept at research. Otherwise, he would have completely missed the revelation. "Luyun, a teacher has come to the village. You, being the most educated here, the village chief asked me to call you back to entertain him." Aunt Zhao shouted from the ridge, her voice echoing across the fields. In this world without telephones, communication relied solely on loud calls, and if anyone had the loudest voice, it was undoubtedly Aunt Zhao. If one were to consider who posed the greatest threat to Hualuyun's status in the village, it would also be Aunt Zhao, who was rumored to be preparing for her 3rd child. Should she succeed, Hualuyun's unique position as the sole heir of the Ba village would surely be compromised. "I'm coming." Hualuyun picked up the burlap coat he had tossed aside and hurried toward the village. In these times, a teacher was indeed a rare gem in all the surrounding areas. Those who could read and write barely numbered a handful, and a true educator was even harder to find. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, he finally laid eyes on the first teacher he had seen in 19 years. The newcomer wore a headscarf and a faded blue robe, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, exuding an air of elegance and approachability with every movement. Hualuyun promptly cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Hualuyun. Pleased to meet you, sir." Bai Tao turned around, appraising the young man before him with evident satisfaction. "I have heard from the village chief that you are diligent and eager to learn, yet lack proper guidance. As fate would have it, I am passing through and can offer you some instruction." Hualuyun's heart leaped with joy at these words. Was this not a timely opportunity? There were many characters in that manuscript he had yet to decipher. Thus, he immediately dipped his hand into the tea and inscribed a few characters on the ground, which were the very words emblazoned on the cover of the cultivation method. Sir, might I inquire how these characters are pronounced? Bai Tao glanced down and found the characters scrawled haphazardly, an eyesore indeed. Fortunately, he was not without merit. The 5 characters read Shintung Linchi F. As soon as he uttered this, Hualiuyun was taken aback. 5 characters? Was that not 7? Was this not the Dao Wuji Shuaibei show? After parting ways with Bai Tao, Hualiuyun felt somewhat dazed on his way home. 3 years. He had practiced incorrectly for 3 whole years. Wondering if it was still possible to rectify his mistakes now. The Xintian Lianqi Fa emphasized the absorption of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, while his own understanding of the Dao Wuji Shuaibei show focused on horizontal training. Capable of shattering stone with a single punch, rendering all things breakable. These were entirely divergent paths, and he found it hard to accept the deviation from the intended direction. Alas, it seemed he would have to seek out the teacher and inquire word by word. Resolving to do so, Hualiuyun pushed open the door of the earthen house, only to be stunned. The cultivation method that usually lay innocently on the table had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Shijiatin, Shilong and Shihu dashed home, locking the door behind them as Shilong produced the pilfered cultivation method from his bosom. They exchanged a knowing smile. This time, they had truly struck gold. Shihu rummaged under the bed and unearthed another book, quite ancient, filled with dense text alongside diagrams, akin to a dictionary from Blue Star. The two began to consult the dictionary for translations. They found it. This character was pronounced Xian. Xianmin Tuntu. Quick, check the contents. Brother, there are illustrations. Doesn't this resemble some sort of feminine technique? What do you know? This adds to its intricacy. After a period of investigation, they gleaned a general understanding of the cultivation methods within. They then commenced their practice, mimicking the little figures depicted in the illustrations. This moment in Shangba village, Hualiuyun was tugging at his hair in frustration. His head itched terribly, as if his mind was about to expand. Despite the theft of the Xintian Hushi Fa, Hualiuyun remained undeterred. Over the past 3 years, he had perused this method countless times and could confidently assert that he had memorized 80% of its content. As for the remaining 20%, deducing the missing parts from the surrounding context was child's play. He promptly fetched a branch and began to write and sketch upon the earthen wall, reconstructing the Xintian Hushi Fa from memory. After a full day of labor, he managed to restore the method. Though it bore slight discrepancies from the original, it should pose no significant issues. The original method given by the celestial being could be termed Xintian Hushi Fa version 1. 0. The version he had misconstrued and practiced was thus 2.0 for the content he had rewritten after the original was lost. He designated it as version 3.0. Ha, while the denizens of the Facian sacred land are still practicing version 1. 0. I have already advanced to version 3.0. How can they possibly compare to me? Moreover, the writing employed was not in the script of this world, but rather in the Chinese characters of his previous life, rendering it incomprehensible to anyone who might come across it. It was high time for the people of this world to experience the plight of illiteracy. Setting down the branch, he activated the method and immediately felt a loosening of the bottleneck within. In less than half an hour, the energy vortex in his dantian erupted violently, coursing through his veins, and at that moment, he could even sense every cell within him rejoicing. Have I broken through? The overwhelming sensation of power imbued Hualiuyun with an invincible feeling. He promptly rose and delivered a punch toward the door. The force of his strike stirred up a cloud of dust, shattering the furniture within the room. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door exploded. Strong. Too strong that, oh well, it's just a door to the sole heir of Shangba village. Why would he concern himself with a dilapidated earthen door? After his breakthrough, Hualiuyun once more scrutinized the cultivation method on the wall, only to discover that the text no longer contained any reference points. The method stated that as one cultivated, the energy vortex would grow larger, ultimately forging a foundation for the Dao, with this foundation serving as the core for the refinement of the golden elixir. Yet my energy vortex is gone, and I have found no trace of any Dao foundation. Could this method be erroneous? That night, Hualiuyun was unable to sleep. He pondered that the esteemed immortal from the Faxian sacred land would not stoop to deceiving him with a fake cultivation method. Yet how to reconcile the discrepancies between his experience and the method? The following morning, despite a sleepless night, Hualiuyun remained invigorated. After much contemplation, he finally arrived at a possibility that it was rumored that cultivation required the accompaniment of elixirs, supplemented by heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was most likely the absence of these elixirs that had caused his energy vortex to dissipate. Resolute in his decision, he procured a hoe from the yard, setting out to the mountains to dig for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for alchemy. Along the way, the villagers greeted him warmly. "Luyun, are you off to hoe for Widow Li again?" "Bah, Widow Li's field was already tilled by second uncle a couple of days ago. Luyun is likely heading to dig a trench for Sun Ernyang. Mr. Bai had been staying in Shangba village for the past few days." From a distance, he observed Hualiuyun perform a gesture of respect, though Hualiuyun noted that the man's gaze kept darting toward Aunt Zhao's house. Could this fellow have some peculiar inclination? Hualiuyun mused, yet he returned the gesture of respect. Although Aunt Zhao had once been a beauty in her youth, she was now in her 40s, and coupled with the toil of rural life, her looks had long faded. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Shangba village was nestled on the mountainside, with sparse fields at the foot of the mountain. Exiting the village and walking a mile or two would bring one to the steep saddle mountain. To unearth heavenly materials and earthly treasures, one would need to venture farther. Drawing from his experiences in his previous life, Hualiuyun understood that the deeper one traveled into the remote mountains and forests, the more abundant the heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be. If there happened to be a few strange beasts guarding the area, all the better. After crossing the saddle mountain, he beheld the vast expanse of the deep forest before him, as if countless precious herbs were beckoning to him. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, Hualiuyun was taken aback. Before him lay a small village, Shijiatan. This was unexpected. Shijiatan did not follow this route. Being neighboring villages, he had indeed visited Shijiatan before, recalling that one would first descend the mountain, cross a river, scale another mountain, traverse another river, and then walk along a dirt path. How could he possibly end up here? Despite his disbelief, the reality before him forced Hualiuyun to abandon his struggle. Just as he was about to turn away, an overwhelming stench wafted through the air, causing him to halt in his tracks. This odor, reminiscent of a decaying dog from his past life, was the unmistakable stench of death. Stealthily maneuvering past the disordered vegetable plots outside the village, he finally glimpsed the scene within. The small village was strewn with bodies, lying haphazardly in every direction. The entire village was eerily silent, as if no living soul remained. Good heavens, this is terrifying. Hualiuyun turned on his heel and fled, his legs moving with such speed that they seemed to create afterimages. Having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a scene, and his heart raced wildly in his chest. The trees he collided with toppled askew as he ran, and only after sprinting 30 miles did he finally come to a halt. Gasping for breath, it was not fatigue that overwhelmed him, but sheer terror. After a mere 30 seconds of rest, he hoisted up his trousers and fled once more, this time returning home in one breath. Once inside, he secured the courtyard door, wrapped himself in a quilt, and began to shiver uncontrollably. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. The village entrance. Bai Tao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixated on Aunt Zhao's small dwelling, filled with hope. Just as he reveled in his contentment, a sudden gust of wind whipped up his azure robe, and a figure streaked past like a bolt of lightning. His mouth fell agape in astonishment. Was that Hualiuyun who just passed by? What incredible speed! As a Confucian cultivator, Bai Tao had witnessed such speed before, yet it was typically that of a foundation-building practitioner riding a sword. This was the first time he had seen someone run so swiftly on the ground. Have I gone mad? It is inaccurate to claim that he had encountered spirits before. However, he was certain that they would not move with such swiftness. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and made his way towards the humble abode of Hualiuyun. He pushed against the gate, only to find it obstructed by some unseen force from within. Circumventing the gate, he approached the side of the yard, where the earthen wall stood at just over a meter high, allowing him a clear view of the courtyard. The yard was modest yet impeccably clean, adorned with a stone mill and a few withering orchids at its edge. The back of the dirt house was quite rudimentary, lacking even a proper door. Through the doorframe, he could discern a figure trembling on the old wooden bed. Bai Tao pondered for a moment, resting one hand against the wall before vaulting into the yard. Just as Hualiuyun had begun to regain his composure under the covers, he was startled by the sound of footsteps echoing through the courtyard. The steps were slow and soft, neither hurried nor leisurely, yet they seemed to resonate with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Fear gripped him even more fiercely. He felt ensnared in a desperate plight. The footsteps soon reached the bedside, prompting Hualiuyun to curl deeper into the corner of the wall. Clutching the blanket, he pressed his fingers against his furrowed brow, his head still plagued by an irritating itch. Bai Tao approached the bed, lifting a corner of the blanket to peer inside. In an instant, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the small mountain village, sending shockwaves through the eardrums of this scholarly gentleman. The figure on the bed froze for 2 seconds before launching itself at his thigh, tears and snot smearing his azure robe. The voice trembled as it pleaded, Sir, please save me." Bai Tao sighed as he looked down at the weeping Hualiuyun clinging to his leg. Lamenting his earlier assumption that this individual was a recluse of great wisdom, it seemed he had overthought the matter. "Is someone pursuing you?" "And no," Hualiuyun stammered. "Have you offended a powerful figure?" "Well, it appears not," he replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before hesitantly recounting the events he had witnessed in Shijiaden. Bai Tao cast a helpless glance at Hualiuyun, a mix of exasperation and disbelief in his eyes. "Is that all? What brought you to Shijiaden?" Hualiuyun was candid, opting for straightforward honesty that a celestial from the flying immortal sacred land bestowed upon me a cultivation technique. Recently, I have felt my progress stagnating, so I thought to venture up the mountain in search of some spiritual herbs. Bai Tao's gaze shifted to the inscriptions and images etched into the earthen wall, a dark line appearing on his forehead. What a haphazard collection of nonsense. Not only are those inscriptions erroneous, but the depicted cultivation path will surely lead to disaster. Enough. We have crossed paths, and, as Confucians believe in teaching without discrimination, he said, retrieving a green-covered book from his robe and handing it to Hualiuyun. "Take this. Refrain from reckless cultivation in the future." Upon seeing the cultivation manual, Hualiuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly accepted it with both hands. "Is this the Hualiuyun longevity technique?" Silence. This is the Confucian Hualiuyun righteousness formula. Mastering it cultivates Hualiuyun righteousness, yielding boundless benefits. What does Hualiuyun righteousness look like, and how is it of endless benefit? Hualiuyun righteousness is formless and colorless, the essence of the heavens and the earth, nourishing the soul and vanquishing evil. You shall come to understand in due time. Despite his words, Bai Tao harbored doubts in his heart, convinced that Hualiuyun would never cultivate true Hualiuyun righteousness. To attain it, one must possess a righteous heart. Those whose resolve is weak shall never breach the threshold. After a brief explanation, he exited, initially intending to have Hualiuyun accompany him to Shijiaden. But Hualiuyun adamantly refused to leave the house. His fearful demeanor irritated Bai Tao, who thought it absurd for someone with such a mindset to aspire to cultivate Hualiuyun righteousness. Once Bai Tao departed, Hualiuyun dedicated himself to studying the newly acquired technique. The Hualiuyun righteousness formula emphasized spontaneity. One could cultivate righteousness through farming, washing clothes, or educating others. Resolute, he began to till the earth in his courtyard with a hoe, dismissing any thoughts of venturing outside. Absolutely out of the question. Before long, Hualiuyun sensed a faint stream of energy manifesting within him. He opened his palm, circulating the technique, and a wisp of energy ascended from his palm, shimmering like a red cloud, ethereal and wondrous. "This is peculiar. My master said that Hualiuyun righteousness is formless and colorless," he mused, furrowing his brow in confusion over the red hue of his energy. Retracting the energy, he then settled into meditation, reciting the Tao Te Ching. After half an hour, he managed to cultivate another wisp of Hualiuyun righteousness, but this time it was green. "This one tea do. Let us try again to in the courtyard." He wielded his sword, generating golden energy. He sat in stillness. Producing white energy, he buried himself in sleep. conjuring blue energy. After several days of experimentation, he felt a kaleidoscope of colors swirling within him. Yet he had yet to achieve the formless and colorless essence. How vexing. This technique must be flawed. Hualiuyun pored over the manual, making revisions, recalling the saying that techniques should not be lightly transmitted. The formula bestowed by Bai Tao had surely been simplified. Understanding the key elements, he began to develop a version 2.0 of the Hualiuyun righteousness formula. As long as there was a structure, filling in the content became significantly easier. The manual he possessed served as the foundation for his restoration. Within a single day and night, he had nearly completed his work, even incorporating elements from the flying immortal sacred land's Xiantian breathing method. It could be said that he had achieved near perfection. During his days of seclusion, news of the massacre in Hualiuyun spread throughout the region, recounting the villagers' tragic fates, their blood drained entirely, seemingly the handiwork of demonic cultivators. This incident even drew the attention of celestial beings from the flying immortal sacred land, prompting the county to dispatch numerous experts to scour the surrounding mountains, yet they found nothing on a particular day. While diligently practicing swordplay in the small courtyard, Hualiuyun sensed the golden Hualiuyun righteousness within him growing stronger. The sensation of daily progress was intoxicating. Outside the courtyard, Bai Tao called out to him over the wall. "Young man, it has been quite some time since the Hualiuyun incident. Are you still afraid to venture outside?" Hualiuyun cautiously opened the gate, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures before ushering Bai Tao into the courtyard. "Sir, you cannot fathom the nightmares that have plagued me these past few days." The villagers suffered terribly. During his stay in the village, Bai Tao had gleaned some insight into Hualuyun's background. He was not a native of Shangba village, but rather had been found as an infant by Old Wang in the Wang Air River below the mountain. The only proof of his identity was the name tag around his neck, which Old Wang had not altered. While other orphans subsisted on the charity of the community, Hualuyun's situation was different. Old Wang was the village's notorious bachelor. Consequently, he relied on the women of the village to provide him with milk, the first recipient of communal nourishment. After Old Wang's passing, he had continued to rotate among the villagers for meals. Fortunately, though the village was small, it was relatively prosperous. Otherwise, he would not have grown to his current stature. Bai Tao could not help but express his admiration. The title of the last scion of Shangba village was indeed well-deserved. Luyun, a scholar must cultivate Hualiuyun righteousness, act with integrity, fear neither evil nor authority. Hualiuyun clasped his hand in respect, his demeanor reverent. "Your teachings are invaluable, sir." Bai Tao nodded, noting that Hualiuyun was at least receptive to guidance. "Then come, walk with me." "I shall not go. Let us simply stroll within the village." "Without venturing out." "I shall not go." After much persuasion, Hualiuyun remained steadfastly unwilling to step beyond the threshold of his courtyard, prompting Bai Tao to leave in frustration. He had taught for decades and had never encountered someone so impervious to reason. His greatest regret now was imparting the Hualiuyun righteousness formula to Hualiuyun, deeming it a waste. Upon reaching the village's entrance, Bai Tao settled into a rocking chair, casting his gaze once more towards Aunt Zhao's house. After a while, he shifted his focus to the mountain ridge outside the village, where a middle-aged man clad in silver battle armor approached with measured steps. The news is indeed leaked. Bai Tao scoffed before dismissing the thought. Recognizing that a small mountain village harboring 15 extraordinary prodigies would inevitably draw attention, were it not for the vigilant defenses of the flying immortal sacred land, this tranquil locale would have long been disturbed. The general in white marched directly into the village, lifting his leg to kick Bai Tao's rocking chair. "Hey, how does one reach Hualuyun's residence?" "Red Hualiuyun Righteousness 1. Purple Hualiuyun Righteousness 1. The magnificent and righteous Qi method surprisingly possesses the ability to alleviate headaches. Hualuyun joyfully gathered various forms of this righteous Qi. A thunderous crash echoed through the air, and the small courtyard's door was forcefully kicked open. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the impact and beheld a towering general clad in white robes standing outside. The newcomer's stature was imposing, exuding an aura of determination and martial prowess that conveyed an unmistakable sense of invincibility. "Are you Hualiuyun?" Chu Tianqi strode into the small courtyard without awaiting a response, raising his hand to toss a manual stained with dark crimson blood towards him. This is the 100 battles killing technique. I grant you 3 days. Should you grasp its essence, you may join my 100 battles killing army. Should you fail, death awaits. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Throughout this exchange, Hualiuyun found himself deprived of even a single word of refusal. By the time he regained his composure and rushed out of the courtyard, the street was devoid of any trace of the man. Damn, this is coercion, returning to the courtyard with a grim expression. He realized that the village would soon be targeted, and he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly that moment. He recalled Mr. Bai, who had lingered in the village for an extended period. It seemed his presence was not merely a matter of passing through, for he had been closely observing Aunt Zhao's household. Could it be that Aunt Zhao harbors an imperial disposition as well? Power. I require greater strength. Hualiuyun opened the 100 battles killing technique. This manual was distinctly different from the previous 2 he had studied. The Xintian breathing method emphasized inhalation and exhalation, while the righteous Qi method focused on self-cultivation. And this 100 battles killing technique placed a premium on slaying enemies. The fact that the other party dared to pass this technique to him without hesitation suggested that it was laced with ulterior motives. In his past life, he had read a novel wherein an old man had imparted a tampered technique to his disciples, subsequently extracting their cultivation once they had learned it, akin to raising a poisonous insect. There was also a villain who disseminated a flawed technique broadly, manipulating the minds of those who practiced it from behind the scenes. Such a malicious scheme. Hualiuyun clenched his teeth. He certainly would not become a pawn for others. Thus, the only course of action was to modify the technique before practicing it. This was an endeavor he excelled at. Perhaps due to excessive tension, 2 full days passed without him making any progress in mastering the technique. As the deadline loomed closer, his sense of urgency intensified. Should I flee? But what of the villagers? Gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, Hualiuyun found himself in a quandary. Growing up in Shangba village, the villagers had saved his life. If he escaped, how would the other party vent their fury upon the villagers? Enough. Striking first is the best strategy. With a steely resolve, he gritted his teeth, retrieving the only axe from his home, and set off towards the village outskirts under the moonlight. In the side room of the village chief's house, Bai Tao, who was reading by lamplight, set down his book and walked to the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Though the night was dark as ink, he could still discern the silhouette of a figure carrying a firewood axe. It seems I had misjudged him. He possesses a certain fierceness. However, this journey may prove arduous to return from. Watching the figure gradually swallowed by the trees of the mountains, Bai Tao returned to his desk to continue reading. Studying well is indeed preferable. This is the consequence of neglecting one's studies, leading to reckless actions that ultimately yield no reward. Once Hualiuyun exited the village, he drew forth his axe. He had heard over the past 2 days that the white-robed general had not departed, but instead set up a tent atop Saddle Mountain to rest, likely to guard against his escape. The mountain path was treacherous at night, yet Hualiuyun moved swiftly, his figure akin to a wraith, leaving no trace or sound in his wake. Since this was a stealthy approach, he could not afford to alert his adversary. Inside the tent atop the mountain, Chu Tianqua abruptly opened his eyes. The entire mountain was eerily quiet. Even the sounds of birds and insects had vanished. Having participated in countless battles throughout his life, he was acutely sensitive to the aura of killing intent. Although Hualiuyun made no noise, the almost blatant murderous intent was strikingly clear. Interesting, I only intended to push him a little. Yet it seems I have provoked his latent ferocity. Grasping his spear, he stealthily lifted the edge of the tent to peer outside, only to find Hualiuyun crouching down, pouring arsenic into his cooking pot. What a clever boy, employing treachery. After emptying the arsenic, Hualiuyun stirred the pot with his finger before tasting it, confirming its lack of color and odor. Very well. Even if I perish, my adversary shall not find solace. Swallowing hard, he approached the military tent with his axe. When he was merely a dozen meters away, he raised the axe and struck violently at the tent, the blade's glimmer flashing in the moonlight. The tent shattered explosively as Chu Tianqua thrust his spear towards Hualiuyun's throat. Both acted in suddenness. Chu Tianqua believed Hualiuyun merely immortal, while Hualiuyun was unaware that he had already been detected. In their clash, both nearly met their demise, in the chaos. Hualiuyun raised the axe defensively. Clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing resounded through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. The axe shattered under the immense force. Yet he managed to evade the spear thrust by leveraging the moment of impact, the great path of no extremes, stone-breaking hand. Hualiuyun discarded the axe, opting for claw strikes aimed at Chu Tianqua's throat. The latter raised his spear to block, and thus began a life-and-death struggle right from the outset. As Chu Tianqua retreated, his astonishment grew. He had received intelligence that 15 prodigies had emerged in this area, with only one boy unable to cultivate. Initially approaching with a mindset of mere curiosity, he sought to uncover an opportunity, but he never anticipated that this remaining boy was the true anomaly. It should be noted that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, specifically one focused on martial prowess. Yet now he found himself being overwhelmed by a mere youth. The overwhelming force left his arm numb. Had he not wielded a spiritual spear, he might have already been defeated in unarmed combat. Wait, Hualiuyun, there may be a misunderstanding between us. Hualiuyun pressed on relentlessly, denying Chu Tianqua any respite. In a battle of life and death, every second could determine victory or defeat. Hesitation could lead to being pinned down on Saddle Mountain in the next moment. There is no misunderstanding. Today, I have come to kill you. Seeing that Hualiuyun was impervious to reason, Chu Tianqua leapt down the mountain at lightning speed. Leaping into the air, foundation establishment. Upon witnessing his opponent flee, Hualiuyun stood frozen for 3 seconds. In those mere seconds, he quickly took off in pursuit of Chu Tianqua. However, he could not fly, only sprinting through the forest, yet his speed was no less impressive. The other's strength was formidable, and he seemed to possess considerable backing. Having already offended him, there was no room to allow him to escape. The chase quickly took them out of Tianlong County, moving towards the territory of Shunan Prefecture. During this time, Chu Tianqua paused several times, hoping to gauge whether Hualiuyun had given up, yet each time he barely rested before the billowing dust cloud reappeared in his line of sight. Damn, what a tenacious pest! Reluctantly, he had no choice but to take to the air once more. Even when his spiritual energy was abundant, he was being overwhelmed, and now the prolonged flight was exhausting him further. As dawn broke over Shangba village, Bai Tao stepped outside to glance at the peak of Saddle Mountain. Although he had foreseen the outcome, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Had Hualiuyun possessed any talent, perhaps the general from the mortal realm would have spared his life out of appreciation for his potential. But alas, he was illiterate and devoid of any spiritual roots. The fate of such a waste against a foundation establishment cultivator was all too predictable. Bai Tao shook his head and returned to the village entrance. Instinctively gazing at Aunt Zhao's dilapidated earthen dwelling in the capital city of the southern kingdom, Wangtian City, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Emperor Zhao Shana surveyed the assembly of ministers in the grand hall with a slight furrow of his brow. What is this? General Xinwu has been absent again. Does he believe I would hesitate to remove him from his post? Hearing the Emperor's query, Chu Tianqua's friend, Shu Daoshan, hastily stepped forward. Your Majesty, recently, General Chu learned that there is treasure found in the mountainous region of Shunan County, specifically at a site called Faxian Sacred Land. Thus, General Chu ventured there to see if anything was overlooked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shana's interest was piqued. Shunan County was exceedingly remote, and the locals reportedly struggled for sustenance and warmth. The court allocated funds annually for their relief, yet there was rumored to be treasure in such a place. Moreover, it was something capable of enticing Chu Tianqua. Speak swiftly. What treasure is it? Shu Daoshan hesitated momentarily before responding. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Shana's eyes. Could it be that a peerless beauty has emerged from the mountains? No wonder my General Xinwu has quietly gone to Shunan. It turns out he has been captivated by mortal desires. Shu Daoshan chuckled awkwardly twice, offering no defense. Naturally, he dared not mention the extraordinary event of 15 exceptional talents emerging from Shunan County in this court assembly. For who could tell if there were enemy spies among the ministers? A powerful cultivator is indeed the foundation of a nation. Thus, under Shu Daoshan's deliberate concealment, The news that the esteemed General Chu Tianqua had ventured to Shunan County in search of women spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys. Within a single day, even children knew of the general's amorous exploits. Yet, curiosity abounded. What manner of woman could possibly have captured the favor of the esteemed general, prompting him to traverse 1,000 miles to seek her out? Though Shunan City was not vast, it thrived as the county seat, bustling with merchants and exuding an air of peace and prosperity. Occasional skirmishes occurred in the southern territories, but they were confined to the north, leaving the city guards lethargically dozing with their spears planted in the ground. Just then, a crimson light streaked from the heavens, descending at the city gate, causing the soldiers to hastily grasp their spears and demand, "Who goes there?" Their voices boomed, yet the faltering timbre betrayed their trepidation as they instinctively retreated towards the safety of the city. This was a cultivator, at least at the foundation establishment stage, capable of flight. Chu Tianqua tousled his disheveled hair, his silver battle armor now dusted with grime. "Is your county governor present?" he inquired, producing the military token of the god of war. The soldiers, recognizing its significance, promptly set down their weapons and bowed in reverence. "The county governor is within the city, unaware of the esteemed marshal's arrival. I shall inform him at once." Chu Tianqua retracted the token, clearly not intending to enter the city. "There is a madman pursuing me. You must restrain him for 10 breaths, just 10 breaths." With that, he leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light heading northward. The city gate's soldiers exchanged baffled glances. What had transpired? They could scarcely believe that someone would dare to pursue the god of war general within the borders of the southern kingdom. Yet before they could ponder further, a cloud of dust billowed on the horizon, and as it drew near, they discerned it was a single figure, one seemingly possessed by madness. Hualiuyun, with disheveled hair and tattered linen garb, appeared in a state of disarray, his tongue lolling and his eyes bloodshot like a malevolent spirit. It was evident that even the soaring Chu Tianqua had found himself in a dire predicament. How much worse for one forced to run upon the ground. Any ordinary person would have long since given up in such circumstances, yet he could not afford to relent should the enemy regain their composure. It would spell doom for Shangba village. As he approached the city gate, he suddenly skidded to a halt, a whirlwind of dust and chaos erupting around him, toppling makeshift stalls and startling the onlookers. "You," he managed to utter before doubling over in a fit of violent coughing, his knees buckling under the strain. After a prolonged moment, he finally steadied his breath and rushed to the moat, quenching his thirst with the cool river water. "Have you seen anyone fly past here?" The city guards raised their hands, pointing northward, that of course, that must be the one pursuing the god of war general. "We need to stop him, but how could they?" Even a single breath would be a challenge. They were all burdened with families. Mortals meddling in the affairs of celestial beings could only invite their own demise. Hualiuyun, having determined his course, gathered his strength once more, propelling himself forward with a gale-like force. The chase swiftly led them beyond the borders of Shunan County, igniting a tempest of rumors throughout the southern kingdom. Tales of the god of war general abducting a woman from the mountains, inciting the ire of her husband, as revealed by the Grand Marshal Shu Daoshan. This tale bore truth that on that day, the left chancellor publicly expressed his views, declaring that all actions of the god of war general were personal and did not reflect the official stance of the southern kingdom. Stretching nearly 10,000 miles across its vast expanse, the southern kingdom witnessed Chu Tianqua darting through its lands, navigating numerous detours, driven solely by his will to survive, despite the limited spiritual power at the foundation establishment stage, which would have depleted after a mere 100 miles of flight. It was evident how fierce his desire to live was. Following these events, Grand Marshal Shu Daoshan published a groundbreaking paper that shook the southern cultivation world, receiving accolades and critiques from countless esteemed cultivators. Outside Wantian City, the sight of Chu Tianqua stumbling into the city was met with astonishment. Hualiuyun, unwilling to be seen, hid in a ditch within the nearby fields. Gasping for breath as his heart raced, it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had nearly taken a life, his impulsiveness driving him forward without thought. Now, reflecting on his actions, a chill coursed through him. How reckless! He had charged into the very lair of others. Was this not courting death? As he steadied his frayed nerves, he cautiously peeked above the ditch towards the city gate. The sight sent a shiver down his spine. Dozens of silver-armored soldiers, weapons drawn, surged from the city, accompanied by an elder exuding an ethereal aura. By heavens, he has summoned reinforcements. Indeed, throughout his journey, Chu Tianhua had sought assistance from the capital multiple times. Yet the entire southern kingdom had merely watched the spectacle unfold, having not witnessed the god of war general in such disarray for ages. Let the chaos continue. He is still alive. However, upon reaching the imperial city, the stakes were different. This was his territory, and the imperial family's dignity was at stake. There he is. Don't let him escape. A keen-eyed soldier spotted Hualiuyun peering from his hiding place, and soon dozens rushed toward him. The sacred land of flying immortals boasted 6 peaks and 13 territories, each with its own strengths and formidable powers. This moment, atop the 10,000 Swords Peak, a resolute young man sat upon a massive rock, honing his physique beneath a waterfall that cascaded from the heavens, resembling a silver sword piercing the sky. While he was not utilizing the main waterfall, but rather a tributary obstructed by the mountain summit, the water still crashed against him with a resounding force. Beside the waterfall stood a man with a stern visage, unable to suppress his smile. Excellent, excellent. In just 3 years, you have reached the 8th layer of chi refinement. Truly, you possess the bearing of an emperor. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation is unprecedented. This was only the beginning of his journey, and it was rumored that 2 other prodigies with spiritual roots had already established their foundations under the sect master's guidance. Truly a rare phenomenon. Sensing someone's arrival atop the boulder, Sun Changshan abruptly opened his eyes and leapt from the water. Disciples pay their respects to the peak master. He had yet to establish his foundation, and thus could not formally become a disciple. Referring to He Xiaoping as the peak master, though that day would not be far off. Ha, splendid. Sun Changshan bashfully scratched his head. Peak master, I've been away from home for 3 years and miss my mother and brother dearly. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoping's brow furrowed, his tone turning severe. A man should aspire to greatness. Consider how it will feel to return to your village once you achieve foundation establishment, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant. The villagers will revere your strength. Even the officials of the small nation will come to curry favor with your family. Sun Changshan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is no wonder you are the peak master. You see things so clearly. While some basked in tranquil days, others toiled for survival in the wilderness. Hualiuyun gritted his teeth, sprinting desperately through the fields, while the ethereal elder pursued him on a flying sword. He had come to recognize the elder's identity. The Grand Marshal of the Southern Kingdom, Shu Daoshan, a formidable golden core cultivator, provoke a golden core practitioner while fleeing from a foundation establishment cultivator was nothing short of absurd. The cultivation world was truly a treacherous place. Hualiuyun dared not flee towards Shunan County, fearing he would lead the wolf into the fold. The villagers of Shangba were merely ordinary folk. Old man, spare me. I have aged relatives and young ones. If I perish here, the sin will be great. Shu Daoshan chuckled lightly, unhurried, as if walking a dog. Curse all you like, boy. The more you curse, the more I relish it. I will count to 3. If you run again, do not blame me for taking advantage of the weak. Though he spoke threateningly, he had yet to make a move, eager to discern how much potential this young man possessed and how far he could run. After all, Chu Tianhua had barely escaped Shunan County with half his life, now bettered at home. This time, he had fled over 10,000 miles, as Hualiuyun neared the border of the southern kingdom. Shu Daoshan quickened his pace, intent on apprehending him. Yet with every acceleration, the figure ahead also surged forward. Oh dear, this lad still possesses strength. Shu Daoshan's countenance shifted with alarm, soon transforming into a grave expression. Before him lay the dreaded evil spirit abyss, the most terrifying forbidden realm of the southern kingdom. This is not good, he muttered, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to enhance his speed. Yet, as he quickened his pace, the figure ahead seemed to have consumed some potent stimulant, darting far away in an instant, all the while shrieking in a wild frenzy. Oh dear, help me, the old man is killing people. After pursuing for several dozen miles, Shu Daoshan came to a halt. The land before him appeared charred and desolate, the air laced with a faint metallic scent of blood. The evil spirit abyss loomed ominously. He dared not venture inside. It's over, truly over. Hualiuyun dashed forward for several kilometers, and upon noticing no one was in pursuit, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The savage wilderness had been relentless. This time he must survive until he was invincible before emerging from seclusion. Although the enemy had temporarily retreated, he could not discount the possibility that it was merely a ruse to lower his guard. Casting a wary glance around, Hualiuyun sought a place to conceal himself. His eyes fell upon a desolate expanse, where the flora lay withered, as if ravaged by a nuclear blast. In the distance, a few abandoned graves stood silent. Gritting his teeth, he approached the graves. The most perilous places often proved to be the safest. He selected the most inconspicuous one, examining the weathered gravestone. The inscription told of a life once lived. Jin Nanshan, initially a scholar, traveled to the capital for the imperial examination but returned home after being robbed. He later trained in martial arts, exhausting his family fortune to purchase a celestial spear, only to be cheated by a swindler who sold him a subpar product that floated in water. Thus, he turned to cultivation, tirelessly practicing for a decade only to meet his demise before mastering the way. Brother, forgive me. Although your fate is tragic, I truly have no place to hide. Do not blame me. With that, Hualiuyun began to dig into the grave, unearthing the coffin, and buried Jin Nanshan's remains beneath the nearest tree. He then laid down within the coffin, closed it, and utilized his spiritual energy to restore the burial mound. Finally feeling a semblance of safety, soon as he reclined, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. After traversing over 20,000 miles and enduring without food or water, his body was utterly spent. It was not long before he succumbed to a deep slumber. The dark earth was occasionally stirred by chilling winds, and a hapless antelope that strayed into the area was caught in the gusts. Its flesh torn apart like cotton, leaving only a white skeleton scattered on the ground. Master, this wind is peculiar. Not far from the antelope, two cultivators draped in black earth carpets lay concealed, their impeccable camouflage rendering the area indistinguishable from any other. The evil spirit abyss is no mere rumor. Had I not inadvertently acquired a technique to conceal my presence, I would never have dared enter this place. As they spoke, they cautiously advanced, their vigilance rivaling that of Hualiuyun. One corner of the carpet was lifted, revealing a delicate and exquisite face peering out. The woman scanned her surroundings, her eyes suddenly brightening. Ahead lay several abandoned graves. They could take refuge there from the malevolent winds. Beside her, the edge of the carpet was also raised, revealing another woman. However, upon seeing the graves, she inexplicably felt a wave of trepidation. Master, do you think this is auspicious? Of no consequence, came the reply. The two shifted direction and continued to crawl forward. After an hour of laborious movement, they finally managed to hide within a mound of graves. Darkness soon enveloped the land, and they sought shelter in a grave to evade the nocturnal horrors of wandering spirits. The more experienced elder was well aware of the dangers that lay in wait. Thus, they chose their respective graves and began to dig. The wayward cultivators, unperturbed by convention, swiftly unearthed the burial mounds. The junior disciple, Hualiuyun, exhibited some decorum, carefully setting aside the bones from the coffin. Forgive me, esteemed senior, I inadvertently intrude. I shall return your remains once I have evaded this calamity. The elder, Tangkawei, was less concerned with niceties. Barely glancing at the coffin before prying it open and slipping inside, to her surprise, the interior was quite spacious, accommodating too without feeling cramped. After sealing the coffin lid, Tangkawei exhaled slowly, the danger of their surroundings weighing heavily on her. Since entering, her nerves had been taut, and now, she could finally relax. Master, I am somewhat frightened, came Hualiuyun's timid voice from the adjacent grave. Tangkawei responded with a steady and calming tone. What is there to fear? They are merely the remains of long-dead ancestors. They cannot rise to harm you. Rest now, for tomorrow we must seek the blood spirit flower. The entire graveyard descended into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional wails of spirits or the sounds of passing soldiers. After all, they were camping in the wild, and Hualiuyun found himself in a restless slumber, plagued by nightmares throughout the night. As he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, he turned over, and an ethereal voice whispered in his ear, "Oh dear, you're pulling my hair." A chill coursed through him, jolting him awake. Yet upon regaining consciousness, he nearly fainted again. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had taken refuge beside him. By the touch, he discerned it was a woman. Her arms wrapped around his neck, a long, delicate leg draped across his waist. Despite the darkness within the coffin, the woman's face glimmered faintly, illuminated by some unknown substance, appearing ghostly pale. "What the hell? There's a ghost!" Hualiuyun shrieked, thrashing his arms and kicking his legs in a frenzy. Fear gripped him. In his previous life, he had jested about nature's gifts. Now, retribution had finally come in a daze. Tang Kuei felt a kick to her abdomen, and as she awakened, before she could comprehend the situation, a large hand struck her face, forcefully pushing her aside. A seasoned cultivator, she instinctively summoned her spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. Then, she extended her senses. The narrow, dark coffin revealed the situation clearly. "Who is this chi refinement stage cultivator?" Startled, she sprang up. Ouch! Her forehead collided sharply with the coffin lid. "Damn it, my purity!" Tang Kuei had always been hailed as the world's most frigid beauty within her sect. With countless admirers to maintain her image, she cultivated an aloof demeanor. Having never been touched by a man, she now felt sullied. Enraged, she resolved to eliminate the intruder, pouncing upon Hualiuyun with claw-like hands. Intent on throttling him, that he must be silenced. Yet before her hands could make contact, Hualiuyun convulsed twice, his eyes rolling back, foam escaping his mouth as he fell unconscious. "What? Is this an emergency? Is he really this timid?" "Hey, wake up!" Tang Kuei shifted from claws to an open palm and slapped him. However, Hualiuyun remained unresponsive, lying there like putty. This left her at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, she sighed. Forget it, bullying a chi refinement stage cultivator would only invite ridicule. She repositioned herself, but the coffin's confined space prevented any semblance of personal space. Previously, she had thought nothing of lying next to a corpse, but now, with a living person beside her, discomfort overwhelmed her. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Anxiously awaiting dawn, she finally opened the coffin to inhale the fresh air outside. The cold, chilling wind swept in, and Tang Kuei, perched on the edge of the coffin, gritted her teeth. Inside, Hualiuyun looked disheveled, clad in tattered linen, with only a single grass shoe on his foot, its sole worn through he resembled a beggar. Ugh! Tang Kuei retched, unable to believe she had shared a coffin with a beggar. Beside her, Murongyu crawled out, yawning and casting a puzzled glance at Tang Kuei. "Master, what is wrong with you?" Tang Kuei quickly collected her thoughts. She could not allow her junior disciple to sense anything amiss. With a swift motion, she closed the coffin lid and placed a large stone atop it. Feeling it was still insufficiently secure, she affixed a weight rune to the stone. Ba! Murongyu looked on in astonishment at the elder's flurry of actions. Her mind filled with confusion. "Master, when did you become a believer?" You know nothing. This fairy is merely performing rites for the souls wronged in this place." After an extended absence, Hualiuyun finally awoke. Taking a deep breath as he sensed the surroundings were devoid of any anomalies, a wave of dismay washed over him. Indeed, sleeping in a graveyard was ill-fated. He had experienced a nightmare the previous night. He reached out to push the coffin lid, only to find it immovable. How could this be? Was his cultivation in the chi refining stage truly so feeble? He exerted more force, even attempting to manipulate spiritual energy to lift the earth atop the coffin lid. Yet still, there was no response, causing a pang of panic to seize him that he merely intended to stay temporarily, not to be trapped indefinitely. After struggling for nearly half an hour, he was left breathless and still met with no success. "What the hell?" he cursed, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. It seemed he was doomed. 3 days later, the two women finally located the blood spirit flower without significant peril. Murongyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. With the blood spirit flower, her master would finally be saved. Carefully stowing the flower, she glanced at Tang Kuei, who appeared dejected over the past few days, seemingly in low spirits. even having her hair styled into a bun yesterday. More curiously, just moments ago, she had tied a piece of black cloth to her sleeve. "Master, you shouldn't wear that. It's a mourning cloth for a woman whose husband has died," the young girl solemnly warned, only to receive an eye roll from Tang Kewei. "How did you know? I haven't lost my husband. When did my master even have a husband? Did he die?" She felt a bit bewildered but dared not inquire further. The two women retraced their steps, remaining cautious, crawling in their auspicious garments. Along the way, they encountered several dangers, including the cries of a weeping infant, whose wails caused the earth to tremble, as if countless terrifying monsters were stirring beneath. There were also corpses hanging from trees, swaying ominously. Merely approaching them made one feel the moisture rapidly draining from their bodies. Additionally, they encountered a lost skeleton, where upon its passage, meteors inexplicably fell from the sky, and the ground collapsed. The skeleton trudged forward, muttering about who had taken its house. Truly, this was the abyss of evil spirits, an unfathomable horror. As they passed the graveyard where they had once rested, Tang Kewei wore a sorrowful expression. Silently, she discarded the most inconspicuous tombstone, replacing it with a new one. Kneeling and weeping, she inscribed the epitaph, "Tomb of Tang's husband, a little beggar of the free and easy sect." Hualiuyun's mouth fell agape, a wave of sorrow washing over her. So, her master had been married, but her husband perished in this abyss of evil spirits. No wonder she was so familiar with this place, and why her demeanor had been so cold all these years. "Master, how pitiable! Master, how deeply affectionate!" As for Hualiuyun, he was unaware of the depths of affection. He had already cursed the bastard who trapped him in the grave 1,000 times. "Bastard, don't let me find out who you are. You'll regret it when I escape." "Hey, who's crying outside the grave? Stop weeping for a moment and help me move this stone. Can you hear me? Hello." The realm outside felt desolate, while the demons roamed the earth. The cries from outside grew fainter, and Hualiuyun's spirits plummeted. The only path to survival was to break through to the Foundation establishment stage and shatter the seal. Yet, the abyss of evil spirits offered no spiritual energy. Only an endless supply of ghostly aura. Not even the world's foremost sacred body could manage it. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Hualiuyun's mind. What was his greatest strength? Improving cultivation methods, of course. Why couldn't he modify the technique that required absorbing spiritual energy to enhance one's power, transforming it to absorb ghostly energy instead? No, absorbing ghostly energy posed its own issues. Once he left this ghostly realm, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Why not go straight to the source and change it to absorb air? With determination, he transcribed the Xiantian breathing method onto the coffin lid, commencing his revisions. After a day and a half, the world's first air-absorbing cultivation method came into existence. Moreover, this technique required the integration of the periodic table of elements and parameters, such as PM 2.5 for effective practice, encompassing an astonishing breadth of knowledge that even emperors would shake their heads at. Taking a deep breath, Hualiuyun felt a surge of power coursing through him. Ha! I am truly a genius. While others breathed merely to survive, he could grow stronger with each breath, even absorbing air while he slept. Initially, he practiced for 8 hours a day. Now, the intensity had skyrocketed to 24 hours, and no wonder I'll be invincible. Additionally, this technique was a perfect match for his ethereal root. Ha! Who says I lack a spiritual root? My root is called the ethereal root, empty as the void, as Hualiuyun inhaled deeply. The air in the abyss of evil spirits became noticeably thinner. The oxygen levels plummeted, causing any stray animals that wandered into the area to suffer from altitude sickness. Upon returning, Hualiuyun swiftly delivered the blood spirit flower to the alchemy peak. After a painstaking process involving 81 intricate steps, she finally produced a life-saving elixir. That moment, tears streamed down her master's beautiful eyes as she received the pill. You have endured hardship. As long as I'm unharmed, I would sacrifice anything for you. Subsequently, Yuling Long inquired about their journey, and after Hualiuyun's vivid recounting, Yuling Long was left breathless with fear. The tale was filled with twists and turns, fraught with peril, especially the part where Tang Kewei confronted the Grim Reaper of misfortune. which nearly caused Yu Linglong's blood to boil with excitement. Next month is the Free and Easy Sex Disciple Recruitment Conference. Your master has devoted herself to the path for many years. The 100 Flowers Peak is now devoid of talent, and it pains me to see her so lonely. You must find her a suitable disciple. Understand? She lamented the bustling atmosphere of the neighboring Mount Everest, filled with countless disciples. As she spoke, tears flowed anew, and the experiences of life and death imparted profound lessons. The pursuit of immortality and the methods to become an immortal felt so ephemeral. It was far better to live well in the present. Reflecting on her master, who began her journey at 10, established her foundation at 18, attained golden core at 50, and reached nascent soul at 200, though she had lived for 1,000 years. Over 900 of those were spent in seclusion, never once engaging in a romantic relationship. Extending one's lifespan through cultivation was meant for enjoyment, yet she had squandered it in pursuit of the Tao, which was undeniably tragic. At this point, Murong Yu's expression turned peculiar. She felt curious about certain matters, but did not dare to ask. Finally, she broached the topic gently. Master, do you know about the little beggar? What little beggar? Ugh, you're the little beggar. Your whole family is a bunch of little beggars. Hualiuyun angrily kicked over Tang Kw's standing gravestone. What was she up to? The past 2 days. He had finally come to a realization. It was not a nightmare he had experienced that night. Someone had crept into his bed while he was asleep, not wanting to take responsibility afterward. They had sought to silence him, thus casting a seal upon him. Fortunately, he possessed unparalleled talent. He managed to escape from the coffin by breaking through the foundation establishment stage with the 4.0 version of the Xiantian breathing method. However, fortune and danger often coexist. Within the coffin, he had discovered a cultivation method, skyward sword technique. This was likely the sword technique that had led to the tomb owner's demise in Nanshan. The method delved deeply into inertia. If mastered, one could achieve sword speeds rivaling those of the Golden Core stage. Its weakness lay in its immense energy consumption and inability to decelerate in the hands of others. It might be worthless, but in his grasp, it was undoubtedly a treasure. After all, while others consumed spiritual energy to wield their swords, he would be consuming air, replenishing it with each breath. The lack of breaks posed a bit of a challenge. Within half an hour, Hualiuyun had already achieved minor mastery of the technique. Now, he merely needed a sword. Selecting a direction, he resolved to leave this accursed place first. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he paused, as if he could hear a woman's whisper, her voice floating and wavering, now distant, now near. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Hualiuyun bellowed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Did they think he was still that refining stage novice? Easily bullied? Now, he was at the foundation establishment stage, capable of flight. Even the renowned general of the Southern Kingdom would have to respectfully address him as Daoist friend. Dear sir, please stay and keep me company. It is so dark here, and I am terrified. The voice tinged with resentment echoed, mingled with the chilling winds that stirred black dust. Hualiuyun's expression grew grave. After a prolonged silence, he resolutely spoke. My lord, please maintain your dignity. I am not that kind of person. The malicious spirit, poised to strike, found its breath caught in its throat, feeling as if a thick phlegm was lodged there, causing an excruciating discomfort. Suddenly, her ethereal form lunged towards Hualiuyun, but as she drew near, she was swiftly inhaled into his lungs, her soul disintegrating into energy before she could utter a cry, completely vanishing. Goodness, that air was off the charts for PM2. 5 levels. I almost choked. After waiting in vain for the voice to return, Hualiuyun shook his head and departed. It took him 2 full days to emerge from the blackened earth, experiencing a surreal sensation upon witnessing the lush greenery outside. After 5 more days of travel, he finally beheld the city, only to discover that he had crossed into foreign territory, far removed from the lands of the south. Goodness, will I be apprehended without a passport? With a heart full of trepidation, he entered the city, where the streets were alive with the sounds of bustling vendors. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the Xiaoyao sect will hold a disciple recruitment event. The Ice Mountain beauty Tang Kashi is opening her mountain for the first time to take in disciples. The master of Mount Everest has proclaimed that he will accept 5 disciples with Earth's spiritual roots and is selling a tome of preferences for Zhu Fengzhu at the mere price of 3 spirit stones. The Mingyu Peak is also hiring miscellaneous workers for 1 spirit stone a day, only requiring 10 individuals. Hualiuyun exclaimed in astonishment. This recruitment event is akin to a festive market. Initially, he was not overly concerned. Considering himself an old monster in the foundation establishment stage, did he still need a master? However, his perspective quickly shifted as he realized that many cultivators around him also revealed their foundation establishment level, only to discover that it was merely the lowest tier in this world. That a wave of disorientation washed over him, and he felt the temperature of this world drop significantly. What? The foundation establishment stage is merely the threshold of the cultivation realm. The cultivators on the street shook their heads in disbelief upon seeing Hualiuyun. Alas, even a beggar possesses foundation establishment cultivation. We must strive harder. Son, you see, if you do not work diligently in your cultivation, you shall have to compete with this foundation establishment beggar for scraps of food. Mother, understand, I will surely double my efforts. Hualiuyun's heart was filled with indignation, even when subjected to such humiliation. He felt no urge to rebut. What face did he have to retort when reduced to such a state? What face did he have to return to his hometown and face the elders of Mineshan? No, he must gather himself. He would attend a recruitment event tomorrow. With a soft clink, a lavishly dressed lady tossed a spirit stone into his bowl as she passed by. Hualiuyun was momentarily stunned, his expression bewildered. When did he come to possess a bowl? Wait, do you truly see me as a beggar? He thought. Angered, do I not have any self-respect? Infuriated, he pocketed the spirit stone and slowly followed the noblewoman. What a kind-hearted person! The lady hesitated upon noticing the small beggar, trailing behind her, reluctantly placing a chicken leg in a Hualiuyun's bowl. The maid beside her wore an unsavory expression, looking down upon such greedy individuals. Little beggar, do not follow us any longer. You have limbs and can find work to do. You only take advantage of our lady's kindness. Hualiuyun merely wished to inquire about the noblewoman's identity, hoping to repay her kindness if he ever found success. He was not coveting the chicken leg. Thank you, madam, for your generous donation. The maid scoffed disdainfully and pulled the noblewoman away as the recruitment event approached. The city of Hualiuyun became increasingly crowded, with prices skyrocketing. Disputes occasionally erupted in the streets, but fortunately, cultivators from the mountains came to maintain order, keeping the situation relatively stable. Innkeeper, I would like to reserve 3 luxury suites. A wealthy young man placed an order for a lavish suite for over 100 spirit stones without batting an eye. Hualiuyun sniffled and turned away, seeking refuge in a sheltered corner. Indeed, no matter where one went, without money, one could scarcely move an inch. The night air was chilly, and the hurried passers-by regarded Hualiuyun with disdain and contempt. In that moment, he found himself yearning for the days in Shamba village, reminiscing about the kind-hearted son Ernyang who would bring him steamed buns, the urging Zhao auntie who insisted he find a wife, and the playmates who frolicked with him along the ridges. The following morning, as dawn broke over Hualiuyun, the city buzzed with excitement as countless cultivators flocked to the Xiaoyao sect. Hualiuyun purchased a pair of cloth shoes and simple clothing. At least changing into a more presentable outfit, he hurried towards the Xiaoyao sect, determined to find a master, earn a fortune, and return home in glory. Master uncle, I don't care. You must come with me. Perhaps there will be a worthy disciple to be found. Early in the morning, Murongyu lingered outside Tankashi's cave dwelling, a task assigned by her master. The sigh escaped within the cave as Tankashi slowly emerged. Her countenance serene, hair neatly tied up, adorned with a silver phoenix hairpin. Dressed in a blue and white celestial gown, she embodied the essence of a refined lady. Truly, I am at my wit's end with you. Little girl, let us go. The two took to their swords, transforming into 2 streaks of light, swiftly arriving at the disciple recruitment square. The square was vast, its end obscured by towering stone pillars, upon seeing Tankashi arrive. Zhu Zizai, the master of Mount Everest, beamed with delight and immediately stood to greet her. However, after only a few steps, he halted, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. How could the person he had yearned for over the past 2 months have transformed into a woman? No, this cannot be real. With a sullen expression, he returned to his seat, his desire to recruit disciples evaporating. The square thronged with people, stretching endlessly before the eyes. The Xiaoyao sect's recruitment only considered two aspects: spiritual roots and comprehension. Thus, the assessment was divided into two stages. The first stage was the spiritual root test point. 10 enormous detection stones were placed in the center of the square. Anyone who felt capable could come forward to test their roots. Zhang Tianran, 5-element spiritual root, disqualified. Wang Yuyin, dual spiritual root, disqualified. Ding Qingxiu, upper grade single spiritual root, qualified. Li Fei, earth spiritual root, please come forth. Hualiuyun eagerly pushed his way forward, placing his hand upon the testing stone. The tester rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In all his years of testing, this was the first time he had encountered someone without spiritual roots. The elders from various peaks also found this intriguing, having never seen such a phenomenon before. It was a testament to the world's vastness and its myriad wonders. Spiritual roots were akin to organs within the human body. Everyone possessed them, albeit with varying qualities. Zhu Zizai scoffed. What a bunch of naive individuals. Humph. The only possible explanation for the absence of spiritual roots is that this child was forcibly extracted at birth. An elder queried in confusion. If spiritual roots can be taken, wouldn't that put the most gifted talents at great risk? Not necessarily. The cost of extracting spiritual roots is immense, and once removed, their essence dissipates, leading to a severe decline in quality. As the elders debated, the crowd below erupted in disputes that I refuse to accept this. I am in the foundation establishment stage. How could I possibly lack spiritual roots? You must have made a mistake in your testing. Hualiuyun clung desperately to the testing stone, refusing to let go. On the platform, Tang Kashi frowned. This man evoked a sense of familiarity within her, as if he were someone she had once loved. Seen before. Yet, she could not recall where she had met him. Go fetch that young man for me. Murong Yu's heart leaped with joy. It seemed her master had finally come to her senses, though she couldn't help but notice that this young man appeared somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for once a disciple was taken, more would surely follow. Soon, she brought Hualiuyun over. Hualiuyun cast a sideways glance at Tang Kashi, feeling somewhat displeased. He was preoccupied with the sex assessment, wondering why this woman was so insistent on calling him over, wasting his time. Noticing his expression, Tang Kashi felt irritation rise within her. What? Do you seem dissatisfied with me? Fairy, what do you mean by that? I come from a farming family. Seeing someone as beautiful as you two often may lead to the growth of prickly heat. Tang Kashi's face twisted in anger. Was he complimenting her or insulting her? Who gave you the audacity to mock me? Hualiuyun fell silent, bowing his head as if in contemplation. However, Murong Yu perceived a strong sense of defiance in his demeanor after a prolonged silence. Tang Kashi finally spoke. I am Tang Kashi, the master of Baiwa Peak. Will you become my disciple? She had come to the recruitment event merely for the spectacle, with no intention of taking on a disciple. Upon witnessing the disdainful demeanor of this wretched creature towards her, a competitive spirit ignited within her. She promptly resolved to take on an apprentice, if only to exert some form of torment. The leaders and elders of the neighboring peaks cast astonished glances, for it was well known that Tang Kuei had never taken on a disciple to this day. She had remained solitary atop Baiwa Peak. Was she truly undergoing a transformation? Hualiuyun, nervously twisting the hem of his garment, appeared bashful. Is there a payment of spirit stones for becoming your disciple? Tang Kuei suppressed her rising ire and coldly replied, 10 low-grade spirit stones each month. With a resounding thud, the jade floor reverberated, causing the ground to tremble for several meters around. Hualiuyun knelt, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable delight, for outer disciples received only 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly, while servant disciples received a mere 1. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Tang Kuei's expression darkened further. Her renown seemed to hold less weight than 10 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps this world ought to be annihilated. Realizing her displeasure, Hualiuyun's heart sank. Had he been too forward? Did she think his offer was too high? Cursed be his ill fortune. in his past life. He had haggled adeptly in markets, yet now he had faltered. Master, I am skilled in both the grand hall and the kitchen, adept at plowing fields, growing crops, and tending to cattle. 10 spirit stones are certainly a bargain. No. Tang Kuei's expression grew even darker, as if ink were oozing from her visage. Damn it. What he had just said would only appeal to ordinary folk. Cultivators were not swayed by such trivialities. He quickly amended his words. Master, I can prepare spiritual cuisine, cultivate spirit fields, and raise spirit beasts. 10 spirit stones are a fair price. Am I to be deceived by a simpleton? He thought he could merely add a spirit before every term to appease her. Fool! Ultimately, lacking any spiritual roots, she resigned herself to accepting this land-tilling disciple. After a moment of internal consolation, Tang Kuei waved her sleeve and departed with Murong. Why? As Hualiuyun counted the spirit stones he would earn in a year, he suddenly realized that his master was nowhere to be seen on the high platform. Good heavens, have I been abandoned? The recruitment ceremony at the Hualiuyun sect lasted a full week, during which 2 prodigious earth-rooted talents emerged, leading to a spectacle of competing peaks vying for disciples. There was also a young woman who, despite possessing only a single fire root, exhibited astonishing comprehension, mastering the Hualiuyun sword technique almost instantaneously. Achieving entry-level proficiency in merely an hour. As for Hualiuyun, he spent the entire week still unable to locate Baiwa Peak, ultimately forced to seek directions at the recruitment square. However, the elders and peak leaders were exceedingly proud. Largely ignoring him, he had glimpsed the Hualiuyun sword technique during the second assessment and could only conclude that it was riddled with flaws, requiring significant revisions. After half a month of fruitless searching for Baiwa Peak, Hualiuyun reluctantly returned to Hualiuyun City. Yet this place was far from Shangba village. He had no home, no land, and no spirit stones. Merely 2 days passed before he found himself relying on the charity of others. Kind-hearted elder brothers and sisters, benevolent aunts and uncles, I am the esteemed disciple of Baiwa Peak's Tang Kuei. Please, grant me a morsel to eat. Clutching a tattered bowl, wrapped in a shabby quilt, he invoked his master's name while begging in the streets. Passers-by pointed and whispered. At first, Hualiuyun felt a rush of embarrassment, but within days he grew accustomed to it. In just half a month, the entire Hualiuyun city knew of a little beggar who claimed to be Tang Kuei's disciple from Baiwa Peak. Initially, they dismissed him with scorn, even accusing him of tarnishing the name of the immortal. However, following the authoritative testimonies of those returning from the mountains, it appeared he truly was a newly accepted disciple of Tang Kuei. Once I gather enough funds, I will no longer suffer this indignity. Hualiuyun longed for home, for Shangba village, where he had enough to eat and warm clothing. There, people even sought to introduce him to a wife. What a farce this Hualiuyun sect was, what nonsense Baiwa Peak was. No one cared. He huddled at the entrance of a wealthy household, waiting for handouts. With a creak, the door swung open, and the small maid who had previously lectured him peeked out. Her face filled with indignation. You wretched beggar, Our Lady's heart is kind, yet how dare you impose upon her? Hualiuyun awkwardly tightened his grip on the quilt. He had no choice, as there was but one kind soul in this city. As he trembled while accepting the food box she offered, he discovered meat, vegetables, and even chicken legs, such a feast he had never experienced in the village. Oh dear! The maid sighed deeply as she observed him devouring the meal. You are, after all, a foundational cultivator. How could you have fallen to such depths? Hualiuyun's nostrils flared, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face, feeling utterly aggrieved. He had indeed tried. In recent days, he had scoured the city for work. Yet, agricultural jobs were nowhere to be found. He lacked the skills for alchemy or weapon forging, and guard were only hired if they were familiar faces. Even menial jobs at taverns required proof of trustworthiness. Before entering society, he thought he could do anything. Once inside, he realized he could do nothing. Alas, heaven above, why must you be so cruel to me? The maid snatched the food box from his hands. Return my bowl. After satisfying his hunger, he tidied his attire and washed his face in a nearby stream. Today's objective: to find a job that provided food and lodging. He could not bring shame to Shangba village. I, Hualiuyun, vow that when I return to this door, it shall be to repay kindness, not to beg. If I break this vow, may my master suffer a wretched fate. Back in the courtyard, the maid joyfully washed the dishes before skipping off to the estate's academy. As the lady's personal attendant, she wielded considerable influence there and soon emerged with several books in her arms. Yin Duo, why are you in such a rush? The lady opened a window, her beautiful eyes curiously observing the books in the maid's possession. Though some distance apart, she discerned the titles clearly. Workplace Psychology, The Working Person's Upgrade Manual, 30,000 Revolutions. How to Quickly Earn a Billion. And to succeed, first go mad and charge forward without hesitation. Oh dear, is this maid planning to seek a different path? What a hodgepodge of nonsense she was reading. Upon hearing her mistress's voice, Yin Duo hastily concealed the books behind her, her face reddening as she stammered. Unable to articulate a response, Mistress, I was merely taking some books out to air. After appeasing her mistress, Yin Duo excitedly dashed towards the entrance with her newfound treasures. Yet, at that moment, there was no sign of the little beggar. Tang Kuei of Baihua Peak gently lifted her sleeve, wiping a pristine spirit tablet, tears glistening in her eyes as they traced her delicate cheeks, rendering her an image of fragile beauty. Oh, my husband, how tragically you perished, so carefree in your departure, buried alive, leaving me, a widow, to navigate this world alone. Her voice trailed off, laden with sorrowful melody. This was the custom of lamenting at gravesites, rich in nuances. It required a multitude of expressions, from melody and narrative to gestures and facial expressions, to convey the mourner's profound grief. Tang Kuei's display was merely average. A true master of mourning could evoke collective sorrow throughout the village. Just as she began to immerse herself in this performance, the door burst open. Master, something's amiss. Your disciple has descended the mountain to beg. Tang Kuei's rage ignited at this news, her fury palpable. The esteemed chief disciple of Baihua Peak, a foundational cultivator, reduced to begging. How could he bring such disgrace upon himself? She immediately seized her sword, intent on descending the mountain to rectify this disgrace. But as she reached the threshold, she paused. Glancing back at the spirit tablet within, tears slipped from her eyes. Why must my fate be so cruel? She discarded her sword, collapsing to the ground, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. A widow in mourning could not venture out. It was the rule. Thus, she resolved to temporarily overlook this disgraceful wretch. Meanwhile, Murongyu, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. What was this performance all about? She found herself unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Hualiuyun had finally escaped the embarrassment of being unemployed, that he secured a position with excellent benefits. This job posed a significant challenge, demanding robust qualifications and professional demeanor, which he happened to fit perfectly. Now, he was not only dressed in splendid attire, but also wore an exquisite hairpin atop his head. It was as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Sister, come and play, reciting half-baked lines. Hualiuyun welcomed the first customer of this J. Obita. It was a slightly plump woman, striding with an imposing air, her facial flesh quivering slightly, exuding a formidable presence. Oh, young man, are you new here? The woman grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. She chuckled. Her large hand mischievously reached towards Hualiuyun, causing the latter to pale in fright and instinctively retreat. So it turns out you're a novice. The woman linked her arm with a companion's shoulder and burst into laughter. Her laughter was laced with audacity and abandon, ringing in Hualiuyun's ears like a jarring cacophony. Dear sister, I only offer my skills. Oh, young man, I've heard that countless times. Isn't it the case for everyone who first arrives here? As for you, Fiske. Hualiuyun merely lowered his head in silence, refusing to retort as a dignified transmigrator. A disciple of the esteemed Tang Kuei from Baihua Peak, how could he possibly compare with those who willingly wallowed in degradation? The woman's lips curled into a slight smile as she brandished a pouch of spirit stones before Hualiuyun. Shaking it enticingly, that a glance revealed a dozen or so stones. It was common knowledge that an ordinary family in this city of seekers could only earn a few dozen spirit stones in a year. And in Shangba village, one had never encountered such high-grade currency. This indicated the woman's considerable wealth. Oh my, good sister, you truly have an eye for talent. Hualiuyun snatched the spirit stones from her hand. his proficiency in the business instantly soaring. Isn't it merely about accompanying drinks? I'm quite experienced in that. Here, dear sister, let us share this cup. After a drawn-out ordeal, he finally bid farewell to the plump woman by evening. The matron of the fragrant house watched with satisfaction as Hualiuyun hid in his room, counting spirit stones, nodding approvingly at a promising lad, worthy of cultivation. Half an hour later, in the backyard, dozens of flamboyantly dressed men congregated. The matron cleared her throat, cutting through the clamor. Today, I wish to commend Hualiuyun. On his very first day, he managed to entertain a male client with a disability. Let us applaud him, sparse applause erupted. And Hualiuyun felt a flush of shame as he bowed his head, that I'm really not that remarkable. The matron pressed her hand down, becoming increasingly pleased with Hualiuyun's demeanor. Honest and simple-minded. What about the others? Lacking any masculine vigor. No wonder the clients grew weary. Even she found it somewhat nauseating. It seemed time to introduce some differentiated selling points. All right, everyone, keep a portion of your earnings to buy some medicine for your health. And disperse. Luyun, stay a moment. The crowd of flirtatious ladies swayed their waists back to the front hall, leaving only Hualiuyun and the matron, Li Qingqiu, in the room. The latter beckoned mysteriously with her hand. Hualiuyun's expression turned serious. Was she going to offer him special treatment? What did it feel like to be valued by the boss on his first day? Exciting. Hualiuyun hurriedly moved closer to Li Qingqiu. Sisterly, what instructions do you have? I am at your service. Li Qingqiu nodded with satisfaction. Luyun, I have a keen eye for talent, and you possess the potential to become a Cao. Sisterly, what is Cao? I've only heard of Cao. Silly boy, the female equivalent is Huakue, so the male counterpart is naturally Cao. That I intend to mold you into the premier male model of the Xianyao sect, catering specifically to high-end clientele and frequenting affluent venues. Hualuyun's mouth fell agape in shock. He knew Li Qingqiu was ambitious, but he hadn't anticipated such grand aspirations. However, Hualuyun hesitated. He merely wished to earn some travel expenses to return to his village. But with his superior wanting to cultivate him, what was he to do? Sisterly, my childhood companion, a childhood sweetheart, may one day become a great emperor in this world. Will this tarnish their reputation? Will they be unable to hold their heads high in the realm of cultivation? Li Qingqiu pondered for a moment. This was indeed a valid concern. Yet, after a brief contemplation, she snapped back to reality. This foolish boy, where did you find such an emperor as a childhood sweetheart? What a beautiful dream you're having. Luyun, I believe you need not worry at all. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. Hualiuyun nodded. Indeed, earning money was nothing to be ashamed of. By the way, sisterly, do you think I might encounter issues if my master finds out about this? Who is your master? She claims to be the sect leader of Baiwa Peak. Tang, Li Qingqiu cast a dubious glance at Hualiuyun. What kind of joke is this? If Hualiuyun were truly Tang Kui's disciple, would she dare to trick her pupil into this line of work? This shabby brothel would have been razed to the ground. Luyun, let us not dwell on such thoughts. From tomorrow onward, I want you to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, pursuing a high-end route. Hualiuyun nodded. He had been thinking the same. Just then, a maid rushed into the backyard, her face filled with urgency, as if something had happened in the front hall. Sisterly, it's bad. A troublesome guest has arrived. Zhang Jinjin has been assaulted, and the other party is quite formidable. Li Qingqiu abruptly stood up, her expression grave. This brothel had entered its most perilous moment, which was why she was so adamant about cultivating top talent in this crisis-laden realm of cultivation. Without a social butterfly to navigate unexpected situations, their destruction was inevitable. To deal with men, she had Huakue Zhao Dingling. If necessary, she could handle it herself. But when it came to women, she lacked a top-tier talent. Luyun, your time to shine has come. In that fleeting second, a sense of mission surged within Hualiuyun. He stood up, his demeanor turning solemn. Sisterly, you can trust me with this. Truth be told, in our village, there hasn't been a matter I couldn't handle. With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode towards the front hall. Ascending to the second floor suite step by step. That moment, his silhouette appeared inexplicably tall before Li Qingqiu. Reaching the suite's door, Hualiuyun glanced at the nameplate. Qingfeng Longyue. Excellent. He hadn't gone to the wrong room. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open, and upon seeing the scene inside the suite, Hualuyun's expression suddenly changed drastically. Little Bunny, directly opposite the entrance, sat a stunning ice beauty clad in a light blue fairy dress, who simultaneously spoke. Neo Ergo, how come you're here? Meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land was typically a joyous occasion. However, encountering one in a brothel changed the tone entirely. Moreover, considering that the acquaintance was there to consume, while he was there to serve, the situation became all the more dire. Hualuyun's face turned crimson in an instant. That moment, his mind raced, desperately searching for the right words. Meanwhile, the so-called Tanyan fairy, Wang Tuxian, was equally flustered. What to do? What to do? On my first outing, my companion brought me to a brothel, and now I've been caught by Neo Goof in the village. How will I ever maintain my reputation in Mashi Mountain? The atmosphere froze for several seconds, thick with tension. Ultimately, Hualuyun, a seasoned veteran, recognized the necessity of seizing the initiative in such a situation. He angrily slammed the door shut. Well, little bunny, you've only been away from home for 3 years, and you've already learned to frequent brothels that, if the second master finds out, just wait and see if he doesn't break your legs. His opening line left Wang Tuxian utterly bewildered. She could only fumble to explain, Neo Ergo, you have to listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Whatever it is, I'm definitely going to tell the second master. No amount of crying will help you. Humph, bad woman. Wang Tuxian, a bit flustered, stood up and reached for Hualuyun. Neo Ergo, I'm here on behalf of the Lingjian sect to discuss matters with the Xiaoyao sect. This is all part of normal hospitality. As she spoke, she suddenly realized something. Her previously flustered expression transformed into one of suspicion as she scrutinized Hualuyun. Neo Ergo, how come you're here? And why are you dressed so flamboyantly? Hualuyun's expression faltered. I nearly forgot my purpose for heading upstairs. Greetings, esteemed customer. Luyun Xianshui from Piaoshan Courtyard is here to serve you. Wang Tuxian's expression darkened. What had she just heard? Luyun Xianshui. She hurriedly stepped up to Hualuyun, pulling him to sit beside her. Hualuyun sulked, feeling somewhat reluctant. This sensation was akin to sitting on pins and needles. It was even less pleasant than serving that plump woman. What kind of situation was this? His first day on the job was proving to be exceedingly inauspicious. Neo Ergo, you seem a bit unhappy. Hualuyun shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattle drum. How could that be? The reception was conducted with utmost propriety, while I merely held a position here. From the outset, he had already lost this encounter. I doubt you would dare to contest further. With a cold snort, Wang Tuxian raised her wine cup, gesturing slightly to the others in the room before downing its contents in one go. Apart from Wang Tuxian, there were 4 young prodigies present. 2 were attired similarly to Wang Tuxian, presumably her fellow disciples, while the other 2 donned the attire of the Xiaoyao sect. I could see that moment. The 4 exchanged glances, a palpable sense of awkwardness enveloping the atmosphere. Ultimately, it was a disciple from the Xiaoyao sect who broke the silence. Sister Tuxian, may I inquire who this gentleman is? Wang Tuxian shot a glare at Hualuyun. Retorting coldly, Brother Zhu, this is my incompetent elder brother, raised on the same mother's milk as I. My apologies for the embarrassment. Zhu Qianming awkwardly lifted his wine cup and took a sip. No embarrassment. No embarrassment. Indeed, just don't snicker quietly, Hualuyun muttered, prompting Wang Tuxian to pinch him sharply at the waist. That today's events were undeniably humiliating. Outside the private room, the brothel madam, Li Qingxiu, leaned closer to the door, and upon hearing the absence of conflict inside, she let out a sigh of relief that, at last, this challenging group of customers had been managed. She had not misjudged Hualuyun. He was indeed a potential talent, possessing a certain flair, capable of achieving great things. In front of the entrance downstairs, a group of handsome young men turned their heads to the second floor, their faces adorned with envy. Ijia had always admired Hualuyun, and now that he had successfully handled this difficult client group, it would be nearly impossible for him not to gain fame. Hey, that rabbit boy, have you seen a little beggar? He claims to be the disciple of Tangfeng, the master of Baiwa, peeked on the street. Moronyu passed by the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, frowning as she inquired of a man who was soliciting customers. Oh, the disciple, Of Master Tang? How could I have seen him? Murong, why not come in and have some fun? A flicker of disdain crossed Murong Yu's eyes. What a wretched place. It is utterly disgraceful, with her sword in hand. She moved forward. The bustling streets of Chiosian City were thriving. There were hardly any beggars, let alone the impoverished. How could there be none? I heard he was begging in the city, after wandering through numerous streets and alleys. Murong Yu eventually arrived in front of a grand and imposing mansion. The Shui Mansion, the largest family in Chiosian City. After making some inquiries, she learned that Hualiuyun had recently been lingering near this mansion. Rumored to have a maid who was one of his significant clients, that a dignified foundation establishment practitioner relying on a mirror made for support. How utterly disgraceful. Just the thought made her feel embarrassed. At the mansion's main entrance, at that moment, Yin Duo was looking around with a food box in hand. Having not seen Hualiuyun all day, her heart filled with concern. Upon spotting Murong Yu approaching, she quickly asked, "Miss, have you seen a little beggar?" Murong Yu opened her mouth to speak, but the words became lodged in her throat. I'm also here to look for him." Yin Duo paused, her expression turning wary. Hualiuyun was alone and helpless in Chiosian City, like a rustic fool who had inadvertently wandered away from his village. Why would anyone be searching for him? This woman clearly seemed untrustworthy. "Are you a person of significance?" Murong Yu's face darkened like a pot's bottom. "A person of significance. Do I really look like a villain? Humph. I am a senior sister. Little girl, if you see that little beggar again, tell him to hurry back to Baiwa Peak and not to bring shame upon my master." With that, Murong Yu turned to leave. The street was sparsely populated. After brushing past a few individuals, she glanced back slightly. These few people exuded an incredibly steady aura, one that indicated no emotional fluctuations, a presence she had only encountered in one type of person: assassins. This mansion seemed to be under the watchful eye of some force. Sighing, Murong Yu strode away. This world appeared superficially tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of danger lurked everywhere. This very moment, on the second floor of the fragrant pavilion, within the Qingfeng Longyue private room, Hualiuyun raised his hand and playfully tugged at Wang Tuxian's celestial gown. Yellow righteous energy wand. Due to a certain individual's antics, the atmosphere had shifted to an odd tension, causing the group of prodigies to fidget uncomfortably, each one eager to take their leave. "Brothers and sisters, please go ahead. I have a few words to exchange with my elder brother. I will join you shortly." Wang Tuxian inclined her hands in a respectful gesture towards her fellow disciples. They said nothing further, returning the gesture before exiting the room. Once everyone had departed, Wang Tuxian could no longer contain herself. "Brother Nyoer, enlighten me. What on earth transpired?" Hualiuyun, feeling wronged, pinched his nose. "I merely took a trip far away and got lost on my way back. By chance, I ended up here, hoping to gather some travel expenses. By chance. Do you have any idea how far this is from Anshan? Even a cultivator on a flying boat would take 10 days or more." "You expect me to believe you arrived on foot?" Hualiuyun nodded repeatedly, affirming that indeed, he had come on foot. Wang Tuxian facepalmed, retrieving a pouch of spirit stones from her storage ring and placing it in Hualiuyun's hands. "Brother Nyoer, here are 50 spirit stones. It should be enough for you to take a flying boat back to the south. Our hometown is in Shunan County in the south. Do you understand? Remember, do not forget Shunan County." As she spoke, Wang Tuxian took out a pen and wrote the address once more inside his clothing. With her own tasks at hand, she could not personally escort Hualiuyun back, but allowing him to wander aimlessly outside made her uneasy. Remember, when lost, do not hesitate to ask for directions. Always start with the major landmarks. If people know, then inquire about smaller ones. Brother Nyoer, if you encounter mountain bandits or unsavory characters, do not be stingy. Hand over the spirit stones. They will not bother a fool like you, understand? The more he listened, the more Hualiuyun frowned. What did she mean by others not bothering fools? "Ah, little rabbit, have you misunderstood something?" He attempted to clarify, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Tuxian. "Brother Nyoer, listen well. Hide the spirit stones in 3 places. One in your hair bun, one in your trousers, and the last on your waist. You comprehend?" After issuing her instructions, Wang Tuxian still felt anxious. Observing Hualiuyun gripping the pouch of spirit stones, Looking utterly lost, she sighed deeply. "Stay here. I will go find your caretaker." Exiting the private room and descending the stairs, her gaze swept the area coldly until it landed on Li Qingxiu, who was busily attending to guests in the main hall. "You, come here," raising her hand. She beckoned Li Qingxiu, who cautiously approached. She was well aware that Wang Tuxian's background was not to be trifled with. She was someone who could command the attention of Zhu Qianming, the young master of Mount Everest. "Guest, how may I assist you?" Wang Tuxian's eyes were filled with frigid intent, her voice as icy as the northern winds of winter. "That name, Hualiuyun Qianshui, did you give it to him?" Li Qingqiu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, yes. Here, we require everyone to adopt a stage name." Wang Tuxian struggled to suppress her rising anger, her sword inching out of its sheath, her tone growing even more frigid. "How did he come to be here?" At this, Li Qingqiu sighed. "Not long ago, I saw him begging on the streets, and, unable to turn a blind eye, I thought to take him in as a server. Little did I know, once he was cleaned up, he turned out to be quite handsome." Clang! Wang Tuxian sheathed her sword, seizing Li Qingqiu by the neck and pulling her close, enunciating each word. "Madam, Hualiuyun is my elder brother, and I am the heir of the slaying immortals, sword of the flying immortals' sacred land. Allow me to inform you that he has a total of 15 siblings, that I have urgent matters and must leave. If anything were to happen to my brother here, I will ensure that the entire Qiuxian city pays the price." With that, Wang Tuxian cast a glance upstairs, where Hualiuyun was perched on the windowsill, munching on grapes. Upon noticing her gaze, he quickly flashed her a silly grin. She sighed, turning to leave on the windowsill. Hualiuyun waved eagerly. "Little rabbit, do come to play often." As Wang Tuxian reached the doorway, she stumbled slightly, her face tinged with a hint of crimson. "Come to play often? Curse this wretched establishment. Once Brother Nyor departs, I shall dismantle it." Within the grand hall, after witnessing Wang Tuxian's departure, Li Qingqiu exhaled with a hand pressed against her chest, her face displaying remnants of trepidation. The title of the slayer of immortal sword heir was indeed terrifying. She turned her gaze towards the second floor. There, by the windowsill, stood a man partially leaning against the curtain, his deep-set eyes captivating, dark strands of hair cascading down his chiseled and handsome face. Swaying gently in the breeze, his white garment was half open, revealing a glimpse of his sun-kissed, muscular chest. The glass of azure wine in his hand swayed slightly. Elegant, utterly elegant. And oh wonder the heir, the slayer of immortals, was utterly captivated upon first meeting Lu Yunxian. In that moment, even the seasoned Li Qingqiu felt a flutter of anxiety within her heart. At dawn the following day, Li Qingqiu commenced her elite plan. She guided Hualiuyun through various courtyards and connected corridors, patiently explaining along the way that to thrive in the service industry, one must learn to package oneself. A quality product must possess soul and uniqueness, just like Zhang Jinjin. What impression does his name evoke? Hualiuyun appeared contemplative. "Sisterly, I feel he seems quite wealthy." Li Qingqiu scoffed. "Wealth? He spends every coin he earns on maintaining his golden needle. Luyun, we shall not follow his path. We shall pursue a high-end route. However, this high-end path is not easily traversed. Skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are merely foundational. You must be versatile, possessing knowledge in various fields, and excel in one or two artistic disciplines. Fortunately, our fragrant pavilion has a master of the Guqin. You must learn diligently from her when you meet her, understood? Zhao Dingling is unlike other courtesans. Although she is a courtesan, she is also a formidable cultivator in the nascent soul stage, so do not lose your manners." Hualiuyun nodded eagerly. The nascent soul stage was a rarity in this city of seeking immortals. Even among the Xinxia sect, she would be regarded as an elder. He could never have imagined that such a powerful figure lay hidden within the fragrant pavilion. After traversing the corridors and crossing the arched bridge, the two finally arrived at the innermost courtyard of the fragrant pavilion. It was a pavilion painted in vivid crimson, with numerous red veils cascading and dancing, creating an ethereal spectacle. Li Qingqiu stepped forward and knocked gently on the door. "Dingling, are you there? I brought Luyun to learn the Guqin." With a creak, the red-painted wooden door slowly opened. A soft and melodious voice resonated from within. Sisterly, please come, I Qingxiu tugged at Hualiuyun's sleeve, who was peering curiously into the room, appearing as if he had never seen such a scene before. Inside, at the center of the hall, a woman gently set down a teacup. She had a face like a blooming peach blossom, brows akin to willow leaves, and her hair, as dark as snow on a clear day, cascaded over her shoulders. Her graceful figure was breathtaking. Upon seeing Zhao Dingling, Hualiuyun's heart raced, and he hurriedly approached her, presenting a bracelet with both hands. Sister Dingling, this is a gift for you. Zhao Dingling accepted the bracelet with a slight frown. Luyun, you've been deceived. The outer layer of this bracelet is merely gold-plated, while the core is iron. Hualiuyun, perplexed, leaned closer to inspect the bracelet. I wasn't deceived. The shopkeeper said it was indeed iron. Zhao Dingling's breath caught, and she gazed into Hualiuyun's eyes that it was the first time she had received such a cheap gift. Previously, every gift she received was worth dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. This trinket from Hualiuyun was likely something no one would even bother to pick up if discarded. Luyun, are you short on funds? Hualiuyun responded, Sister Dingling, not at all. Just yesterday, Little Rabbit gave me 50 spirit stones. So you bought me this shabby bracelet? As Zhao Dingling's tone grew increasingly unfriendly, Hualiuyun instinctively took 2 steps back, his arms unconsciously shielding his coin pouch at his waist, seeing the situation deteriorate. Li Qingxiu hastily stepped forward and slipped a storage ring into Zhao Dingling's hand. Oh dear, Luyun made a mistake. This is the gift meant for you. Zhao Dingling, irate, pushed the storage ring back towards Li Qingxiu. Sisterly, I don't need this. I merely seek an attitude. Look at him. He acts as if I'm trying to rob him. As a nascent soul cultivator, how could I possibly covet the possessions of a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Oh, it infuriates me. Hualiuyun lowered his head, his expression somewhat troubled. Little Rabbit said that if you were to rob me, I should just let you take what's on my waist, but not what's in my hairpin or my trousers. Upon hearing Hualiuyun's words, Zhao Dingling felt her teeth nearly crack from clenching. Oh dear, I have never endured such indignity. If it weren't for Li Qingxiu pleading with me, I wouldn't even entertain the thought of engaging with Hualiuyun. What a character! I've seen stingy individuals, but never such extreme stinginess. Very well, come here. From this day forth, I shall teach you the art of music. Hualiuyun hesitated, glancing at Li Qingxiu. Sisterly, I've heard that those who study music cultivate their character and possess pleasant dispositions. Sister Dingling's temper seems rather foul. Does she lack skill? Zhao Dingling narrowed her eyes slightly and called towards the side chamber. Aya, bring me my guqin. Today I shall play a piece for young Master Hua, so he may see if my skills are truly lacking. From the side chamber, Zhao Dingling's maid entered, cradling a long guqin. Observing Zhao Dingling beginning her lesson, Li Qingxiu smiled gently and turned to leave. Although the process was somewhat tumultuous, the outcome was favorable. At least Zhao Dingling was merely irritated and had not thrown Hualiuyun out. Not bad, a promising start. I knew this fellow, Hualiuyun, was adept at reading people's hearts. Indeed, even Zhao Dingling, in the nascent soul stage, was now compelled to demonstrate her prowess in response to his presence. The melodious and enchanting notes of the guqin resounded, the crimson veils swirling in the loft. Butterflies alighting upon the building, while the sounds of cicadas and birds intertwined with the strings. The music seemed to merge with nature, dancing in the wind, flowing like crystal-clear water. The guqin is an instrument that emphasizes intent. A skilled musician can not only calm their mind through music, but also communicate with nature and glimpse the path of the Dao. This piece, The Sound of All Things, is my signature composition. It allows for the comprehension of heaven and earth and the feeling of the natural Dao. Zhao Dingling stated, her fingers gracefully gliding over the strings, a hint of pride gracing her lips. Now, this should be enough to impress him. She lifted her head to observe Hualiuyun, only to find him wholly engrossed in her movements, his expression earnest and attentive. Humph, look at his serious demeanor. One might mistake him for someone who comprehends music. As the performance concluded, Zhao Dingling pushed the guqin towards Hualiuyun, her face adorned with a smug expression. Get a try. When I first began learning, I could play a rough melody after just one listen. Hualiuyun took the guqin, gently closing his eyes as his fingers brushed over the strings. In that instant, his demeanor shifted. It turned cold and intense, as though a swordsman had drawn his blade or a connoisseur had lifted his cup. His fingers pressed against the strings, and suddenly the sounds within the pavilion fell silent. The wind stilled, the water slowed, and everything hushed. Zhao Dingling's eyes widened, her heart sinking in apprehension. This fellow seems to be a master of music. This was turning into a spectacle. The harmonious notes erupted, and Hualiuyun appeared entranced, his fingers moving like lightning across the strings, producing phantoms of sound. Quickly! It's too fast. Ordinary people cannot even perceive his movements. Zhao Dingling's expression darkened as she pressed her hand against the strings. Stop! What kind of nonsense are you playing? It's all jumbled. Hualiuyun looked confused. Sister Dingling, weren't you just playing like this? Your fingers were swift, your eyes narrowed slightly, and your chin raised, exuding an air of calm and arrogance. Zhao Dingling's lips twitched slightly. This fellow only observed my posture while playing and learned nothing of the music itself. After a moment, the resonant notes of high mountains and flowing water once again filled the air. Did you remember this time? I remembered. Keep your back straight, and while playing, glance around occasionally. That IT cannot be taught, not in the slightest. Half a month has swiftly passed since Hualiuyun began his piano lessons. During the initial days, he darted between the front and back courtyards. However, Zhao Dingling soon forbade him from stepping outside. If he played poorly, he was denied food. Within the confines of the Crimson Loft, each day resounded with Zhao Dingling's furious roars, for he was her most dismal student to date, in the front courtyard. Today, the Xianren of the Xiaoyao sect had reserved the venue entirely. The guests on the first floor were promptly cleared out, and handsome men and beautiful women lined the entrance and both sides of the corridor to welcome the visitors. Outside, Zhang Jinjin stood beside Li Qingqiu, appearing somewhat anxious. This time, the host was none other than the esteemed Fairy Welling from the Divine Seal Peak, known for her volatile temperament and penchant for violence. Rumor had it that she stormed into the Blood Fury Hall not long ago, only to be grievously injured. That IT was her junior sister, Tankwei, and her disciple, Hualiuyun, who braved the treacherous abyss of evil spirits to fetch medicine for her, thus saving her life. Jinjin, this gathering hosted by Master Yu, is from Mr. Wanwan of the Jingxiachu Academy. These Confucian scholars are known for their elegance. Remember to maintain decorum and do not be overly forward. Merely toast and present lychees. Zhang Jinjin nodded, mustering courage within himself. Li Qingqiu sighed. Zhang Jinjin was ultimately not as carefree and natural as Hualiuyun. She dared not hope for praise, only wishing that no mishaps would occur. Soon, several streaks of sword light descended before the fragrant pavilion. Yulinglong appeared, her figure voluptuous and exuding the intellectual beauty of a mature woman, reminiscent of the alluring charm of a blooming peony. Trailing behind her was Hualiuyun, looking considerably youthful, pouting in discontent with her master's choice of location. But on the other side stood several women clad in azure garments, imparting an air of serene tranquility. Particularly Wanwan, positioned at the forefront, exuded an elegant demeanor. Ah, Master Yu, welcome, welcome. Li Qingqiu approached, her face brimming with ingratiation. Zhang Jinjin hurriedly followed suit. Jinjin welcomes you all. Hualiuyun shot Zhang Jinjin a disdainful glance. Get lost, you pathetic sissy. Embarrassed, Zhang Jinjin trailed behind, his head lowered, not daring to respond. Upon entering the grand hall and ascending to the second floor, a series of fruit platters were presented, and the dancers gracefully entered the room, with Zhang Jinjin leading the performance, starting with a segment of Farewell, My Concubine. Yulinglong and Mr. Wanwan exchanged toasts, while Hualiuyun attended to Wanwan's students. The atmosphere was lively and joyous. Wanwan, you cannot imagine the bewilderment of the high-ranking officials at the Blood Fury Hall when I arrived. Without hesitation, I struck down my foes. Yulinglong boasted, her hands gesturing animatedly. Wanwan smiled gently, taking a sip from her cup d'eau. And how did Sister Linglong sustain her injuries? Yulinglong, mid-gesture, paused, her eyes narrowing slightly, and the ambience turned icy. Zhang Jinjin, dancing nervously, felt a sudden surge of murderous intent and stumbled to the ground. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhang Jinjin trembled and knelt, frantically bowing his head, embodying a picture of meekness. Dear guests, I did not mean to. Wanwan shook her head with a sigh. Boring. Yu Linglong glared at Zhang Jinjin, her irritation not stemming from his fall, but from the embarrassment he brought her as the host. Outside, Li Qingqiu felt her heart clench upon witnessing this scene. She quickly beckoned a nearby girl. Hurry, go to Dingling Pavilion and fetch Hualiuyun to save the situation. The girl, lifting her skirt, dashed toward the back courtyard. Who was Yu Linglong? The master of the Divine Seal Peak, infamous for a fiery temper. A mere displeasure could lead to the obliteration of their modest establishment. She navigated through corridors and courtyards. The furious curses from Dingling Pavilion audible from afar. Wrong, wrong. I told you to memorize the score. Not whatever this is. What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with such a dim-witted disciple? Sister Dingling, could it be the fault of the instrument? Perhaps the strings are improperly arranged. Hualiuyun muttered softly. You played it wrong. Huh, how absurd. I played it wrong. I'm a master of the guqin. You will play it 100 times today. You shall not sleep until then. Just then, the girl who had come for help finally reached the lower floor, panting as she knocked on the door. Sister Dingling, a serious matter has arisen. A significant figure has arrived in the front courtyard, and Zhang Jinjin cannot manage it. We need Hualuyun's assistance. The door swung open. Inside the hall, Zhao Dingling held a bamboo stick. Rolling up her sleeves, her eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging at her neck. Before her, Hualiuyun licked his lips innocently, gently caressing the guqin. Hearing the girl's words, Zhao Dingling abruptly turned to the door. Are you certain? If Zhang Jinjin cannot handle the client, how can this dimwit succeed? The girl at the door was taken aback by Zhao Dingling's demeanor. Is this truly the elegant and stunning courtesan of the fragrant pavilion? Why does she appear as if possessed? Sister Dingling, Hualuyun possesses his own merits. Hualiuyun raised his head slightly, defiantly looking at Zhao Dingling, murmuring, Indeed, I can play the guqin. You can play nothing. Zhao Dingling furiously hurled the bamboo stick to the ground, inhaling deeply as she approached the table and drained her cup of tea. What significant figure? Sister Dingling, it is the master of the Divine Seal Peak, Yu Linglong, and Mr. Wanwan from the Jinxiachu Academy. Zhao Dingling waved her hand dismissively. Go. Though Yu Linglong has a fiery temper, she will not indiscriminately harm the innocent. The Jinxiachu Academy upholds righteousness. They will not make things difficult for this young man. Play well and do not embarrass me. No, do not even mention that I taught you. Now, go quickly. Hualiuyun cradled the long guqin, performed a disciple's bow, and slowly retreated. Zhao Dingling poured herself another cup of cold tea. What a pretense. Stepping out of Dingling Pavilion, the setting sun cast its warm glow through the sheer fabric, illuminating Hualuyun's striking features. Zhao Dingling's personal maid, Aya, approached him, tidying his disheveled hair. Young master, if you have yet to master the instrument, you need not play. You could dance like Zhang Jinjin instead. With your looks, you would undoubtedly outshine him 100-fold. Would that not leave you Linglong and Mr. Wanwan utterly captivated? What of the teacher? Before you, they would all succumb. Hualiuyun nodded, confidence radiating from him. Do not worry. I have my own plans in the loft. Zhao Dingling could not help but interject. Plans? What plans? When out and about, do not claim me as your teacher, or I shall break your legs in the front courtyard within the private room of Cuso Pond. Zhang Jinjin and his troupe of dancers had finished their performance, while Li Qingqiu endeavored to soothe the guests. Fairy Yu, I sincerely apologize for Jinjin's indisposition today. He inadvertently offended you. I have arranged for our academy's esteemed talent, Hualuyun Qianshui, to attend to you. Yu Linglong stroked her chin thoughtfully. Recently, the Fragrant Pavilion had been fervently promoting its elite program, often mentioning Hualuyun Qianshui, claiming he was stunningly handsome and possessed unparalleled skills. What talents does Hualuyun Qianshui possess? Li Qingqiu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Allow me to elaborate. Our academy has recently introduced 4 male deities, Hualuyun Qianshui, Mufeng Wanin, Fian Xiaohua, and Jiji Tianzhu. Each excels in their respective arts, with Hualuyun Qianshui specializing in the guqin. He is, after all, a disciple of the esteemed Dingling, a master of the instrument. Upon hearing Li Qingqiu's words, the guests in the room displayed keen interest, even Morong appearing quite curious. After all, Zhao Dingling's guqin skills were renowned far and wide. Just then, the door creaked open at a young man clad in a simple, elegant white robe entered, carrying an ancient guqin. His long hair cascaded loosely over his shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance. His handsome visage bore a gentle smile, seamlessly blending into the festive atmosphere. Hualiuyun greets all esteemed guests. Hearing that the fairies are discussing profound matters, I have come to present a piece. The gathered cultivators all revealed faint smiles, quietly marveling at the eloquence displayed. Truly, the renowned Hualiuyun Qianshui, one of the four absolutes, possesses remarkable talent. Yuling Long unconsciously wore a smile, nodding repeatedly. Very well. I shall trouble you, young master. I Qingqiu slowly retreated. While Hualiuyun cast her a reassuring glance, he set down his guqin and seated himself on the floor. With a casual flick of his wrist, a plate of grapes flew into his hand. Thus, he indulged in the grapes with one hand while deftly plucking the strings of the guqin with the other. The initial notes flowed like the tinkling of spring water, gradually building into a magnificent crescendo, reminiscent of rolling thunder. His fingers quickened, and the melody became increasingly smooth. From the front row, Yuling Long called out, "Wonderful!" Though she could not comprehend the music, its powerful resonance left her deeply moved. Meanwhile, Wan's brows relaxed slightly. A connoisseur of the guqin herself, she had never before witnessed someone play with one hand. Reclining casually against the instrument while exuding an aura of freedom and ease that moment. Moroni was also entranced, not by Hualiuyun's beauty, but because he appeared strikingly familiar, as if she had seen him before. Unbeknownst to them, everyone in the room was captivated by the enchanting melodies. As Hualiuyun finished his grapes, the piece concluded, and the room erupted in applause. Indeed, as expected from Ding Ling's disciple. "Your performance was superb. What do you think, Wan? Wan chuckled, agreeing that it was delightful, though Hualiuyun played too swiftly for her to memorize much of the score. "Young Master Hualiuyun, might you play that piece once more?" Hualiuyun's lips curled into a smile that, of course, propping his chin with one hand, he resumed plucking the strings. Wan, who had been mentally noting the score, was momentarily taken aback that IT had changed. The music was just as wild and carefree, yet the content was clearly different from before. Furrowing her brow, she listened attentively from start to finish. IT could not be deemed the same piece, but rather entirely unrelated. "Young master, are you playing the same melody?" Hualiuyun replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is the same. But how can it be that after hearing it twice, each rendition is so distinct?" Hualiuyun's heart raced. Wan's discerning ear was impressive, for he could hardly recall what he had played the first time, and naturally, they were different. "Dear Wan, let me ask you, are there two leaves in this world that are identical?" "No. Then that settles it. One rendition was played earlier, and the other now. Of course, they are different. The wind is changeable, the clouds are ever shifting. Should I play again, it will still differ. Such is the way." Upon hearing Hualiuyun's words, the audience was struck with a sense of enlightenment. They felt they had grasped something, yet ultimately found themselves at a loss, shaking their heads in resignation. Young Master Hualuyun's state of mind is truly profound. "Haha," Wan praised. "Then allow me to play a piece titled Wild Wind for the esteemed ladies." Hualuyun laughed heartily, striking the strings with flair once more. Outside the private room, Li Qingqiu smiled, beckoning the maidens to arrange a dance. At the rear courtyard, Aya peeked through the door into the hall, and upon spotting Li Qingqiu, hurriedly approached. "Sister Li, Ding Ling has been pondering for quite some time and is somewhat uneasy. So she sent me to check that." Li Qingqiu's smile was radiant. "Haha, Aya, go back and tell Ding Ling that the guests are quite satisfied. Master Yu has praised Hualuyun's guqin skills endlessly." Hearing this, Aya's face was filled with skepticism. She was well aware of how Hualuyun had progressed. Over the past fortnight, he had nearly driven Zhao Ding Ling to despair. She softly ascended to the second floor, peeking through the crack of the door to see Hualuyun, one hand propping up his chin, the other plucking the strings. The music was chaotic like crashing waves, yet he sat there, calm and composed, exuding the aura of a master. His ethereal demeanor captivated the female cultivators. Aya was astonished. "Oh, is this guqin skill lacking, merely enhanced by his presence?" With this nonchalant demeanor, coupled with Miss Ding Ling's esteemed name, who would dare question even the worst performance? She gasped and slowly retreated down the stairs to report back to Zhao Dingling. As night deepened, the gathering concluded with laughter, all feeling quite content with the banquet. Wanwan even invited Hualiuyun to exchange Guqin techniques at the Jinshu Academy, though he politely declined. Master, I feel as if I've seen Luyun Qianshui somewhere before. Murong furrowed her brow in contemplation. Yuling Long cast a skeptical glance at Murong. Child, could it be that you were smitten? What do you mean, Scene? You aren't frequently visiting the fragrant pavilion. Are you? Upon hearing this, Murong hastily shook her head. Master, no, absolutely not. Inside the fragrant pavilion, everyone regarded Hualiuyun with reverence. He had thoroughly impressed them with his prowess, and as a result of this banquet, nearly all at the fragrant pavilion became acquainted with him. Who wouldn't want to befriend someone capable? Returning to his room, just as he was about to rest, a knock echoed at the door. Luyun, are you there? It's me, Sisterly. Hualiuyun opened the door to find Li Qingqiu glancing warily around before swiftly entering. She deftly produced a soundproof talisman and affixed it to the door, urging Hualiuyun to sit on the bed. With a grave expression, she began, Luyun, I have a secret to share. I am actually a spy sent by the Xianyu Kingdom to infiltrate this Qiuxian city, tasked with gathering intelligence. Just as Hualiuyun was about to speak, Li Qingqiu hurriedly covered his mouth. He was left utterly astonished. Sisterly, how much is the reward for bringing someone in? A sly grin appeared on Li Qingqiu's face. Ha ha, Luyun, you truly are clever. You guessed it. She raised 2 fingers. 50 spirit stones for 1 person, and I'll give you 20. The 2 of them chuckled mischievously under the covers. Here, this is your identity token as my Xianyu Kingdom's Jin Iwei Yuhan. Hualiuyun solemnly accepted the token. The token was pitch black, adorned with a demon's face on one side, and his name inscribed on the other. Sisterly, it seems you knew I would agree from the start. They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Subsequently, Li Qingqiu explained their secret signals, the rules to follow, and how to locate the organization should their superiors be compromised. After more than half an hour, Li Qingqiu finally took her leave. Hualiuyun sighed deeply. He had now attained a respectable identity, that of the Jin Iwei Yuhan of the Xianyu Kingdom, one that sounded quite impressive. Just as he was about to sleep, another knock resonated at the door. He had scarcely opened it when a man swiftly entered the room. The man acted quickly, shutting the door and applying a soundproof talisman. Luyun, don't panic, it's me, Sumu Feng. Hualiuyun lifted the candle holder to see the visitor, one of the 4 beauties nurtured by Li Qingqiu, known for his prowess in Go and striking appearance. Luyun, listen to me. I am Feng Ling from the Ting Feng Pavilion. I have observed your talents and wish to recruit you. Don't be too hasty in rejecting me. The Ting Feng Pavilion offers a monthly salary of 5 spirit stones, with meals and lodging covered, and a compensation of 3,000 spirit stones if you die. Such favorable terms are rare among factions. Hualiuyun gazed at the golden bell thrust into his hands, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty. 5 spirit stones a month. Such a lucrative opportunity. Could he truly bear to refuse? Mu Feng. Stop hesitating, just say yes or no. Hualiuyun gritted his teeth. 5 spirit stones and coverage for meals and lodging. I'm in. Su Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction, explaining the rules and signals of the Ting Feng Pavilion. Wait, Mu Feng, let me fetch some paper and a pen to jot this down. I'm worried I might forget. What do you mean forget? Luyun, you must memorize this. It's all top secret. Hualiuyun was left in a cold sweat, having just sent Su Mu Feng away when Zhang Jinjin arrived. Luyun, I'm actually from the New Shui Hall. What is the monthly salary? 5 spirit stones per month. Are you in? I'm in. Quickly tell me the signals. That night, Hualiuyun hardly slept as knocks continued to sound at his door. By dawn, he had received 7 or 8 tokens in his possession. As for the chaotic codes and rules, he has completely forgotten them, not retaining a single one in memory. However, he is quite clear about his remuneration. Roughly calculated, he discovers that he can receive a monthly salary exceeding 50 spirit stones, that he feels as though he has struck gold. Outside, upon hearing Hualiuyun's murmuring from within the room, Aya furrowed her brow and knocked on the door. Luyun, the young lady has sent me to urge you. It is already time for your piano lesson. Why are you not on your way? Are you feeling restless? Hualiuyun sleepily opened the door, his face marked by fatigue. Aya, May I take a day off today? I did not sleep well last night. I had tugged at his sleeve and turned towards the Dingling pavilion to know others are eager to have the young lady teach them. Yet she may not oblige that the or not be ungrateful for your blessings. All right. I am so tired. Sleeping aloud. Upon entering the Dingling pavilion, Hualiuyun yawned that in the main hall. Zhao Dingling turned around. She was clad in a fitted black robe, holding a raccoon mask in her hand. Luyun, I, the true self, am a member of the Luo network, and I formally invite you to join us. Instantly, Hualiuyun's drowsiness dissipated. Is there a chance to earn spirit stones? Sister Dingling, this job sounds quite challenging. The killer organization, Luo Network, is reputed to be all-seeing, a vast, invisible web woven over numerous nations and sections. Their assassins are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Hualiuyun, yawning as he listened to Zhao Dingling's boast about the might of the Luo Network, appeared quite fatigued. Luyun, do you wish to know anything further? Sister Dingling, what is the monthly salary? Zhao Dingling bit her silver teeth, realizing that despite her lengthy explanation, this fellow was only concerned with money. That we do not offer a monthly salary. It is a system of merit. The headquarters assigns tasks, and upon completion, the earnings are split 30-70 with the organization. After speaking, she tossed a yellow token to Hualiuyun. This signifies your admission. By the way, I have a book on assassination techniques. Would you like to learn? I suppose I could learn a bit. You seem rather reluctant. Who would dare? Assassination, as the term implies, is all about killing. Can a child kill an adult? Can a foundational cultivator kill a golden core, or even a nascent soul? The answer is yes. Cultivators of any realm have their vulnerabilities. A single strike can be fatal. Do not think that killing a golden core or nascent soul is impossible. Even an emperor could be slain. Sister Dingling, where is the emperor's vulnerability? Zhao Dingling turned her head, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Luyun, vulnerabilities need not be sought solely on the individual. They may lie with their wife, daughter, or distant relatives. Broaden your perspective. Hualiuyun inhaled sharply, realizing the sinister nature of these assassination techniques. Sister Dingling, are we to be the villains then? Luyun, have you ever seen a righteous sect residing in a brothel? Ah, indeed, it was so. The two exchanged glances, their pupils glinting with a cold light, as they both let out a low, sinister chuckle. For the next half-month, Hualiuyun found himself exceedingly busy. Each morning, he sought out the contacts of various factions for coded messages. At noon, he performed in the main hall of the Fragrant Pavilion. In the afternoon, he returned to the Dingling Pavilion for piano lessons. And at night, he practiced assassination techniques that he was so overwhelmed that he felt dizzy. As for the promise made to the little rabbit to return to the village, it had long been cast aside. His funds had all been spent on a great sword and night attire. Seeing Hualiuyun clad in night gear, sword in hand, and wearing a conical hat, Zhao Dingling nodded in satisfaction. It felt as if her well-raised son had finally achieved something significant. She adjusted Hualiuyun's collar and solemnly instructed, "For this mission, you are merely to make an appearance. Remember, do not rush to the front. When fighting, if you throw away your hat, be sure to retrieve it." After 2 weeks of training, the organization finally dispatched a mission to scout the defenses of the Water Mansion. For his first practical engagement, Hualiuyun merely followed along with the miscellaneous foot soldiers, finding it not too challenging. Curiously, he asked, "Sister Dingling, why are they targeting the Water Mansion?" Zhao Dingling pondered for several seconds before revealing, "It is not just our Luo network that is keeping an eye on the Water Mansion. There are over 10 factions involved. It is rumored that the Water Clan is a remnant of the Flower Goddess Palace's Crusaders from years past, possessing one of the 3 great legacies of the Crusaders, the Koshian Talisman." Upon hearing the name of the Koshian Talisman, Hualiuyun's pupils constricted. That name seemed strangely familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Then, Sister Dingling, I shall go to... As Hualiuyun turned to leave, Zhao Dingling, still feeling somewhat uneasy, cautioned, "Remember to retrieve your cloak." Exiting the Fragrant Pavilion, he made his way to the city center, where it is said the Water family is the foremost family in Chiosian City, boasting immense strength and occupying the most central position in the city. Hualiuyun had never been there, but he always remembered the little rabbit's words. When unsure, one should ask more. Do not be overly shy when outside. "Excuse me, Do you know how to get to the water mansion? An elderly man holding a candied hawthorn looked at Hualiuyun with suspicion. This fellow is dressed in night attire, boldly asking for directions to the home of the foremost family in Hualiuyun City. Are assassins this audacious these days? Young man, what business do you have with the Water family? Upon receiving a response from the old man, Hualiuyun hastily rummaged in his pocket and presented a token before him. Good sir, I am an assassin of the Luo network, heading there for a mission. The old man was taken aback. This assassin was remarkably sincere, seeming completely unaware of how to refuse. Continue down this street. Take a left at the second intersection and walk about 300 to 400 meters. The largest mansion will be there. Hualiuyun's eyes brightened. This route was the same as that of the kind-hearted lady who had once lent him aid. Suddenly, he found himself missing the little maid who fed him daily. Good sir, how much for a skewer of candied hawthorn? I will take 3.1 spirit stone per skewer. Are you robbing me? Sir, if you do not pay. I shall inform the Water Mansion that a Luo network assassin is asking for directions to their residence. Hualiuyun's expression fluctuated. Indeed, the outside world was far too complex. It lacked the sincerity of his village. These 3 spirit stones served as a lesson learned. Just as he was about to leave with his candied hawthorn, a red umbrella gracefully descended, under which Zhao Dingling looked on with a puzzled expression as she observed Hualiuyun's departing figure. She turned to the old man. Have you noticed anything unusual? The old man, burdened with candied hawthorn, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Little Ling, he is entirely abnormal. There is not a single aspect that is ordinary. With a serious expression, he continued, however, the most peculiar thing is the hidden ferocity lurking in the depths of his eyes. Zhao Dingling frowned at the old man. Are you suggesting that his seemingly innocent exterior is merely a fade? The old man shook his head. No, I mean to say that this fellow has been repressing himself. He is actually quite violent, with a bellicose gene hidden in his bloodline. Remember when his compatriot called him home? He naturally disregarded that matter. In his subconscious, he revels in karma. Zhao Dingling swallowed hard. She had heard of practitioners avoiding karma, but this was the first time she had heard of someone reveling in it. It was said that long ago, there existed a place called the Dragon Kingdom, where the people delighted in spectating. Regardless of whether people were arguing or fighting, even if ants were battling, they would gather to watch, enjoying seeds while commenting on the spectacle. Could it be that Hualiuyun is a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom? Pondering this, she inquired the old man once more, is there an issue with his identity? The old man scoffed. Coming from the village, what issue could there be? Cultivate him well. Although his aptitude is lacking, he possesses great courage. Just look at him, daring to brandish the Luo network tokens so openly on the street. Who else would do such a thing? Zhao Dingling rubbed her forehead and turned her gaze back to the direction in which Hualiuyun had departed. She saw him casually attaching his sword to his waist. Munching on candied hawthorn, his eyes reflecting an innocent simplicity. Violent. What a load of nonsense that he blended into this world of cultivation like a husky among wolves. 1, 2, at the second intersection, turn left, counting the streets. He turned a corner and walked several hundred meters before Hualiuyun found himself frozen in place. This was the residence of that kind-hearted lady. At this moment, the main gate of the Water Mansion stood firmly closed. Despite several isolation formations being in place, one could still faintly hear the sounds of battle from within. Some factions have already lost patience and launched an assault. A stream of blood trickled out through the crack of the door, staining the flustered face of Hualiuyun crimson. He clutched his hair tightly, his scalp itching as if his mind were about to awaken anew. Gazing at his reflection, tinged red, his breath became slightly rapid. Tremors coursed through his body, reminiscent of the first time he had witnessed the corpses scattered throughout Shijiatan. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him, compelling him to turn and flee. Little beggar, here is some osmanthus cake that my family no longer wants. Oh, you're back at the doorstep again. I owe you something. Wait while I fetch you a chicken leg from the kitchen. The words of the little maid, Yinduo, echoed in his mind. His foot hesitated, halting him in his tracks. Blood flowed over the steps beneath him, and to his astonishment, he was smiling in the reflection. No. He was undeniably terrified, yearning to escape. Why then was he smiling? Why? Why indeed? He pivoted, his boots clattering against the ground. treading through the blood, feeling its sticky residue. His hands trembled violently as he slowly pushed the door open. Who? A hooded monk turned to face him from within. He barked a command, ready to strike, only to be pierced through the throat by a skewer meant for candied fruit. Clutching his neck, the sword slipped from his grasp as he sank to his knees before Hualiuyun. Hualiuyun's hand shook, his entire body quaked. Fear had gripped him utterly, his heart racing as if it had leapt into his throat. Upon entering the courtyard, 2 more assassins lunged at him. Clang! A flash of cold light erupted, and 2 heads soared into the air, leaving Hualiuyun sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Breathing heavily, he assured himself, "Do not fear, do not fear." He steadied himself with the sword, glancing toward the grand halls at the back of the courtyard. Chaos reigned everywhere. It was evident that multiple factions had invaded the Shui family estate. Swallowing hard, he dragged his sword forward. Yinduo, are you still alive? It's me. I've come to rescue you." Clang. The sound of swords clashing echoed as black-clad figures fell at his feet, their eyes wide open, unblinking in death. "Yinduo, I'm so scared." "Where are you? Where are you?" "In a storeroom." Yinduo, clutching a dagger, heard someone call her name and cautiously opened the door. As she peeked out, she was met with a scene of unimaginable horror. Hualiuyun stood in the corridor, his eyes hollow, blood dripping from his hat. His gaze was vacant, a grotesque smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing the door creak open, his vacant eyes turned towards her, sparks flickering within his pupils. Strange, eerie, bang! Yinduo slammed the door shut, collapsing against it, her trembling hands unable to steady the dagger. She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was too terrifying. She was shaking uncontrollably. Yet, she dared not cry out, for that monstrosity was fixated on her door. It was hunting for prey. In the corridor, Hualiuyun stared quizzically at the storeroom door. Had that been Yinduo? The sight of a familiar face eased some of his fear as he rushed towards the door, pushing against It wouldn't budge. Spotting a nearby window, he hesitated before leaning in, only to collide directly with Yinduo, who was peering out, his lips split into a grin, his face lighting up with surprise, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Yinduo!" A piercing scream erupted, and Yinduo stumbled backward. Just in time, Hualiuyun reached through the window, grasping her arm. "Yinduo, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." He pulled her through the window, but she had already fainted, reminded of the various trials he faced in the city of seeking immortals. He realized that only Yinduo and the lady had treated him with kindness, their goodwill selfless and pure. Hualiuyun was a man of gratitude, his resolve solidified. Today, even if the king of heaven himself were to appear, he would fight his way out with Yinduo. When is a person at their most powerful? When their heart holds a conviction. Though Hualiuyun was merely at the foundational level of cultivation, relying on his mastery of Confucianism, Taoism, and martial arts, he forged a bloody path through the chaos. Wherever the vibrant aura of righteousness flowed, ghosts and gods recoiled, and the techniques of 100 battles fueled his relentless spirit. Despite dragging Yinduo with one hand and wielding a sword with the other, he continued to cleave through enemies, leaving a trail of severed heads. He fought his way from the front yard to the back, until the entire Shui estate fell silent, the stench of blood overwhelming. Gazing at the carnage, he listened to the low hum of insects. The last black-clad figure collapsed before him, their bloodied hand leaving a crimson mark on his clothing. He still trembled, his body racked with quakes. Was he afraid? Yes, he was terrified, his entire being seized by spasms. Outside the Shui estate, in a narrow alley, a group of men donned in black cloaks and hats crouched by the wall. They were the assassins of the net of spiders. Leading them was the earth character assassin, Xiaoyao, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. He was rumored to have assassinated a transcendent deity with a single strike of his relaxed sword. Showcasing immense power, he appeared anxious at this moment. The inheritance of the knock on heaven talisman was singular. After the Rage Blood sect lured the Shui matriarch out of the city of seeking immortals, 7 or 8 factions had already stormed the Shui estate. The Rage Blood sect, the Xianyue kingdom, the Listen to the Wind pavilion, the Lord's mansion, and even the Zhu family of the Xiaoyao sect had secretly dispatched men. Now, only their net of spiders had yet to make an entrance. Has Li's subordinate not arrived? He frowned, surveying his companions that a chorus of assassins shook their heads in response. Not seen. Neither have I done. Could they have gone in ahead? The group buzzed with uncertainty, all claiming they had seen nothing. At this moment, someone suggested, "Boss, although those factions have entered, they've left people outside to assist. Should we eliminate them?" He made a gesture across his throat. Xiaoyao shot him a glare, reprimanding him sharply. "Put away your foolish thoughts. You want to offend so many factions? Don't drag me down with you." After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyao decided not to wait any longer. Had he not promised Li to allow her disciple to witness the world, he would have charged in already. The knock on heaven talisman was a method that directly pointed towards the emperor. It was said that if mastered completely, one could ascend to immortality and open the gates of heaven. If he missed such an opportunity to please a woman, he would never forgive himself. No more waiting. "Follow me into the fray." He unsheathed his sword and advanced toward the gates of the Shui estate. Just then, the crimson gates swung open and a figure clad in a similar hat emerged slowly from within. Blood and bits of flesh cascading from his hat, his black attire drenched in blood, his sword marred with chips and fragments of bone, he grasped a woman's hand, dragging a bloodied, mangled figure behind him. The source of the blood unclear, whether it belonged to her or others, but the scene was utterly tragic. The man trembled, his entire being quaking, fear evident in his eyes. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, he froze momentarily, silently adjusting his hat to cover half of his face, presenting an appearance of social anxiety. Xiaoyao's brow furrowed as he leaned closer to inspect Hualuyun's face, and "Oh, need to hide. I've already seen your face. You are Li's disciple." Hualuyun's voice quivered with emotion. "Xiaoyao, is that you? You've finally arrived. There are corpses everywhere inside. It's terrifying." Hualuyun's fear was genuine. He was acutely aware that he had stirred up a monumental disaster. The assassins within the Shui estate did not belong to a single faction. At least 7 or 8 different uniforms were present. Yet, acting in self-defense, he had killed them all. Who could contain the fallout from this? Now he could only hope that Zhao Dingling of the nascent soul stage would protect him. Otherwise, when those factions came seeking vengeance, he would be torn to shreds. Xiaoyao glanced at the long sword in Hualuyun's hand, now battered and chipped, his expression shifting dramatically. "Are all the people inside dead?" Yes. You did this?" I didn't mean to." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the novice that Li had mentioned? He was utterly taken aback. He glanced back at the door without a moment's hesitation, leaving without a trace of reluctance. The majority of factions surrounding the city of seeking immortals had suffered losses here that if they retaliated, not even he, at the nascent soul stage, nor a transcendent deity, would escape unscathed. "Senior, wait for me." Upon witnessing the hurried escape of the crowd from the Luo network, Hualuyun swiftly picked up the cloud and gave chase. Xiaoyao turned his head, his expression menacing. "You are my senior. Do not follow me. Step aside, step aside." Hualuyun stood rigidly in the middle of the road, experiencing that familiar sensation of abandonment for the 4th time. The first instance was when he was cast aside in Shangba village. The second during his acceptance as a disciple at the Flying Immortal Holy Land. The third when Tankway left him behind at the Disciple Recruitment Plaza. And now, the 4th instance was at this very moment. He slightly raised his hand to lift his hat, narrowing his eyes into a thin slit. This feeling was exceedingly displeasing. Ahead, Xiaoyao suddenly halted. He was at the nascent soul stage, while Hualuyun was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet at that moment, he felt a twinge of deathly trepidation. What was going on? What was this fellow up to? He awkwardly turned his head. "Well, the mission is over. Time to go home. Go home now. Go seek your sister, Li. You did splendidly. Quite commendable. A brave assassin indeed." With that, Xiaoyao quickened his pace and, with a few leaps, vanished from Hualuyun's sight, followed by his entourage who scattered in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Hualuyun stood there, somewhat bewildered. Was the mission truly finished? Just then, a flash of light appeared in the center of the street, as a barefoot woman approached, each step accompanied by the delightful sound of jingling bells. Hualuyun turned his head to look at her, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a wind chime. "Are you from the Listening Wind Pavilion?" The woman paused for a moment. "Ah, yes." "Are you the only one who made out alive?" Hualiuyun stiffly nodded. "Did you obtain the immortal tapping talisman?" "Never mind. I assume a foundation establishment practitioner like Hualiuyun possess such capability." After posing her question, the woman swiftly darted into the estate. Next came a masked man wielding a brocade spring knife. Armed with experience this time, Hualiuyun promptly produced his token. "Sir, I am a ghost of the Jinyui. This is my insignia." The man glanced at the token and asked the same question. "Are you the only one who made out alive?" "Yes, sir." The man sighed and flew into the water mansion. Hualiuyun sniffled and, cradling the cloud, made his way toward the fragrant pavilion. During his journey of approximately 700 to 800 meters, he encountered several groups of people, and fortunately, they all wore uniforms, preventing him from mistakenly presenting the wrong token. The city lord's mansion, with its towering watchtower piercing the heavens, loomed over the vastness of Hualiuyun City, which lay exposed beneath. I could see that moment. A young man leaned against the watchtower's railing, observing the unfolding scenes outside the water mansion. He was none other than Li Xinghe, the city lord of Hualiuyun City and the saint child of the Shaoyao sect. From an outsider's perspective, Hualuyun's maneuvers could only be described as legendary. The 7 or 8 factions operatives outside consistently managed to avoid colliding with one another for various reasons, thereby allowing Hualuyun's dubious conduct of holding multiple positions to avoid catastrophe. It seemed that fortune was ever in his favor. However, upon closer inspection, a contradiction emerged. Although these factions did not clash, there was an unseen force in the universe compelling them to uncover Hualuyun's true nature. How intriguing. The child of destiny, one who is not favored by the heavens. The young man's brow furrowed. Finding his own words peculiar to child of destiny should be a favored one. Yet this particular child was evidently targeted by the very forces of nature. Tianji number 8. Can you discern a situation? A mechanical voice resonated within Li Xinghe's mind. Ding, the target is not a child of destiny from this realm, but rather an external one. Li Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. Can the luck value of an external child of destiny be plundered? Affirmative, scanning the target's luck value. Ding, luck value scanning in progress. Target's luck value. 999999. Warning, alert, detection data overload. System malfunctioning. Tianchuan Technology is updating your system. Please await instructions. That Li Xinghe abruptly stood, his body trembling. Ordinary individuals possess a luck value of merely 1 or 200. Those with exceptional fortune might have 1 or 2,000, while the rarest prodigies might reach just over 100,000. Yet, what did he see? Hualuyun's luck value had exceeded the limits, causing the system to crash. This damned nouveau riche. How could there be so much luck? It was outrageous. He felt as though he were gazing at a mountain of gold beckoning to him. He stepped onto the railing, leaping forth, his figure vanishing from the watchtower in an instant. When he reappeared, it was right before Hualiuyun. "Sir, please hold on. I am Li Xinghe, the saint child of the Shaoyao sect." He intended to detain Hualiuyun under the pretext of his disturbances in Hualiuyun City, yet he found Hualiuyun already rummaging through his belongings. The familiar motion, combined with that blend of foolishness and shrewdness in his eyes, caused Li Xinghe to momentarily freeze. In no way. This fellow can't still be a disciple of the Shaoyao sect, can he? At that moment, each item Hualiuyun extracted from his bosom tugged at Li Xinghe's heartstrings. There was a token inscribed with ghost, a wind chime, a blood talisman, an assassin's order, and a white paper fan. Found it. After stuffing these various items into his bosom, Hualiuyun produced a disciple token from Shaoyao sect. "Senior brother, I am your junior brother." Li Xinghe, incredulous, leaned forward to take a look. Good heavens, it truly is a Shaoyao sect token, and not just any ordinary outer sect disciple's token. It clearly states true inheritance disciple of Baiwa Peak. This cannot be fabricated. He snatched the token from Hualuyun's hand, inspecting it repeatedly. "You really are a disciple of Master Tang. How is this possible? Master Tang has never accepted disciples. How can this be?" A tear trickled from the corner of Hualuyun's eye, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance at that moment. "Senior brother, after Master accepted me, she returned, and I have been unable to find the mountain gate. forced to wander in Hualiuyun City to make ends meet. I had to take on several odd jobs, but they are exceedingly difficult. They made me commit murder. Do you understand? They made me kill. Seeing Hualiuyun's woeful demeanor, Li Xinghe was at a loss for words. So, the odd jobs you undertook involved simultaneously working as a spy for 7 or 8 factions. In the face of Hualiuyun's lamentation, Li Xinghe found himself utterly unable to empathize to plunder the other's luck. He must suppress Hualiuyun, leaving him utterly ineffectual. However, now that Hualiuyun had revealed his identity as Tang Kuei's disciple, Li Xinghe dared not take a hard stance, while he was not afraid of Tang Kuei herself. The matters concerning the Xiaoyao sect were intertwined. Provoking Tang Kuei would mean provoking her close friend Yuling Long and her devoted follower Zhu Zizai, as well as his own master, Tang Kachin. Unbeknownst to Hualiuyun, who felt as if he had finally found his kinship, he radiated enthusiasm. Shedding his night attire, he pulled Li Xinghe towards the fragrant pavilion. "Senior brother, it's rare for you to visit. Let us have a drink at my workplace. I'll introduce you to a few sisters. Just mention my name, and you'll receive a 20% discount." Li Xinghe, half-heartedly following beside Hualiuyun, pondered his strategy. "Junior brother, where do you work?" "At the fragrant pavilion. We're here." "Li Jie, I brought a friend. Please book a private room for me." "Sister Hua, come quickly." Hualiuyun boldly entered the fragrant pavilion, handing the blood-stained cloud to Li Qingqiu. "Li Jie, this cloud is my savior. Please take care of her for a moment while I entertain my senior brother." Li Qingqiu accepted the cloud. Her gaze met Li Xinghe's, causing her to tremble in fright, nearly losing her footing. Qingqiu has met Saint Child Xing, Li Xinghe, being both the Saint Child of Xiaoyao sect and the city lord of Hualiuyun City. Was indeed familiar to her. If their operatives were captured by the Xiaoyao sect, the consequences were all too predictable. How had Hualiuyun brought this individual along on his mission? Was he not courting death? "Luyun, is Saint Child Xinghe your senior brother?" "Indeed." "Li Jie, I'll come back to find you later." He said this without waiting for Li Qingqiu's response, dragging Li Xinghe upstairs to a private room. Li Xinghe surveyed the fragrant pavilion, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. No, it was more than just astonishment. It was sheer shock. Hualiuyun's actions had utterly shattered his worldview. "Junior brother, you work here? Does your master know?" Mentioning his master made Hualiuyun's eyes well up with tears once more. "Senior brother, my master is unaware. When you return, make sure to tell her to come to the fragrant pavilion to pick me up." Li Xinghe's expression fluctuated, his gaze upon Hualiuyun filled with bewilderment. "You want Tang Kuei to come to the fragrant pavilion to fetch you? That is the most beautiful woman of the Xiaoyao sect, renowned throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages as the Ice Fairy, pure and untainted, standing apart from the world. Should she discover that her disciple is employed in a brothel, it would not be surprising if she brought ruin upon this city of seeking immortality. Sometimes righteous cultivators act even more ruthlessly than those of the demonic path to preserve their reputations. Junior brother, have you ever considered seeking alternative employment? If you are in need of funds, I could certainly assist you. Must we continue in this line of work?" Upon hearing this, Hualiuyun was deeply moved. He sighed inwardly at the abundance of good people in this world. Although he and Li Xinghe were sworn brothers, their bond was merely one of chance acquaintance. How could he accept money from someone who offered it so readily? "Senior brother, how much spirit stones can you provide me monthly?" Li Xinghe calculated for a moment. The Xiaoyao sect's monthly stipend for menial disciples is but 1 spirit stone, while outer disciples receive 5 and true disciples receive 10. He raised 3 fingers before Hualiuyun. 300. Upon hearing Hualiuyun's response, Li Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. "What 300? He meant 3. Damn it, who has inflated this fellow's appetite to such an extent? Did he think his family operated a spirit stone mine?" "Junior brother, I meant 3." Upon hearing 3, Hualiuyun's excited expression quickly darkened, a swift transformation. "Senior brother, I currently juggle 7 or 8 part-time jobs, including food and accommodation reimbursements. Along with fieldwork bonuses, I earn 400 to 500 spirit stones each month. So I do not need those 3. How much?" Li Xinghe's eyes bulged in shock. 400 to 500? What a joke. Even the city lord's monthly income does not reach that figure. Witnessing Li Xinghe's disbelief, Hualiuyun began counting on his fingers his astonishment. His monthly income actually exceeded 500, nearing 600 spirit stones. Junior brother, are you including the earnings from your clientele? Is that truly appropriate? Senior brother, I am the sole, true inheritor of the Qin art in our establishment. Those earnings are rightfully mine. Xingha's expression stiffened. It seemed futile to persuade his companion to leave the aroma pavilion. With a monthly income of 500 spirit stones, and considering Hualiuyun was merely the lowest-ranking undercover agent, should he advance, his earnings would only increase. Who could resist such temptation? Many foundation-building cultivators would never amass such wealth in their entire lives. Junior brother, do they have openings for undercover agents? Senior brother, do not jest. You are the holy son of the Xiaoyao sect. The two shared laughter and exchanged drinks. After feasting, Hualiuyun helped Li Xinghe to the entrance. Xiaomi, come and settle the bill for young Master Xinghe. Hualiuyun called out to the counter, and a garishly dressed, unattractive woman hurriedly approached him. Luyun, Sister Li said that young Master Xinghe's meal is on the house. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's lips curled into a slight smile. Although he did not earn as much as Hualiuyun, he certainly did not have to pay for his meal in this city of seeking immortality. Who would dare demand payment from the city lord? Hualiuyun's brow furrowed as he leaned in to whisper to Xiaomi. Will I still receive my commission? Xiaomi hesitated. If no money is collected, then there should be no commission. Upon hearing this, Hualiuyun immediately protested. He had spent several hours accompanying guests. How could he possibly not receive a commission? He pushed Xiaomi aside and laughed as he draped an arm around Li Xinghe's shoulder. Haha, senior brother, I persuaded our boss to give you a 70% discount. So, you only need to pay 20 spirit stones at no. Junior brother, I just heard that Xiaomi. Senior brother, you must have misheard. Senior brother, where are your spirit stones? The two engaged in playful tugging. After a while, at the entrance of the aroma pavilion, Li Xinghe stood dazed in the street, feeling a chill in his heart. What was he here for? Right, to intercept Hualiuyun's fortune. Instead, he had not captured any fortune, but had inexplicably spent 20 spirit stones at the aroma pavilion and even ordered a male model. No, wasn't it supposed to be Hualiuyun treating him to a meal? Why was he the one paying, and also covering Hualiuyun's service tip? Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he quickly turned to look back inside the establishment, only to find that Hualiuyun had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, I encountered a scammer in the cultivation world. Hualiuyun, I will report you to the Baiwa Peak. You scoundrel, the shopkeeper clearly stated I was exempt from payment. And yet you dared to touch my wallet. He cursed vehemently, consumed by indignation. It was not that he, as the esteemed holy son of the Xiaoyao sect, could not afford these few spirit stones. It was simply disgusting, utterly revolting. I must lodge a complaint. He was determined to seek redress in the back courtyard of the aroma pavilion. Having sent Li Xinghe away, Hualiuyun hurried to a side room. Inside, the maid had already cleaned Yinduo of any blood and dressed her in a white gown. However, the little girl, having been excessively frightened today, still huddled on the bed, trembling as she hugged her knees. Yinduo, are you feeling better? Upon seeing Hualiuyun, the little girl pouted and suddenly leaped into his embrace, sobbing softly. Little beggar, I thought I was going to die. Assassins, everywhere were assassins, especially that one with the hat. His face was covered in blood, and he was smiling at me. I'm so scared, so scared. Hualiuyun embraced Yinduo, gently patting her back to comfort her. It's all right, Yinduo, do not be afraid. It's all over now, as long as I am here. That hat-wearing scoundrel. No, wait, I seem to be the one wearing the hat. The little girl in his arms stiffened, her previously soft body suddenly tense. Noticing her fright returning, he offered further reassurances. Fortunately, Hualiuyun had experience with children. Back in Shamba village, which child was not under his care while the parents worked in the fields? Not to mention, he had raised a little rabbit, the goddess of the flying immortal Holy Land, whom the young master, Zhu Qianming, frequently mentioned. He had cared for her since infancy, and in their village, diapers were shared. He was the eldest, and the others used what he had already used. After ensuring Yinduo was asleep, Hualiuyun gently covered her with a blanket. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping girl, he could not help but think of the little friends back in the village. They were 15 future emperors. As their elder brother, he felt an immense pressure, but he still had to strive harder. He was merely at the foundation-building stage and had no idea how long it would take to catch up with them. Hualiuyun sighed. He possessed a strong sense of pride and an even stronger competitive spirit. He did not cultivate for longevity or to move mountains or fill seas, but to ensure he would not hold back his younger siblings. Zhao Dingling was right. Everyone has vulnerabilities. Even the emperors he did not wish to become their weakness in the future. Approaching the table, he took out a book from his pocket and began to peruse it. The cover bore the bold lettering, knocking on the immortal talismans. After only a glance, he was captivated by the introduction to the talismans. The book detailed a plethora of talismans, ranging from summoning thunder and lightning to rapid teleportation. All basic applications. More powerful talismans could even knock upon the gates of immortality, allowing one to ascend to the immortal realm. This book primarily discussed the operational rules of the talismans. The kind of talismans one could comprehend depended on their own enlightenment. Hualiuyun's eyes sparkled with golden light. In terms of physical constitution and spiritual roots, he might not surpass the world's heroes, but in terms of comprehension, if the world's understanding shared a single scale, he alone would possess 12 units, leaving the rest of creation indebted to him by 2 units. In one possessed greater comprehension than Ida. Let's see if I can first study a rapid movement talisman. Without hesitation, he began to manipulate the air, sensing the flow of energy. After several breaths, a flash of golden light illuminated his eyes as he raised his hand, sketching several characters in the void. Done, Hualiuyun exclaimed, and the rapid movement talisman flew forth, adhering to his calf. In an instant, upon the talisman's activation, he indeed felt a transformation, his face reflecting astonishment. What incredible speed! A fly zipped past his ear, moving with a velocity akin to thunder, nearly eluding his gaze as a foundation-building cultivator. It was utterly terrifying. Could it be that my rapid movement talisman has a vast coverage area, affecting the fly? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He lifted his leg and headed toward the door. After a long day, it was time to rest. Stepping out of Yin Duo's room, he raised his head to gaze at the horizon. He was instantly struck with awe there, at the eaves of the house, amidst the hazy mountains. A sliver of dawn was slowly rising. Why rapid movement talisman can even influence the flow of time? How could this be? The entire world seemed to accelerate. In the small courtyard, the early risers toiled busily, their movements swift and nimble. They whizzed past Hualiuyun like the wind. His face was a mask of astonishment. Mouth agape, silently lamenting the prowess of the enchanting talismans, from the perspective of others. As Hualiuyun stepped forward, it took him several breaths before his feet finally touched the ground, moving as slowly as a snail. His expression of shock transforming with an almost comical slowness, exuding an air of absurdity. Qingqiu approached Hualiuyun, hands on her hips, brow furrowed. Luyun, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Did you sustain serious injuries yesterday? Hualiuyun opened his mouth, but struggled to utter a single word. Concerned, Li Qingqiu hoisted him up and flew towards Dingling Pavilion. Faster, too fast, sisterly. I can't take it. Slow down, please, at the Hualiuyun sect. On the 100 Flowers Peak, the air was filled with peach blossoms, and the paths were lined with azaleas. In the wilderness, lilies danced in a breeze. Here, there were no seasonal blooms, only a perpetual riot of colors. A breathtaking spectacle. Tang Kuei strolled through the flower forest, butterflies flitting around her in a graceful dance, colorful birds circling above her head, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, captivating beyond compare. She descended the mountain leisurely, exuding a sense of ease and contentment. In the sky, a beam of sword light streaked by, and Murongyu landed beside her, skipping joyfully as she took her arm. Master Ant, where are you off to? Tang Kuei affectionately ruffled Murongyu's hair. I just take on a disciple. I'm going down the mountain to fetch him. The thought of her disciple begging in Xiaoxian City made Tang Kuei's cheeks twitch with anger. To live a life is to maintain one's face. The peak master of the Hualiuyun sect, she valued her reputation greatly. Yet now, her disciple was shamefully begging under her name, and the mere thought of it filled her with unease. Mentioning this disciple turned Murongyu's expression sour. Recently, She had hosted a banquet at the fragrant pavilion for the prestigious Jinxiu Academy, and upon returning, she couldn't shake the feeling that Luoyun Qianshui seemed oddly familiar. It wasn't until a few days ago that she finally recalled. That rascal was indeed the disciple her master aunt had abandoned in Qiuxian City for the past few days. This realization had plagued her appetite. To beg under Tang Kuei's name was already humiliating enough, but now he was also frequenting brothels for drinks. She feared that if her master aunt found out, it might just kill her. Master aunt, how about we take on another disciple and forget about him? I spent 300 spirit stones yesterday at a nearby small sect to get you 2 prodigies, each a once-in-a-millennium genius. With that, Hualiuyun clapped her hands, and a formation on the mountain path shifted, revealing a youthful boy of around 16 or 17 years. His features were youthful, and though he donned simple attire, an air of nobility inadvertently emanated from him. Disciple Yu Chun, paying respects to master. Tang Kuei looked at Hualiuyun with an odd expression, that if she wasn't mistaken, the lad before her was the rare, unyielding divine king body. This was what 300 spirit stones could procure. Just as she was about to speak, another small figure appeared on the mountain path, a girl seemingly around 8 or 9, her hair styled in a bun, looking exquisitely delicate. Hey, she panted as she climbed the mountain path, exerting considerable effort to reach Tang Kuei. Disciple Zhu Yin, paying respects to master. Hualiuyun tugged at Tang Kuei's sleeve. Master aunt, this one is a gift. No money was exchanged, seeing the pair kneeling before her. Tang Kuei shot Hualiuyun a fierce glare. She was accustomed to her solitary existence. Teaching disciples was not her forte, and it felt akin to leading them astray. However, teaching 1 or 2 was still teaching, and she thought she might give it a try. Rise. For now, stay on the mountain. I will go down to find your senior brother and then arrange for your training. Upon hearing there was a senior brother, Zhu Yin's face lit up with joy at her age. She naturally adored lively company. Yu Chun, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. At just 16, he had seen much, and few things could stir his emotions in this world. Yes, master. The 2 stood up, and just as Tang Kuei was about to take flight, Hualiuyun held her back again. Master aunt, Yu Chun and Zhu Yin have just arrived. You should let them familiarize themselves with 100 Flowers Peak. I'll go fetch that scoundrel down the mountain. Observing Hualiuyun's urgency, Tang Kuei felt somewhat unusual. It seemed this disciple was quite invested in her wayward disciple. Perhaps, with this thought, Tang Kuei couldn't help but marvel at the inexplicable nature of love. Amidst the mountain of prodigies, she had not given a single glance. Yet here she was, concerned about a slacker. Descending the mountain and entering the city, Hualiuyun swiftly arrived at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion. Today, no matter what, she would drag that scoundrel back. That a cold light flickered in her eyes as she called out sternly into the building. Hualiuyun, get out here this instant. In the hall, hearing his name called, Hualiuyun rushed to the entrance, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Hualiuyun. He hurried forward, pulling her into the establishment. Oh, Sister Mu, come in quickly. There's a private room on the 2nd floor. Qing Feng Longyue. Hurry, bring me the zither. Today I shall play a tune for Sister Mu, Blossoms, and the full moon. Hualiuyun, half pushed and half dragged upstairs, appeared visibly flustered. Hualiuyun, let go of me. I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Antang. As the chief of 100 Flowers Peak, how can you be gallivanting in a brothel? Sister Mu, should the fruit platter be large or small? Large, I suppose. No. Don't change the subject. I'm here to settle the score with you. Xiaomi, bring out the large fruit platter, and someone, perform a dance for Golden Wind and Jade Dew. As the dance troupe entered, the table filled with peanuts and sunflower seeds, and beautiful maidens began to knead her shoulders while Hualiuyun peeled grapes for her. This life is 100 times more pleasurable than the austere existence on a mountain. With such indulgence, as night fell, she enjoyed the dances, feasted on delicacies, sipped fine wine, and had handsome attendants pampering her. Playing numerous games, all while paying with spirit stones. Standing at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, a cold wind blew. What a delightful day! She turned and took a few steps toward the city gate before suddenly halting. Wait! I came here to bring Hualiuyun back. What have I done? Hualiuyun turned to glare at the fragrant pavilion, gritting her teeth in anger as it flushed her cheeks once more. Just as she was about to turn back, she patted her flat purse, feeling a shiver run down her spine. This cursed place, even a dog must spend 2 spirit stones to enter. Now penniless. As she gazed at the shabby brothel, it appeared to her as a monstrous beast ready to devour her. Forget it. No money today. I'll let you off this time. Cursing under her breath, she took flight, sword in hand, and turned to leave on the watchtower of the city lord's mansion. Li Xinghe witnessed this scene, holding onto the railing, laughing uncontrollably. Huh. Oh, more on you. How amusing. You stormed in angrily to capture someone, only to be tricked into spending. He laughed until he could barely stand, his face flushed with mirth. After a lengthy bout of laughter, he finally calmed down and turned to see a figure clad in blood-red armor slowly emerging from the shadows. Spread the news of Hualiuyun's descent into debauchery. He dares to swindle my spirit stones. I want him to be utterly disgraced. The man in red frowned. Holy Son, while women may inflict some damage to his reputation, can the same be said for men? Seeing the man hesitate, Li Xinghe shot him an irate glare. What is wrong with men? Can they lack all boundaries, morals, and principles? What kind of worldview do you have? Don't you understand gender equality? I want everyone in the Hualiuyun sect to know about this disgrace, that I will shatter his golden body and ruin his fortunes. Letting out a roar of pent-up frustration, Li Xinghe felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having been swindled out of 20 spirit stones last time, the more he thought about it, the more he felt cheated, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. This was no longer merely a matter of spirit stones. It was a matter of face, should the disciples of the sect become aware that he was deceived on his own turf. Where would he place his dignity? The red-armored cultivator, feeling helpless, could only turn away to make arrangements. It was not difficult to disseminate the news of Hualiuyun working at the Fragrant Pavilion. After all, in the Hualiuyun sect, any information related to Tang Kewei was always in high demand. Within just a few days, this matter had eclipsed the excitement surrounding the sect's most popular new disciple competition. Hualiuyun, unaware of his notorious reputation within the Hualiuyun sect, would not have cared even if he did, as long as this incident did not reach Shangba village. Everything could be managed. Everyone has a bit of a dark past when mingling outside. What mattered was returning home in glory. This morning, Hualiuyun promptly arrived at various factions' halls to receive assignments, claiming there were tasks to be distributed. Following the battle at the Water Mansion, he had become somewhat of a minor leader in Hualiuyun City. He had numerous opportunities to make appearances, and his treatment had improved as well. In a modest farmhouse, he correctly whispered the passphrase and successfully received a task valued at 5 spirit stones. Liyun, you are now a competent inspector. A few factions in Hualiuyun City discovered a red fruit at the Wangchuan Mountain last year, and it is ripe for harvest now. I want you to represent the Xianyue Kingdom in the competition for it. Upon hearing the task content, Hualiuyun felt a twinge of hesitation. Leader, I seldom venture outside. I fear I might get lost. Could someone else be sent instead? The masked leader laughed heartily, appreciating Hualiuyun's honesty. Do not worry. Other factions will send representatives as well. The rules of contention are agreed upon by everyone, so there is no need to be overly anxious. This is also a rare opportunity for training. After receiving the task, he exited the courtyard and hurried to the next location. Inside a tea house, the proprietress, while serving him tea, discreetly slipped a note into his pocket, throwing him a flirtatious glance upon leaving the tea house. Hualiuyun opened the note and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Liyun, tonight you will represent the Listening Wind Pavilion at Dog Jump Cliff to meet with various factions and discuss the competition for the red fruit from Wangchuan Mountain. As he read the note, an ominous feeling surged within him. Could it be that they are all sending me? At midnight at Dog Jump Cliff, Hualiuyun crouched at the cliff's edge, gazing at the distant Hualiuyun city, his eyes reflecting profound loneliness. Among the 8 factions convening, he was the sole attendee. This meant that the entire red fruit was his for the taking, yet he could not find joy in it. He longed to blend in with them, yet he felt perpetually out of place. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing a bloodstain on his forehead. Why does my head itch so much today? It seems even the Howren righteousness technique can no longer suppress my thoughts. The next morning, Aya had neatly packed his belongings and earnestly reminded him, Liyun, when you head to Wangchuan Mountain this time, do not rush to the front, understood? Let the other factions scout the way first. Even if we ultimately fail to seize the red fruit, it matters not. The young lady is a nascent soul expert and lacked for those few fruits. Our primary purpose remains training. Hualiyun's lips twitched slightly. What other factions? There is only me. As he exited the fragrant pavilion, the streets were bustling with city guards, seemingly searching for something. Curiously, he approached a soldier. "Friend, what are you searching for?" The city guard frowned as he glanced at Hualiyun. They appeared intimidating, scaring everyone into hiding, and he wondered if this fellow had some background, daring to approach them. "Have you seen this person?" Hualiyun took the image and scrutinized it closely. It depicted a man clad in silver armor, wielding a long cross sword, the hilt adorned with a red flower. "Friend, what crime has this individual committed?" The city guard impatiently snatched the image back. "Move along, go cool off somewhere else. You don't even recognize the emblem of the Flower Demon Palace. Where did this bumpkin come from?" He muttered under his breath and walked away. The trial at Wangchuan Mountain posed a significant challenge for him. A moment's carelessness could lead him astray in the vast wilderness, especially since he had no companions. Upon reaching the city gates, he unfolded a map to compare routes. Fortunately, the markings were quite detailed. Otherwise, he might have considered hiding somewhere for a couple of days before returning to report. After all, no one would know whether he had truly gone. The map clearly indicated that by heading north from Chiosian City, one would reach Wangchuan River, and crossing the river would lead to Wangchuan Mountain. Just as Hualiyun departed, a beam of blue sword light descended at the city gate. Silken hair danced in the wind, and a faint floral fragrance instantly enveloped the entire city, the city gate. Several soldiers on duty hurriedly knelt on one knee. "We greet sect leader Tang." Tang Keiwi remained silent, her expression as frigid as frost, as she stepped toward the city. A sword light approached her from within the city. Li Xinghe's face was somewhat stiff, feeling unsteady in the presence of Tang Keiwi. "Xinghe, I have met with my martial aunt." Tang Keiwi acknowledged with a slight nod, her consciousness expanding rapidly, soon enveloping a large part of Chiosian City. "Xinghe, I heard today at the Xiaoyao Hall that my eldest disciple is performing in Chiosian City. Is this true?" Upon hearing Tang Keiwi's question and sensing the fury within her icy demeanor, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Xinghe's forehead. "Martial aunt, performing is still better than begging." Tang Keiwi's aura suddenly intensified, and everything around her shattered in layers. Even the walls behind her crumbled. "Li Xinghe, as the city lord of Chiosian City, knowing that Hualiyun is engaged in such a scandalous profession, you not only fail to intervene, but also spread the word. Are you intending to embarrass your martial aunt?" Li Xinghe hunched slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. How could Tang Keiwi possibly know that the information was leaked by him? "Martial aunt, Xinghe does not dare." "You had better truly not dare." Tang Keiwi snorted coldly and proceeded toward the fragrant pavilion, each step stirring up petals, as a fierce wind swept through, showering the hall with peach blossoms. The once boisterous fragrant pavilion fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. The golden sunlight of dawn spilled into the hall, and the celestial figure seemed to walk upon the golden light, causing everyone inside to lower their heads in silence, sensing the chilling aura within the floral scent. Behind Tang Keiwi, Li Xinghe followed closely. Should Tang Keiwi clash with Hualiyun, it would surely dissipate some of Hualiyun's fortune, allowing him to reap the benefits. System, prepare to collect fortune. This time, it will be a significant harvest. He whispered, the system's voice resonating in his mind. "Ding, please rest assured, host. This system is already prepared with a basket." Tang Keiwi raised her hand, and countless peach blossoms coalesced into a pink longsword. With the sword's tip, she lifted Li Qingqiu's chin slightly, speaking coldly. "Where is Hualiyun?" "Have him come out to see me." Qingqiu trembled all over, her first instinct being that Hualiyun's identity as a specter had been exposed. Realizing this, her eyes glimmered with determination. "Sect leader Tang, I will not betray Luyun. You may kill me." Qingqiu raised her chin defiantly, no longer fearful. Bang! Tang Keiwi kicked out, sending Li Qingqiu crashing through the wooden wall. Her fate unknown in the courtyard beyond. She swept her sword horizontally, striking Zhang Jinjin, who trembled in fear. This man, known as the first unyielding golden needle of the fragrant pavilion, crumpled to the ground upon feeling the coldness emanating from Tang Kei's sword tip. "Sect leader, spare me. I am asking you. Where is Hualiuyun?" Zhang Jinjin bit his lips until they turned blue and purple, cold sweat dripping onto the carpet, clearly terrified yet refusing to speak. Tang Kei surveyed the room, her expression darkening. In this fragrant pavilion, dozens of people had their heads bowed, not a single one willing to speak. Behind her, Li Xinghe's expression was no better than Tang Kei's. He had seen many sons of fortune. Typically, they would influence those around them, eliciting an inexplicable fondness. Yet he had never encountered anything so outrageous. It was said that courtesans are heartless and actors are ungrateful. But in this fragrant pavilion, all these courtesans were willing to risk their lives to protect one person that was nothing short of ghostly. Just then, a city guard rushed in. "City Lord, Sect Leader Tang, someone has seen Hualiuyun leave Chiosian City early this morning." The sword in Tang Kei's hand transformed into petals that scattered into the air. Which direction should she take? Turning to the master of the Tang Peak, she spoke of the Wangchuan mountain range. Upon hearing the mention of the Wangchuan mountain range, Tang Kei felt a wave of despair wash over her. That vast expanse of mountains stretched endlessly, making the search for a single individual an arduous task. Moreover, it was teeming with ferocious beasts, and with her current level of cultivation, her entry would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable demons within. Sensing Tang Kei's predicament, Li Xinghe leaned in closer and inquired, "Is the urgency to locate your junior brother perhaps related to the sect's grand competition?" The Hualiuyun sect holds an annual grand competition for its disciples after recruiting new members, which determines the rankings among the peaks. This ranking is crucial as it directly influences the allocation of resources and the privileges of the peak masters that in past years, the 100 Flowers Peak, being newly established and without disciples, had been absent from the competition. However, this time, there was no justification for their absence. Tang Kei cast a cold glance at Li Xinghe and retorted, "Humph. What can I expect from a mere performer? My eagerness to find him stems from my desire to prevent him from bringing shame upon the 100 Flowers Peak." Yet, despite her words, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Typically, newly initiated disciples possess cultivation levels at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages. Although Hualiuyun lacked exceptional talent, he was nonetheless a foundation establishment cultivator. If he participated in the grand competition, he might secure a commendable ranking. Li Xinghe, inform your associates that if that wayward disciple returns, he must be brought to me without delay. By the banks of the Wangchuan River. Hualiuyun scratched his head, feeling an increasingly deep fissure form on his brow. He gazed down at his reflection in the water, where his crystal-clear pupils seemed to reveal a vision of a hellish realm. Hualiuyun instinctively recoiled, realizing he had to confront a pressing issue. Since beginning his cultivation, his thoughts had become ever more lucid. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he cautiously glanced at the river and cast a wary eye toward the jungle. Beyond this river lay the domain of beasts and demonic cultivators. He had even lost the courage to fly on his sword, opting instead to conceal his aura and proceed on foot. Above, the skies were occasionally sliced by beams of sword light, darting to and fro. Whenever a cultivator passed by, he would seek refuge to avoid detection. After all, this was training. Had he been merely strolling, he would not have felt such anxiety. However, the very essence of training demanded vigilance. He had been walking for an indeterminate duration, periodically consulting his map to ensure he was on the right path. With another half a year, I should reach my destination, he sighed as he tucked the map back into his bosom, only to be startled by a piercing cry from the heavens. Caught out a streak of black light zipped through the trees and landed on his shoulder. Hualiuyun stiffly turned his head to see a raven, entirely black with blood-red eyes. Its feathers exuded a dark aura, which subtly suppressed the golden light of fortune radiating from Hualiuyun. Upon recognizing it as merely a raven, he exhaled in relief and patted his chest. "You scared me. I thought a beast had come." Just as he was about to continue forward, a thought struck him. While this raven was not a man-eating beast, it was still an ominous omen. Could it be that today was ill-suited for travel? Never mind, I shall rest today and resume my journey tomorrow. In the Wangchuan mountain range, miasma thickened the air, and beasts roamed freely. On a steep peak, surrounded by swirling clouds, stood a gnarled tree, somewhat withered, its yellowing leaves partially concealing a few red fruits. This was Hualiuyun's destination, the elusive Zhu fruit. Discovered simultaneously by several factions, beneath the tree, on the rocks, several names could be faintly discerned. Su Mufeng visited here on such and such date, accompanied by a few other names. At that moment, several beams of sword light descended upon the peak's summit, belonging to a group of 7 or 8 individuals, led by Zhu Qianming, the young master of the Zhufeng peak of the Xiaoyao sect. Days prior, he had received word that spies from rival factions would convene here to vie for the Zhu fruit. In recent years, the Xianyue Kingdom, the Rage Blood Hall, and the Listening Wind Pavilion had shown signs of forming an alliance against the Xiaoyao sect. If he could capture all the spies from these factions, such a remarkable achievement would earn him sufficient resources to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Ha ha ha. You seek the Zhu fruit, but what I desire is your lives. A sinister smile played on Zhu Qianming's lips as he brushed his fingers over the carved names on the cliff face. The journey from Qiuxian City to this location required only a few days on his sword. He had calculated that the spies from the rival factions would arrive here by tomorrow to contend for the Zhu fruit. Everyone, conceal yourselves. Do not act without my command. Understood. The disciples of Zhufeng dispersed, some hiding amidst the withered leaves of the forest, others slipping into the crevices of the cliff, while a few submerged themselves in the lake. Clutching reeds, it was evident that these individuals were adept at ambush, their auras suppressed to the bare minimum. Even a wild boar urinating in the lake caused no stir on the cliff. The last disciple anxiously glanced to the sky. Brother Zhu, are you certain someone will come for the Zhu fruit? Zhu Qianming's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, Jingyu, if I say they will come, they will. With that, he soared into the air, swiftly reaching the lake's edge, and gradually sank beneath the water. Feeling the warmth of the lake, his smile broadened. Jingyu glanced at Zhu Qianming's hidden position, recalling having seen a wild boar relieving itself nearby. Sighing, he too sought a place to conceal himself. A gentle breeze rustled through the dense forest, and several hours passed swiftly. The sunset gradually faded into the mountains. Beneath the water, Zhu Qianming exhibited remarkable patience. Soon, they should be arriving. After another few hours, dawn broke, casting its golden rays upon the earth. After calculations, those rats should be nearing the battlefield. Another 2 days slipped by. Patience, my disciples. They may have been delayed on the road. Maintain silence. We cannot afford to wait in vain. 5 days later. A good meal is worth the wait. It will surely be soon. A month later, at the 100 Flowers Peak, Murongyu ascended the mountain. Her face etched with fatigue as she sank onto a patch of grass, her demeanor utterly dejected. In the mountains, a young girl named Hualiuyun rushed over to her, beaming with joy. She had been utterly bored at the 100 Flowers Peak. Her master, Tang Kawai, was seldom seen, and her senior brother, Yu Chen, was a fervent cultivator, leaving her without anyone to converse with. Senior Sister Murong, what troubles you? Noticing Murongyu's listless expression, she curiously inquired. Murongyu tilted her head slightly and ruffled Hualiyun's hair. It's nothing but the matter of the sex grand competition. Originally, this task was to be managed by Zhu Qianming, but that scoundrel has run off to indulge himself, leaving the entire affair to me. It's utterly infuriating. Hualiyun pursed her lips. The grand competition was a significant event concerning the allocation of resources among the peaks. Senior Sister Murong, will my senior brother participate in the competition? Will I finally get to see him? Seeing the eager expression on the young girl's face, Murongyu opened her mouth, hesitated, and then closed it again. Senior brother was such a delightful term, evoking notions of strength, mystery, and dominance. She could not bear to shatter Hualiyun's expectations. Hualiyun, your senior brother may possess certain peculiarities. It would be wise not to hold too high hopes. Hualiyun nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The more Murongyu spoke this way, the more intrigued she became. Just then, Tang Kawai appeared, walking down the mountain path amidst a flurry of flower petals. She first nodded at Murongyu before turning her serious gaze toward Hualiyun. Little Yin, how fares your practice of the 10,000 Things Heart Sutra? Upon seeing her master arrive, Hualiyun hurriedly stood up and nodded respectfully. Master, I have made initial progress and am beginning to perceive the voices of all things. Tang Kawai nodded in satisfaction. Recently, every thought of Hualiuyun had caused her great discomfort. Fortunately, these two obedient disciples provided her with some solace. I instructed you to keep an eye on Xiaoxin City. Has that wayward disciple returned? Moron Yu shook her head with a grave expression. Sure, Shu. Hualiuyun has not returned since he left a month ago. The beast tide has recently surged in the Wangchuan mountain range. And I fear, her voice grew heavy at this point. The foundation establishment stage is ultimately too low to be missing for a month in such a perilous place as the Wangchuan mountain range. The outcome is all too predictable. On the outskirts of the Wangchuan mountain range, after wandering for over a month, Hualiuyun finally entered the depths of the mountains. Here, dilapidated villages dotted the landscape. Vines clambering over abandoned stone houses and shattered bones littered the ground, in stark contrast to the vibrant life near the city of seeking immortality. This place was rife with death and slaughter. Yin Duo held her long sword, her beautiful eyes scanning the ground for traces of the demonic beasts. She had only arrived yesterday, having waited for Hualiuyun for a month in the city of seeking immortality, enduring restless nights and meager meals. Now, with the water manor gone and her masters missing, she found herself utterly alone. Hualiuyun was her lifeline, her sole reliance. Thus, she had come, and perhaps it was divine providence that led her to this man. In truth, finding him was not particularly challenging. He lingered at the forest's edge, too afraid to venture inside. Hualu, shall we take another path? This place is too terrifying. From behind her, Hualiuyun cautiously poked his head out, his gaze flickering over the multitude of beast tracks scattered across the ground. Yin Duo kicked a skull aside, casting a disdainful look at Hualiuyun. With your stature, can you not show a bit of ambition? Hualiuyun tugged at her skirt, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Let them insult me, they can scatter skulls about, but I am not allowed to feel fear. This is simply outrageous. At that moment, several beams of sword light sliced through the sky, darting towards the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. The speed at which they disappeared into the clouds was astonishing. Yin Duo turned her head enviously. Her own cultivation was still at the qi refining stage, rendering her unable to fly with a sword. Hualiuyun, however, could soar through the skies but stubbornly refused to take her along. Look at them, Hualu. Hualiuyun tilted his head back, the sunlight glaringly bright, making it difficult to see the horizon. That it's too high. I can't see. Hualu, cultivators vie with heaven for fortune, contend for opportunities, seek the thread of eternal life, and above all, race against time. You lack the aptitude for cultivation. And if you continue wasting time on this tedious path, you will ultimately be reduced to mere dust. Yin Duo spoke earnestly, her words laden with concern. Having been born in the water manor, she understood the immense difficulty for lowly cultivators to rise above their station. This opportunity to contend for the Zhu fruit was a miracle that had fallen into Hualiuyun's lap. Yet he did not cherish it, wasting time on this road. Hualiuyun continued to gaze upward, only to see the distant sword lights returning. Within a few breaths, they descended before the two. The newcomers were none other than Zhu Qianming and his companions, who had been lying in ambush deep within the Wangchuan mountain range. They appeared exceptionally disheveled, with grass tangled in their hair, resembling refugees. The disciple, named Jing Yu, was even carrying a crooked tree, its branches adorned with several crimson fruits, looking as if he had just returned from the fields. Hualiuyun. Zhu Qianming peered curiously at Hualiuyun, his expression somewhat dazed. Did your sister, the cold-faced fairy, not give you spirit stones to return home? How did you end up here? Hualiuyun recognized Zhu Qianming at this point. Wasn't he the one who had come with a little rabbit to flaunt wealth last time? Ah, young Master Zhu, back from your mountain venture. Zhu Qianming's lips twitched slightly, clearly annoyed at the notion of mountain ventures, which trivialized the serious business of cultivators seeking opportunities. Jingyu, give this Zhu fruit tree to Hualu. Would you? Jingyu bit his lip, reluctantly dropping the crooked tree on the ground. He knew very well that Zhu Qianming was trying to curry favor with Wang Tu Xian through Hualiuyun. However, having carried the tree all the way, he had developed an attachment to it, making it hard to part with. Take care of it, plant it somewhere, and it might survive. Hualiuyun, if you happen to see your sister back home, please send my regards. With that, The group once again took to the skies, heading towards the Hualiuyun sect. Jing Yu cast a reluctant glance back at the crooked tree, unwillingly asking, "Senior brother, are we really giving away the Zhu fruit tree we worked so hard to find?" On the flying sword, Zhu Qianming looked back at Hualiuyun, who stood bewildered. His voice was tinged with irritation. "I don't care about a Zhu fruit. It's this damn thing that made me miss the opportunity to prepare for the sect competition. I didn't catch a single thief, and seeing it now just angers me." Hearing Zhu Qianming's words, the other disciples felt a sense of frustration. While Zhu Qianming might dismiss the Zhu fruit, for ordinary disciples like them, it represented an opportunity. Having labored without reward naturally bred discontent. As the sword lights skimmed over the mountains, passing the Huangchuan River, the group suddenly halted. Looking down, they beheld the once crystal-clear Huangchuan River now turned blood-red. The riverbank littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, an endless sea of bodies. Zhu Qianming's expression turned grave as he landed by the river. He brushed his hand over the mangled remains of a beast, his brow furrowing deeply. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Jing Yu floated down beside Zhu Qianming. Confusion etched on his face. Zhu Qianming gazed at the crimson waters, his expression growing darker. How could so many demonic beasts have perished? "This is disastrous. The demon clan will not let this go unpunished. Chaos is about to unfold." The Hualiuyun sect had always clashed with the demon clan in the Huangchuan mountain range, but these skirmishes had been minor. Now, with so many beasts dead, the conflict would spiral out of control if he swallowed hard, his fingers stained with blood glimmering faintly with a golden hue. This sensation felt reminiscent of the Confucian's righteous aura. Upon mentioning the righteous aura, the group exchanged glances, all thinking of the Jingxuan Academy. "Senior brother, isn't the righteous aura formless and colorless? Could it be a mistake?" "It cannot be mistaken. The righteous aura is distinct from other energies. It is inherently righteous, and this absolutely must be the righteous aura. Those scholars do not cultivate for longevity, but rather for historic renown. They are particularly fond of stirring trouble, and not long ago, Mr. Wanwan visited the Hualiuyun sect. Connecting the dots, the answer became clear. The Jingxuan Academy was preparing to act against the demon clan, and they had chosen the territory of the Hualiuyun sect. Zhu Qianming immediately took to the skies, urgency written across his face. "Quick, return to the sect. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, just the right number of 8 Zhu fruits." Hualiuyun exclaimed joyfully, handing 4 fruits to Yun Duo as he extended his hand. A drop of crimson blood fell from his sleeve into Yun Duo's palm. The blood spread across her hand, and she looked at Hualiuyun with curiosity. "Hualu, what is this?" Hualiuyun hastily took her hand, tasting the drop of blood with a grin. "Fruit juice." Yun Duo, not wanting to waste the Zhu fruits, carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief and stored them in her storage ring. She thought it simple. Her aptitude was poor, and consuming the Zhu fruit would be a waste. It was better to sell them for a better life ahead. Seeing Yun Duo's actions, Hualiuyun swallowed hard, putting the fruit away. "Let us go home. The elder sisters are quite worried about you, especially Zhang Jinjin. Without you around, he has been utterly distracted." Hualiuyun felt a tightening in his chest. "Who?" "Zhang Jinjin." Upon seeing Hualiuyun return to the fragrant pavilion, Zhao Dingling let out a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't returned soon, she would have considered setting up a spirit tablet for him and burying him in ceremonial attire. There was always a nagging sense of worry when it came to Hualiuyun. "Hualu, it was just a small trial. Why did you take so long? Did you encounter any danger? Are you hurt?" She circled around Hualiuyun, her eyes filled with concern. After a couple of laps, she suddenly froze. Frowning slightly, "Hualu, what is your cultivation level now? Why can't I see your realm clearly?" Hualiuyun merely smiled foolishly, feeling fortunate. Whether in Shangba village or in the city of seeking immortality, he was surrounded by those who cared for him. "Dingling, I'm still at the foundation establishment stage, but I've learned a technique to conceal my energy." Zhao Dingling smiled and did not harbor any doubts. Many cultivators practice techniques to conceal their true abilities to avoid exposure. And this fellow has indeed learned to be clever, knowing how to hide himself at that moment. The little maid, Aya, picked up several new garments and placed them in Hualiuyun's hands, playfully patting his shoulder. "Quickly change your clothes. You smell terrible. Hualiuyun accepted the garments and, turning away, a faint smile crept onto his lips, the vertical crack on his brow becoming increasingly prominent. Upon entering his room, he removed his outer coat and took out the 5.0 version of the Xiantian breathing technique from his pocket. Flipping to the latest page, he found a secret technique for creating a doppelganger. This was something he had only recently researched. While he had mastered the doppelganger technique, his version seemed somewhat different from the conventional one. This doppelganger did not exist in reality, but rather within his consciousness. Quite the ghostly affair. He glanced at the bronze mirror, where a shadowy figure also stared back at him. Strangely, while Hualiuyun appeared dazed and perplexed outside the mirror, the reflection within bore a visage of coldness and gloom. Who are you? I'm your doppelganger. No, you're not. I am affable and kind-hearted, compassionate and brave, with a heart of bodhisattva. Huh. How amusing. How ridiculous. Have you lost sight of your true self? With a bang, Hualiuyun slammed the bronze mirror shut and turned to gaze out the window on the street below. Li Xinghe stood at the curb, looking up at Hualiuyun. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they both averted their gazes. Somewhat evasively, behind Li Xinghe, the red-armored cultivator also withdrew his gaze from the second-floor window. Holy Sun, is something amiss? Li Xinghe shook his head lightly. It's nothing. I just feel that Hualiuyun is acting strangely. He just returned from the Wanchuan Mountains, and now there are issues arising there. I've heard that tens of thousands of beasts perished by the Wanchuan River, including those with royal bloodlines. Holy Sun, you may be overthinking it. The two conversed as they gradually walked away, disappearing at the end of the road. Hualiuyun withdrew his gaze and gently closed the window. He could sense that Li Xinghe was fixated on something about him, yet he could not ascertain what the other was plotting. Could it be my Xiantian breathing technique 5.0? Or perhaps he desires my body? While Hualiuyun speculated, a figure wearing a ghostly mask slowly emerged from behind the screen. This person was the top operative of the Luo network in Xiaoxian City, the first-rate assassin known as the Sword of Vengeance, Tian Nu, who was also his current most significant benefactor. Tian Nu approached and patted Hualiuyun on the shoulder, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. During this sect competition of the Xianyao sect, I want you to eliminate someone named Yu Chenji. As he spoke, he handed Hualiuyun an image of Yu Yuqing along with a pouch of coins. The youth depicted was simply dressed, yet exuded an air of elegance, clearly not hailing from an ordinary family. Upon flipping the image, Hualiuyun's pupils constricted slightly at the small characters on the back. The third prince of Xianyue Kingdom, a disciple of Tang Keiwei. Hualiuyun abruptly lifted his head, his icy gaze fixated on Tian Nu, his brow furrowed. But you not know, my lord, that I too am a disciple of Tang Keiwei. A smirk curled at the corner of Tian Nu's mouth, revealing his knowledge on the matter. Oh, I know quite well. You are Tang Keiwei's foremost disciple, a killer of Luo network, the wind bell of Tingfeng Pavilion, the ghost of the Imperial Guard, and the blood rune of the Rage Blood Hall. Hualiuyun's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, before true masters, his aliases could not remain hidden. At this juncture, Tian Nu raised a hand to tilt Hualiuyun's chin, his tone suddenly turning icy. Setting aside all that, you are merely a worthless individual from a small mountain village. By the way, Shangba village, right? A humble village that has produced 15 top talents in a single generation. What secrets could it possibly harbor? Mentioning Shangba village, Tian Nu's eyes gleamed with fervor. There cannot be coincidences in this world. That village undoubtedly holds great opportunities. The only reason it remains unscathed is due to the continued deterrence of the flying immortal sacred ground. Observing the greed in Tian Nu's eyes, Hualiuyun tightened and then relaxed his grip on the sword hilt at his waist. His palms slick with sweat, yet his face broke into a foolish grin. My lord Tian Nu, Yu Yuqing is my dear friend. I require a higher payment. Tian Nu, who had been laughing heartily, frowned and no, just this 50 spirit stones. If you refuse, there are plenty who will take the J.O.B.my lord. That is my junior apprentice. I need 80. This sect competition offers a reward of a divine transformation technique. If you are so sure on funds, then go and secure first place. If I can secure first place, it is rightfully mine, but the 80 is for the task. Tian Nu pushed Hualiuyun aside and strode downstairs, his sleeves swaying. No, not a single coin more. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 80. Rather, his budget was limited, and he needed to save wherever possible. After all, killing a prince would only net him 2,000 spirit stones, and who knows how much the higher-ups would consume of that. Any less earned would be a loss. Watching Tianyu disappear, Hualiuyun clutched the pouch tightly, his expression darkening, as if an infinite killing intent was brewing and accumulating in his eyes. He turned to gaze in the direction of the Xianyao sect and signaled to the cloud outside the door. "Cloud, tomorrow we will first scout the mountains for news. If the opportunity arises, we shall act. Prepare your belongings for tonight. If no opportunity presents itself, we will return to Shangba village and retrieve those few acres of thin fields." Cloud nodded solemnly, her mood growing tense. Meanwhile, atop the Xianyao sect, junior brother Yuqing, Murongyu landed gracefully at the peak of Baiwa, and upon hearing the call, Yuqing stepped out from the pavilion, his expression indifferent. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a chilling sharpness. "Sister Murong, what brings you to seek me?" Murongyu's face was filled with urgency as she retrieved a photograph from her storage ring and handed it to Yuqing. "Junior brother, I have received news that someone has spent 1,000,000 spirit stones in the Luo network to buy your life. Moreover, a Luo network assassin has already accepted the task." Hearing this, Yuqing's brow furrowed. Many sought his life, which did not strike him as surprising. However, he had not anticipated that someone would go to such lengths to engage a Luo network assassin. A saying circulated throughout the eastern region: the heavenly net and earthly web open only one path to hell. Anyone targeted by the Luo network cannot escape death. "This is troublesome. Sister, do you have any leads on who accepted the task?" Murongyu's complexion darkened. Luo network assassins were named after swords, making it relatively easy to investigate. "I have heard that this time, the assassin is using the Meteor Butterfly sword, codenamed Meteor Shower." As she spoke, both fell into silence once more. Just hearing that name was enough to sense the murderous intent emanating from it. Even across the passage of time and the mundane world, one could feel the chill of the long sword. Atop Baiwa Peak, Murongyu and Yuqing deliberated for a while without arriving at a solution. The difficulty in dealing with Luo network assassins did not stem from their high cultivation, but rather from their use of poison, cunning, coercion, and temptation, employing every possible means. They believed that everyone had weaknesses. Even emperors were not exempt. If none could be found on them, they would search among those around them. With this thought, both simultaneously turned their gazes to the beaded curtain. Such a significant weakness. How long until my master returns? If there was anyone Yuqing could rely on at this moment, it was only Tang Keiwei. Murongyu sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Now, at the border of the Xianyao sect and the Wangchuan Mountains, the beast tide is becoming increasingly fierce. The beasts seem to have gone mad, continuously pressing southward, forcing countless peak masters and elders of the sect to take their posts by the Wangchuan River. Even Tang Keiwei has rushed to the front lines. Expect her to return in time to save the day is less likely than hoping the assassins get lost in front of the Xianyao sect's main gate. The sect competition was already in full swing. The preliminary rounds merely involving Qi training disciples in combat, a mere gathering of novices pecking at each other. Hualiuyun wandered between the various arenas, holding the image of Yuqing. "This senior brother, have you seen the person in this image?" No, go away. Don't waste my time watching the matches. "Miss, do you know the way to Baiwa Peak?" "Handsome young man, come to my cave and I'll tell you." Outside the crowd, Cloud stood on tiptoe, angrily gesturing at the woman. "Harlot, stay away from my Hualiuyun." After asking around, they still found no leads. The crowd consisted mostly of new disciples, and many had not even entered the inner sect's territory. Just as Hualiuyun hesitated about whether to retreat, finally, someone took notice of him. "Oh, isn't this the chief of Baiwa Peak, the star of the fragrant pavilion?" A disciple recognized Hualiuyun and enthusiastically approached him. "Is he the brother who sells songs? I've heard he plays the lute exceptionally well." Yes, he even dances to Subject 3. Atop the watchtower, several elders of the sect turned their heads toward this direction. Upon realizing it was the inept disciple Tankaway, they simultaneously shook their heads in disdain. There exist myriad laws, yet the art of killing reigns supreme, with evasion as a secondary skill, an offense and a retreat that can both slay and escape. In their eyes, the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are merely trivial pursuits. To learn the piano is to squander one's youth in aimless endeavors to the edge of the arena. The disciple cast furtive glances around, mysteriously tugging at Hualiuyun as they made their way backstage. His countenance was dark, his words halting. "Brother Luyun, have you sensed something amiss about this grand sect competition?" Hualiuyun, caught by the arm, felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat, secretly wondering if his plot to assassinate his junior brother had been exposed. "Brother, listen to the background music of the competition. Pay close attention." Amidst the battles, the melody played is that of the Mandarin ducks in play. Upon hearing this, Hualiuyun turned his gaze to the competitors on the stage, and indeed, there was a peculiar romantic undertone to their duel. In the midst of their combat, they exchanged glances laden with unspoken sentiments, their swords and blades infused with camaraderie. They struck in rhythm with the music, their expressions filled with a sense of longing after sustaining injuries. This scene sent shivers down Hualiyun's spine. Nearby, other disciples wore expressions of discomfort. "Brother, your unparalleled skill in music is desperately needed now. If they continue in this manner, it will surely lead to an eruption of romantic tension right here." Hualiyun nodded gravely, suddenly imbued with a profound sense of duty. The two approached the stone platform where the background music was being played. It served as a small amplification array, and at that moment, a female disciple was lost in her music, gently plucking the strings of her instrument. Step aside, you're just causing chaos. By the way, Brother Luyun, I am Zhang Tianyu, the chief disciple of the Mingyue Peak." As they entered, Zhang Tianyu began to shoo away the female disciple, while introducing himself. Hualiyun was taken aback, bowing repeatedly to Zhang Tianyu in the Xianyao sect. One who could ascend to the position of peak chief was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Before the long zither, the dismissed female disciple rose, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she exited the array. Once on the plaza, she clapped her hands to capture the attention of the gathered disciples. "Brothers and sisters, the chief disciple of Baiwa Peak, Hualiyun, will now present a performance on the zither." No sooner had she spoken than a wave of uproar surged through the competition venue. The chief disciple was not just any disciple. They represented the very face of their peak. Every word and action carried the weight of the peak master's reputation, and in the realm of cultivation, the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were deemed unworthy. Hualiyun's actions were tantamount to slapping Tang Kuei in the face. After speaking, the female disciple discreetly glanced toward the watchtower, where the holy sun, Li Xinghe, slowly closed his eyes. Next came the time to appreciate the music. At this moment, Yu Chen, who had just arrived at the plaza, felt his expression darken swiftly. Previously, he had heard some whispers within the sect, but he never imagined that this unknown senior brother would perform within the sect itself. "Sister, is my senior brother's mind clouded? Does he not realize that our master has become the laughingstock of the sect?" Murongyu's expression was also one of discomfort. "Your brother? He cannot be doing this intentionally. Can he?" Yu Chen stared at Murongyu in disbelief, surprised that she was still defending Hualiyun at this moment. As if struck by a thought, he pointed at his head. "Could it be that he is a bit?" Murongyu bit her lip and nodded, both of them falling into a contemplative silence. If that were the case, then Hualiyun was truly not to blame. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin glanced curiously toward the backstage, breaking free from Yu Chen's grasp and rushing in that direction, her face alight with curiosity. "Senior brother, she finally gets to meet you." Clang. Just then, a sound of zither music resonated throughout the plaza. Yu Chen's heart tightened abruptly as he hurriedly chased after Zhu Yin. Danger. There is danger. That zither music harbored a murderous intent. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when the music rang out again, this time infused with urgency and fury, as if meteors were crashing to the earth. On the stage, the once affectionate duelists were suddenly consumed by rage, unleashing their full might as though facing mortal enemies. How deeply they had loved before. As love cooled, so too did their capacity for hatred. Below the stage, supporters from both sides began to clash, tensions rising with the potential for violence. Atop the watchtower, Li Xinghe abruptly opened his eyes, rising to descend from the high platform, only to find someone stepping on his robes, but he turned to see an elder with whom he often clashed. coldly gazing at him as he stepped on his garment. Holy Son, the competition has not yet concluded. Where do you think you are going? Li Xinghe smiled. Naturally, he intended to capture someone disrupting the sect's grand competition. To seize the fortune of the destined child of the realm, he had traversed many worlds, contending with countless fated children. Such simple folk from this village were the easiest to handle. Their narrow experiences made them susceptible to fate's whims, led astray by fortune and destiny. Rather than being fated children, they were more akin to slaves of fate, for all the gifts of destiny came with a price that to be stripped of their fate by Li Xinghe was the cost. In the Xianyao Plaza, 5 colossal platforms encircled the central stone pillar. A long sword flew from the edge of the plaza, thrusting into the stone pillar, embedding itself 3 inches deep, causing the sword to tremble incessantly. The amplification array surrounding the pillar instantly failed. As the zither music faded, the previously agitated disciples in the plaza suddenly calmed. Hualiuyun's fingers, which had been dancing across the strings, fell still. All the strings of the long zither snapped simultaneously. He paused momentarily, then continued to play in the air, lost in ecstasy, his face alight with excitement. He could not cease, must not cease. This piece, 10 sides encircled, was reaching its climax. Sensing the music fade, the dueling disciples and the crowd gathered around the plaza simultaneously turned their gazes toward Hualiuyun. At the edge of the plaza, Hualiuyun gripped the sword hilt, his palms slick with cold sweat. Sister, someone is plotting against my senior brother. Yu furrowed her brow, looking toward the watchtower. The Xianyao sect was not a monolithic entity, and if someone was scheming against Hualiuyun, it was most likely aimed at Tankaway. Stay calm. Observe the changes. Atop the watchtower, Li Xinghe glanced back at the elder stepping on his robes, tore away his garment, and stepped toward the plaza, each footfall stirring tumultuous winds, a force akin to an avalanche descending upon Hualiuyun, sending his hair flying. Hualiuyun, what is your intent in disrupting our Xianyao sect's entrance competition? Upon finishing his words, clouds materialized before Hualiuyun, who was angrily interrupted by an explanation. Holy Son, it was other disciples who invited Luyun to perform. It has nothing to do with him. Xinghe raised his hand, summoning the ribbon binding Hualuyun's long hair into his grasp, a golden bell chiming melodiously. Oh, what is this? If I am not mistaken, this is a wind chime from the Listening Wind Pavilion. The Listening Wind Pavilion, a notorious intelligence organization, was known to engage in acts of robbery and plunder, an unequivocal evil sect. In the martial world, it was said that where the wind is heard, blood rains down and countless slaughters ensue. Hualiuyun, what more can you say? Li Xinghe's fingers formed a sword, pointing at Hualiyun's brow, his voice turning icy. The plaza erupted into chaos, countless disciples joining Li Xinghe in condemning Hualiuyun. 3 voices could create a tiger, 100 voices could form momentum, and with the collective wrath of thousands, the force could topple the heavens. The man seated upon the stone pillar, lost in his music, seemed like a solitary leaf amidst the tempest, abandoned by heaven and reviled by earth. Zhu Qianming pushed through the crowd, rushing forward to block Li Xinghe, flustered as he began to explain. Holy Son, oh dear Holy Son, Brother Luyun is the brother of Wang Tu, the sacred land's flying immortal. Surely, you must be mistaken. Seeing Zhu Qianming's astonished expression, Li Xinghe's lips curled slightly. His prey had never escaped him. SHNGBCN, rest assured, Qianming, they are merely from the same village. Even the flying immortal sacred land cannot shield the Listening Wind Pavilion's demonic cultivators. Can they? Li Xinghe, with a graceful gesture, traced an arc in the air, conjuring a vast mirror that reflected a realm of verdant mountains and flowing waters. His initial step was to unveil the connections among Hualuyun, Wang Tuxian, and the celestial beings of Feixian's sacred land, shattering their golden forms in the southern region of Tianlong County. A flying vessel descended upon a dilapidated village that a disciple of the Xianyao sect alighted from the craft and approached a woman washing clothes by the village's edge, inquiring, Auntie, could you direct me to Shangba village? The laundry woman looked up and shot a glare at the youth. Auntie, your entire family is filled with aunties. I'm merely 16. How dare you call me Annie? Scram, What's Shangba village? I've never heard of it. The young man, undeterred by her ire, wandered through the village, yet his brow furrowed in confusion. No one here had ever heard of Shangba village, not far from this small settlement. Atop a desolate hill, the renowned assassin Tian Nu from the Luo Wang organization wore a grim expression as he scrutinized a map, which clearly marked Shangba village at this location. Yet all he beheld was a sea of tombs. Where is it? What on earth is happening? He exclaimed in frustration, seizing an old farmer who was collecting firewood and pointing at the barren land. Where is the village? Where is Shangba village? The old farmer, his face a mask of fear, stammered as the sword hovered at his throat. What village? There has never been a village here. I've lived my whole life in this place and have never seen any village. Sir, have you made a mistake? Tian Nu's sword glinted with a blood-red sheen as the old farmer's eyes reflected defiance, his trembling finger pointing at Tian Nu. I curse you, sir. The old man attempted to leave, only to see the horizon awash with resplendent azure robes, countless figures swirling among the clouds, occasionally descending into small villages, seemingly in search of someone's whereabouts. Jinxiu Academy. Tian Nu furrowed his brow. He had recently heard of the disappearance of Mr. Bai Tao from Jinxiu Academy and could hardly believe that he had become lost in this very place. As he contemplated this, he gazed down upon the earth from the clouds. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, the vast land appeared ethereal and elusive, as if concealing boundless dangers and terrors. Atop the plaza of the Xianyao sect, the sound of a zither filled the air, prompting Li Xinghe to abruptly turn towards Hualiuyun. He plucked the air with his fingers, summoning a breeze that swept across the mountains, resembling the resonance of a zither. The music surged forth, exuding an ominous aura. It is impossible for anyone to be without a trace. Why has Shangba village vanished? Hualiuyun, from whence do you truly hail? For the first time since Li Xinghe had initiated this confrontation, Hualiuyun lifted his gaze. It is equally implausible for a village to possess a populace of emperors, and yet I alone am deemed a failure. Is that not correct? Absolutely impossible. I must possess my own brilliance. How could I possibly be a waste? This cannot be. This simply cannot be. Li Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze locked on a Hualiuyun. It mattered not that he could not locate the other's traces. As long as he could sever his ties to the world, allowing others to slander and despise him, it would equally disrupt his fortune. The path he had traversed was a chaotic mess, fraught with malevolent spirits and filth. Hualiuyun, I have already uncovered that you were wanted during your time in the Southern Kingdom. The Grand Marshal of the Southern Kingdom, Shu Daoshan, personally pursued you from the imperial city into the abyss of evil spirits. Tell me, at that time, you possessed only a foundation level of cultivation. How did you escape from the abyss of evil spirits? Have you perhaps become nothing but a shell, your soul replaced by a forbidden entity? Meanwhile, at the border between the Southern Kingdom and the Xianyao sect, Grand Marshal Shu Daoshan gazed upon the eerie winds swirling within the abyss of evil spirits. For reasons unbeknownst to him, tiny green shoots had begun to sprout at the edge of the blackened earth of this forbidden zone. Strange indeed, why has this place been so quiet lately? Why have the monsters ceased their mischief? He hesitated momentarily before stepping cautiously towards the abyss of evil spirits. 1 step, 2 steps. After traversing several dozen miles, he encountered nothing but blackened ground, desolate graves, withered trees, and crows of dusk. The entire forbidden zone was eerily devoid of any specters. Hello, is anyone there? He called out, his voice echoing across the mountainous expanse, resonating far and wide in the desolate abyss of evil spirits. The Xianyao sect. Li Xinghe's expression darkened. He felt an unsettling sensation. When he refrained from prying into Hualiuyun's past, everything seemed perfectly normal, as if all was proceeding smoothly. Yet the moment he attempted to delve into it, he felt akin to a passenger in a carriage, where each time he opened the curtains, he beheld a different scene, an unknown life unfolding before him. Damn it, I've encountered SC Char Dinger's past. He glanced at the nonchalant Hualiuyun, who continued to play the zither, a shiver running down his spine. Despite the lack of movement or expression from Hualiuyun, he sensed a mocking presence, a silent derision. Their contest of wills was never on the same level. All that he understood seemed to be precisely what Hualiuyun wished him to know, and the world he perceived appeared to be the one Hualiuyun intended for him to see. It was an overwhelming force emerging from the unknown. Swallowing hard, he opened his mouth once more. Hualiuyun, I care not for the path you've taken to arrive here, but within my city of seeking immortals. Beneath my very eyes, you cannot absolve yourself of collusion with demonic organizations. All your transgressions shall not escape my gaze, be wide decree of the city lord. I shall ensnare you. I Xinghe uttered with a cold scoff. Addressing the communication device in his hand, in seeking immortal city, a colossal protective formation ascended into the sky. Countless city guards swiftly encircled the fragrant pavilion, while the sounds of bowstrings being drawn echoed from the watchtowers of the city, Lord's mansion. By order of City Lord Li, seeking immortal city is under Marshal Law. No1 is permitted to exit or leave their current location. Those who defy this order shall be shot on the spot. The order resonated throughout the grand formation, spreading across the city, as countless panic vendors were shot down by crossbows when they ignored the warnings. At this moment, the entirety of seeking immortal city lay under the control of the city Lord's mansion. Li Xinghe was no powerless saint. Within the confines of seeking immortal city, regardless of the merchant guilds, the heads of families, or any young masters from elsewhere, any who dared to act recklessly would be executed immediately. This was the might of the city Lord's mansion, the dominion of a great sect over a mundane city. Within the grand hall of the fragrant pavilion, golden-armored cultivators charged in with numerous city guards, swiftly subduing countless courtesans and patrons. Even those engaged in passionate encounters within their chambers were not spared. Sir, what is happening? Wasn't today a day of purging? One patron squatted in the corridor, clutching his head and shouting, while others struggled to flee. Those who dare to resist shall die. The golden-armored cultivator coldly snorted, and with a flicker of sword light, several cultivators attempting to escape were slain on the spot. He strode toward the naked man before him. Zhang Jinjin, right? An informant of the Blood Rage Hall. Season .2 city guards stepped forward and apprehended Zhang Jinjin, their eyes filled with disdain as they recalled that upon their entry. This man was entertaining a client, and the client was an unmentionably unattractive woman. He deserves every bit of this. No wonder he bears such a name. Soon, the entire fragrant pavilion was cleared, with only a handful of stragglers left in the hall. Exchanging incredulous glances, out of hundreds in the fragrant pavilion, are we the only lawful citizens? The rest are all informants. As they marveled at their own fortune, curiosity brewed within them. Why didn't these factions seek to recruit them? Were they not clever enough? Exiting the fragrant pavilion, the golden-armored cultivator traversed various narrow alleys until he arrived at a humble farmhouse. Although many were captured at the fragrant pavilion, they were merely inconsequential characters. The real fish were still out there, the ones who could provide the evidence needed to convict Hualiuyun. What is the situation inside? He inquired of the two cultivators stationed at the door. Senior brother, it's very quiet inside. They must have given up resistance. The golden-armored cultivator nodded, slowly pushing the door open. Upon seeing the condition inside, his expression shifted dramatically. The small courtyard, no larger than 10 square meters, was strewn with corpses, the stench of blood overwhelming. Blood splattered across the walls, furniture, doors, and bedding. Most of the bodies belonged to Golden Core cultivators, yet 2 were of nascent soul stage. The cultivator nailed to the wall in the hall was even at the god transformation stage. The golden-armored cultivator's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword. God transformation cultivators could unleash catastrophic battles, and yet here in seeking immortal city, one had perished without a sound. He could scarcely fathom what had transpired here. Quickly, to the Tianxing tea house. Soaring into the sky with his sword, it wasn't long before several individuals arrived at a tea house situated on another street. Upon seeing the tightly shut door, an ominous feeling surged within him. Trembling, he pushed open the door, and a lifeless body tumbled out. Leaning against him, a vivid crimson handprint staining his golden armor, leaving a starkly glaring mark of blood, a manifestation of the transformation stage. Yet another one of such caliber. He swallowed hard, his gaze penetrating through the doorway into the hall, where cold corpses were sprawled across tables, chairs, staircases, and counters. Everywhere, there were lifeless bodies of T that moment. Several city guards landed on their swords behind him. Commander Wanfong, all factions within the city have encountered calamity. Not a single soul has survived, save for the heavenly wrath of the Luo network, which narrowly escaped to the southern kingdom. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Wanfong's forehead. Something grave has transpired. Over the years, numerous factions have been testing one another, maintaining a precarious balance. They have been sending spies to the Celestial Freedom Sect, just as the sect has been infiltrating other factions. Even when discovered, most opted for ransom rather than outright slaughter. Yet here, 10 or more factions have been exterminated in unison. This is akin to shattering the heavens. With a trembling voice, he began to inquire, "Are there any survivors?" The city guards shook their heads. Where could there be survivors? There are scarcely any intact corpses, reported. We cannot contain this matter. A few city guards nodded in agreement. Not only can they not manage it, but even Li Xinghe is likely imperiled at the plaza of the Celestial Freedom Sect. Li Xinghe stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. His eyes widened in fury as he abruptly turned to Hualiuyun, his voice laced with frost. "It was you who killed them." Hualiuyun continued to play the zither, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Senior brother, you just as a mere foundation establishment cultivator from a rural village. I would need the assistance of clouds to kill a chicken. Who would I dare to kill?" Upon hearing this, Hualiuyun hastily raised her hand. She could attest that Hualiuyun was indeed timid, let alone killing. Even squashing an ant would prove challenging for him. "Oh, esteemed son, Hualiuyun has always possessed a compassionate heart. How could you wrongfully accuse him?" Li Xinghe turned his glare towards Hualiuyun, his face a mask of rage. "Be silent. Hualiuyun, you are inciting war, provoking the demonic sects against the Celestial Freedom Sect. What is your true intention?" Hualiuyun ceased speaking, closing his eyes to savor the music. "Very well. This matter shall not be easily brushed aside. You have ultimately made an oversight, allowing the heavenly wrath to escape. Disciples of the Celestial Freedom Hall, heed my command. Immediately depart for the southern kingdom to protect the heavenly wrath." Upon receiving the order, several flying vessels took off from the plaza. Hualiuyun looked up in astonishment, his mouth agape, shock evident as he pointed a trembling finger at Li Xinghe. "Protect the heavenly wrath. Esteemed son of the sect, how dare you openly collude with the assassins of the Luo network? Is there no justice left? Is there no law? Is there no integrity in the righteous path?" Hearing Hualiuyun's crafty retort, Li Xinghe trembled with rage. "That I am preventing you from silencing witnesses. You fool!" In the plaza, the elders and disciples of the Celestial Freedom Sect, initially prepared to reprimand, fell silent, their attention fixated on the peculiar scene unfolding. The esteemed son of the sect was at odds with the chief of Hundred Flowers Peak. Suffering a disadvantage at this moment, Li Xinghe felt a deep sense of urgency. His cards were nearly played out. Not only had he failed to severely wound Hualiuyun, but he had inadvertently bolstered the latter's reputation. "Hualiuyun, even if I cannot currently prove your collusion with the demonic cultivators, you cannot evade punishment for tarnishing the name of the Celestial Freedom Sect by selling your talents at the Fragrant Pavilion." "Senior brother, I was merely performing." "How absurd! What sort of establishment could possibly be untainted? You are indeed selling, and we all witnessed it." "Senior brother, I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse me. You wretched being, I have frequented your establishment. And so has junior sister Murin. Oh, you still wish to quibble." Li Xinghe's face flushed crimson as he forcefully pulled the onlooker, Murongyu, closer, desperately needing someone to vouch for him. Murongyu, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, dropped her sunflower seeds, utterly astonished that the topic had shifted to her. Hearing the whispers of her fellow disciples, her cheeks flushed bright red as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, how could I possibly go to that place?" The surrounding disciples, upon seeing her expression, immediately understood. This was clearly a sign of guilt. Hiss! Usually junior sister Murong is as pure as jade. Who would have thought she was so open in private? Indeed, just look at who her master is. Yulinglong, the woman who has toyed with half of the men in the Celestial Freedom Sect. Faced with such a scene, the flustered Murong, you could only repeatedly shake her head. No, Li Xinghe is wrongfully accusing me. Her desperate explanations barely salvaged her reputation when Li Xinghe struck again. Junior Sister Morong, do not be shy. Was it not merely a male model you ordered? How could Hualiuyun have the audacity to sell at the fragrant pavilion and not allow anyone to purchase? As Morong struggled to explain herself, her face contorted, her lips twitching incessantly. Heavens, what have I done to be embroiled in this turmoil? At that moment, Hualiuyun jumped up, raising her hand. Senior brother. Senior brother, when I grow up and earn money, I will also visit your establishment with Sister Morong. All right, this time, even 100 mouths could not clarify the situation. YCHN. Would you accompany me with Hualiuyun? Uychn's lips trembled slightly as he reached out to pat Hualiuyun on the head. Speaking softly, Hualiuyun, you must understand, the business your senior brother conducts is solely for female clients. I shall refrain from joining. T this point, the entire crowd fell silent, all eyes turning sharply towards Li Xinghe. If memory served correctly, Li Xinghe had previously claimed he was attending to Hualiuyun's business and had been the most adamant about the unsavory nature of Hualiuyun's dealings. In an instant, the plaza was enveloped in silence, with all gazes fixated on Li Xinghe. His eyelids twitched violently as he frantically pondered a countermeasure. In his haste, he had misspoken, inadvertently digging himself into a pit. Fellow disciples, I did indeed visit the fragrant pavilion and ordered from Hualiuyun, but we did nothing. He spoke in a flurry, but the silence remained palpable, clearly indicating that no one believed him. After all, he had said otherwise before, and now his denial lacked any persuasive power. Seeing the crowd whispering and the elders of various peaks avoiding his gaze, Li Xinghe finally panicked. He dashed in front of Hualiuyun, tugging at his sleeve. Hualiuyun, you ought to say something. Hualiuyun disdainfully pulled his sleeve away from Li Xinghe's grasp. Fellow brothers and sisters, do not misunderstand. The son came to my establishment as a paying customer, which is a perfectly normal business transaction. Li Xinghe was left dumbfounded, staring rigidly at Hualiuyun. What kind of nonsense was this? What did he mean by normal business transaction? Did he think he wanted a refund? With the scene descending into chaos, an elder from the elders' hall promptly stepped in to restore order. Regardless, the entrance competition must continue. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xinghe cast one last glance at Hualiuyun before soaring off on his sword towards the city of seeking immortality, where so many lives have been lost, anticipating the storm that would surely follow. Meanwhile, Hualiuyun was forcibly removed from the stone pillar, stripped of his right to continue providing the background music for the competition. Unable to bear the gazes of those around her, Morong likewise chose to withdraw, leaving only Uychin behind. He approached Hualiuyun, bowing respectfully while holding his sword. Uychin pays my respects to senior brother. He bent at the waist, lowering his head, eagerly awaiting Hualiuyun's return of the gesture. Unbeknownst to him, Hualiuyun was not focused on returning the courtesy. He hastily snatched a portrait from Yuandu's hands. Once in his possession, he scrutinized it against Uychin, and the figure depicted in the portrait was strikingly handsome and noble. Yet it paled in comparison to the actual presence he had witnessed. He had initially thought the portrait had been embellished. Little did he know, the image merely captured a fraction of Uychin's essence. Junior brother, I have a job I wish to introduce to you. Uychin, somewhat suspicious, raised his head. He could easily guess his senior brother's intentions. However, upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of the portrait in Hualiuyun's hand, causing him to tense up, stumbling backward a few steps, his heart churning with turmoil. That Li Xinghe had not lied. Hualiuyun was indeed an assassin of the Luo network, a practitioner of the demonic path. He was the master of the meteor butterfly sword, code-named Meteor Shower. Senior brother, how do you possess a portrait of second senior brother? At the feet of Hualiuyun, the beaded curtain gently tugged at his garment, while he stood on tiptoe, scrutinizing the portrait in his hands. Meanwhile, Uychin's heartbeat raced to his throat. Damn it! In his startled retreat, he had forgotten to take his weakness with him. Now, with the beaded curtain so close to Hualiuyun, attempting to retrieve, it seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. His hand, resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist, trembled slightly. There was no way he would believe that Hualiuyun was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Could the deaths of so many demonic cultivators in Xiaoxian City truly be unrelated to him? He did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he spoke slowly, meteor shower. Hualiuyun, who had been examining the portrait, looked up bewildered at the sky, where, beside him, Yunduo hastily tugged at his sleeve. Luyun, I mean you, the net code name. Hualiuyun immediately realized, and, with a gloomy expression, leaned towards Yunduo, whispering, "Should we kill him? I'm a bit scared." "Yunduo, how about you take the lead?" Yunduo stared at Hualiuyun in shock. "But I can't defeat him. What should we do then?" "I've already accepted the payment, 50 spirit stones." Hearing their loud conspiratorial exchange, Hualiuyun's expression darkened, and he kept signaling to the beaded curtain. "Beaded curtain, come here to my side." The beaded curtain tugged at Hualiuyun's garment. "Senior brother, second brother is about to flee." Hualiuyun. In Xiaoxian City, after Li Xinghe arrived, he hurriedly entered a series of slaughtered strongholds. Upon witnessing the scene of carnage, his heart twitched slightly. All of this had occurred after he began confronting Hualiuyun. He stepped forward to inspect the corpses. After a moment, he furrowed his brow at the time of the attack. A grand formation had been laid out here, severing this small courtyard from the outside world. He meticulously examined the traces inch by inch, and after surveying the entire courtyard, he suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming somewhat grim. The barrier here was the sealing heaven formation. The killings were executed using the myriad manifestations sword technique, and the spatial reinforcement employed the knock heaven talisman. Soon as Li Xinghe finished speaking, the golden-armored captain Wan Feng nearly stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. Across the entire eastern region, and indeed the entire immortal spirit continent, these three techniques were well known. This was due to a demonic sect that had emerged decades ago, sweeping across the world with its might, utilizing precisely these three techniques. Point one formation, one sword, one talisman, had nearly dominated the realm. City Lord, Shuai is a remnant of the Flower God Palace. Could he be behind this? Upon hearing Wan Feng's words, Li Xinghe shook his head. Although Shuai indeed had connections to the Flower God Palace, he could only master the Knock Heaven Talisman. It was rumored that when the demon Emperor Hualiuyun transmitted his teachings, the three techniques were imparted separately. Even an elder of the Flower God Palace could not possibly possess all three divine paths simultaneously. City Lord, if we can capture Shuai, we may learn a thing or two. Xinghe stood up, his expression fluctuating between dark and bright. There was no doubt that the demon emperor and her crusaders had been sealed within the sea of morning flowers. He remained steadfast in his belief that the massacre here was related to Hualiuyun, with the greatest likelihood being that Hualiuyun had obtained the demon emperor's legacy. "Let us go to the prison and interrogate the fragrant pavilion." As Li Xinghe stepped out of the small courtyard, a disciple rushed over. "Senior brother, Hualiuyun asked me to convey a message to you. He still relies on the fragrant pavilion for his livelihood and hopes you will show mercy, offering you a discount on your next purchase." Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's rage boiled. This was a threat, a blatant threat. The city lord of Xiaoxian City. When had he ever needed to pay for services rendered? "Damn Hualiuyun, I will surely find a way to hold something over you." In stark contrast to Li Xinghe's impotent fury, Hualiuyun appeared remarkably composed, even after facing a deliberate scheme against him. He remained as serene as a gentle breeze by Hua Peak. The fragrant blossoms wafted through the woods, and as he beheld the vibrant scenery, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, seeing Hualiuyun's eyes glisten with moisture. The beaded curtain curiously inquired, "Senior brother, why are you crying?" Hualiuyun hastily wiped his eyes, concealing his excitement. "No, I'm merely slightly allergic to flower pollen." "Little junior sister, have you ever tried flower cakes?" The beaded curtain's eyes sparkled. As it was the first time she had heard of flowers being made into cakes, the thought of fragrant flowers being transformed into delectable treats made her mouth water. "Senior brother, can they really be made into cakes?" Noticing the beaded curtain's eager expression, Hualiuyun discreetly kicked her heel. "These flowers are treasures of Tang Keiwi. Disciples from other peaks must pay an entrance fee to admire them." The group ascended the mountain path, and when it came to splendor, no place in the entire Xiaoyao sect could rival Baiwa Peak. Yunduo marveled at the breathtaking scenery, while Hualiuyun remained indifferent. So much land, yet they cultivate flowers instead of rice. It feels like a waste. At that moment, a newly erected grave came into view halfway up the mountain. The grave appeared out of place amid the sea of flowers, detracting from the overall aesthetic. Damn, who the hell buried a grave here? Such a sight is sure to lead to a miserable reincarnation, Hualiuyun said with a scowl. Senior brother, do not speak carelessly. This is the tomb of our master's honored disciple. I've heard he just passed away. Be careful he doesn't come and haunt you at night. Hualiuyun glanced at the portrait of Hualiuyun held by Yunduo and retorted, Humph, you should be wary of me coming to find you at night. Hualiuyun shivered, regretting his words. This fellow still harbored intentions of killing him, claiming that if he did not, he would demand a refund. Insisting it was not for money but rather his professional integrity, the group approached the new grave. Hualiuyun gazed at the jade tombstone, furrowing his brow. Tomb of the little beggar, husband of Tang Kewei. At that moment, familiar memories assailed his mind. The inscription was so familiar, the title so well known, he recalled the evil ghost abyss, where someone had placed a large stone on his grave, nearly burying him alive. So, my enemy lies hidden here. Baiwa Peak was vast, and with Tang Kewei absent, Hualiuyun, as the chief disciple, assumed command. He selected a pavilion for himself and another for Yunduo nearby. Having found a place to settle, Hualiuyun eagerly began to expand the operations at Baiwa Peak. Not only did he start beekeeping in the mountains, but he also selected flowers for brewing wine and crafting flower cakes for Yunduo to sell within the sect. In just half a month, Baiwa Peak underwent a complete transformation, with many economically unviable flowers uprooted and replaced with more profitable varieties. Hualiuyun had also advised Hualiuyun to reconsider, but after being threatened verbally multiple times, he had no choice but to retreat into seclusion at the foot of the mountain. Within the shop, the beaded curtain waited by the kitchen, anticipating the fresh flower cakes to emerge. Hualiuyun stood at the counter, busily calculating with an abacus, when a beam of sword light descended as a figure entered the shop. Morongyu glanced at Hualiuyun, her tone icy. Junior brother Luyun, you should exercise caution. I've heard that various factions have arrived in Xiaosian City. And under pressure, Li Xinghe has released the people from the fragrant pavilion. Upon hearing this, Hualiuyun's excitement surged. So, does this mean I can return to work? Morongyu frowned. This fellow truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Junior brother Luyun, there are rumors circulating that you are a remnant of the Flower God Palace. Thanks to our Uncle's reputation, you can stand here in peace, but do you understand how many would want you dead if you were labeled as such? At this point, Morongyu leaned over the counter, her gaze fixed intently on Hualiuyun's eyes. Junior brother, tell me, are you connected to the Flower God Palace? How much were you involved in the affairs of the Shuang Mansion in Xiaosian City? What happened to your origins in Shamba Village? Since the strongholds of various factions in Xiaosian City were destroyed, the once dominant demonic sect had resurfaced in discussions, and with Hualiuyun and the entire Shamba Village's disappearance, conspiracy theories began to quietly brew. Perhaps Li Xinghe was still laying traps. Hualiuyun was once again thrust into the spotlight, if not for the high-ranking members of Xiaoyao sect still defending against the demon race in the Wangchuan mountain range. This storm would have erupted long ago. Now, all Morongyu wanted to know was whether Hualiuyun was indeed a remnant of the Flower God Palace. Confronted by the gaze of Morongyu, the youth merely lifted his head slightly and inquired, Elder sister, would you care for some flower cakes? I'd rather not. Morongyu retorted in exasperation, seizing the dough and smearing it across Hualiuyun's face. Regret gnawed at her. She lamented having taken on such an unreliable disciple for her master. This predicament was entirely her own doing. What sort of disciple neglects their cultivation, spending their days solely focused on trivial pursuits? Even after being doused in dough, Hualiuyun remained unfazed, breaking into a foolish grin while Morongyu stormed off in frustration. Humph, Hualiuyun, you squander your days in idleness and ambitionlessness. I shall ensure you receive a proper reprimand when our master returns. Halfway out, she suddenly turned back, grabbing the collar of Hualiuyun. Hualiuyun, you follow him around every day without a care for your own cultivation. As practitioners, we battle against the heavens. Every day is a precious gift that you cannot afford to waste. Hualiuyun, feeling the pressure, shrank her neck, knowing she was not as stubborn as Hualiuyun. Crossing Morongyu was a sure path to trouble. As Morongyu walked away, Yunduo cautiously peeked out from the kitchen. Feeling like an outsider in Baiwa Peak, her heart fluttering with unease at her presence there. Hualiuyun, I wish to return to the foot of the mountain. I miss the lady. Hualiuyun gently ruffled Yun Duo's hair, offering soothing words. Yun Duo, be good that we shall return in due time. The city of seeking immortality is in chaos at present, with rumors of demonic creatures causing trouble. But they say that the demonic creature is you. Upon hearing Yun Duo's words, Hualiuyun chuckled, the sunlight casting a serene glow upon his face. Now, take a closer look. Do I resemble a demonic creature? Yun Duo's cheeks flushed as she shyly lifted her head. Encountering his handsome visage, a subtle line formed between Hualiuyun's brows, exuding an alluring charm. His hair dancing in the wind, a few strands brushing against his lips. The gentle breeze lifted the collar of his garment, revealing a stunning tattoo of a blooming ghost flower beneath his collarbone, a sight both striking and slightly blinding. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the deep blue ink of his long robe cinched at the waist with scarlet ribbons, outlining his athletic form. Not at all. You bear no resemblance whatsoever. Is there truly such a strikingly handsome demonic creature in existence? With a soft chime, the bell attached to the ribbon binding his long hair tinkled as he moved, creating an enchanting scene that unfolded before Yun Duo like a dream. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the city of seeking immortality as Li Xinghe kicked over a table, scrolls scattering across the floor. His expression was one of madness, twisted with frustration, as he seethed with bitterness. Everything was within his grasp, yet he had lost so utterly. Investigate thoroughly. I demand concrete evidence of Hualiuyun's collusion with the demonic forces. Beneath the table, Wan Fong and Zhang Tianyu hurriedly gathered the scattered scrolls, all detailing information about Hualiuyun. Among them were testimonies from the patrons of the Fragrant Pavilion, even including Hualiuyun's transaction records. However, such evidence could only accuse him of fraud. What else could they do? As they sifted through the documents, their faces wore masks of despair. Just then, Zhang Tianyu had a sudden realization. Wait a moment. Since when do villains need evidence to wrongfully accuse someone? This feels a bit too straightforward. Saint's son, we are the villains, are we not? Without evidence, can we not fabricate some? Li Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, rising and delivering a kick to Zhang Tianyu's backside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed. So what if we lack evidence? Remember, Hualiuyun colluded with the demonic forces. He is the true villain. Their eyes met, and a knowing smile spread across both their faces. Zhang Tianyu flicked his storage ring, revealing dozens of sketchbooks in his hands. Force me to leave my sect. Force me towards death. What regret will I have once I tread the path of darkness? Exiled from the mountain, I shall ascend to divinity through farming that I fear no search of my dwelling. Those who wrongfully accuse me shall meet their demise. He raised a hand, pointing at the sketchbook, his voice turning icy. Saint's son, I possess 100 ways to frame someone. Li Xinghe took a sketchbook, flipping through its pages with a frown before hesitantly voicing, but I cannot play the role of the innocent. It is quite simple. Just observe me. Act bashful. Yes, that's right. Avoid eye contact. Embody that fearful demeanor. Witnessing their impromptu rehearsal, Wan Fong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth that a sect Saint's son and a peaked chief were conspiring to frame a foundation-building cultivator from a mere village. Such a sight was too shameful to behold. He hurriedly intervened, offering his invaluable suggestion. City Lord, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. With various factions sending experts to seeking immortality city, why not utilize them? As he spoke, Wan Fong made a slashing motion across his throat. If they succeed, Hualiuyun will perish, and we shall have no need for framing. Should they fail, Hualiuyun will inevitably reveal the 3 great techniques of the Flower Goddess Palace, providing us with an opportunity to exploit. The 2 who had been practicing their roles smacked their foreheads in realization. Of course. That makes perfect sense. The 3 quickly huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, the flickering candlelight casting ominous shadows upon the papered walls. The shapes appearing to dance like malevolent spirits, occasionally emitting chilling, sinister laughter. The following morning, as the gates of seeking immortality city swung open, Hualiuyun entered the city, leading Zhu Yan by the hand. Having earned a bit of coin during these days, he felt compelled to treat Hualiuyun to a shopping spree. The little one had been clamoring to visit the city for quite some time. The bustling morning market of seeking immortality city was vibrant, a nexus between the mundane and the celestial. Here, immortal beings from the mountains would trade their magical artifacts, while ordinary folk brought food to sell. Now, with some modest success to his name, Hualiuyun was no longer the beggar he once was. He appeared quite prosperous. "Big brother, I want candied hawthorn." "Buy." "Brother, I desire rice cakes." "Buy." "Brother, sugar figurines." "I want sugar figurines." "Buy." "Big brother, such beautiful longevity locks." "Purchase." "Wait, little yen, hold on. This is pure gold. Let me inquire about the price first." After a whirlwind tour of the market, he hurriedly pulled Hualiuyun away, his steps betraying a hint of anxiety. Upon entering, he wore a cheerful smile, but now he bore the look of someone who had lost a loved one. That his smile had shifted entirely to Hualiyun's face, who, clutching a sugar figurine in one hand and a candied hawthorn in the other, wore a pure gold longevity lock around her neck, strutting with her chin held high, radiating an air of magnificence. Upon arriving at the fragrant pavilion, Li Qingxiu rushed out to greet him, now a prominent figure in seeking immortality city as Tang Kuaiwei's disciple. "Ah, Liyun, you finally arrived. Let me tell you, during my time in the dungeon, that Li Xinghe lashed me, bullied me, and insulted me, yet I never revealed your name." Hualiuyun, equally agitated, grasped Li Qingxiu's hand, tears welling in his eyes. "Sister Li, I understand you. It was you who provided me with sustenance back then. How could I ever misjudge you?" He beckoned Hualiuyun over. "Hualiuyun, come here. This is my elder sister Li." Bow to her. After calling out for some time without a response, Hualiuyun turned in confusion. He found Hualiuyun standing frozen at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, her pure gold longevity lock magnetically attached to the door. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Hualiuyun pressed his lips together, avoiding Hualiyun's mournful gaze. "Sister Li, please take care of the child. I need to find Dingling." He hurriedly made his way toward the back courtyard. After passing through the front garden, the corridor grew dim, and after walking several dozen meters, he paused momentarily. Dingling, the sound of wind chimes rang out as golden bells swayed gently in the light. Hearing that sound, Hualiyun's face lit up, dropping to one knee with a firm voice. Hualiuyun, a third-tier bronze bell of the Seeking Immortality Division of the Listening Wind Pavilion, pays respects to the superior. At the end of the corridor, a handsome man approached, his long hair cascading down his back, adorned with two wind chime earrings dangling from his earlobes. In his hand, he twirled a slender dagger with finesse. White Shi, a first-tier golden bell of the Listening Wind Pavilion, as he neared. White Shi's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing Hualiuyun kneeling so respectfully. The bronze bell was the lowest tier within the Listening Wind Pavilion. He had encountered countless bronze bells, yet this was the first instance of such deference. Could this person truly be the one responsible for annihilating the Seeking Immortality Division? It hardly seemed probable. The moment he laid eyes on Hualiuyun, he realized he had been played by Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe merely intended to use him as a pawn in the internal strife of the Xiaoyao sect. Before he could ponder further, Hualiuyun eagerly approached. "Superior, are you here to distribute our wages?" The dagger in White Shi's hand clattered to the ground. "Wages? What salary are you talking about? Is it the flow of clouds? You should get up first." Hualiuyun furrowed his brows, a hint of skepticism lingering in his eyes. "Shangguan, my salary from last month was due yesterday. However, the previous person in charge has disappeared. Were you not brought here to rectify the salary issue?" Bai Shi felt a twinge of awkwardness. The number of copper bells in Xiaoxian City was incalculable, but if he were to cover all these salaries, selling himself would not suffice. Having confirmed that Hualiuyun was not the culprit, he turned and walked step by step toward the end of the corridor. "What salary? Who hired you? Go ask them." Suddenly, a sound of wind chimes echoed. A fierce gust of wind lifted the hem of his garment. Bai Shi had no time to turn around as a slender long sword pierced through his chest in an instant, two blood-red butterflies fluttering up and resting upon the sword's edge. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and he attempted to turn his head to see who wielded the sword, but a hand pressed firmly against his head. "Who gave you the audacity to claim my salary? Is it the Feng Ting Pavilion? When it comes to disbursing funds, You are the master. I could cater to you, but if you don't receive your salary, what winds will you listen to? Listen to the chimes of reincarnation instead. Bai Shi wished to struggle, yet he felt his limbs grow increasingly weak, a powerful sealing force binding his primordial spirit tightly within his body. The sealing sky array. It was the first time he had encountered the sealing sky array. The sword embedded in his chest unleashed sword energy that continuously dispersed along his blood vessels, swiftly destroying his life force. Blood bubbles formed at his lips, and he felt death creeping ever closer. In the final moment, that hand finally released him, and Bai Shi's body fell backward. That instant, he finally glimpsed the face before him, along with a wisp of red mist floating at his chest. Oh, the righteous aura of Red One. This was the last phrase he heard before he was forever plunged into silence. Dingling Pavilion. Zhao Dingling approached the eaves and reached out to catch a drop of rainwater. Behind her, Aya stepped forward and draped a windbreaker over her shoulders. Miss, are you worried about young Master Hualiuyun? Zhao Dingling nodded. Aya, Hualiuyun come from a small village, pure-hearted and kind, unaware of the treacheries of the world. Sometimes I truly regret pulling him into this web. He is not suited for this place. Just as she lamented, she could already see Hualiuyun's figure approaching along the narrow path outside the loft. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Dingling and leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, Dingling Jia! Dingling Jia! Zhao Dingling, seeing the exuberant youth rush toward her, could not suppress a smile. The web of intrigue always preys on the unsuspecting, and living within it is akin to walking on the edge of a precipice. Yet Hualiuyun's presence lit up her life like a ray of sunshine, that he was so innocent, so immaculate, healing the countless wounds in her heart. Hualiuyun, slow down, run slowly, don't fall. In just a few strides, Hualiuyun reached Zhao Dingling's side, affectionately resting his hand on her shoulder, his face alight with joy. Dingling Jia, are we receiving salaries today? Zhao Dingling lovingly ruffled his hair. Yes, of course, the sword master of Heavenly Fury has yet to return from the southern lands. Shall I personally supplement your salary? All right, thank you, Dingling Jia. You have no idea. I recently took in a little junior sister, and it's quite costly. The two laughed and chatted as they entered the loft, with Zhao Dingling not forgetting to remind Hualiuyun about his training. Hualiuyun, have you been practicing the assassination techniques I taught you? Yes, I've been diligently studying, not daring to forget a moment of your teachings. Dingling Jia. How mischievous. You've even learned to be cheeky. As the two entered the building. Aya subtly wrinkled her nose. A gentle breeze had just swept by, and she seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood, but she did not dwell on it. Upon entering the room, she gently closed the door behind her. Hualiuyun, you shouldn't have come down the mountain. You should stay hidden on Baiwa Peak, where no one dares to touch you. Inside, Zhao Dingling wore a deeply worried expression. Despite her many inquiries, she could not fathom what had driven Li Xinghe to target Hualiuyun so vehemently. If it were a matter of hatred, she suddenly recalled the last time Li Xinghe had come to the fragrant pavilion for a drink. Hualiuyun, how many spirit stones did you swindle from City Lordly last time? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible reason. Who would dare charge Li Xinghe's spirit stones in Hualiuyun City? Yet this impudent brat had the audacity to accept even the city lord's spirit stones. Speaking of spirit stones, Hualiuyun's expression momentarily froze. Dingling Jia, to be frank, I came down the mountain to collect my salary. Life on the mountain is austere, and those disciples of the Xiaoyao sect are miserly with their spending. I can hardly earn a few spirit stones in him while little junior sister is still growing. With money, I could buy her some old hens to supplement her growth. While little junior brother is also in seclusion. And with funds, I could buy him more gathering spirit pills. You see, everywhere requires expenditure. Zhao Dingling shot Hualiuyun a disapproving glance. At such a critical juncture, this fellow was still preoccupied with collecting salary. She was well aware that the money Hualiuyun earned was all stashed in the small pocket of his trousers. Aya had seen it all while washing his clothes, and he hadn't spent a single coin. Buying old hens, gathering spirit pills, these are merely lies of his. However, as his caring big sister, she would not expose Hualiuyun. As for those spirit stones, don't even think about it. The previous person in charge of Hualiuyun City was murdered. And seeking your salary now is tantamount to courting death. Do you wish to throw your life away? Zhao Dingling scolded Hualiuyun, her face filled with exasperation as she attempted to persuade him to return to the mountain. She went on lecturing until midnight, finally growing weary and leaning back in her chair, drifting off to sleep. Hearing Zhao Dingling's breathing gradually even out, Hualiuyun lifted his head, unfastening his light blue Luyun cloak and draping it over Zhao Dingling's delicate form. Hee, collecting salary, collecting salary. Clang. The door burst open, a cold wind sweeping into the room, causing Li Xinghe to raise his hand to shield himself from a gust. What time is it? Reporting, City Lord. It is already the third watch. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe abruptly stood up, but she had yet to return. Regardless of whether he had succeeded in killing Hualiuyun, he should have come back to find him. Suddenly recalling something, Li Xinghe dashed to the door, leaning against the door frame to survey the entirety of Chiosian City. Alert! Quickly raise the alarm. Seeing Li Xinghe's anxious demeanor, the soldiers stationed by the door hastily ignited the fireworks in their hands. A dazzling white light shooting into the sky, if his earlier suspicions were merely conjectures. He could now confirm that the leaders of those factions were all slain by Hualiuyun this moment. He couldn't help but recall the scene earlier that day when he learned about green tea from Zhang Tianyu. Undoubtedly, Hualiuyun was the true master of green tea. His seemingly harmless facade had consistently blinded the eyes of the world. Boom! The colorful fireworks exploded above Chiosian City in a grand residence. The envoy from the Xianyue kingdom, seated cross-legged on the surface of the lake, lifted his head toward the sky and a disdainful smile crept across his lips. Entirely indifferent to Li Xinghe's alarm, an envoy from the Xianyue kingdom, who would not protect him throughout the eastern domain. If he were to die within the Xiaoyao sect, it would conveniently provide the Xianyue kingdom with a reason to launch a northern expedition against the Xiaoyao sect. Just then, a servant rushed to the lakeside to report, Lord Li Shuang, a spy from the Jinyue, is here to demand his salary. Li Shuang paused momentarily, his expression perplexed. Jinyue Yuan? Seeing the servant nod, Li Shuang rose and strolled to the lakeside. This was the first time he had encountered such an unprecedented situation where the Jinyue Yuan sought salary from someone in the Ministry of Rights. Just as he was about to open the door, a beam of sword light sliced through the sky, landing in the courtyard at a critical moment as Li Xinghe arrived, drawing his sword to shield Li Shuang. Envoy, be careful of assassins. Li Xinghe's gaze sharpened, his focus instantly honing in on an intricately carved courtyard door, ready to strike with thunderous force at any moment. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Hualiuyun outside. One hand clutching half a bag of peanuts, the other cradling a large rooster. His face was filled with ingratiating smiles, his demeanor respectful, and upon seeing Li Shuang, he quickly bowed in greeting. Jinyue Yuan greets Lord Li. And also my senior brother, Lord Li. I heard you traveled a great distance, so I brought you a gift. The servant reached out to receive the gift, but Hualiuyun swiftly sidestepped him. This gift must reach the rightful recipient to ensure that the recipient remembers his kindness. Gifting without seeking repayment. What value does gifting hold? In a flash, he utilized his 100 battle-killing god steps to appear before Li Shuang, simultaneously stuffing the large rooster and peanuts into Li Shuang's embrace. Seeing the large rooster tucked under his left arm and the bag of peanuts in his right hand, Li Shuang's pupils constricted so fast. He was utterly oblivious just moments ago, unable to discern the true prowess of Hualiuyun, who, in his eyes, appeared as an ordinary mortal. Witnessing such a scene, Li Xinghe's hair stood on end, and he hastily pulled Li Shuang behind him, brandishing his sword to obstruct Hualiuyun's form, his voice icy. Junior brother, you have finally admitted it. The ghost of the Imperial Guard of Xianyue Kingdom. What more can you say? In response to Li Xinghe's inquiry, Hualiuyun remained unfazed. Elder brother, my second junior brother is still a prince of Xianyue Kingdom. Why are you making such a fuss? It's merely an additional salary. If you are interested, I can act as your intermediary. Nonsense. Do I lack trifles such as that? Indeed, you do not lack. Now step aside. I wish to reminisce with Lord Li. Hualiuyun forcefully pushed Li Xinghe aside and turned towards Li Shuang, his smile dripping with flattery, causing Li Shuang to shudder, goosebumps erupting all over him. Considering it was merely a business deal worth a few spirit stones, and with Hualiuyun being the head of Baiwa Peak, Li Shuang decisively handed over the stones, and Hualiuyun promptly turned to leave. After sitting in the courtyard for half an hour, he had nearly finished the half bag of peanuts he brought. If he stayed any longer, he might have to stew a rooster, with a loud cluck. Li Xinghe, infuriated, kicked the rooster into the lake, his face turning a deep shade of anger. He was certain that he had once again fallen victim to Hualiuyun's tricks. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, Wan Fong and Zhang Tianyu were already waiting for him. Elder brother, did Hualiuyun make a move? Humph. It is my fault for being too impulsive. I should have waited for him to strike first and caught him in the act. So, he did not attack. Exactly, that scoundrel merely went to deliver a gift. The three men exchanged glances in the grand hall, feeling an undeniable sense of unease despite the clear visibility of both parties. After leaving the Xianyue Kingdom Embassy, Hualiuyun made another visit to the strongholds of other factions. This time, Li Xinghe had wised up. He only sent someone to follow him discreetly, refraining from appearing himself. Reports began flooding in, revealing no anomalies. That fellow was indeed just there to collect his wages. Until dawn broke, a warm ray of sunlight streamed into the hall, prompting Li Xinghe to sip from his teacup. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Report, Lord! The factions that had failed to pay Hualiuyun were once again slaughtered. Clattering, the teacup in Li Xinghe's hand fell to the ground as he staggered to his feet. The last time, various factions had been wiped out right under his nose. Despite his heightened vigilance this time, trouble had still arisen. What kind of power could stir such chaos? At that moment, he felt that the city of seeking immortals was utterly foreign and exceedingly treacherous. Before he could regain his footing, another city guard burst in. Report, Lord. Early this morning, Hualiuyun registered at the recruitment center, seeking to join the city guards. Li Xinghe's heart abruptly halted for several seconds. His voice breaking. Quickly, do not let him in. Lord, it's too late. He has already donned the standard armor and begun patrolling. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse. After a moment of recovery, he weakly grasped Wan Fong's arm and earnestly pleaded, Commander Wan, remember, no matter how far my conflict with him escalates, do not ever delay his spirit stones. I could see this moment. Wan Fong was drenched in cold sweat. Just yesterday, they had been discussing how to deal with Hualiuyun, and today he had become Hualiuyun's superior. Outside the fragrant courtyard, Hualiuyun, clad in loose armor and clutching a long blade, vigilantly observed the throngs of passers-by. Standing there, he could simultaneously oversee the city guards' patrols and the fragrant courtyard's clientele, feeling like a true genius to, oh, isn't that Luoyun Qianshui? What brings you to don the iron armor of the city guards today? Is the fragrant courtyard introducing a uniform service? Upon encountering an acquaintance, Hualiuyun sheepishly offered a smile. If it weren't for his financial struggles, who would willingly toil to exhaustion? He was merely a worker at heart. Sister, I am now an official. Please refrain from such comments, aha. So you're both a bandit and a soldier. Your business is quite extensive. Perhaps you could catch a colleague to boost your performance. Hearing that one could capture colleagues to enhance performance, Hualiuyun's gaze instinctively turned towards Li Qingxiu and Zhang Jinjin inside the establishment. Meeting his eager gaze, the two slightly averted their eyes. What were they? Spies, agents, the very ones most afraid of soldiers. Yes, it turned out, not only was Hualiuyun headed by Hua Peak, but he had also joined the city guards, donning the attire of an official. His sisterly had treated me with immense kindness. How could I possibly do such a thing? Cursing himself for being worse than a pig or dog, Hualiuyun took out a small booklet to review the day's tasks. Listening Wind Pavilion. Monitor the movements of the net. Investigate the intelligence of the Fury Blood Hall. Keep an eye on the Carefree Sect. Probe into the Listening Wind Pavilion. After studying for a while, Hualiuyun happily checked off each task. Nearby, Zhang Tianyu, pretending to pass by, craned his neck to take a glance. His expression won a surprise that you've completed this already. Hualiuyun turned his head, recognizing a familiar face and smiling with innocence. Indeed, I have a thorough understanding of every faction's movements. I'm a professional scout. Brother Zhang, are you here to make a purchase? Zhang Tianyu shook his head, pretending to continue his walk, as he was merely there to probe for Hualiuyun's weaknesses that the head of Mingyue Peak. He always followed the steps of the Holy Sun, positioning himself as a vanguard. Watching Zhang Tianyu walk away, Hualiuyun, puzzled, tucked the booklet back into his robe and, noting the time, headed towards the Xianyue Kingdom Embassy. With the former head of the Imperial Guard and seeking immortal city deceased and no replacement dispatched from above, he could only keep a close watch on Li Shuang within the embassy. After all, they were all from Xianyue Kingdom. Who would he not seek out? No one could prevent him from going to work. He was eager for advancement. Upon arriving at the embassy, he cautiously glanced around, confirming no one was following before slipping into the courtyard. Tea that moment. Li Shuang, seated in the garden sipping chicken soup, nearly dropped his spoon as he stiffly turned his head, only to see Hualiuyun standing respectfully beside him. This fellow had remarkably swift reflexes. He had barely heard the door open when he was already close at hand. "Lord Li, it is I, the ghost of the Imperial Guard. Hualiuyun, I have crucial intelligence to report." Li Shuang's expression fell into a daze. As a diplomat from the Ministry of Rights, how had this Imperial Guard spy come to depend on him? Casting a glance at the pot of chicken soup, Li Shuang forcibly suppressed his displeasure. "Well, one deserves this for being soft-hearted. Luyun, what do you wish to report?" Hualiuyun, his expression grave, scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Li Shuang's ear to whisper, "My lord, this morning, Zhang Tianyu was spying on my task booklet, and I suspect Li Xinghe is concocting a plot against our Xianyue Kingdom." Li Shuang took a sip of the chicken soup. An officer of the Imperial Guard had perished in seeking Immortal City, and Li Xinghe had yet to provide an explanation to Xianyue Kingdom. He, too, was contemplating taking action to reprimand Li Xinghe. After glancing at Hualiuyun, he felt it could be an opportunity to test this fellow's sincerity. "Luyun, to be frank, I have long wished to teach Li Xinghe a lesson. Do you have any good strategies?" Upon hearing Li Shuang's inquiry, Hualiuyun's expression grew serious. "Here it comes. The mission mechanism has finally been triggered. Oftentimes, superiors are oblivious. As subordinates, one must guide and urge their leaders to strive for progress. Today, he felt he had come at the right moment. My lord, I have a plan that could secure this city." Hualiuyun's gaze brimmed with shrewdness. He raised his hand as if to grasp the entire city of seeking immortals in his palm. At this moment, Li Shuang's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to know what scheme Hualiuyun could possibly devise that, "What strategy do you propose?" "The beauty trap." Hearing those three words, the glimmer of interest in Li Shuang's eyes extinguished instantly. After all this, it came down to this? Very well. He should not have held any expectations for such a lowly spy, a holy son of a sect, the lord of seeking Immortal City. What kind of beauties had he not encountered? Could he possibly fall for your crude trick? He might end up losing both the lady and his troops, that a beauty might end up being used for nothing more than a fleeting dalliance, leaving not a ripple behind. "Luyun, I have heard you came from a village. You may not be well-versed in certain matters. Beauties are quite rare at your level, but before a holy son, they are merely playthings." Li Shuang spoke very tactfully, clearly indicating that this scheme was unviable. Yet at that moment, Hualiuyun interjected once more, "My lord, what if this beauty has a cauliflower?" Li Shuang was momentarily stunned, and the chicken soup in his mouth splattered all over the table. His face stiffened as he turned his head to gaze at Hualiuyun. "Where would you find a beauty with cauliflower?" Hualiuyun patted his chest. "My lord, have you forgotten where I work? At the Fragrant Pavilion, there are plenty of beauties afflicted with cauliflower." Upon hearing this, Li Shuang's complexion instantly shifted from crimson to ashen. He abruptly stood up and rushed toward the bathhouse. "What kind of nonsense is going on at your Fragrant Pavilion? How can you deceive clients like this? Shaoan, quickly boil water. I need to take a bath." Witnessing Li Shuang's frantic escape, Hualiuyun wore a bewildered expression. "What is happening? We were just having a pleasant conversation. Why the sudden urge to bathe? Do influential figures have cleanliness obsessions?" After waiting for over half an hour without seeing Li Shuang return, Hualiuyun could only leave helplessly. The lack of opposition from him likely indicated agreement. And he still needed to return to select beauties. When it comes to managing men, he needed to consult Zhang Jinjin. At the city lord's residence, Li Xinghe shivered inexplicably. Wrapping his fur cloak around him, he gazed gloomily at the icicles hanging from the eaves. The weather had grown cold. The demons of the Wangguan Mountains should be retreating. After all, snakes and bears hibernate, and migratory birds fly south. If it weren't for these, the Shio sect would have fallen countless times. His master and the others would be returning soon. He needed to settle matters with Hualiuyun. Before that, a flicker of urgency crossed his face. Once Tang Kui returned, seizing Hualiuyun's fortune would be an arduous task. That woman was not only lacking in wits, but also possessed formidable strength. Just then, Zhang Tianyu happened to walk by outside the hall, and he quickly waved him over. "Tianyu, do you have any good strategies concerning Hualiuyun?" As Li Xinghe's strategist, Zhang Tianyu was certainly not one to be underestimated. After some consideration, he had already devised a preliminary plan. A cunning smile crept across his lips as he leaned in close to whisper in Li Xinghe's ear. "Holy Son, I have a scheme that could disperse Luoyun." Li Xinghe's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired, "Oh, what is this plan?" Zhang Tianyu, casting a furtive glance around to ensure safety, spoke again. "Today, I discovered that on the windowsill of Hualiuyun's residence, there is a money tree. He must fervently worship it every morning. We could take advantage of the dark of night." Li Xinghe's lips curled into a sinister smile, understanding immediately. Pour boiling water on a money tree to ruin his Dao heart. "Ha ha, Tianyu, you truly are brilliant." Zhang Tianyu looked at the flushed Li Xinghe, swallowing the words that followed, that he had intended to suggest replacing the money tree with a statue of an evil deity and recording Hualiuyun's worship to report to the Shio sect. However, seeing Li Xinghe's expression, he felt that no scheme was more important than the Holy Son's happiness. At the tea that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside. "Report, City Lord, a merchant from the western regions has passed through our city, claiming to offer you exotic beauties." Upon hearing exotic beauties, Li Xinghe scoffed disdainfully, curling his lip. Coming from Blue Star and being the holy son of the Shio sect, what kind of beauty had he not encountered? Cold and aloof, exquisite and delicate, lively and spirited, he had already savored the pinnacle of beauty in this world. Now his heart was solely focused on the great Dao. Rising gracefully, he soon spotted a woman entering from outside. Upon seeing her, Li Xinghe's pupils constricted sharply, nearly bulging from their sockets. "What?" The woman wore a deep V-neck top, her fragrant shoulders exposed, paired with a pink miniskirt that was so short it nearly revealed the roots of her legs. Her long legs adorned with white stockings shone brightly, and the crystal high heels accentuated her tall figure. Zhang Tianyu wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose, hurriedly averting his gaze. He had once thought that clothing concealed the majority of a woman's beauty, but now he realized his folly. Such a suggestive and semi-transparent ensemble struck directly at the heart. "That I am Zhang Yingxue. Honored to meet you, Holy Son." Her voice was sweet and mesmerizing, striking straight at the soul, and Li Xinghe was instantly captivated. He was not lecherous. Rather, he was nostalgic for the vibrant summer days reminiscent of Blue Star. Moreover, what of being lecherous? Throughout history, heroes have loved beautiful women. Li Xinghe was the greatest of heroes, naturally inclined to adore the most beautiful of women. "Yingxue, please sit here. Who taught you to dress so beautifully? It's truly magnificent. Have you eaten yet? I'll have the servants prepare some chicken soup for you." "Yingxue, where are you?" "Quickly, bring tea for my dear Yingxue." Li Xinghe surrounded Zhang Yingxue with attentive flattery, his eyes nearly transforming into heart-shaped orbs. Zhang Tianyu reluctantly exited the hall, gently closing the door behind him. Outside, Wan Fong saw Zhang Tianyu emerge and gestured toward the inside. "What's going on?" Zhang Tianyu swallowed hard. "A beauty has arrived. TSK. That figure, that waist, my heavens, I can't bear it." Wan Fong frowned. He caught a brief glimpse of the woman as she entered. She bore a resemblance to Zhang Jinjin's sister from the fragrant pavilion. It seemed he had heard that the cauliflower had retreated, but the encounter was too fleeting for him to take a closer look. Hearing the commotion inside, Wan Fong thought little of it, and turned to seek a place to enjoy some flower wine. For several consecutive days, the city of seeking immortals was tranquil. Hualiuyun rose early, as was customary for the villagers who could hardly sleep a minute longer. As always, after washing up, he approached the money tree by the window, fervently clasping his hands together in prayer 3 times, before kneeling to bow once. "Lord of wealth, bless me this year with prosperity, great fortune, and a thriving career, allowing me to live splendidly and embrace tomorrow." After this sincere prayer, he picked up a watering can to tend to the money tree, only to have a withered yellow leaf suddenly fall before him. Hualiuyun trembled. hurriedly picking up the leaf, his expression growing more devout. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Lord of Wealth, for your blessings." Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept by, causing a flurry of leaves to drop. With a loud thud, the watering can slip from his grasp, his expression stiffening as he reached to touch the roots of the money tree. I said dead. Indeed, it was completely lifeless. Hualiuyun's nostrils flared, veins bulging on his forehead as he detected the stench of poverty emanating from Zhang Tianyu. Undoubtedly, this was a sinister scheme aimed at him. Lixingha had struck first by severing his fortune. Standing by the window for a long while, Hualiuyun smashed the dead money tree with a single palm. He lifted his gaze, casting a deep, contemplative glance toward the direction of the city lord's residence. Blue Star people, if you believe yourself to be powerful, I have no objection to playing along as the depths of winter approached. Snow began to fall heavily on the streets. Hualiuyun, clad in a new cotton coat, ran joyfully through the snow, having heard that the servants of the city lord's residence had caught a chill, leading to numerous renowned doctors being summoned. They left with great confidence, yet returned despondent. When outsiders inquired, they merely shook their heads and remained silent. Should anyone press further, they would only sigh softly. The chill was too severe, proving difficult to treat. People naturally understood the gravity of the situation, for most individuals from the city lord's residence were cultivators, and what could possibly afflict them so easily? Senior brother, look, I made a snowman just like you." Hualiuyun stood in the snow, cheerfully waving at Hualiuyun. Under the sunlight, the snowman shone brilliantly white, much like Hualiuyun himself, emerging unsullied from the mire in this realm of cultivation. He directed a radiant smile at Hualiuyun, causing the little girl to blush as she embraced the snowman. Just then, another esteemed doctor exited the city lord's residence, his expression mirroring that of the others, full of melancholy, even tinged with fear. As he brushed past Hualiuyun, he discreetly flicked a finger, sending a recording stone stealthily into Hualiuyun's sleeve. Throughout the encounter, they exchanged no words, as if two strangers had crossed paths in a meaningless encounter. "Little Yin, it's time to go home," remarked the taller figure as they departed, leaving the lonely snowman standing against the cold wind. Atop the city lord's tower, a flower window slowly creaked open. Lixingha leaned against the window, watching the two departing figures, his expression twisting in irritation. Damn it, is he here to mock me? Despicable, shameless, vile, and lowly. Indeed, Lixingha has contracted the plague, and the situation is dire. His condition has deteriorated significantly, leaving him feeling despondent. Within the tower, Wan Fong and Zhang Tianyu are present, yet they maintain a considerable distance from Lixingha, wary of the ominous contagion. "Come over and assist me," he implores. "Did you not previously insist that missing Shui attend to me?" retorts Wan Fong, provoking Lixingha's ire, smoke practically rising from his head in frustration. "Spiritless wretch, do not mention that wretched woman to me. I did not request your support below, but rather to help me to a seat over there." Reluctantly, Wan Fong approaches and gently helps Lixingha to his place. Take it slow, oh. This truly is an unbearable ordeal. Once Lixingha is settled, Zhang Tianyu clears his throat twice and retrieves several statements from his robes, placing them before him. It has been ascertained that Zhang Yingxue hails from the fragrant pavilion, and is the sister of Zhang Jinjin. She has confessed that it was Hualiuyun who incited her to approach you, claiming it would secure her position as the city lord's wife. Hearing this, Lixingha's teeth nearly grind to dust in rage. Cursed Hualiuyun, poisoning me in the depths of despair, and promising the position of city lord's wife, in both his past and present lives. He has never encountered such a malevolent individual. Compared to Hualiuyun's schemes, pouring boiling water on a money tree seems trivial. By the way, that doctor seemed to have given me something earlier. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's murmurs, Lixingha's heart raced, and he abruptly stood once more. This is bad. The doctor had an air of suspicion when he examined me. Reflecting on it now, every detail appears suspicious. Quick, go fetch that doctor. Whatever he gave a Hualiuyun, retrieve it all. Seeing Wan Fong rush out, Lixingha repositioned himself by the window, gazing longingly down the main road before the city lord's mansion. His heart filled with hope. After a long while, Wan Fong returned empty-handed, its over. Li Xinghe lamented, collapsing despondently to the ground. Zhang Tianyu sighed and placed a stack of scrolls before Li Xinghe. Holy Son, these are all the records concerning Hualiuyun. Additionally, there have been appearances of the knocking immortal talisman, the myriad forms sword Dao, and the sealing heaven array in the city of seeking immortals. I have sought the elders in our sect for this compilation of secrets from the Flower Goddess Palace. I Xinghe dismissed the materials on Hualiuyun, having nearly memorized every detail. The individual seemed to be from a village, lacking any concealment. However, he found the secrets of the Flower Goddess Palace intriguing, for it was once a formidable demonic force that swept across the eastern region. Its power was so immense that it forced numerous sects and dynasties to bow in submission, slaying countless immortals. Yet it fell swiftly at the pinnacle of its might. Even the demon Emperor Hualiuyun and her crusaders sealed within the sea of morning flowers. As he opened the scroll, the first page revealed a portrait of a stunning woman, her figure graceful, adorned with a crimson flower at her brow, embodying maturity, intellect, and allure. She bore no resemblance to a demonic overlord. This demon Emperor Hualiuyun possesses some beauty, he mused, turning to the second page. This page depicted another woman, holding a long zither, clad in flowing white, yet her face remained unrendered. Why is her face not illustrated? Zhang Tianyu's lips twitched. Indeed, even with her demise, she remained so enamored, fixating solely on the beauty portrayed. Holy Son, this is the second empress of the Flower Goddess Palace, named Tianyin. She lurks in the shadows, and no one has beheld her visage. Hence the absence of a face in the portrayal. Nodding, Li Xinghe continued to peruse the scroll. The Hualiuyun sect is a significant faction that possesses extensive knowledge of secrets, and their records on the Flower Goddess Palace are remarkably detailed. The records state that the Flower Goddess Palace originated from beyond the heavens, relentless in battle, seizing territory, attacking not just humans, but also demon and devil races, essentially waging war against all. Ultimately, it took the combined might of several saints, including the ancestor of the Hualiuyun sect, the holy master of the flying immortal sacred grounds, the former emperor of the Xianyue kingdom, and the Kiran heavenly sovereign of the demon race, to quell the chaos caused by the Flower Goddess Palace. Li Xinghe, savoring the text with a lick of his fingers, found the author of this tome to be exceptionally talented, with each line laden with foreshadowing, even concluding with a hook. Splendid, truly splendid, the demon Emperor Hualiuyun, single-handedly contending against the world, forcing countless immortals to bow. Remarkable indeed. The entire biography depicted the grandeur of an era and narrated the rise and fall of a dynasty. After perusing through hundreds of thousands of words, Li Xinghe finally finished as the moon graced the treetops. Frowning, he flipped back to a particular page, where he found a rather ambiguous statement. When the demon Emperor Hualiuyun invaded this realm, it was said she cradled an infant. The child was inherently deficient, surviving solely on luck, and those well-versed in physiognomy predicted his early demise. The commentary read, "Where in the world is there a demon Emperor Hualiuyun? Merely a grieving mother who has lost her child, seeking vengeance against the heavens and society." Upon reaching this point, Li Xinghe couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. What a remarkable person. Such a pity she is already married that, in comparison, Zhang Yingxue seemed like a mere firefly beside the radiant moon. Hearing Li Xinghe's lament, Zhang Tianyu, who had been enjoying his noodles, suddenly choked, noodles spilling from his nostrils. "I cannot hold it in any longer. So you only saw the beauty of the demon Emperor Hualiuyun in your search for clues regarding the Flower Goddess Palace. Holy Son, we must pay greater attention to whether the Flower Goddess Palace is colluding with Hualiuyun." Yes. Li Xinghe hastily refocused, momentarily stunned by the scroll. "Tianyu, do you think the infant cradled by the demon Emperor Hualiuyun could be Hualiuyun? They share the same surname, and those of the Hua lineage are not many." Their gazes met, and the possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Hualiuyun had just appeared in the city of seeking immortals when the identities of Shui Ji, and his wife Balui, remnants of the Flower Goddess Palace, were exposed, followed by the disappearance of Shamba village and the emergence of the three great techniques of the Flower Goddess Palace. "Tianyu, in my hometown, There's a custom that those endowed with innate luck must take on a humble name to prevent the jealousy of the heavens, while those with innate deficiencies must seek sustenance from many families to mend their fortunes. This scroll states that the infant was inherently deficient. Their eyes brightened with realization. Hualiuyun had grown up without parents, taken in by a reclusive old man from the village, and raised on the milk of countless families. Now, in the city of seeking immortals, he was undertaking numerous jobs. That is he truly in such dire need of spirit stones? Or could it be that spirit stones are merely a fade, and his true aim is to rectify his fate by harnessing the fortunes of various factions? Holy Son, this is merely speculation. I shall put him to the test tomorrow. The two swiftly devised a plan, determined to strip Hualiuyun of his secrets. They understood that the flower goddess palace had offended the entire world, with countless lives lost at its hands. Once Hualiuyun's identity was confirmed, even if he possessed overwhelming fortune, how could he face the wrath of the world? After departing from the street outside the city lord's mansion, Hualiuyun stealthily slipped into the embassy of the Xianyue kingdom. Upon seeing Hualiuyun approach, Li Shuang turned to leave, wishing to avoid any entanglement with the fragrant pavilion and especially the incident surrounding Li Xinghe's affliction. The outside world was abuzz with rumors of a cold spreading among the servants of the city lord's mansion, but only Li Shuang knew the truth. It was Li Xinghe who had fallen victim to Hualiuyun's cunning plot. Severing someone's lifeline is akin to killing their parents. That is a deep-seated grudge. If Li Xinghe were to discover that he had a hand in this matter, 10 heads would not suffice. Ah, Li Daren, I have come to pay you a visit. Hualiuyun hastened to catch up with Li Shuang, feigning familiarity. Daren, I have brought you a gift. Feeling something thrust into his hand, Li Shuang cast a suspicious glance at Hualiuyun. A projection stone? Hualiuyun, you are an undercover agent for the Jinyui, and I am the ambassador stationed at the Xiaoyao sect. We should minimize our interactions and avoid suspicion. As he spoke, he attempted to distance himself from Hualiuyun while channeling his spiritual energy into the projection stone. In the small courtyard, flickering lights illuminated an image upon the sky that it depicted an elegant pavilion, where incense burned and candlelight dimmed. Despite the low light, one could discern Li Xinghe reclining on a bed. His face ashen, expression desolate, his trousers bunched at his knees, the area between his legs marred, and his thighs covered in red rashes. With a thud, the projection stone slipped from Li Shuang's grasp, trembling in shock. How did you manage to obtain this image? Oh, Hualiuyun, from now on, no matter who inquires, you must claim not to know me, will you? I implore you. Hualiuyun appeared genuinely perplexed, but, Li Daren, your scheme has succeeded. Why do you seem so displeased? The flowers flow like clouds, and one must speak with integrity. This matter was entirely your decision. I had no part in it. Hualiuyun had a tussle with Li Shuang at the embassy of the Xianyue kingdom, ultimately being expelled. Leaning against the entrance of the embassy, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since his cultivation began, his memories had become increasingly muddled, bringing to mind more and more ancient tales. The impression stone spun incessantly at his fingertips. This was merely the second step against Li Xinghe. When dealing with ordinary cultivators, one would resort to killing, but Li Xinghe was the holy son of the carefree sect, immensely powerful at the transformation stage. Thus, the best strategy was to attack the heart, intending to shatter Li Xinghe's will. Julian, let us depart for home. He picked up his little junior sister, who had fallen asleep atop a stone lion, and they proceeded towards the direction of the fragrant pavilion. The impression stone continued to pulse in his hand, gradually quickening its pace until it became a blur. 1 stone became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. As he walked, the stones fell one after another. Suddenly, he broke into a run, the stones dropping behind him and creating small craters in the snow. Ha ha! Come see. The holy son Li Xinghe has soiled his pants. 1, 2, 3, 4. The genius youth lacks restraint. Ah, how amusing, truly amusing. He tossed his hand, and countless impression stones scattered like flowers from a celestial maiden. The sound of them clattering against the blue tiles echoed through the night. By this time, the hour was late, and those who had retired for the evening opened their windows in outrage. Who is this lunatic? What is the city guard doing? Me? I'm a city guard. Ha ha! Unfazed, he continued to scatter the impression stones. Dingling. The sound of a bell rang out, and Hualiuyun perked up his ears. Oh, a misunderstanding. I thought it was another assassin from the Listening Wind Pavilion, but it turns out to be the sound of the bell on my own head. Ha ha. What assassin? I am the assassin. Turning the corner, he took a few steps forward and encountered a man in a black robe with a hood, who was walking slowly towards him as they drew nearer. The man's had slipped off, revealing the somewhat gloomy face of Zhang Tianyu. They exchanged glances, and Hualiuyun smiled as he handed an impression stone to Zhang Tianyu. His grin was earnest, appearing harmless. Senior Brother Zhang, here you go, a special little gift from the city of seeking immortality. Zhang Tianyu's lips curled slightly as he calmly accepted the impression stone, then handed Hualiuyun a collection of stories from the Flower Goddess Palace in return. Junior Brother Hua, this is a token of gratitude, a story collection from the Flower Goddess Palace. They brushed past each other, both wearing smiles at by the way. Remember to open that little gift in front of Senior Brother Li. The joy will be doubled. Zhang Tianyu paused, glanced at the impression stone, and with a dismissive smirk, thought it was merely a worthless stone, incapable of causing any significant stir. Once Hualiuyun's identity was solidified, no one could save him. Junior Brother Luyun, are you perhaps innately deficient? It is said that those born with deficiencies require the lights of 10,000 households to nourish them, living off the kindness of others to extend their short lives. TSK, how pitiable. Even the demon Emperor Huayu would be powerless to help you. Yes, soon as Zhang Tianyu finished speaking, the impression stone in his hand glowed, projecting a breathtaking image. Hualiuyun's smile vanished. And so did Zhang Tianyu's. Was it that they no longer smiled? Certainly not. Hualiuyun's expression darkened like a cold pool, and Zhang Tianyu realized that this meant Li Xinghe had found out. It indicated that the world knew, and that many within the city of seeking immortality might be aware as well. The identity of the Flower Goddess Palace was his most sensitive secret. To avoid prying minds, he had even deceived himself, yet it had now been exposed that a pure and overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, frost spreading and solidifying beneath his feet as a sudden gust of wind swept through the streets, making the half-closed doors and windows rattle. Sensing this sudden surge of hostility, Zhang Tianyu understood that he had indeed struck a significant blow, hitting Hualiuyun's greatest vulnerability. However, he could not bring himself to feel elated. With a crack, the impression stone in his hand was crushed to dust. His consciousness expanded, and upon seeing the scattered impression stones strewn across the ground, his expression grew increasingly rigid that it was over. This time it was truly over. Many impression stones had already been picked up by others. Hualiuyun had walked along, tossing them as he went, and no one knew how many he had discarded. Even losing just one could be enough to ruin Li Xinghe's reputation. How could the holy son of the carefree sect be ridiculed for soiling his pants? Wouldn't that send other sects into fits of laughter? At that moment, two cold voices rang out in unison, and the two shared an unusual synchrony. The city of seeking immortality had 4 gates, situated to the east, west, south, and north. When all 4 gates closed, the city's protective array would activate as the gates shut, for beams of light shot up into the sky, awakening the grand city. The residents within the city rushed out of their homes in a panic, their faces filled with confusion and fear, completely unaware of what was happening. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold glance at Hualiuyun and immediately dashed toward the city lord's mansion. He had to recover all the impression stones Hualiuyun had scattered, ensuring not a single one left the city of seeking immortality. Watching Zhang Tianyu rush away, Hualiuyun stood in place for a long while. After a moment, he continued towards the fragrant pavilion, holding Hualiuyun. Due to the sudden mobilization of the city guard, the fragrant pavilion, which would typically be brightly lit at this hour, was now dark and quiet. Behind the half-open door, upon seeing Hualiuyun return, Li Qingxiu hurriedly transmitted a message. "Luyun, come back quickly. It's dangerous outside." That a simple, earnest smile appeared on Hualiuyun's face as he gently passed Hualiuyun through the crack of the door. "Sisterly, have you forgotten? I'm part of the city guard. There are thieves in the city, and I must go catch them. Please look after my junior sister for me." Li Qingxiu took Hualiuyun, sighing, and ceased her urging, and one understood Hualiuyun better than she did. This young man was overly responsible, intolerant of evil, and utterly straightforward. "Very well, Luyun. Remember, Safety comes first. If you encounter danger, stay back a bit. There are plenty of city guards, and they do not need you. Hualiuyun obediently nodded. Sisterly, do not go out tonight. As he spoke, he turned away, gently drawing the meteor butterfly sword from its sheath. A silver light illuminating the path ahead. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, Li Xinghe, who had been cultivating, rushed out of his room, bewildered by the suddenly activated protective array. What is happening? I did not order the city to be sealed. Wanfang, what is going on? City lord, I do not know. I was just training the city guards when Zhang Tianyu suddenly ordered the protective array to activate. Xinghe's heart sank sharply. Ever since he became the Holy Son, Zhang Tianyu had always been by his side, known for his composed demeanor. Now, the abrupt order to activate the protective array indicated the urgency of the situation. He stepped toward the city lord's mansion's exit, only to collide with Zhang Tianyu, who was rushing in the opposite direction. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu appeared unsteady, his hair shedding in clumps as he ran, vitality seemingly dissipating with the breeze. Taoist symbols? Li Xinghe immediately pointed at Zhang Tianyu's forehead, and a transparent talisman erupted from his fingertip. Boom! The talisman exploded just a few meters after being released, sending shockwaves that blew everything nearby away. Amidst the smoke and flames, a shadow walked slowly toward the city lord's mansion. The fire illuminated the snowy landscape, casting light on the dimly lit streets of the city lord's mansion. The figure was cloaked in blood-red garments, trailing a path of crimson across the white snow. Wearing an exquisite butterfly mask that concealed much of his face, it was unmistakably Hualiuyun, for he always carried this sword when he ventured out. Hualiuyun, you need not wear a mask. I recognize you. Behind Li Xinghe, the city guards leaped into action. While in the watchtower, enormous crossbows were drawn by the array, and the spirit cannons glimmered with faint light. This was the real power of the Holy Sun. The city of seeking immortality boasted tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, and the city's defenses could all be commanded by his word. Even the peak masters of the carefree sect seldom dared to act recklessly within the city of seeking immortality. Xinghe could not fathom why Hualiuyun had the audacity to confront him in the city of seeking immortality. Realizing he had been recognized, the masked figure raised a hand to touch the butterfly mask. The storage ring glimmered, and he donned an additional ghost face mask over the butterfly mask. This new mask concealed his identity even more thoroughly. You have mistaken me, for I am the meteor shower. His gaze was directed towards the myriad of city guards. With his head held high, he parted his lips and exhaled gently. Whoosh! The snowflakes that filled the sky suddenly paused. As runes illuminated the hexagonal patterns of the falling snow, in that moment, the entire Chiosian city was aglow, the sky shimmering with luminescence, akin to a tapestry of stars. Each snowflake blossomed, eventually merging into a dazzling expanse of white. It is often said that the efficacy of a spell lies not in its quantity, but in its precision, yet the Kuxian talismans defied this principle. Why seek precision when abundance suffices? Each drifting snowflake was, in fact, a talisman. These talismans exuded a feeble aura, merely reaching the foundational level, which aligned with the previous intelligence regarding Hualiuyun's cultivation. However, the sheer number was overwhelming, saturating the sky. Featuring sword strike talismans, explosive talismans, poison summon talismans, fire talismans, water talismans, everything imaginable, but if they were singular in nature, they could have been more easily dealt with. After all things in the universe are interdependent and oppositional. Yet now, this multitude of diverse talismans was utterly chaotic. Return! Wanfang's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted towards the city guards, who stood frozen beneath the heavens. Before the guards could react, a tempest surged forth. Clink! The bells adorning the masked figure's long hair clanged wildly in the wind, as fiery sword energies howled through the air. The entire sky above Chiosian city erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. Reminiscent of the chaos at the dawn of creation, the forces of the five elements fell, lightning and sword light darting through the clouds, as city guards plunged from the sky, bathed in crimson. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy armor crashed to the ground like falling meteors, creating a scene of utter disarray. The unity of thousands crumbled, leaving a scene of devastation. The sound of the masked figure's mockery. Wan Fong trembled with fury. The city guards were undoubtedly trained in coordinated formations, yet they had no time to deploy them. As the snowflakes continued to cascade, beams of spiritual light ignited throughout Hualiuyun City, which boasted a population nearing 1 million, half of whom were cultivators. Those snowflakes did not target. They danced freely, scattering at will. Buildings ignited, and rows of structures were obliterated. Xinghe trembled with rage. This was the work of demonic forces. Hualiuyun City had been his domain for decades, his personal estate. Hualiuyun, you have thoroughly enraged me. Witnessing Li Xinghe's fury, Zhang Tianyu and Wan Fong retreated in panic. The heroes of the Xiaoyao sect were numerous, yet Li Xinghe was undisputedly the foremost among them. His position as the Holy Sun was not a matter of mere solicitation, but was earned through bloodshed. Hualiuyun, have you ever beheld the solitary smoke of the desert? Upon hearing Li Xinghe's words, the masked figure momentarily froze, his gaze encompassing the scene ahead, transforming into a vast sea of sand. With a scorching presence enveloping him, from the depths of the desert, a wisp of smoke rose gracefully, ascending into the clouds, reaching toward the starry sea, stretching endlessly until it bisected his line of sight. With no time to ponder, the masked figure retreated abruptly, his feet pounding the earth. Thunderous crashes echoed as buildings behind him shattered into fragments, and the ghostly mask upon his face split in two. The butterfly mask, too, erupted in an instant, as a long sword pierced through the black silk scarf that covered his face. Xinghe gripped the hilt of his sword, lifting it to ensnare the black scarf that enveloped the silvery blade, gradually extracting it inch by inch. Hualiuyun, this is what you owe me. You deserve it. As the sword was withdrawn, the black scarf that had concealed the masked figure's face was swept away by the wind, revealing an extraordinarily pale visage. A snowman. Li Xinghe was taken aback. He recognized this snowman from the pile created in the square during daylight. Quick! He formed a hand seal intending to retreat, only to see that the snowman's abdomen was glowing. Each snowflake upon the snowman was comprised entirely of explosive talismans. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth as Hualiuyun City began to collapse. Half of the city lord's mansion disintegrated into ruins, and the watchtowers and arrow towers within it toppled. To the center of the explosion, Li Xinghe struggled to crawl out of the crater, his clothing tattered, his face smeared with grime, blood flowing continuously from the corners of his mouth, as crimson fissures marred his arms, chest, and abdomen. This is not how it should be. It should not be like this. I have seen the Ku-Xian talismans before. I have indeed seen them. Xinghe was bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend. The Hualiuyun Palace once dominated the entire eastern region. The Ku-Xian talismans were no secret. He acknowledged that this sacred tome of talismancy was formidable, yet it was never this powerful. Find Hualiuyun for me. Beams of sword light ignited as Wan Fong and Zhang Tianyu, accompanied by the remaining city guards, commenced their search. Hualiuyun City was sealed. That fellow could not possibly escape. He must be lurking in some shadowy corner, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Meanwhile, countless refugees crowded at the eastern city gate, their expressions frantic, faces filled with terror. Let us out. Help! Holy Sun, we are innocent. Indeed, Holy Sun, I did not find your recording stone. Please let me go. They pleaded, incessantly pounding on the city gates. Among them, a particularly frightened young man stood out, his face as pale as death. Trembling all over, pushed forward by the throng. Officer! Officer! Let me out! I have 70 or 80 elders to support, and below me, Aunt Zhao has a daughter yet to be born. I cannot die here. Officer! Let me out of the city. I'm the last hope of Shangba Village. Without me, the dozens of acres in Shangba Village will fall into ruin. Amidst the chaos, Hualiuyun collided with a 100-man guard at Li Bai, who was maintaining order. Glared, raising his hand to pull Hualiuyun from the crowd. At a flash of fierce light flickered in his eyes, exuding an imposing aura. Hualiuyun, what are you doing? Do you take pride in the armor you wear? Today, I have just inducted you into the city guards. Do not disgrace me. Quickly, go over there and maintain order. After receiving a scolding, Hualiuyun pouted, reluctantly beginning to assist the city guards in managing the chaos. Poverty breeds growth. Indeed, after switching roles, he suddenly felt less fearful in the skies. As the multitude of city guards fell to the ground, snowflakes enveloped in flames cascaded down, igniting numerous buildings in this critical moment. Several beams of white light surged toward the heavens. Li Shuang, envoy of the Xianyu kingdom, Zhou Miao, master of the Rage Blood Hall, Su Mufeng, and Meng Fian, Yi Tianju. 5 formidable figures unleashed boundless divine light. With 5 transformation stage experts propping up a celestial canopy, resisting the deluge of snowflakes. Look, it's the 4 male deities of the fragrant pavilion. The citizens looked up in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the 4 male deities promoted by the fragrant pavilion, Mu Feng, Wan Yin, Fei Yin, and Jijin Tianju, were all transformation stage cultivators. Wow, has the threshold for performing arts become this high these days? Thanks to Li Qingqiu's vigorous promotion, the entire Qiuxian city was familiar with the 4 male deities of the fragrant pavilion. Upon witnessing their intervention, the crowd's enthusiasm was ignited. They all knew the 4 male deities were not only strikingly handsome, but also skilled in diverse arts. Yet they were unaware of their formidable cultivation levels. Heavens! Mu Feng Wan Yin is so dashing. Look, that is his self-created Mu Feng sword technique. Ji Jin Tianju is the most handsome. Brother, I love you. Fei Yin, like a jade tree facing the sky. Fei Yin, poised and graceful. A chorus of young admirers shouted, eager to rush forward for autographs. Even those who usually dismissed the 4 male deities were left in awe. What a remarkable fragrant pavilion. They truly pulled off a grand spectacle. If it weren't for the crisis in Qiuxian City, these 3 transformation stage experts would have remained hidden for who knows how long. That a citizen watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "What extraordinary male deities! If the other 3 are this strong, then the top-ranked Hualiuyun Qianshui must be." His words were abruptly cut off as another voice interjected. "Hey, isn't Hualiuyun Qianshui right there? He was just fleeing with us. His courage is even less than mine, and he runs faster than I do." The man's expression stiffened as he turned to see, indeed, Hualiuyun Qianshui standing there in a daze. Who knows if he is a hidden expert? Before those 3 made their move, who could have guessed they were transformation stage cultivators? Even upon witnessing such a scene, the man stubbornly muttered a phrase. By the city gate, as if having overheard the discourse, Hualiuyun turned his head and bestowed a faint smile upon the man who gazed at him. In response to Hualiuyun's smile, the man returned a warm grin. Hualiuyun's smile widened, and with a gentle gesture of his fingers, countless snowflakes materialized out of thin air before being scattered into the sky. The man was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing and twisting into a grimace as he raised his arm to point at Hualiuyun, his finger trembling and leaving behind an afterimage. He stuttered for a long while, but could not utter a complete sentence. What was he trying to say? Look, the Holy Sun has made his move. What formidable sword intent! From the direction of the city lord's mansion, Li Xinghe finally regained his composure, stepping forward into the void. His surrounding sword energy piercing through the heavens, shattering the pure white snow. He continuously spread his consciousness over various streets and residences, attempting to cleanse all talismans. Hualiuyun could act recklessly and destroy at will. But he could not. This city of seeking immortals was his. Even a single broken brick on the street belonged to him. Hualiuyun, do not let me catch you, or I shall make you wish for death. Li Xinghe raised his hand, and a building in the fragrant pavilion collapsed, a little girl being lifted into the sky. Meteor shower, come out and talk. Why must we both suffer? Let us each guard our secrets, and mutually vow not to pursue the matter further. Shall we? Li Xinghe's voice, enveloped in spiritual power, resonated throughout the city of seeking immortals. It was only at this moment that the citizens realized who had attacked their city. It was foreseeable that after today, the name Meteor Shower would spread throughout the eastern region. After all, he was someone who dared to confront the holy son of the carefree sect right at its gates. Moreover, from Li Xinghe's tone, there seemed to be an implication of compromise. By the city gate, upon seeing the beaded curtain being lifted into the air, Hualiuyun took out a recording stone to capture the moment. The esteemed holy son of the carefree sect, bullying a newly initiated junior sister of the 100 Flowers Peak. What a disgrace! He intended to leave behind evidence for future grievances of the sect masteress hall. Meteor shower, come out. Ishinga swung his sword through the air, causing countless snowflakes to be swept away by the gale, transforming into white mist. The three individuals, Su Mufeng, Meng Fian, and Yi Tianzhu, who were battling the snow talismans, simultaneously halted their actions, casting their cold gazes upon Li Xinghe. The beaded curtain had been brought back to the fragrant pavilion by Hualiuyun, and having grown familiar with them over the past few days, the three now regarded Li Xinghe with a glint of murderous intent in their eyes. Holy son, you seek meteor shower. Why then do you hold the beaded curtain hostage? Li Xinghe's gaze turned icy. Could he reveal that meteor shower was Hualiuyun? If he did, he would lose his bargaining chip to negotiate with Hualiuyun. Just then, the sky full of snowflakes trembled violently, and a voice devoid of emotion echoed across the horizon. Very well, you swear first. Ishinga squinted slightly, his consciousness expanding frantically, trying to determine Hualiuyun's location through the fluctuations of this voice's spiritual energy, but he failed. There were no spiritual fluctuations, only the vibration of air. Damn it, could it be that he cultivates with air? Li Xinghe cursed under his breath, bringing his fingers together towards the heavens, coldly stating that, Li Xinghe, holy son of the carefree sect, lord of the city of seeking immortals, hereby vow, under heaven's witness, that as long as meteor shower does not slaughter the citizens of seeking immortal city, nor leak my secrets, I shall willingly guard the secrets of the demonic path. Should I breach this vow, may heaven and man unite in vengeance. Upon finishing his declaration, a lightning bolt streaked across the dark clouds above, signaling the heavens' awareness, intertwining the threads of causal Ishinga cast a cold glance over the city below, silently commanding, System, expend 3,000 fortune points to shield heavenly perception and erase the causal link of the vow. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your vow's causal link has been successfully shielded. Hearing the voice in his mind, a faint smile curled at the corners of Li Xinghe's mouth. With the system backing him, he was eager to see what qualifications Hualiuyun possessed to contend with him. That mere fortune was not enough. Meteor shower, I have sworn. Now, it is your turn. The air trembled once more, and Meteor shower did not delay, similarly declaring his vow that Meteor shower, an assassin of the net of fate, a belle of the wind listening pavilion, a ghost of the brocade-clad guards, a blood talisman of the rage blood hall. Ha ha ha, my identity surpass yours. Hearing the triumphant laughter, Li Xinghe coldly retorted, childish. Hurry up, I have no time for your prattle. The voice continued to resonate that I hereby vow not to harm a single person in seeking immortal city, nor to disclose Li Xinghe's disgraceful secret. Should I breach this vow, may calamity descend from the heavens and obliterate my consciousness. Boom! Lightning lit up the firmament, and the vast void trembled with the principles of the great Dao. The moment this vow was uttered, it had already been violated. The chill ran through the hearts of the citizens of seeking immortal city. Li Xinghe's disgrace? What is happening? Disgrace, disgrace. Endless echoes resounded through the sky, and the citizens below wore expressions of astonishment. Some were confused, some skeptical, some did not understand, while others kindly attempted to explain he has a cauliflower infection. The city lord has suffered half a setback. How do you know? I found a recording stone in the west of the city. Many have found it. Didn't the city lord's mansion recently invite numerous renowned doctors to treat the city lord? Discussions erupted throughout the city of seeking immortals, with some even selling recording stones in public. Curiosity drove people to explore, and countless recording stones projected images of various scenes. Whereas the other half? I can't find it. Oh, I see it. There's just this little bit left. This circumference seems off. Shoo. Keep it down. Let the city lord save some face. Look, he is about to explode with rage. Above the heavens, Li Xinghe's face turned crimson, then purple, and finally black. Some may live, yet their roots have rotted, their hearts have perished. Hualiuyun, you seek death. Ah, you seek death. Li Xinghe roared in fury, his blood-red eyes fixated on the void. According to logic, Hualiuyun had violated the vow, and the heavens should have unleashed their wrath to annihilate him. Yet, even amidst the thunder and lightning, no punishment descended, and the dark clouds seemed to be dissipating. Damn it, could he possibly have a system as well? At this moment, Li Xinghe finally understood that Hualiuyun possessed not only extraordinary fortune, but also other secrets, ones even more terrifying than his immense fortune. Furthermore, Hualiuyun had no intention of reconciliation. He clearly did not care about the exposure of his secrets of the Flower God Palace, or perhaps he had intended to bury the entire city of seeking immortals from the very beginning. He was unaware of how many knew of his identity as a remnant of the demonic sect. He sought to extinguish an entire city. Xinghe hesitated, lifting his gaze to the swirling snowflakes. A gloomy expression sweeping across the entire city as he pondered the possibility of exterminating all who held the secret. Perhaps aligning with Hualiuyun could work. Afterward, they could settle their scores. The scandal of his identity as the holy son of the carefree sect must not be leaked, as it concerned the reputation of the entire sect and his own esteem. Damn it. It's all Hualiuyun's doing. He forced me into this. Not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to Hualiuyun. He is nothing but a veritable demon. Li Xinghe declared, suddenly dispelling the sword energy that shielded him from the snowflakes, raising his hand to strike at the 5 manifestation deities in the sky. Great wilderness sealing palm. Suppress. Boom. A colossal hand manifested, catching the 5 manifestation deities above completely off guard. None had anticipated that Li Xinghe would suddenly attack them. It was too abrupt, and without any warning, the 5 were simultaneously suppressed by the force of a single palm. Below, the citizens of the city were left in shock. Has the city lord gone mad? Why would he suddenly strike at the other manifestation experts? City lord, do not act rashly. There is nothing wrong with being a woman. No one feels sorry for you, but your brother cares for you. Observing the panicked citizens, Li Xinghe's gaze turned as long as he exterminated these people. No one would know of his embarrassing secret. No one would dare to mock him again. Yet wait, these people were not killed by him, but by Hualiuyun, by the talismans. What did that have to do with Li Xinghe? Ha ha ha. Let it all be destroyed. This ridiculous world, he laughed heartily, eager to witness the annihilation of the city amidst the myriad of talismans, only to see that the snowflakes, before they even touched the ground, transformed into droplets of rain in the heavens. The talismans were dispelled. Rainwater fell upon the faces of the people, splattering in the muddy streets, bringing a winter rain to the blood-soaked city of seeking immortals. Xinghe's smile froze on his face. He had prepared for the talismans to consume everything, yet Hualiuyun had played another grand jest on him. His expression gradually twisted into a snarl, turning mad and contorted. Good. Indeed, Hualiuyun appears to desire him to personally execute the massacre of his own citizens. This is a matter of killing to the heart, a true act of barbarity. You have triumphed. You are ruthless. I underestimated you, that I shall take up the slaughtering blade myself. Guards of the city, heed my command. Eradicate all who dare to speak against me. Leave not a single soul alive. Laugh? I've brought you laughter. Go to hell and laugh there. Ha ha ha. Before the Lord's manor, battalions of city guards surged forth in all directions. These are the elite forces loyal to Li Xinghe. The air was filled with screams and explosions that, in an instant, the sounds of combat echoed throughout. The once prosperous Qiuxian city now engulfed in flames, blood staining the walls, the streets in disarray. Zhang Tianyu gazed grimly at the frenzied Li Xinghe above, a look of confusion dawning upon his face. This should not be happening. They're the righteous side, disciples of the righteous path pursuing the remnants of the Flower God Palace. How did it come to this? Holy Son, cease. Do not fall for Hualiuyun's treachery. He may be deliberately provoking you. Zhang Tianyu shouted in an attempt to reason with him. Xinghe's cold gaze swept over Zhang Tianyu, his eyes glinting with an even sharper chill. Treachery, in the face of absolute power. All schemes are merely accelerants to their demise. Today, Li Xinghe shall shatter all obstacles. He raised his sword high, absorbing the light of the heavens, casting Qiuxian city into darkness. I wield the sword, great dark heavens. I request all of Qiuxian city to witness. Let my junior, Hualiuyun, break it. The sword light slashed down, the absorbed rays transforming into purple-black sword energy, piercing the earth like a barrage of long needles. In a flash, countless purple-black sword energies blanketed the city. Blood streamed along the streets. Cries of agony and despair echoed everywhere, mingled with shouts and curses. The night deepened, growing ever darker. Even the fires ablaze throughout the city were compressed to a corner, illuminating not the distant paths on the horizon. A violent and vast aura silently coalesced, as if some ferocious beast was awakening from the void. Eyes that obscured the light of the heavens opened above, cold and unfeeling, gazing down upon the multitude below. People looked up in terror. They had never witnessed such swordplay. In the gaze of those eyes, there was no escape, only death. Crack. One by one, those eyes shattered, and countless rifts in space tore open throughout Hualiuyun city, like exploding crystals. Numerous cultivators met silent death, the acrid scent of blood rising. Despair spread like wildfire. Although Li Xinghe had only reached the transformation stage, his strength surpassed that of the virtual stage, and who in Hualiuyun city could withstand him now? Just then, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky, piercing the dark firmament. Within that light stood a handsome youth, sword drawn, his gaze resolute and unwavering, yet tinged with an air of simplicity. His face bore the marks of pain, disappointment, and confusion. "Senior brother, do not err further. Hualiuyun knows your hatred towards me. It is my fault that the beauty I sought for you was unwell, causing you to suffer from the blight. But the citizens of this city are innocent. If you harbor resentment, take my life alone. Spare the innocent populace, will you?" Upon hearing Hualiuyun's words, Li Xinghe was momentarily dazed. The situation seemed amiss. Was it not the case that Hualiuyun aimed to conceal his identity as a remnant of the Flower God Palace by slaughtering the city? Why was he now attempting to dissuade him? Before the Lord's manor, Zhang Tianyu collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It was over. Everything was over. Li Xinghe had been schemed against, and all the people of the city had been ensnared. Black and white were reversed, right and wrong indistinguishable. The one wielding the slaughtering blade had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into Li Xinghe. He stared in shock at Hualiuyun, feeling lost. "Hualiuyun, what are you saying? Stop your act. Let us join forces and eliminate all who know the truth. Then we shall duel. Whoever loses shall bear the blame for the slaughter of the city. Is that agreeable?" "Not at all," Hualiuyun replied, shaking his head in anguish, his lips tinged with a bluish hue from fear. Yet he still stood resolutely before the countless innocent citizens. "Senior brother, we are celestial beings from the mountains, the foremost disciples of the Xianyao sect, champions of justice. How can we raise the slaughtering blade against our own people? Senior brother, please awaken. Do not continue this madness, that if you persist in your wanton slaughter of innocents, even if I, your junior, am but at the foundation stage, I shall draw my blade against the heavens, contesting you in life and death." Within Hualiuyun city, innumerable cultivators were taken aback by this scene, silently taking to the skies, gathering behind Hualiuyun. Most were at the golden core stage, some slightly higher at the nascent soul stage, and others merely at the chi refinement stage. Before transformation stage cultivator, they appeared as ants. Before the city guards, they were like drifting reeds. Yet in this moment, a single foundation stage cultivator ignited courage within the masses, instilling in them the faith to fight for survival. "Young Master Hualiuyun, we stand with you. You are not alone. Indeed, you are not alone. Together we shall overthrow the traitor Li, restoring peace to Hualiuyun city. We vow to defend Hualiuyun city with our lives." Sword lights ignited, each cultivator raising their swords to the heavens. They surged towards that ray of faint light in the darkness, gathering resolutely. This moment, the myriad lights of homes illuminated behind Hualiuyun, brightening the entire firmament. Simultaneously, a gentle ray of sunlight ascended from the distant mountain crevices. The sky had brightened. The sunlight cast a slant upon Hualiuyun's face, enhancing his handsome features, rendering him even more striking. Above in the heavens, Li Xinghe fell silent. He had cultivated for decades, experiencing 2 lifetimes, though his resolve was harder than a steel basin at this moment. He felt a desire for death. He knew not how to defend himself. nor how to respond, only raising his sword in a daze towards Hualiuyun, cursing vehemently, "Ha ha ha, a reversal of the heavens. A reversal of the heavens." He spat a mouthful of blood, the essence of a transformation stage expert scattering into the air like crimson mist beneath the sunlight, upon witnessing Li Xinghe spitting blood. The scattered cultivators brightened, rushing forth to attack him. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe's city guards moved as well. Thousands drew their swords to shield him, their eyes filled with determination, prepared to fight to the death. On the ground, Zhang Tianyu was drenched in cold sweat. Watching the cultivators plummeting from the heavens, he did not partake in the chaotic battle, but hurriedly dashed towards the city gates. "Wanfang, open a sliver of the city protection array. Allow me to return to the sect for aid." Wanfang, directing the city guard's defense, glanced at Zhang Tianyu's fleeing figure and promptly activated the array, opening a narrow gap in the city protection barrier. Escaping the city, he glanced back. Within the array, he could vaguely see Li Xinghe, disheveled and frenzied, being pursued and hacked by thousands. Despite his casual sword strikes being able to fell numerous cultivators, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of Qiuxian city's inhabitants. In a brief moment, his robes were soaked in blood, his back marred with wounds, a pitiful sight. "Holy Sun, you must hold on." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianyu sword on his sword, hastily heading towards the Xianyao sect. At this very moment, at the Xianyao sect, warships landed before the Tianfeng Xianyao Hall, beams of sword light shooting forth from the vessels as numerous gravely injured cultivators were hurriedly carried to the pill refining peak for treatment. In this expedition against the demon race, despite the 7 peak masters of the Xianyao sect mobilizing alongside nearby city cultivators, they still suffered significant losses. The demon race surged like a frenzy, charging forth relentlessly as though someone had pricked their sensitive spots. Esteemed colleagues, in this battle, we have once again driven the demon race back to the Wangchuan mountain range, all thanks to your valiant efforts. The sect shall duly reward your contributions, ensuring that we remember every comrade who has shed blood for the sect. Sect leader Tang Kachin laughed heartily as he descended from the deck. Having secured victory, he appeared quite spirited. Of course, the many disciples who remained in the sect had also worked hard, ensuring stability at the rear to be the way. "Where is Xinghe? I have not seen him." Upon hearing the leader's inquiry, an elder hurriedly stepped forward to report. "Sect leader, the Holy Sun is currently handling matters below the mountain. I have sent a sword command to Qiuxian City. He should be returning soon." Tang Kachin nodded in acknowledgement. Over the years, Li Xinghe had been his greatest source of satisfaction. At such a young age, he already exhibited the demeanor of a great leader. Not only did his strength rival that of the elder generation, but he also possessed an extraordinary bearing, reminiscent of Tang's own youth. As he disembarked the flying vessel, seemingly recalling something, he turned to look at Tang Kaiwi behind him, earnestly advising, "Kaiwi, you must pay more attention to nurturing future generations. Look at me now. With Xinghe managing affairs, I am quite at ease. I feel as though I have regained much of my youth. That I have heard that you have taken 3 disciples. Please bring them to Tianfeng someday. I shall have Xinghe assist in their instruction." Tang Kachin grew increasingly pleased with himself, eager for the whole world to know he had taken on such a promising disciple. As he became more animated, he even summoned Zhang Baishu, the master of Mingyue Peak, to join the conversation. "Look at Baishu. That lad of his has been under Xinghe's tutelage, and in just a few years, he has made remarkable progress, maturing into a steady and composed individual." Tang Kachin rambled on, while Tang Kui behind him rolled her eyes, nearly biting her lips in exasperation. Goodness, so much unnecessary chatter. If one can talk so much, why not take up a career in comic dialogue? As the group entered the Hall of Leisure, they had scarcely settled down to discuss post-battle matters when a disheveled Zhang Tianyu burst into the Grand Hall. His expression was frantic, his hair unkempt, and he had lost a shoe in his haste. "Master, something terrible has happened." Tang Kachin's expression darkened as he took over the conversation. "Has the master been captured by a monster?" Zhang Tianyu paused, quickly shaking his head. "No, then it is my second senior brother and the master who have been taken." Upon seeing the leader of their sect still jesting, the ever-composed Yulinglong, with her eyes half closed, glanced at Tang Kachin, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Zhang Xinji, what has transpired? Speak swiftly, he urged. Master, esteemed peak leaders, the holy son Li Xinghe is in a brawl with the chief of Baiwa Peak in Chiosian City. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, the leaders of the various peaks breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had imagined a grave matter, but it turned out to be merely a squabble among disciples. Quite a normal occurrence in a large sect. After all, Zhang Xianji, worry not. Xinghe knows moderation in his actions and will not harm Kuei. Tang Kachin waved his hand dismissively. Li Xinghe was a formidable figure, possessing a level of cultivation beyond the ordinary. As far as he knew, Tang Kuei was merely at the foundation stage, and more importantly, she was a singer of ballads. Given such a disparity, any conflict would hardly cause a significant uproar. At most, Hualiuyun would be caught and given a lesson by Li Xinghe. Out of respect for the chief of Baiwa Peak, he likely would not make things too difficult. Let us proceed. We must discuss the matters regarding the demon clan. Zhang Tianyu, witnessing the peak leaders return to their idle chatter, felt his anxiety rise, nearly on the verge of tears. Oh dear, master, if you do not intervene, the holy sun will be replaced by me. Hualiuyun is inciting hundreds of thousands of loose cultivators in Chiosian City to assault the holy sun and his city guards. The city is awash with blood, and bodies lie everywhere. If we do not act soon, it will truly be too late. Seeing Zhang Tianyu pounding his chest and expressing his urgency, the peak leaders cast skeptical glances in his direction. What nonsense is this? Chiosian City is Li Xinghe's domain. Hualiuyun inciting loose cultivators to hunt down Li Xinghe. Surely this cannot be serious. Tianyu, this is the Hall of Leisure. How dare you spout such wild claims? Zhang Baishu's expression turned grave as he reprimanded. It was not that he doubted his son, but rather that Zhang Tianyu's story was too outrageous, surpassing their imaginations. Seeing the others unmoved, Zhang Tianyu could only swear an oath. I, Zhang Tianyu, chief of Mingyue Peak, swear here that every word I have spoken is true. Should there be even a half-truth, may heaven and man unite to punish me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 peak leaders suddenly rose to their feet. What? It has truly escalated? Oh dear, we are all a loving family. How could they resort to such measures? Quickly, to Chiosian City. The group barely had time to inquire about Zhang Tianyu's reasoning before they soared in the air on their swords. Hastening towards Chiosian City. Li Xinghe, as the holy son of the Hall of Leisure. If he were to fall, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire sect. Furthermore, Chiosian City served as a primary economic source for the Hall. Should it be devastated, it would be an unbearable burden. Thinking of the potential chaos among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the city, Tang Kachin flew out of the Hall of Leisure while still issuing commands. All disciples of the Hall of Leisure, follow me down the mountain to mediate. Quickly, quickly. The other peak leaders also hurriedly called their people. Elders and disciples of Zhu Peak, follow me down the mountain. Mingyue Peak, stay close to your senior brother Zhang Tianyu. Shenin Peak, take the junior brothers and sisters with you. Waves of sword light erupted from each peak, as nearly all disciples and elders of the Hall of Leisure mobilized. Some were eager to mediate, while many others merely wished to witness the spectacle. After all, Chiosian City lay just below the mountain, a mere few steps away. No time would be wasted. Noticing the throngs of people from various peaks, Tang Kuei could not help but send a message. Baiwa Peak, come with me to retrieve your senior brother. Hearing the message, the reclusive Yu Chen reluctantly exited her chamber. In truth, she had no desire to go. Hualiuyun was a pitfall, a veritable trap. Among the mountains, Yundu, who was instructing the miscellaneous workers in flower picking and cake making, heard the message and hurriedly set down her basket, directing the workers to take flight. Dozens, if not hundreds, of streaks of sword light surged through the mountains, catching up with Tang Kuei's flying sword. Yu Chen, I pay my respects to the master. In response to Yu Chen's greeting, Tang Kuei merely nodded slightly, her gaze turning back to the trail of sword light behind her. Normally, when the peaks ventured forth, Baiwa Peak was the most sparsely populated. Yet today, she found herself followed by over 100 streaks of sword light, which struck her as quite peculiar. These disciples seemed to have gotten their formations mixed up, she muttered. Yu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, explaining, Master, they have not erred. They are indeed from Baiwa Peak. Tang Kui was taken aback. Had she only been away for a few days? How had Baiwa Peak gained so many more people? Have bandits come to claim our territory? Master, during your absence, the senior brother has been selling flower cakes on the mountain, recruiting many helpers. Now, the disciples do not call him senior brother when he performs. They refer to him as flower boss or king of flower cakes. Tang Kui nearly stumbled off her flying sword at this revelation. What flowers is he using? The flowers you planted, Hualiuyun replied. But as soon as he spoke, he felt a chill run down his spine. He stiffly turned to see a pair of resentful eyes fixed upon him. Yundu's lips parted slightly, but she made no sound. Yet through her lip movements, Hualiuyun deciphered a warning. Should you dare to tell, I will make you into minced meat and fill the flower cakes with it. He uneasily averted his gaze, choosing silence, not out of fear of Yundu, but because he did not wish to quarrel with a young girl. It would be too unbecoming, for he was a prince. This is outrageous, Tang Kui cursed under her breath, quickening her sword's pace as millions of celestial beings descended the mountain. Their formidable presence startled birds into flight, scattering clouds, while the defensive formations surrounding Hualiuyun city trembled and collapsed. Dispersing into the ether, Xinghe found himself cornered in a narrow alley, drenched in blood, his garments tattered, and his body marred with ghastly wounds. The bodies of fallen cultivators lay piled high beneath him. He could not fathom how many had perished in this place. Point 1 could only commend him as the holy son of the Hall of Leisure. Despite his depleted spiritual energy, he still utilized the advantageous terrain to fend off hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Regrettably, all his loyal city guards had perished in the fight, and his life's savings accumulated over decades had been exhausted in a single night. Through his blurred vision, he saw the approaching crowd wielding long swords. And a profound sense of despair welled within him. Was he truly about to perish? Having fought his way through countless prodigies to ascend to the position of Holy Son, he had never imagined that he would ultimately fall to the hands of a woman. He seethed with rage. The last remnants of his spiritual energy surged within him, his blood boiling as his heart thundered violently. System, I wish to detonate my flesh, expending all my fortune to exchange for a one-time skill. Supernova. Ha ha ha, all of you, you shall accompany me in this funeral pyre, he shouted madly, the aura surrounding him growing increasingly frenzied. Retreat, I will self-destruct. Run? Can you escape? Xinghe laughed more recklessly as the supernova loomed. And everything within a 10-mile radius of Hualiuyun city would be enveloped in death. Just then, a gentle call emerged from the retreating crowd. Xinghe, I am sorry for being late. A figure in a white dress, undeterred by the raging energy or the killing intent in the eyes of the world, resolutely rushed forward. Embracing Xinghe, Xinghe was taken aback, stiffly lifting his gaze to meet the worn face before him. Ying, his voice trembled. This woman who had dragged him into hell. He should have loathed her to the core. Yet why? Why could he not bear to strike her down? Xinghe tilted his head back, the ferocity surrounding him gradually subsiding. Get away. Do not appear before me. Just leave, he whispered softly, a single tear cascading down his cheek. I deserve it. Indeed, I am worthy of such a fate. I am destined to face this calamity. And I am fated to meet my demise. Deservedly so, indeed. It's all right now, Xinghe, it's all right. I am here. Zhang Yinshi gently stroked Xinghe's blood-soaked hair, her voice tender yet overpowering the chaos of the battlefield. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground, and Xinghe's eyes fluttered shut. In that moment, he relinquished all resistance, surrendering every ounce of hatred buried deep within. Hualiuyun, you have triumphed. He spoke softly, the spiritual energy sealing his wounds dissipating. Blood flowing forth from the myriad cuts and gashes adorning his body, instantly staining Zhang Yingshue's white dress and the muddy ground beneath them. Outside the alley, across the street, Hualiuyun's forehead was shrouded in dark mist. A fissure splitting his brow down to the tip of his nose, distorting his visage. He patted Zhang Jinjin's shoulder and raised his hand to pinch his forehead, forcibly mending the crack. See, I told you I could make your sister the lady of the city lord. I spoke no falsehood. Sometimes, feelings require a touch of hardship. Zhang Jinjin turned to face Hualiuyun, a chill creeping in his heart. This was no mere shallow stream. but a deep and treacherous one. When Hualiuyun had come to borrow Zhang Yingxue from him, he had promised to ensure his sister became the city lord's wife. He had taken it as a jest, especially since his sister had been scorned by even the residents of the fragrant pavilion after her fall from grace. How could he have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent? Now that feelings have blossomed, we are merely a step away. Hualiuyun dragged his sword, advancing step by step toward Li Xinghe, while the gathered cultivators parted ways for him. Previously, they had been compelled to rise against him to survive, but now, seeing Li Xinghe gravely injured, they regained their composure. They dared not kill the holy son of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon reaching Li Xinghe, Hualiuyun squatted down, his gaze once again clear as he looked upon the kneeling Li Xinghe, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Senior brother, I initially believed your affliction was due to unrestrained desires, a consequence of your own debauchery. But, alas, you have endured such peril for love. This revelation. The surrounding cultivators were struck with a newfound understanding, complex emotions manifesting on their faces if a person were to fall victim to greed and lust. They would be met with derision. Yet, if it were for love, sacrificing everything for their heart's desire, they would only elicit sympathy and admiration for their unwavering devotion. In that moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Yingxue, who shielded Li Xinghe, feeling a pang of compassion for him. What? Li Xinghe was taken aback. Just 2 sentences from Hualiuyun had instantaneously altered his reputation. The completely shattered name was gradually salvaged. The absurdity of his affliction transformed into a testament of undying love. How ludicrous, truly ludicrous. No, have you all lost your minds? Do you believe everything Hualiuyun says? Your intellect has taken a severe hit. Nonsense, love. I am indeed a lecher who succumbed to this affliction, and I intend to slaughter the entire city to silence them. Come and kill me. Come and kill me, Li Xinghe bellowed in madness, tearing open his tattered shirt and pointing at his heart, resembling a lunatic. Even in defeat, in death, he would not accept Hualiuyun's pity nor the enemy's mercy. Come and kill me. Come on. Weren't you all so ferocious just a moment ago? Hualiuyun stood before Li Xinghe, allowing him to vent his madness. Senior brother, cease this folly. Marry my Yingxue, and this calamity shall resolve itself. A gentle smile graced his lips. Not disdain her past. Her downfall was beyond her control, and do not blame me. I acted out of necessity when you targeted my essence. Buzz. The air quivered as Hualiuyun turned his head toward the outskirts of the city. Streaks of sword light illuminating the horizon, a sign that reinforcements from the Xiaoyao sect had arrived. Countless disciples surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly encircling Qiuxian City. The rebellious cultivators dropped their weapons and surrendered. Moments later, the sword lights rushed into the alley, and Zhang Tianyu hurriedly approached Li Xinghe, shoving several pills into his mouth to sustain his life. Arrest them all, every last one, commanded Wei Jing, the head of the law enforcement hall, as he directed his disciples to apprehend the cultivators and bring them aboard the flying vessels. It had been a long time since he encountered such a significant case. The vessel was filled to capacity, and this haul would alleviate his KPI concerns for several years. Looking around, he saw a throng of people, the disciples tasked with capturing becoming flustered and overwhelmed. Oi, get down. This vessel is for prisoners, not for you Xiaoyao sect disciples to loiter. A sharp-eyed disciple spotted Hualiuyun squeezed onto the deck of the vessel and called out to shoo him away. Hualiuyun stood amidst the crowd, utterly at a loss, his mind a jumble as he realized he had likely stirred up a monumental disaster. I confess, senior brother, I am turning myself in. In a moment of folly, I incited the city folk to resist Li Xinghe. Oh, how foolish I am to have walked this path of crime, he shouted repeatedly, while other cultivators aboard the vessel defended him. My lord, it has nothing to do with Brother Luoyun. We only rose against him because city lordly sought to kill us. Brother Luoyun, do not concern yourself with us any longer. The vessel was in disarray, the law enforcement disciples struggling to keep up, while disciples from other peaks lent their assistance. Everyone aboard. Shortly, I will distribute paper and pens. You shall truthfully declare your offenses, and those in the Qi refinement stage may disembark, but do not leave Qiuxian City for the time being. All of you, come here to receive the confession forms. Do not conceal anything. Should you hide any significant matters, once discovered, I assure you, there will be no leniency. Hualiuyun stood on tiptoe, calling out to the confessing cultivators to collect their forms. The gathered cultivators complied, as they too were merely swept up in the events. Naturally, they were eager to cooperate. Give me a sheet, give me a sheet. Don't snatch, they clamored, grabbing paper and finding spots to squat down and recount the events. As Hualiuyun was handing out papers, she suddenly spotted a familiar face. Big brother, what are you doing here? Master has been looking for you everywhere. Hualiuyun, who had come to collect his confession form, frowned and snatched the paper from Hualiyun's hands, taking one sheet he deemed insufficient and grabbing a few more. That I am a criminal. Where else would I be? Second junior brother, you are quite amusing. Seeing Hualiuyun, who had settled into a corner and was furiously scribbling on his confession form, Hualiuyun felt a mix of disbelief and concern. That big brother, how do you write confession? He inquired. Seeking guidance from the nearby cultivators, the cultivator took the pen and demonstrated. What about the character for crime? He asked again. And how do you write form? Go away. You don't know how to write a single character. Why are you grabbing so much paper? Hualiuyun wore a perplexed expression. He had indeed known how to write, but in his nervousness, he had completely forgotten the characters Mr. Baitao had taught him. Meanwhile, Tang Kitchen and several peak masters rushed to Li Xinghe's side. At that moment, his eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his very soul. Where is Hualiuyun? Have you found him? Tang Kitchen's brow furrowed in urgency. He needed to locate Hualiuyun to understand the unfolding events and provide an account to the sect. Master Tang, we haven't found him yet, but we did recover a girl from the snowdrifts. A disciple approached, carrying a small girl. The girl was unconscious but unharmed, merely fainted from fright. Beneath her tattered floral dress, a red bellyband shimmered with spiritual light. This was not merely a bellyband. It was an intricate and complex talisman, crucial for preserving her life. After days of investigation and the testimonies of millions from Hualiuyun City, the events surrounding Li Xinghe's massacre were finally unraveled, that a merchant from the western regions had presented a beauty to city Lord Li Xinghe. Little did they know that this beauty was procured from the fragrant pavilion. This incident directly led to Li Xinghe contracting a venereal disease, leaving him in a deplorable state, in search of renowned physicians. Li Xinghe entered the city lord's mansion for treatment, only to find himself recorded by a quack doctor on a stone tablet, which was then publicized throughout the city. This ultimately resulted in Li Xinghe sealing the city and, in his shattered resolve, contemplating the massacre of its citizens to silence them. The controversy revolved around Hualiuyun, with Zhang Tianyu asserting that everything was orchestrated by her, accusing Hualiuyun of being a remnant of the Flower Goddess Palace. Once the sequence of events was unraveled, the high-ranking members of the Carefree sect found themselves in a quandary. Was Li Xinghe wronged? Indeed, he was, yet he had committed grave transgressions and could not escape punishment. The severity of such a punishment, however, was a matter of contention. After all, he was the holy son of the Carefree sect, where the principle of the emperor and commoners are treated alike held no ground. And the law of the jungle prevailed. Yet excessive favoritism could not be afforded, as the sect's reputation must be upheld. Ironically, at that moment, Hualiuyun was selected as the representative of the citizens of Hualiuyun City. Should one delve into the relationship between Hualiuyun and the Flower Goddess Palace, the million citizens of Hualiuyun City would surely perceive it as the Carefree sect attempting to shield Li Xinghe through malicious means. It was a blatant conspiracy, an inescapable predicament that in the Hall of Justice, the heads of the 7 peaks, Shenin Peak, Baiwa Peak, Zhu Peak, Mingyue Peak, Tian Peak, Liandan Peak, and Lianqi Peak, were all present. The Elders' Hall, the Disciplinary Hall, and representatives from various cities were in attendance. Given the gravity of the situation, the sect leader, Tang Kitchen, presided over the proceedings personally. Where are the defendants, sect master Hualiuyun and Li Xinghe? Tang Kitchen inquired, casting a cold glance at the head of the disciplinary hall, Wei Jing. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Wei Jing hurriedly clasped his fists in respect, reporting to the sect master. Both Hualiuyun and Li Xinghe are detained in the demon suppression tower of the disciplinary hall. Tang Kitchen nodded. Bring the 2 main culprits forward at Katia's command. Several disciples from the disciplinary hall escorted Hualiuyun and Li Xinghe into the hall. At that moment, Hualiuyun appeared vibrant and radiant, while Li Xinghe looked haggard and dazed. Tang Kichin, unable to bear the sight, averted his gaze towards the side door. Plaintiff, enter, as soon as he finished speaking. Zhang Tianyu rushed into the hall, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees, wailing. His expressions and theatrics created an atmosphere of victimhood, evoking sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon him. I implore the sect to deliver justice. Hualiuyun poisoned the Holy Sun, tarnishing his reputation. She is a remnant of the Flower Goddess Palace. Tang Kichin stroked his chin, asking, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth. "Yes, I request the sect master to summon Zhang Yingxue from the fragrant pavilion." Tang Kichin nodded. Zhang Yingxue was promptly brought into the hall by two disciples. She glanced around, seemingly indifferent to the high-ranking members of the carefree sect, her eyes reddening as she rushed to Li Xinghe's side. "Xinghe, how have you become so thin? Stop tormenting yourself. It's all my fault, entirely my fault. If you hate me, just kill me. Xinghe, please kill me. I bear no grudge against you." Bang! Tang Kichin slammed his hand on the desk before him, his imposing presence radiating throughout the hall. "Zhang Yingxue, I ask you, did you conspire with Hualiuyun to poison and harm the Holy Sun Li Xinghe?" Upon hearing the question, Zhang Yingxue shook her head frantically. "Sect Master, I love Xinghe sincerely. There is no conspiracy." Zhang Tianyu trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yingxue. "Wretched woman, you still refuse to admit it?" "Sect Master, I request to apply torture. I wish to see if she confesses or not." Tang Kichin frowned. Using torture could imply coercion, and forcing Hualiuyun to confess would only alienate the city lords and the citizens of Chiosian City. "Li Xinghe, what do you have to say about this?" He turned to Li Xinghe, seeking resolution. Hearing his name, Li Xinghe lifted his lifeless gaze to glance at Hualiuyun before weakly responding, in response to the sect master. "Yingxue and I are truly in love. I wish to marry Yingxue and become her Dao partner." The hall fell into silence. Tang Kichin was taken aback. The heads of the 7 peaks were stunned. Zhang Tianyu was also left in shock. He staggered to his feet, his hand trembling as he pointed at Li Xinghe, disbelief flooding his eyes, as if betrayed by a beloved. "Holy Sun, it's not like this. What has happened to you? How could you say that? She is nothing but a harlot, a deceiver." Li Xinghe's expression hardened as he coldly retorted, "Silence." Zhang Tianyu collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. "You dare to shout at me? You shout at me for her? Woe is me, you vile man." Overwhelmed by the blow, Zhang Tianyu wiped his tears and fled the hall, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of peak masters, elders and disciple representatives in disarray. Li Xinghe glanced in the direction Zhang Tianyu had departed, took a deep breath, and withdrew his gaze. "Master, I confess, I share a mutual affection with Yingxue. I have contracted this disease, and I did not foresee that a physician would disclose my condition. I fear not the ridicule of the world, but I cannot bear for Yingxue to be slandered. Thus, malice arose within me, leading to my wrongdoing, that I beseech the master to punish me." After speaking, Li Xinghe bowed his head heavily to the ground, feeling that while one might die, the stigma of being infected with a venereal disease must be cleansed. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his cheeks. Humiliation. This was the most degrading moment of his 2 lifetimes. Despite his unwillingness and bitterness, he could only tread the path laid out by his enemies. This path, devoid of thorns, was nevertheless filthy and repugnant. Disgusting. How revolting! "Master, I acknowledge my error." Upon hearing Li Xinghe's confession, Tang Kichin slumped heavily into his chair, reflecting on the entire incident. It seemed that Li Xinghe, in his quest to salvage his reputation, had no other choice, that he was being coerced step by step into marrying this woman of ill repute, with no alternative path available to him. Tang Kichin, filled with trepidation, turned to Hualiuyun and coldly inquired, "Hualiuyun, regarding Zhang Tianyu's accusation that you are a remnant of the Flower Goddess Palace, do you have anything to say?" Hearing her name called, Hualiuyun trembled, the prospect of being a defendant unnerving him. "Sect Master, what is the Flower Goddess Palace? Do not feign ignorance. You cannot claim to have never heard of the Flower Goddess Palace." "I do not know it." "Then how is it that you can summon celestial talismans?" This is the technique of the Flower Goddess Palace. Hualiuyun raised his hand, and a talisman slowly materialized in his palm. A gentle breeze sweeping through the hall. This was taught to me by Yunduo. She was once a servant of the Water Palace, but after the palace was destroyed, she followed me to this point. Tang Kichin's eyes narrowed, his aura suddenly intensifying. Is it true that the snowfall in Hualiuyun City is your doing? The crux of this incident lay in identifying who had acted covertly. Using the snowfall as a symbol, granting Li Xinghe the audacity to seek the city's destruction in response to the sect master. Indeed, I am responsible for the snowfall. Upon hearing this, the heads of the peaks rose in unison, their eyes glinting with cold light. That moment, Hualiuyun continued. On that day, my junior sister Zhu Yin wished to build a snowman, so I went to the rain temple to request snow. Lo and behold, it actually snowed. Upon hearing such an absurd explanation, Zhu Peak's master, Zhu Qianming, leaned closer to Tang Kichin and whispered, "Sect master, he is mocking you." Within the Hall of Justice, all present turned red with embarrassment. Believing Hualiuyun was making a mockery of the proceedings, only Li Xinghe kept his head bowed. He did not believe Hualiuyun was lying. The immense fortune surrounding him suggested that not only could he summon snow, but perhaps even rain down calamities upon the heavens. He had previously underestimated Hualiuyun's destiny, leading to his own downfall. Tang Kichin took a deep breath and picked up another document. His face darkened further. Hualiuyun, according to the records, you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. How is it that your name appears in so many matters? Hualiuyun, you are being sued by multiple factions, including the Listening Wind Pavilion, the Spider Network, and the Fiery Blood Hall. Do you confess? Hualiuyun replied, I confess. Over 300 disciples have jointly accused you of deceiving junior brothers and sisters into spending at the Fragrant Pavilion under the guise of being the chief of Baiwa Peak. Selling overpriced drinks. Do you confess? Hualiuyun replied, I confess. Very well. And furthermore, Hualiuyun, you are accused of selling flour cakes laced with additives, claiming they were kneaded by clouds with their feet. Do you confess? As soon as Tang Kichin finished speaking, the elders and disciples in the hall raised their eyebrows in unison, looking at Tang Kichin in disbelief. Did he misread this? Was Hualiuyun confessing to his own crimes? Outside the hall, upon hearing the contents of this document, the gathered disciples erupted into chaos. Hualiuyun is insane. Why would he confess to his own crimes? No. Did you not hear correctly? The flour cake is said to have been trampled into existence by clouds. How outrageous! How could they be so unhygienic, so inhumane, and so utterly filthy? People cursed and vented their frustrations towards Hualiuyun, yet some disciples stealthily withdrew from the crowd, heading to Baiwa Peak to purchase the cakes. Hualiuyun raised his hand, his voice slightly elevated. That I confess, the flour cakes indeed contain essence, and the flowers are personally harvested by young maidens of tender years, who then crush them. Ultimately, the most beautiful among them, after cleansing their feet, tread upon the dough, which is then steamed and baked. Each batch of flour cakes includes 3 selected ones, imprinted with the red lips of the maidens, mixed with other clean cakes, from which lucky spectators are randomly chosen. Hualiuyun began his lengthy explanation. Tang Kichin hurriedly interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Hualiuyun, unperturbed, stood quietly in place, awaiting the judgment of the sect, appearing exceptionally simple and honest. The various peak masters, elders, disciples, and servants present wore mocking expressions, believing this fellow was self-exposing his dark secrets, only to be advertising his flour cakes, promoting them. How infuriating that he could be so ambitious. After the deliberation concluded, the representatives of the city lords and the elders began to discuss the punishment. Half a day later, following much contention, the final verdict was rendered. The title of Saint Sun Li Xinghe was revoked. His position as the city lord of Hualiuyun City was stripped, and he was exiled to the Wangchuan Tower. Though Hualiuyun had not committed any grave offense, he had incurred minor transgressions and colluded with demonic forces. Considering his recent emergence from the village and his naivety regarding worldly matters, he too was exiled to the Wangchuan Tower, condemned to share a life with Li Xinghe. Upon hearing this sentence, Li Xinghe was taken aback. He had no objections to being exiled to guard the Wangchuan Tower, but to be placed alongside Hualiuyun, who he had just fought with. How could they dare to confine them together? Tang Kachin gazed at Li Xinghe, earnestly attempting to persuade him. Having you both placed together is intended for you to learn to tolerate your fellow disciples, to help one another. Understand, Xinghe, you must appreciate the master's intentions. Hualiuyun is the chief of Baiwa Peak, and you are my disciple. You are not merely fellow disciples, but also kindred spirits, a family that must learn to let go. Otherwise, how can I entrust the Tianfeng to you in the future? Li Xinghe's eyes burned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly. He endured. He had already swallowed the most humiliating of experiences. These tribulations were nothing in comparison, in contrast to Li Xinghe's suppressed rage. Hualiuyun was entirely unconcerned, cheerfully packing his belongings and arranging matters for Baiwa Peak, as if preparing for a holiday. Yuchan, while I am away, strive to cultivate diligently. Do not bully your junior sister. Practice tolerance and assist one another. Understood? Yuchan lowered her head, witnessing Li Xinghe's dissent, and dared not retort. Yes, senior brother. Hualiuyun, do not frequently visit the flour cake factory. Your gluttony may affect Baiwa Peak's profits. The little girl pouted, feeling accused of eating too much. However, considering her senior brother's impending imprisonment, she acquiesced. All right, senior brother. Yun, manage the industry well for me. If you find it overwhelming, recruit more people from the city, but do not overexert yourself. Yun, understood, senior brother. Kawai, the cultivation of flowers must be expanded. The limitations of raw materials hinder the growth of my factory, so you must pay more attention. Tang Kawai. Sure, senior brother, and you too. The words nearly escaped her lips, but she caught herself. When did it become his place to lecture me? Seeing the peculiar expressions on the faces of her two disciples, anger surged within her, and she glared at Hualiuyun in indignation. You're infuriating me. She pointed an accusing finger at Hualiuyun. Her fists clenched, wishing to deliver a good thrashing to this fellow right then and there. Yet upon meeting the youth's clear gaze and his somewhat comical fluster, her heart softened. It is undeniable that Hualiuyun's employment at Piaoxiang Pavilion, his begging in Xiaoxian City, and his deceptions had indeed brought shame upon Baiwa Peak. However, upon reflection, she, Tang Kawai, bore some responsibility. She should not have abandoned him at the disciple recruitment square. It was all due to Hualiuyun's naive nature that he was easily tainted by the darker aspects of society. After a moment of emotional adjustment, Tang Kawai produced a manual from her robes and handed it to Hualiuyun. Here, this is the cultivation method of our lineage, the Yuanyuan visualization technique. Now that Li Xinghe has become your enemy, you must be cautious of the Wangchuan Tower. Though he may not dare to take your life, he could very well resort to some petty tricks. Always be vigilant. Understand? Hualiuyun, with an innocent expression, accepted the manual, smiling to reveal two shallow dimples. I shall heed my master's teachings. Tang Kawai sighed. Her disciple was truly too naive. He was easily exploited and bullied, and she genuinely feared that, upon reaching the Wangchuan Tower, he would fall victim to Li Xinghe's schemes. Just as she finished her instructions, Li Xinghe's aggrieved roar echoed from the other side. Master, I truly do not wish to be confined with that scoundrel. I fear he will harm me. I'm scared. Nonsense, he is your junior brother. After some commotion, the muddled trial meeting finally concluded satisfactorily, and the disciples from various peaks departed, their hearts content. The Xiaoyao sect also dispatched disciples from the refining peak to descend the mountain, assisting Yuchan in beginning the reconstruction of Xiaoxian City. Since Xiaoxian City was assigned to Hualiuyun, it will be temporarily overseen by Yuchan during his period of punishment. 2 days later, a willow leaf boat ascended from the law enforcement hall, heading towards the Wangchuan mountain range. On the flying vessel, Li Xinghe and Hualiuyun stood side by side at the bow, gazing at the mountains and waters below with a facade of calm indifference. Junior brother, the beast riot last month was related to you, wasn't it? What did you do? Hualiuyun turned his head to look at the feigned calmness of Li Xinghe, grinning as he spoke. That I killed a few young royal beasts. That Li Xinghe stumbled, turning and rushing into the cabin. Turn back, turn back. I won't go to the Wangchuan Tower. Let me return home. I want to go home. Hearing the ruckus on the deck, the hall master Wei Jing stepped out of the cabin and promptly delivered a sharp slap to Li Xinghe's head. What are you shouting about? Enough already. Li Xinghe covered his head, casting a pitiful glance at Hualiuyun. There he stood at the bow, chuckling lightly. "Home Master, we cannot go to the Wangchuan Tower. The beast ride has not yet ended." This was merely the beginning. That rascal killed a few young royal beasts. The demon clan will not let this go unpunished. We cannot go. Wei Jing furrowed his brow at Hualiuyun, not believing a single word of Li Xingha's claims. It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that he and Hualiuyun were at odds. He had never witnessed such a base attempt at slander. The youth stood amidst the wind, his gaze clear. Despite the unjust accusations and being sentenced to guard the demon gate, he retained a serene smile, radiating warmth and optimism. "Luyun has met Home Master Wei. I apologize for the trouble caused by my folly." Hualiuyun bowed slightly, holding his sword. Wei Jing raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, nodding in satisfaction. For one so young to possess such poise, he found Hualiuyun increasingly agreeable. "Xingha, learn from your junior brother. Look at what you have become." Feeling Wei Jing's disdain, Li Xingha sniffled, continually adjusting his mindset. He realized he had indeed overreacted. So what if a few young royal beasts had perished? So what if he had offended a few royal beasts? So what if he faced an uncertain fate? It was hardly a matter of great significance. Was there anything more humiliating than being forced to marry a flower girl? No, there was not. Li Xingha had traversed the most terrifying of hells. Even if the road ahead led to an endless abyss, he was now unafraid. Calmly, he approached Hualiuyun once more, gazing out at the vast landscape. In that moment, his heart found elevation. The Wangchuan Tower, true to its name, stood as a desolate village nestled deep within the mountains. Only a few dilapidated stone houses and a tower remained. It served as a watchpost for the Xiaoyao sect to monitor the demon clan of the Wangchuan mountain range. The front line of the battle against the demons. Within half a day, Wei Jing's flying vessel arrived. Observing the dilapidated surroundings and the yard strewn with fallen leaves, Li Xingha felt as though he had lost everything. Living here was no different from dwelling in the wilderness. The conditions were simply too poor. Elder Wang Xiao, the errant disciples Li Xingha and Hualiuyun have been brought here. This disciple takes his leave. Wei Jing respectfully bowed towards the ancient tower, a demeanor steeped in reverence. It was evident that the individual within the tower held a position of considerable seniority, in the realm of cultivation. Higher lineage typically signified greater prowess. Hualiuyun and Li Xingha stood on their toes, peering towards the ancient edifice. Curiosity piqued regarding the formidable power of the elder of forgotten cultivation. That moment, a frail voice emanated from within the tower in response. Understood. Straightening his posture, Wei Jing reiterated his instructions to Li Xingha and Hualiuyun. "You two must coexist harmoniously here. Do you understand? Do not disturb the elder of forgotten cultivation during his meditation. Refrain from wandering about aimlessly. The sect master has decreed that Xingha may return to the sect upon reaching the virtual realm, while Luyun, given your lesser aptitude, may depart once you achieve the golden core stage. Is that clear? Focus your minds on your training and do not disappoint the sect master's earnest efforts." After imparting his teachings, Wei Jing departed aboard a flying vessel, leaving behind Hualiuyun and Li Xingha, who exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere palpably uncomfortable. "What are you staring at?" Hualiuyun huffed. "Hua, just wait till I end but a few years I shall surpass the virtual realm. Ha ha, by then, you'll be left here to fend off mosquitoes all alone." Upon hearing the conditions for departure, Li Xingha erupted in laughter and turned to tidy the courtyard with a broom. Among the several stone houses, he chose the largest, spending half the day cleaning it to his satisfaction. To deter any potential incursions by the demon clan, he meticulously set up various formations within the small compound. Defensive, alerting, and offensive, ensuring a profound sense of security. N01 was more adept at surviving in the wilderness than he. It was imperative to have a safe haven in this perilous frontier of the demon clan, where even a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Hualiuyun, when the demons come, even if you kneel and plead for refuge, I shall not allow you to seek sanctuary here. With this thought, he cast a glance at Hualuyun's chosen dwelling. To his surprise, Hualiuyun had not opted for a stone house, but had instead constructed a makeshift pavilion at the foot of the tower. This pavilion, measuring a mere 7 or 8 square meters, lacked any protective formations, and even had some gaps in its walls, yet it exuded a sense of safety. Its proximity to the Elder's Tower meant that at the slightest hint of danger, Hualiuyun could swiftly seek refuge within. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Li Xinghe lamented, growing increasingly irritated with Hualiuyun. That insufferable green tea man, he had never encountered such an aggravating individual. It was simply revolting. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Luyun. I am capable of hosting guests and tending to the fields, and I shall reside nearby. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Understood. The elder's voice resonated softly from within the tower, prompting Hualiuyun to display his signature, innocent smile once more. Within the stone house, Li Xinghe pinched his nose, mimicking Hualiuyun's tone. Esteemed elder, greetings. I am Luyun. The pretender indeed. He spat angrily, retreating back inside, settling cross-legged on the bed to commence his meditation. Once he reached the virtual realm, he could finally escape this wretched place. The cold winds swept along the ridge, and as winter descended upon Wangchuan Tower, the biting demon aura mingled with the frigid gusts, rendering each day unbearably harsh. While Li Xinghe and the Elder of Forgotten Cultivation largely remained in seclusion, Hualiuyun busied himself with drawing talismans, on leaves, on withered grass, on stone walls, and even on Li Xinghe's cheek. Wherever he could, he would scribble a few symbols. Time seemed to stand still, save for the frequent messages Li Xinghe sent to Tang Kachin at the Xianyao sect. Master, could you please relocate me? Hualiuyun and the Elder are ganging up on me. Master, Hualiuyun is ungrateful. He smeared excrement in my tea bowl. Master, I implore you, Hualiuyun is not human. He drew a turtle on my face with a rainbow pen. Each time Tang Kachin received these missives, his head throbbed. If Hualiuyun's cultivation surpassed Li Xinghe's, it would be one thing, but how could a God transformation cultivator be bullied by a foundation establishment cultivator and still have the audacity to complain? What kind of disciple had he taken on? At that moment, 2 disciples entered the Xianyao hall, escorting an elderly man who, upon seeing Tang Kachin, promptly knelt in fear. Commoner, I pay my respects to the sect master. Tang Kachin nodded. I hear you encountered the one who inscribed the deadly talismans in the city of immortal seeking. A flicker of terror crossed the old man's eyes as he produced a memory stone, channeling a hint of spiritual energy into it, causing it to glow. An eerie visage materialized within the projection, twisted and contorted, devoid of a nose or mouth. That a massive fissure split its forehead and extended to its chin, teeming with countless eyes and a profound darkness, resembling an endless, starless void. Money, so much money. With wealth, I shall no longer be at the mercy of others, nor shall I need to curry favor, nor grovel. Ha ha ha! Ah! Those eyes brimmed with avarice and madness, filled with a sense of oppression. Undoubtedly, this was a demon, birthed from the deepest recesses of suppressed darkness. Regrettably, its disfigured visage obscured its true appearance. Could it be him? The image flickered and extinguished, and as the figure turned, snow began to fall, gradually engulfing the bizarre silhouette in a tempest of winter's fury. Tang Kachin, clutching the memory stone, wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions. For those on the path of cultivation, the gravest dangers often arise not from the external world, but from within one's own heart. The unsteady heart can give rise to inner demons that devour the self. Shadow, go to Wangchuan Tower and keep an eye on Hualiuyun. I sense a striking resemblance between him and that figure. From the shadowy recesses of the hall, a figure concealed in darkness received the command, bowing slightly before vanishing into the chamber. This was the Shadow Hall of the Xianyao sect, a department dedicated to covert operations, adept in stealth and assassination. Following the directive, he exited the Xianyao Hall, his form transforming into a streak of black light, racing towards Wangchuan. After traveling for a considerable distance, he paused, his expression grave as he gazed towards the horizon. A roiling mass of black clouds obscured the sky. Fierce winds ravaged the forest, and swirling black mists enveloped the mountains, the stench of demon aura palpable. Demon aura. The shadow's expression shifted. This is bad. Wangchuan Tower is surrounded. He swiftly retrieved a communication artifact, urgently relaying a message to the sect. in '01 could have anticipated that after the Xianyao sect had just withdrawn its forces, the unscrupulous demon clan would launch a counterattack. Presently, only 3 individuals remained at Wangchuan Tower, a situation replete with peril. Even with the Elder of Forgotten Cultivation present, it was improbable that they could withstand a large-scale invasion by the demon clan. Cursed demons. Having sent a message, the shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, cautiously advancing to gather intelligence. But he could hardly fathom the magnitude of the battle the trio within Wangchuan Tower was enduring, nor the life-and-death crisis they faced. As anticipated, before Wangchuan Tower, a throng of demon beasts surged forth. In a dilapidated village, before the tower, 3 human figures huddled together, crouched on the courtyard floor, resembling quails in their meekness. Xinghe turned his head towards Hualiuyun, his expression grim. Hua, did you not draw talismans all over the mountain? Why have you wilted? Why don't you take action, you worthless coward? Hualiuyun glanced at the Elder of Forgotten Cultivation, his expression equally bleak. Elder, are you not of high lineage? Why are you merely at the god transformation stage? You are causing me great distress. It appears your only merit is your seniority. The Elder of Forgotten Cultivation pursed his lips. Who says that seniority guarantees strength? He shot a venomous glare at Xinghe. Xinghe, are you not capable of crossing realms in battle? Why do you not make a move? Xinghe sniffled, his expression one of despair. Cross realms? You think I'm the father of these demon beasts? The 3 bickered, each deflecting responsibility onto the others. When the demon beasts first arrived, they had relied on one another, but now they found themselves ensnared. Before them stood a fearsome tiger demon, its aura menacing and thick, towering and immensely powerful. Enough, cease your bickering that we are all mere prey. Why can we not coexist peacefully? Wankai, go sniff out who has slain my progeny. That a hound-like creature emerged beside the tiger demon, its movements deliberate as it approached Xinghe. Its nose sniffing curiously that a hint of confusion crossed its face as it drew closer, its nose nearly touching Xinghe's lips. Hiss, might you be one of my kin? Xinghe recoiled in distaste. Demon brother, I am but a proper human. Upon hearing this revelation, the canine specter was evidently taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pondered the absurdity of the situation. Humans consume such things too? Truly, the world is filled with wonders. With a skeptical demeanor, he took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself before Hualiuyun. As he approached, the acrid scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, carrying not only the unmistakable essence of the Tiger King's lineage, but also hints of other beastly sovereigns. Without a doubt, this creature had dispatched the offspring of those royal bloodlines. Xiao Dog's pupils dilated sharply, ready to bark a protest when a storage ring was discreetly stuffed into his mouth. He maneuvered his tongue and swallowed it, casting a vigilant glance at the Tiger King, who seemed oblivious to his actions, before making his way towards Wang Xiao. Woof, woof, woof. The sudden cacophony of barking startled Wang Xiao. No, this canine is unjustly accusing me. Alas, I've spent the entire year in seclusion within the Wangchuan Tower. Where would I find the time to eliminate your progeny? Hearing this, Xiao Dog paused, realizing the truth in Wang Xiao's words. The Wangchuan Tower was indeed monitoring the demon clan, and the demons were likewise keeping a watchful eye on the tower. Wang Xiao had no opportunity to commit the alleged crime, prompting him to turn his head and bite down on Xinghe's rear. Woof, woof, woof. The barks rang out once more. Xinghe felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had anticipated such a turn of events, knowing that misfortune seemed to plague him relentlessly. The foolish actions of Hualiuyun had inexplicably landed upon his shoulders, that treacherous green tea, truly deserving of condemnation. Lord Tiger, this is an injustice. It is all Hualiuyun's doing. He is the one responsible for the deaths. The last time he visited the Wangchuan mountain range, he lingered for over a month, wreaking untold havoc. Life is of little consequence, but he must not escape retribution. The tiger demon furrowed his brow. Casting a fleeting glance at Hualiuyun, who appeared increasingly anxious, his demeanor rife with fear, timidity, and innocence, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Could such a timid soul truly have slain his offspring? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The glint of murderous intent flickered in the Tiger King's eyes as he raised a hand, summoning his underlings to bring forth a large iron pot. Filled with water, the three were unceremoniously tossed into the pot. Xiao Dog cast a regretful glance at Hualiuyun before hastily gathering stones to construct a stove. The fire was lit, and fresh water was added, with all three bound and thrown into the cauldron. Tears streamed down Li Xinghe's face. Since encountering Hualiuyun, not a single event had unfolded in his favor. This fellow was indeed his nemesis. Oh no, I refused to share a pot with him. But Xiao Dog paid no heed, busily adding firewood beneath the pot. Above the cauldron, a luminous pearl radiated a spectrum of colors, intensifying the boiling fate of the trio. Within, as the water grew increasingly scalding, Li Xinghe's complexion turned ashen. Was he truly destined to be boiled alive? Trembling uncontrollably, he suddenly heard a defiant voice whisper in his ear, "Senior brother Li, you are my dear friend. I will protect you." Li Xinghe felt his neck and ankles being grasped, and then he was slowly lifted above the surface of the water. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The true peril emanated from that radiant pearl. Although Hualiuyun had raised him above the boiling water, he remained precariously positioned beneath the gem. "I'm going to die. Let me down." Xiao Dog, tending to the fire, lifted his head, while the drowsy Tiger King turned his gaze, and the patrolling demon generals simultaneously glanced at the iron pot. The man was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, his hair matted to his forehead, yet he valiantly bore the scalding water, holding his senior brother aloft to spare him from the torment of boiling. In this world, could there truly exist such a loyal and self-sacrificing individual? Indeed, he was willing to forsake his own safety to save his friend. All the demonic beasts were taken aback, some even shedding tears of emotion. The only one unmoved by the spectacle was Li Xinghe, who, at that moment, rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, while plumes of steam billowed from his chest as the pearl's radiance relentlessly scorched his skin. Alas, with all three rendered powerless, he could not escape the clutches of that treacherous canine. "System, help me! Ding, the host has run out of luck. Would you like to activate the loan service?" "Yes, quickly. I can't hold on much longer." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the loan service, borrowing 20,000 points of luck." Feeling the influx of luck, Li Xinghe hastily purchased a shield, finally regaining a sliver of vitality, sustaining his life. Meanwhile, in the city of Qiuxian, after a fruitless journey to the southern kingdom, Tiannu had finally returned, his irritation palpable. Navigating through the layers of buildings, he cast a glance at the fragrant courtyard before stealthily entering the Dingling pavilion. Zhao Dingling, engrossed in knitting, looked up upon spotting Tiannu and stood up in a panic. Subordinate greets Lord Tiannu. Tiannu waved his hand dismissively, finding a seat at random. "Where's Hualiuyun? Has he eliminated Yu Yuqing?" Zhao Dingling's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her knitting. "Oh no, I completely forgot about this matter. My lord. During the assassination, Hualiuyun revealed his identity and was banished to the Wangchuan Tower by the Xianyao sect." Tiannu frowned. He was not surprised by the failed assassination. That fellow, capable of slaying Yu Yuqing, he would struggle to kill even a chicken. Initially, he had assigned this task to Hualiuyun because he was Yu Yuqing's junior brother, making it easier to approach the target. The failure was inconsequential. He could simply demand a refund. Zhao Dingling, compliant, nodded without hesitation, retrieving 50 spirit stones from her pocket and offering them. Tiannu frowned slightly, refusing to accept them. Why should Hualiuyun receive the spirit stones while Zhao Dingling returned them? He despised those who lived off others. "Dingling, take it back. This 50 spirit stones are not the ones I provided. I want the original items." Zhao Dingling hesitated for a moment, subtly stepping back while inching closer to the sword resting on the table. This fellow clearly sought trouble. Noticing Zhao Dingling's movement, Tiannu narrowed his eyes and stood, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, his voice turning icy. "Hualiuyun is your disciple. The task was assigned by the organization. If he cannot handle it, you must. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." With a cold snort, Tiannu tossed an image of Yu Yuqing into Zhao Dingling's face and stormed towards the Wangchuan mountain range. Tiannu, known as the Sword of Vengeance, was notorious for his grudges. He had wasted a trip to the southern kingdom. Not only had he failed to find any opportunities, but he had also found no trace of Ingba village. He held Hualiuyun accountable for this grievance. Do not presume that hiding in the Wangshuan Tower will afford you peace, that I shall drag you out this very moment. Accepting spirit stones without fulfilling your duties is tantamount to courting death. He grumbled as he exited the fragrant courtyard, grumbling as he left the city of Chiosian, cursing as he mounted his sword. After a considerable time, he landed at the front of the Wangshuan Tower, still grumbling about his misfortunes. Hualiuyun, come out. You have the audacity to accept spirit stones. You ought to have the courage to take action yourself, instead of relying on Zhao Dingling to bail you out. What are you? As he entered the village, the bizarre inhabitants turned their heads, their blood-red eyes fixated on him. His voice dwindled, and his steps slowed, as the chilling wind whipped against his face. It was cold. Yet it could not compare to the chill in his heart. Demons lined both sides of the narrow path. Some gathered firewood, others washed wild vegetables, while others distributed bowls and chopsticks, setting up for a rustic feast. At the end of his line of sight, a massive pot was perched over a fire, steam rising from the boiling water, and 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to him, in the blurred clarity. There was Hualiuyun, filled with resentment and malice was Li Xinghe, apathetic and indifferent was Wang Xiao, and a figure shrouded in despair and feared. Oh, another one has arrived. The sound of the tiger demon's voice. Tian Nu trembled. This was a demon king, equivalent to a human in the tribulation stage. Oh no, I've taken a wrong turn. He immediately turned to flee, only to find his path blocked by numerous beastly figures. A great paw struck him down with a resounding thud, and the tiger king seized him by the neck, dragging him towards the iron pot. The transformation stage was utterly powerless against the tribulation stage. Within the iron pot, Li Xinghe, Wang Xiao, and the shadow all wore expressions of profound despair, unable to conceive a way out of their dire predicament. The Tiger King was resolute in his intent to consume them. With so many powerful demons present, the Xianyao sect would need time to mount a rescue, and by the time assistance arrived, they would surely be boiled to oblivion. It was over. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of cultivating immortality, he would end up in such a lamentable state? Alas, neglecting his cultivation had led him to this fate. All blame lay with Hualiuyun. It was entirely his fault. Let me out. I refuse to share a pot with him. The Tiger King approached the edge of the pot, seized a ladle, and scooped up a spoonful of soup to savor its flavor. He squinted slightly, as if relishing the moment. However, at that very instant, Hualiuyun spoke up. Senior, Li Xinghe has contracted a cauliflower infection. Will this soup be contagious? The few individuals around the pot were momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding demons also stood in stunned silence. The Tiger King's eyes gleamed with alarm as he glanced into the pot at Li Xinghe, his expression of enjoyment swiftly transforming into horror and dread. Tui, 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 he extended his long tongue, spitting out saliva incessantly. Taking great strides backward to distance himself from Li Xinghe, it was tainted, like a single mouse droppings ruining an entire pot of soup. The thought of that earlier spoonful of cauliflower soup made him feel queasy. Could a cauliflower capable of infecting cultivators be anything but extraordinary? It was undoubtedly the foulest of cauliflowers, imbued with cursed properties. Retreat, back to the mountains, the Tiger King commanded, raising a paw and striking the large iron pot with a resounding blow. Without glancing back to see the outcome, he soared into the sky, propelled by his rage, and disappeared into the depths of the forest beyond the mountains. Fortunately, he and thrown Tian Nu into the pot to stew as well. Otherwise, not even that would have been spared. As the Tiger King departed, the other demons hastily followed suit, leaving the Wangshuan Tower eerily silent once more, save for a large pit that bore witness to the demon's presence. At the bottom of the pit, 4 figures, bloodied and battered, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with incredulity as they stared at Li Xinghe. In such a dire situation, where even a void refinement or tribulation crossing cultivator would undoubtedly perish, they had somehow managed to survive? Disciple, perhaps it would be best if you cease your treatment for that cauliflower? Li Xinghe glared fiercely at the other 3. Let us not forget, we all simmered together in that pot. I'm already ruined. I fear nothing. He turned his head toward Hualiuyun, who had just endured a blow from the Tiger King. The 2 transformation stage cultivators and 1 void refinement cultivator present were all severely injured. Yet Hualiuyun was different. His body was riddled with numerous fissures, yet they were mending themselves autonomously. The foundation stage cultivator had withstood a casual strike from a tribulation stage demon king. Although merely a casual blow, it was still extraordinary. Something was amiss. The cultivation technique Hualiuyun practiced was peculiar. Xinghe squinted slightly. He had cultivated the Emperor's technique, the finest in existence, awarded by the system. Despite this, he had nearly failed to withstand the Tiger King's strike. What gave Hualiuyun the ability to endure it? Was it merely his shamelessness? A spark of realization flickered in Xinghe's eyes. If he recalled correctly, Hualiuyun had a poor memory and had inscribed his cultivation technique upon the walls of the stone chamber. This was a tremendous opportunity. Resolute, he climbed out of the pit and dragged his weary body toward his humble abode. Ing and Wang Xiu assisted Hualiuyun to his feet. The two exchanged glances filled with solemnity as they watched Xinghe depart. Being seasoned foxes, they could clearly read the glint of greed in his eyes. "Luyun, are you all right? Let me help you back." Hualiuyun's stone chamber was modest, constructed against the tower, resembling a small sentry post. Inside, it was rather rudimentary, furnished with only a wooden bed, while the walls were covered in strange inscriptions and drawings of little figures. Ing and Wang Xiu exchanged a knowing look, finding delight in each other's eyes. Heavens, a foundation stage cultivator can endure a casual strike from a tribulation stage being and not perish, and it's all inscribed on these stone walls. What incredible luck! Luyun, is this the technique you cultivate? Ing feigned indifference as he inquired. Hualiuyun paused for a moment, glancing at the scribbled text covering the walls. Having shared trials and tribulations, having dined from the same bowl and simmered in the same pot, he had no qualms about sharing his technique. Yes, this is the divine skill bestowed upon me by the immortal. It allows one to cultivate to the Emperor realm. Ing and Wang Xiu's pupils dilated in shock. My goodness, the Emperor's legacy! In this world, where saints do not emerge and tribulation crossing rules, to even hear of an Emperor's legacy is unheard of. Yet here within this stone chamber lies a record of an Emperor's technique. They exchanged glances, offering reassurances to Hualiuyun before exiting the stone chamber in unison. Do you think this technique is genuine? Wang Xiu asked hesitantly, speaking to Ing if it were anyone else. It would likely be a trap, but Hualiuyun was inherently pure and had not succumbed to the deceit of the cultivation world. He had no ulterior motives, making it quite possible that it was indeed authentic. Ing hesitated. Despite the high probability of its authenticity, he remained vigilant. One must understand that practicing the wrong technique is akin to marrying the wrong person. It could affect one's entire life. Should things go awry, one might fall into madness, leading to demise and obliteration. Elder Wang Xiu, let us observe for a couple of days and remember the details of Hualiuyun's cultivation, and we can then compare it to the technique on the stone walls to discern the truth. Brilliant! That's an excellent plan. After a brief discussion, the two quickly finalized their strategy that if they could obtain this technique, they might very well ascend to the Emperor realm, become CEOs of the Xiaoyao sect. When the hand of the Queen of Xianyue, and defeat the ancestral patriarch of the Feitian sacred land, thus embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life, living a life of indulgence and luxury. Ha ha ha! After the rain, the sky clears. Lower your voice. Do not let him catch on. Hearing the commotion outside, Hualiuyun peered suspiciously through the curtains. He saw Wang Xiu and Ing, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, their bodies swollen and covered in burns from the iron pot, blood spurting from their shoulders. Yet they were laughing heartily, their bodies trembling with mirth. There was an irresistible urge to suppress their laughter. Yet they could not conceal the overwhelming joy within. Upon witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept upon Hualiuyun's face. Despite having faced such calamity, despite nearly being boiled alive, the elders of the cultivation world remained bright and cheerful, their wounded bodies adorned with smiles that healed their younger companions. Such was the realm of existence. It filled him with admiration. As dusk fell, the support fleet from the Xiaoyao sect arrived at the Wangchuan Tower in a flurry. A group of elders and disciples, wielding long swords, roamed about for a while before cursing and boarding their vessels again. Elder Wang Xiu, if those wretched demon scoundrels dare return, just wait and see how I deal with them. Senior Ing, we must take our leave now. Brother Xinghe, I've heard it was your cauliflower that repelled the enemy this time. We are all in admiration. This is the advantage of having the backing of a sect. When bullied externally, a single arrow can summon 1,000 troops to your aid. These vessels were from both the sect and affiliated cities, with even Shoshian City dispatching representatives that Su Mufeng personally led the charge, with Meng Fian and Yi Tianzhu assisting, while the three formidable transformation stage cultivators from the Fragrant Pavilion provided strong support, presenting a grand spectacle. Hualiuyun, you must hasten in forming your core. The sisters in the courtyard miss you dearly, especially Dingling, who has been talking about you incessantly. Indeed, particularly Zhang Jinjin. During her absence, he has grown significantly thinner as they engaged in casual conversation. The vessels soon set sail, and the support team departed just as swiftly as they had arrived. Merely half an hour later, the place was once again devoid of people. The following morning, as dawn broke, Hualiuyun, deep in meditation, heard a rustling. He drew back the curtains to gaze outside and spotted Wang Xiao and Yining, each bearing a hoe, stealthily descending the mountain. They had been conversing, but upon noticing Hualiuyun's gaze, they hurriedly stowed their hoes into their storage rings and whistled as they entered the tower. Hualiuyun closed his eyes, attempting to continue his meditation, yet found it difficult to concentrate, his thoughts wandering. Another day passed, and once more at dawn, Wang Xiao and Yining appeared, hoisting their hoes as they descended the mountain. However, this time, Hualiuyun had taken to waiting outside his dwelling. Seeing the two approach, he curiously inquired, "Esteemed seniors, what brings you to the mountains so early?" Wang Xiao averted his gaze, donning a feigned smile. Hualiuyun, it's nothing much. Don't overthink it. Elder Yining and I were simply bored and decided to rise early to gather some herbs. Indeed, yes, just gathering herbs and taking a stroll, Yining quickly chimed in. However, observing the hurried pace of their departure only deepened Hualiuyun's suspicions. Something was indeed amiss. It was far too peculiar. Did one truly need to rise so early to gather herbs? He turned his head toward Li Xinghe, who was meditating in the courtyard, and could not help but voice his inquiry. "Brother Xinghe, do you happen to know what they are up to?" Li Xinghe shot a disgruntled glance at Hualiuyun, before turning on his heel and striding into the house. After a while, he emerged with a hoe slung over his shoulder, stealthily making his way up the mountain, back in the stone house. Hualiuyun was increasingly unsettled by the thoughts swirling in his mind, as if a vice were tightening around his heart, rendering him incapable of focusing on his cultivation for the entire day. In the afternoon, he ascended the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back, traversing the nearby peaks in search of any signs of excavation. Yet he found nothing, left with no other option. He returned to the Wangchuan Tower once more. Under the cover of moonlight in the dead of night, he sat by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the tower, eager to see when the two would emerge. However, after 2 days of watchfulness, both Yining and Wang Xiao had yet to make any move. Could it be that they were indeed foraging for herbs? Just as he was grappling with this doubt, he spotted the three of them again, hoisting their hoes, preparing to leave. Hualiuyun's expression turned serious, and he hurried outside, feigning an early morning stroll at Elder Wang Xiao, Home Master Yining, and Brother Xinghe. "Where might you be heading?" Caught off guard, the three exchanged alarmed glances, hastily concealing their hoes. Noticing the curiosity etched on Hualiuyun's face, Wang Xiao finally sighed and began to recount the circumstances. "Hualiuyun, previously, when the demon clan invaded, a little demon revealed to me that there lies a vein of spiritual stones hidden within the mountains ahead. After conferring with Hall Master Yining, we decided to investigate its veracity. These past few days, we have scoured the surrounding mountains, yet not only have we found no vein of spiritual stones, but not even a single hair. It seems we were deceived by that little demon." Hualiuyun cast a dubious glance at Li Xinghe, who snorted disdainfully before speaking in a measured tone. "As the holy son of the Xiaoyao sect, I am privy to certain secrets. Rumor has it that there's indeed a vein of spiritual stones in this vicinity. My master tasked me with guarding this place precisely to ascertain the truth of the rumor. I had initially planned to embark on this quest in the spring of the following year. But the actions of Hall Master Yining and Elder Wang Xiao have compelled me to act sooner. However, after scouring the great mountains these past few days, I have yet to encounter any vein. Which leads me to believe the rumor may be erroneous. As the three lamented their misfortune, they returned to the house, their eyes filled with expressions of regret. Hualiuyun, however, was internally brimming with excitement, suppressing his elation while feigning disappointment. Alas, such rumors are often unfounded. If there truly were a vein of spiritual stones, it would hardly fall to the likes of the three of you. Just how many spiritual stones might one vein contain? Upon hearing the inquiry, an Ing, who had reached the entrance of the tower, sighed in response, "At the very least, it could yield several tens of thousands. At most, it might produce hundreds of thousands or even millions of spiritual stones. There is even a possibility of unearthing soul crystals. What a pity! What a pity! Ultimately, it seems our fates are lacking." Once the three returned to the stone house, Hualiuyun leisurely made his way back inside. He sat cross-legged, feigning meditation, yet his mind had already soared into the mountains, exploring the prospect of the spiritual stone vein. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, just lying beneath the earth. How could one not feel anguish at such a thought? The sun rose and set, the moon ascended, each second felt unbearably long, until the midnight hour, when the chirping of crickets resonated and the frogs in the woods fell silent. Hualiuyun finally opened his eyes. He retrieved a hoe from beneath his bed, resting it on his shoulder, and quietly descended from his wooden bed. Pushing open the door, he glanced toward the tower. Excellent. The lights were out. He then turned his gaze toward Li Xinghe's stone house. Equally good. A vortex of energy swirled atop Li Xinghe's roof, indicating that he was still absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. With a mischievous grin, he stealthily exited the house, but after only a few steps, he stepped on a piece of dry wood. Crack! The sharp sound of the brittle wood snapping echoed through the night, causing his heart to leap into his throat, frozen in place for a moment. After confirming that both the tower and the stone house remained still, he cautiously moved forward again, only to step on a toad. Inside Li Xinghe's stone house, he was perched by the window. His lips twitching slightly, he scratched at his trousers, wishing he could dash outside and kick Hualiuyun up the mountain. Unbelievable, I actually lost to this fool. Meanwhile, in the tower, Wang Xiao and Ning were crouched by the window, their piercing gazes fixed on the furtive Hualiuyun lurking in the darkness. Prepare the recording stone. Once he enters his room, we must capture the technique without missing a single detail. Rest assured, everything is ready. The two wore serious expressions, for the art of cultivation is such that one misplaced character could lead to 1,000 missteps. No caution could be deemed excessive. They waited for a full breath's time before the figure bearing the hoe finally vanished from the village entrance. As soon as Hualiuyun departed, the three could hardly contain their eagerness to leave the house, hastily making their way to Hualiuyun's stone dwelling. Inside, the light was dim, and Wang Xiao's flame flickered, illuminating the characters etched upon the stone walls. And Ing produced the recording stone, channeling his power to capture the images on the wall. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe stood frozen in place, his pupils constricted, cold sweat prickling at his skin, a sense of inexplicable dread washing over him. Chinese characters? How could it possibly be Chinese characters? I know all too well that beings from Blue Star cannot exist here. Hualiuyun should not be here. System, what is going on? The system fell silent in his mind. Both he and it were equally perplexed. With no time to ponder further, Li Xinghe hastily retrieved the recording stone, capturing the images on the wall. The three moved aside the wooden bed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny, fearful of omitting a single character that could render their technique incomplete, potentially leading to a catastrophic misfire. After stealing the technique and cleaning up the scene, the three exited the stone house, each eager to return and study the technique that I in the forest. Hualiuyun, hoe in hand, dared not light a torch for fear of attracting demonic beasts, each step taken with trepidation. He navigated through the mountains and rivers, uncertain of what the soil of the spiritual stone vein might resemble. Hiss, perhaps I should just dig a few shovels at random. Muttering to himself, he chose a patch of open grassland, spat on the hoe handle, and raised it to dig. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the tip of the hoe was sent flying as he crouched down, scraping away the soil, only to reveal a glimmering light beneath the dark muck. Illuminating his eyes, spiritual stones, embedded within the rocky layer below, were gemstones the size of fingers. Hualiyun's heart raced wildly, and he hurriedly covered the spiritual stones with dirt, casting wary glances around him. His whole body trembling that I've struck it rich. This time, it's the real deal. The spiritual stones here would ensure his future comfort, the only obstacle being that this area belonged to the Huangchuan mountain range, a territory of the demon clan, making extraction exceedingly challenging. He gathered stones to construct a mound over the spot he had just excavated, creating a cover for his discovery. He toiled through the night, only departing as dawn began to break. Back in the village, upon seeing Hualuyun return covered in dirt, the three sitting by the tower with tea exchanged knowing glances. "Oh, Lian, where did you venture so early? You're carrying a hoe. You wouldn't have gone to dig for spiritual stones, would you? Hualuyun, how could you be so unprincipled? You warned us against digging, yet you sneak off with a hoe to the mountains." Hearing an Ing and Wang Xiu's teasing, Hualiyun's face flushed in his excitement. He had lost track of time. Returning late and getting caught red-handed, it was indeed somewhat unprincipled. Seniors, I've already discovered the spiritual stones. Once I excavate them, I shall share some with you. Ing waved his hand with a grin. "Forget it, Luyun. We do not require any. You keep them for courting a wife." Wang Xiu chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Luyun, finding them is your own merit." Xinghe snorted softly. "Not interested. Finding spiritual stones?" They weren't even aware of whether spiritual stones existed on this mountain. Everything was merely a trap set to lure Hualuyun out. With spirit stones, Li Xinghe would gladly endure humiliation. Moreover, even if Hualuyun were to discover the vein of spirit stones, it would be utterly impossible to mine. This is the territory of the demon clan's Tiger King. Anyone daring to excavate his mountains would have their legs broken. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the three, Hualuyun felt an increasing sense of guilt. After all, his ability to locate spirit stones relied entirely on the information they provided. Yet he had harbored suspicions of their intentions. "I am truly ashamed," he sighed, and after bowing to each of them, he returned to his stone dwelling. Having toiled through the night, he was utterly fatigued. The spirit stone vein was exceptionally hard, making it no easy task to mine. Just as Hualuyun stepped back into the stone house, the sound of snoring echoed within. The three present exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads. "I thought he might uncover something, yet he returns only to fall asleep. His vigilance leaves much to be desired. Indeed, the room is in such disarray, and he remains blissfully unaware. The disciples of our Shaoyao sect are getting worse with each generation." As they spoke, they laid the pilfered techniques on the table and began to study them together. They corroborated their findings, explaining their individual interpretations. Elder Wang Xiu, "Look here, this technique's depiction of the villain is quite clear. Is this not a dual cultivation method? So that's it. No wonder Hualuyun went to the fragrant pavilion to entertain guests. He is utilizing clients for dual cultivation." Both Ing and Wang Xiu suddenly realized, feeling they had stumbled upon a crucial clue. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Li Xinghe. If this truly were a dual cultivation technique, then Li Xinghe's efforts would be in vain, as he was incapable of dual cultivation. Upon feeling the topic shift abruptly towards himself, Li Xinghe's forehead twitched with tension. "What are you looking at me for? This is not a dual cultivation technique. It is a method for absorbing air for cultivation." Only Li Xinghe could read the characters, and thus he understood this version of the Xiantian breathing method 5.0 with greater clarity. Absorbing air? Wang Xiu and Ing were taken aback, their expressions filled with skepticism. Is there truly a technique for cultivating by absorbing air? Noticing their disbelief, Li Xinghe let out a cold snort and inhaled deeply, preparing to demonstrate the essence of the technique. Ugh. Who the hell just farted? Facing Li Xinghe's murderous glare, Wang Xiu and Ning shifted their eyes away. "Not me. I did nothing." "Indeed, Uncle Xinghe, please do not wrong an innocent person." Xinghe snorted again, grabbing the technique and striding back to his stone house. Wang Xiu and Ing exchanged glances, and each took their own techniques back to the tower. Thus, the first conference on techniques concluded rather abruptly due to an unfortunate flatulence incident. In the days that followed, Hualuyun continued to carry a hoe up the mountain daily, no longer needing to sneak around at night, as everyone was already aware. Whenever Hualuyun departed, the three left behind at Wangchuan Tower would emerge to discuss techniques. Despite studying the same technique, their differing interpretations led to the cultivation of three distinct paths. Each held firm to their views, convinced the others were mistaken. Xinghe, why do I feel you have been more irritable lately? Be cautious not to go astray in your cultivation. Your direction must be incorrect. Xinghe's face was dark, clouds of gloom gathering above his brow. His cold gaze fell upon the bald-headed Ning. Ever since he began practicing the Xiantian breathing method 5.0, and Ying's previously handsome visage had been completely lost. Not only was he balding, but his physique had also visibly plumped. Ning, it is quite clear who is right and who is wrong. Just look at yourself. You are nearly as fat as a pig. Wang Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ning, with your current girth, can you still utilize the shadow escape technique? Upon hearing Wang Xiu's remarks, both Li Xinghe and Ning turned to him, their expressions exceedingly complicated. While Li Xinghe's temperament had merely shifted, and Ning had only grown somewhat greasy, Wang Xiu had undergone a remarkable transformation. He sported antennae atop his head and a tail behind, his head large as a basin, with eye bags resembling spheres, and limbs emaciated, almost resembling an alien. What are you looking at me for? Let me tell you, you are all on the wrong path. You must follow my lead. Ning, and Li Xinghe nodded in agreement, readily affirming his words. Yes, Elder Wang Xiu's method is indeed reliable. It must be the correct path. The two praised Wang Xiu profusely. There was no way around it. They dared not provoke him at this juncture. Listen to me. First, vibrate the celestial points with spiritual energy. Then circulate it to the Zhongwan point, and finally settle it into the Jiufeng point. Jiufeng point? Where is that? I've never heard of it. Wang Xiu raised his hand in confusion, pointing to his own antennae. Right here, don't you have this? And Ning and Li Xinghe fell silent once more. All right, Wang Xiu is no longer the same species. His points are entirely different. What is there to discuss? Just then, the wooden door of Hualiuyun's abode creaked open that he emerged, hoe in hand, yawning, seemingly prepared to head up the mountain once more. Could it be that this lad has truly unearthed spirit stones? Unlikely. I suspect he is merely saving face, putting on an act. Damn it, regardless of whether he has found spirit stones, we can cultivate using air. Why do we need spirit stones? What we need to find now are air stones. Though the three spoke thus, they were inwardly filled with curiosity. Their current cultivation consumed air, but the greatest utility of spirit stones was not merely to provide spiritual energy, activate formations, purchase magical artifacts, or establish factions. Spirit stones were indispensable everywhere to Hualiuyun. Are you off to mine spirit stones again? Upon hearing Wang Xiu's greeting, Hualiuyun looked up, revealing a hearty smile. Senior Brother Xinghe, esteemed elders, I recently hired a group of workers to assist with the mining. I must keep an eye on them. In response to Hualiuyun's statements, the three internally scoffed. He hired a group of workers. What nonsense! This is the front line of the demon clan. Who on earth would dare work here? Where would one even hire workers? As Hualiuyun walked away, the three exchanged glances and turned their gazes toward his stone house. During the last transcription of techniques, there had undoubtedly been an oversight. Hualiuyun was also practicing the Xiantian breathing method 5.0. Yet, he appeared entirely normal in character and appearance, while the three of them had each developed issues. This was clearly amiss. After hesitating for a moment, the three stood up and stealthily re-entered Hualiuyun's stone house. It was still the same room, with the same furnishings, yet when Li Xinghe turned to glance at the stone wall, he froze in place. The recording stone he held fell to the ground with a clatter, and Ning and Wang Xiu looked up at the stone wall, both equally dumbfounded. Wait, this technique is different from the last time. While the overall appearance bore little difference, the details varied significantly. Was this truly the same technique? Li Xinghe gritted his teeth, staring at the characters on the wall. This is not the same technique. We practiced the Xiantian breathing method 5.0, while this is the 5.0 Pro version. The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Wang Xiu furrowed his brow and spoke. Then, should we switch to the 5.0 Pro version? And Ning and Li Xinghe bit their teeth. This was the only technique in the world capable of absorbing air for cultivation. How could they bear to give it up? Of course we should cultivate it. Resolute, the three took out their notebooks and began transcribing. Currently, Hualiuyun led a highly regular life and would not return anytime soon, so there was no urgency. Look at this line. I feel it's a bit out of place. Cultivating the joys and sorrows of love. Our world is not simple. Joy transforms into tears. It is a kind of bravery. How does one cultivate these joys and sorrows of love? And Ing tilted his head, once again confirming his belief that I told you this was a dual cultivation technique. You didn't believe me. Wang Xiao shot at Ing a glare. What nonsense dual cultivation technique? We all live in the tower together. Are you trying to make a play for me? Move out tomorrow. Don't crowd me in the tower. Pa, as if I care. I'll move if I want to. Xinghe frowned, halting his transcription, and Ing and Wang Xiao were unfamiliar with each other, yet he was certainly aware. What the hell, this ISNTA technique? It's a line from a song that slipped in here. However, he had no intention of reminding the two. Let them cultivate, perhaps driving themselves mad would be for the best, after transcribing the techniques. The three departed, still grappling with the intricacies of version 5.0, and now confronted with the arrival of version 5.0 Pro, which promised to keep them thoroughly occupied. As the harsh winter receded, the warmth of spring blossomed forth. The wild geese returned from their southern sojourn, and Hualiuyun welcomed his first visitation from Julian. That a colossal flying vessel descended at the village entrance, and Julian dashed toward Hualiuyun, leaping into his embrace. The little girl had grown significantly, clad in a vibrant cotton coat adorned with the character for blessing, and wearing a longevity lock around her neck. Her small face was rosy from the cold, reminiscent of a foolish son from a wealthy landlord's household. Senior brother, I've come to see you. Have you missed Julian? Hualiuyun playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, his smile radiating joy. Miss? Oh, I miss you the most. Dear sister, Yin Duo, straightening her hair, observed the playful interaction between the siblings with a gentle smile. She held a stack of account books in her arms, appearing neat and composed, trailed by 3 or 4 aides. Exuding an aura akin to a high-ranking secretary, Hualiuyun set Zhu Yin down and ushered Yin Duo and her companions into the dwelling. Luyun, here are the income ledgers for the flour cakes, and this one for osmanthus wine, along with the records for Baiwa brand honey. Lastly, this ledger contains the salary records issued by various factions in Xiaoxian City. Now that you are the city lord, they are quite eager to pay, except for Feng Pavilion and Rage Blood Hall, who have been remiss, owing 2 months' wages. Hualiuyun placed the account books on the bed and turned to Yin Duo with concern. Yin Duo, are you adjusting well to life on the mountain? Has my master been treating you kindly? Yin Duo shook her head that we share a portion of the profits with Master Tang, and she is quite proactive. When I arrived, Master Tang was at Divine Seal Peak negotiating land contracts with Mingyue Peak, likely to expand flower cultivation. A faint smile curled at the corners of Hualiuyun's lips. Everything was progressing as planned. I told you, who in this world could possibly resist spirit stones? Behind Yin Duo, several aides stepped forward to report on their respective duties. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside, as Li Xinghe's stone dwelling was obliterated, sending countless fragments flying. That a figure soared amidst the explosion, clad in tattered rags. With only a few scraps clinging to his waist and chest, he performed 2 somersaults, landing on a patch of white cloud, his laughter echoing across the heavens. That I, the old sun, have emerged. Ha! I've reached the void training stage, and now I gaze down upon the world as mere dust. Ing and Wang Xiao rushed out of the tower, their faces a mix of terror and astonishment at the arrogant figure hovering in the sky. Hualiuyun also stepped out of the stone dwelling, his expression filled with longing. That I, in the realm of void training, one could be considered a formidable hero on this continent. After all, Sect Master Tang Kichin was merely at the tribulation stage. Among the 7 peak masters, some had yet to enter the tribulation stage, lingering at the pinnacle of void training. Yet, how old was Li Xinghe? At such a young age to have attained void training was truly astonishing. Luyun congratulates senior brother Xinghe on his remarkable accomplishments. Hualiuyun hastily clasped his fists in respect, his face reflecting deep reverence and admiration, bestowing upon Li Xinghe a wealth of emotional value. Above, Li Xinghe's gaze swept across the world. From his vantage point, he looked down upon Ing, Wang Xiao, and Hualiuyun, perceiving them as diminutive and insignificant amidst the vast expanse of the earth, akin to a grain of sand in the ocean. Looking toward the Huangchuan mountain range, where previously lay human forbidden zones, he now saw only a few adorable creatures inhabiting the areas. What tiger kings, what nine tails, what demon phoenixes. Mere trifles. He laughed heartily. Today, let this holy sun capture the dragon and extinguish the phoenix scales, suppressing the Huangchuan mountain range with a mere wave of my hand. With that, Li Xinghe vanished into the sky on a cloud. Before long, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the Huangchuan mountain range. Get lost, you cauliflower snake. What are you smashing the rocks for? Don't scare my pet cultivator. At Huangchuan Tower, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The events unfolded too rapidly for them to comprehend. Li Xinghe had barreled into the lair of the demon clan. Ying hesitated momentarily before transforming into a shadow, darting into the Huangchuan mountain range. After all, Li Xinghe was the former Holy Sun and the sect master's primary heir. She felt compelled to keep an eye on him. Within the Tiger King's territory, chaos ensued, as the Tiger King, in exasperation, sent Li Xinghe to the domain of another demon king, Jiu-Ni. Faced with Li Xinghe's relentless destruction of trees and mountains, the demon king seized him and gave him a sound thrashing. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struck, it was as if Li Xinghe had ingested some potent elixir. He was difficult to subdue and showed no signs of fatigue, leading to yet another expulsion into the territory of the demon phoenix. Afterward, those unaware of the details conducted interviews with the involved demons that I was terrified. He came charging at me, bare-skinned, and I was chased over dozens of mountain peaks. Thankfully, the Tiger King arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The pet cultivator recounted the experience of being pursued by Li Xinghe to the camera. When recalling the frenzied Li Xinghe, the creature trembled in fear, clearly haunted by the psychological trauma of the encounter. Yes, when Dog Brother heard the commotion, he was the first to rush out, barking twice, only to be targeted by him. The interviewer, Hualiuyun, nodded gravely and posed a more sensitive question. May I ask, Dog Brother, we heard the cries of the pufferfish. Could you elaborate on the details? Or, may I directly interview the pufferfish demon? Well, that pufferfish is currently showing suicidal tendencies, so I can elaborate further for you. On the mountain, Yin Duo gazed in astonishment at the multitude of demons surrounding Hualiuyun, her mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? How did my little beggar end up mingling with these demon clans? Earlier that morning, Hualiuyun had taken her to the mountain under the pretense of inspecting new ventures, and she had assumed they were merely gathering herbs. Yet, he had brought her here, in the depths of a dark mine. Bull demons were hauling spirit ore, while dozens of wolf demons stood guard atop the mountains. Adjacent peaks housed a processing plant for extracting spirit stones. Yinduo, why are you dawdling? Come, let me introduce you to my new partner, Lord Xiaogo. Seeing Xiaogo extend a paw for a handshake like a gentleman, cold sweat broke out on Yinduo's forehead. Her little beggar truly had no qualms, having joined the demonic path and deceived the Holy Sun. Now he conspired with demons. He seemed capable of anything. Others would be dead several times over for such transgressions, yet he remained lively and active, conducting interviews. After shaking Xiaogo's paw, Yinduo leaned closer to Hualiuyun and whispered, Luyun, with spring's arrival, demons are disguising themselves as treasure seekers in the mountains, secretly harming and slaying human cultivators. After killing, they use their communication artifacts to contact the victims' relatives, luring them back into the mountains for further devastation. The human race has suffered significant losses, and the sect master has declared that whoever avenges this wrong may be promoted to a candidate for Holy Sun. Upon hearing this news, Hualiuyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Li Xinghe's position compromised, many were vying for the title of Holy Sun, and he too felt a stir of ambition. Glancing at Xiaogo beside him, Hualiuyun licked his lips. Yinduo, I want to become the Holy Sun. Faced with this unabashed desire, Yinduo raised her sleeve to wipe her forehead. Luyun, you are currently conspiring with demons. If discovered, not only will you lose the chance to become Holy Sun, but your very life may be at stake. Moreover, with spring's arrival, a multitude of cultivators will flock to the mountains. You cannot hide your blatant extraction of spirit stones alongside the demons. Hualiuyun furrowed his brow. Casting a troubled glance at Xiao, whose expression contorted, he was reluctant to relinquish the spirit stone veins here. But being the Holy Sun, how impressive it would be to return to the village. While others were merely chiefs, he would be the Holy Sun. Xiao, are we in cahoots with the demons? Xiao hurriedly shook his paw in denial. No. No, absolutely not. Yin Duo's lips twitched slightly. She realized that Hualiuyun genuinely aspired to become the Holy Sun. To the point of self-deception, as evening fell, Yin Duo returned home, accompanied by the visitation vessel along with Ying and the unconscious Li Xing'a. That fellow had ventured deep into the mountains and returned battered and half alive. Ultimately, it was Ying who, at great risk of collapse, employed her superior evasion techniques to rescue him. Though now he was barely breathing, in dire need of healing back at the sect. The weather grew increasingly warm, and the area surrounding Wangshuan Tower bloomed with colorful flowers, bringing life to this once desolate mountain range. Occasionally, sword lights zipped through the sky, and the sounds of battles between humans and demons echoed from the mountains. The Xiaoyao sect issued a decree to exterminate demons. Any cultivator within the sect's domain who slays a demon and retrieves its right ear may exchange it at the Xiaoyao Hall for cultivation resources. Should one achieve remarkable feats, they may indeed become a candidate for the esteemed title of Saint Soi. In light of this decree, the enmity between the Xiaoyao sect and the demon race has escalated beyond control. The entire Wangshuan mountain range is shrouded in ominous clouds, subtly hinting at the resurgence of a great conflict. In the pursuit of the Saint Sun candidacy, various prodigies from different sects are revealing their extraordinary talents. Some disciples are spending exorbitant sums to procure demon ears as a substitute for military supplies. Others are assembling teams of hundreds to venture into the mountains to hunt demons. There are even those who resort to arson and poisoning streams, employing every conceivable method without restraint. Within the Xiaoyao Hall, Zhang Tianyu diligently records the accomplishments of each disciple, his pace frenetic. On Shenin Peak, Mu Rongyue has slain 10 demon soldiers and 3 golden core demon beasts. On Mount Everest, Zhu Qianming has dispatched 15 demon soldiers, 8 golden core demon beasts, and 1 nascent soul demon beast. On the Alchemy Peak, Dao Chun has taken down 8 demon soldiers and 1 golden core demon beast. Zhang Tianyu continuously updates the leaderboard of kills, with the top 10 positions fluctuating constantly, as the competition is exceedingly fierce. Hecate present. The most likely candidates for the Saint Sun position appear to be Mu Rongyue of Shenin Peak, Zhu Qianming of Everest, and Wang Yu of Tianfeng. On Baihua Peak, Hualiuyun has claimed an astonishing 3,500 demon soldiers, 18 golden core demon beasts, 9 nascent soul demon beasts, 3 transformation stage demon beasts, 1 refining void demon general, and 1 tribulation stage demon king. As Zhang Tianyu records this, his arm trembles, causing his brush to tear a gaping hole in the rice paper. How many? He gasps, stretching his neck in disbelief as he seizes the merit pouch submitted by Hualiuyun. Such monstrous achievements. The great battle has yet to commence, and the stray demon beasts are already scarce. An ordinary person could never hunt down so many, let alone a tribulation stage beast. Upon opening the merit pouch, it is filled to the brim with demon ears. Beneath these ears lies another bag brimming with spirit stones, adorned with a note. To the senior brother responsible for recording, this is a token of respect from Luyan. Please record it accurately and do not show favoritism. Zhang Tianyu's lips twitch slightly. He is at a loss as to where Hualiuyun acquired such an abundance of demon ears, but it certainly raises suspicions. Without hesitation, he enters the Xiaoyao Hall, clutching the demon ears. Inside, the various peak masters are present, their spirits high regarding the selection of the Saint Sun candidates, an event that occurs only once in a century for the Xiaoyao sect. Zhu Qianming of Everest exudes confidence. M.Y. Sun has gathered the Demon Extermination Alliance, enlisting dozens of prodigies to penetrate deep into the Wangshuan mountain range, striking at the very heart of the demon lair, even bringing down a nascent soul demon beast. Yuling Long scoffs, relying on numbers a true skill. My daughter, on her own, has forced the demons to beg for mercy. I do not mince words. This time, Shenin Peak has secured its position. Wei Jing of the Law Enforcement Hall chuckles softly as he sips his tea. I have a favorable view of Wang Yu. After all, he narrowly lost the Saint's Son title to Xinghe back in the day. Wei Jing then turns to Tang, by the way. Peak Master Tang, your disciple Hualiuyun displays remarkable talent. What is his current standing? Tang Keiwei, who is munching on a flour cake, pauses momentarily, her cheeks stuffed as she speaks with a slight mumble. He participates for the experience. Cough, cough, water, please, as the discussion unfolds. Zhang Tianyu rushes in, prompting everyone to turn their curious gazes toward him. Tianyu, why the urgency? What has transpired? Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Tianyu places Hualiuyun's merit pouch at the center of the hall. Sect Master, esteemed Peak Masters, the achievements of Baiwa Peaks Hualiuyun are somewhat outrageous. I dare not make a hasty judgment, and have come to seek your consensus. Upon hearing this, the Peak Masters chuckle in amusement, shaking their heads. What, did he slay the Tiger King? How outrageous could it possibly be? As their expressions remain unconcerned, Zhang Tianyu lifts the pouch and spills countless demon ears onto the floor. The stench of blood immediately fills the air as the furry demon ears scatter everywhere. Through the sensory perception of blood and qi, it is evident that among them are thousands of ordinary demon beasts, along with a considerable number of golden core and nascent soul beasts. More alarmingly, there are even refining void and tribulation stage creatures, by the heavens. The Peak Masters within the hall rise in unison, their eyes fixated on a single golden tiger ear. Did he truly slay the Tiger King? Tang Keiwei promptly retrieves a communication stone to contact Wang Xiu. Hey, Wang Xiu, could you verify whether the Tiger King is still alive? What? That tiger ear was a gift from a dog demon to Hualiuyun. This rascal, I sent him to the Wangchuan Tower for enlightenment, and he dares to collude openly with the demon race. With this news, the high-ranking members of the sect can no longer remain seated. Hualiuyun, regardless of the circumstances, is a Peak Master, and now, with the demon extermination order issued, such a scandal erupts, it is a direct slap in the face to the entire Xiaoyao sect. Severe punishment is a must. They declare, the demon race is a threat to our humanity, and Hualiuyun, as a Peak Master, fails to set an example, instead aiding the oppressors. Amidst the collective outrage, Yu Linglong frowns and speaks up. Aren't you all curious as to how he acquired so many demon ears? With her words, the hall falls into silence once more. Indeed, even if Hualiuyun colluded with the demon race, one must wonder where he obtained these ears. The Tiger King must be mad to offer up his own ear to Hualiuyun. This situation is fraught with peculiarity, especially with the involvement of a tribulation stage demon king. There must be no room for error. Could he have opened a brothel in the demon realm, receiving customers, and, while they slumbered, cutting off their ears? The assembly turns their peculiar gazes toward Tang Keiwei. Ice Fairy, might you reflect on what you are suggesting? Maintain your composure, will you? Humans and demons, opening a brothel? Keiwei, do not speak nonsense. Tang Keiwei interjects swiftly, providing his own speculative insight. In the past half year, Hualiuyun has amassed a fortune in spirit stones that I suspect he may have used them to purchase ears from the demon race. Demon beasts recover rapidly, and it is conceivable that some fallen beasts would sell their ears to him. Upon hearing Tang Keiwei's remarks, the group begins to brainstorm, ideas flowing that I believe Luyun must have ventured deep into demon territory. Overcoming numerous trials, and with swift strikes, turn the ground into a river of blood, suggests Yu Linglong. No, counters Xiao Su from the Alchemy Peak. He must have taken half an inch for the 9-tier tower, combined it with 10 tails of winter snow, and simmered it slowly with angelonia and morning flowers. Stop! Zhu Zizai interjects. Just say he poisoned them instead of all this preamble. That I support Keiwei's viewpoint. There must be some unsavory dealings behind this. Could it be that Zhang Baishu begins it? No way, absolutely not. Zhao Cixi from the Refining Peak retorts. Could you let me finish before you disagree? What do you mean no way? Did I even start talking? Zhang Baishu replies, exasperated. As the noise escalates in the Grand Hall, Zhang Tianyu feels overwhelmed. With a resigned expression, he collects the scattered demon ears back into the pouch for now. This matter remains unresolved, and he must record the facts as they AREAS for the ramifications that may ensue. That is beyond his purview. Sure enough, when Zhu Qianming is finally pushed down the ranks, and Hualiuyun ascends to the top with an overwhelming score. The entire Xiaoyao sect erupts in chaos. Countless voices cry out about a conspiracy. How can a foundation establishment disciple claim the top position? And in such a dominating manner. This is utterly inconceivable. The crowds clamor to confront Hualiuyun, seeking to expose his vile nature. Truly, they have forsaken all dignity in the pursuit of the saint's son title. A multitude of elders and peak masters rush into the Wangchuan mountain range, intent on uncovering evidence of Hualiuyun's collusion with the demon race. On Baiwa Peak, Zhu Yin watches anxiously as countless sword lights streak toward Wangchuan. Nervously clutching her clothing, it seems that Hualiuyun has stirred the wrath of many. Second brother, do you think Big Brother has truly colluded with the demon race? Yu Yuchan's expression is grave. If it were anyone else, the rumors might be baseless, but for your big brother, it may not be without merit. With a sigh, Yu Yuchan shifts her gaze toward the mountain path on the peach blossom trail. A woman in a pink dress walks gracefully up the mountain. Her figure is curvaceous, and the wind lifts her long skirt, clinging to her alluring form, captivating the heart. The woman wears a peculiar makeup, thick foundation obscuring her features. Yet even so, one can surmise that once she cleanses away the paint, she would undoubtedly rival celestial beauties. Hualiuyun, among the flower-picking girls hired by Yun. Is there such a person? The beaded curtain squinted toward the mountain path, and there she saw a woman gently tapping her cheek with her hand, a fox mask gradually covering her chin. No, flower-picking girls are all beautiful maidens. There are no little mischief makers. Upon hearing these words, Yu Yuchen's heart raced wildly, and his expression underwent a dramatic change. A web assassin. This is undoubtedly a web assassin. This moment. All the peak masters were gathered at the Celestial Peaks Leisure Hall, while numerous elders and disciples rushed toward the Wangchuan mountain range. The disciples, in a frenzy over competing for the position of the Holy Sun substitute, created the perfect opportunity for the assassin strike. In an instant, he soared into the air on his sword, transforming into a streak of crimson light heading toward the celestial peak. Damn it! Help! There's an assassin! Seeing his senior brother abandon her and flee. The beaded curtain was filled with terror. Senior brother, don't leave me behind. Little Lien, stay where you are and don't move. She's coming for me. Don't be afraid. The beaded curtain's expression grew bleak. With her low cultivation, she could not fly and could not possibly catch up to Yu Yuchen. The woman in the long skirt approached rapidly. Her knees buckled, and she slid to the ground, prostrating beneath the woman's skirt. Fairy, please spare my life. The little girl was merely picked up by them, having no ties to the second senior brother, and with her low cultivation, killing her would yield no sense of achievement. It would only add to her sins. Please spare me. I bow to you. The woman circled around the beaded curtain, drew her sword, and struck the heavens with a single slash. The pink sword light cleaved through the clouds, and Yu Yuchen plummeted into the nearby forest like a kite with its strings severed. Clang! The sound of a zither echoed through the forest as countless towering trees exploded into fragments, revealing the terrified and severely injured Yu Yuchen below. The clash between the nascent soul and the foundation establishment was a battle devoid of suspense. From the moment the fox crossed the layers of defense of the leisure sect and reached the 100 Flowers Peak, the outcome was already sealed. Yu Yuchen clutched his chest wound, struggling to crawl toward the celestial peak, unwilling to accept his fate, his vengeance unfulfilled, yet he was to die here today, spotting the veil drifting in the woods. He gritted his teeth and spoke. I am a disciple of Hualiuyun. If you kill me, he will not spare you. Yu Yuchen was betting that this assassin was acquainted with Hualiuyun. Logically, the assassination task should have been taken over by Hualiuyun, and now that the web had struck again, this person was acting on his behalf. The thicket parted, and the fox walked over, her long sword dragging along the ground, carving a fine trench. According to the web's rules, once a task is accepted, the target must die. For Lu Yun, I can only send you on your way. The zither's melody resumed, and countless strings crisscrossed through the forest, converging on Yu Yuchen to strangle him. Just at that critical moment, a beam of sword light shot down from the sky, crashing with a resounding clang as a water-blue long sword embedded itself before Yu Yuchen. The strings that covered the entire forest snapped simultaneously, rebounding and sweeping across the mountain, leaving a trail of sword marks on the ground. Bold lunatic, how dare you enter my mountain gate to kill? Die! Accompanying the sword was Hualiuyun's furious roar as she hurled her sword sheath, crashing it into the fox's chest. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying several hundred meters. Crashing against the steep cliff. Junior brother, are you all right? Hualiuyun waved her hand, and the sword sheath and long sword flew back into her grasp. Spinning the long sword in her hand, streams of sword chi danced like silver serpents in the mountains. Rushing towards where the fox had fallen, the pink veil was torn apart, and the fox mask split at the brow, revealing Zhao Dingling's pale face. Sister, please show mercy. Hualiuyun called out loudly, the sword light brushing past Zhao Dingling's nose. Severing a lock of her hair, she staggered to her feet and, with a few leaps, vanished into the forest, leaving behind traces of crimson on the ground, indicative of her severe injuries. Hualiuyun raised her hand to grasp the half of the fox mask, drawing it into her possession. Junior brother Hualiuyun, this person came to kill you. Why do you still plead for her? Hualiuyun laboriously retrieved a pill and placed it in his mouth. This person must be favored by senior brother Hualiuyun. If she dies here, he will surely hold a grudge against me in the future. She must have been compelled by the web to act against me. Hualiuyun's expression darkened. How dare the web attempt to assassinate a disciple of the leisure sect? She vowed to make them pay dearly. In the distance, the beaded curtain was scurrying over on her short legs. Second senior brother, are you dead? Ouch! Having run too quickly, she tripped over a vine and tumbled. Rolling to Hualiuyun's side, she sprang up, her large eyes smeared with a bit of dirt and tears. Seeing that Hualiuyun was still alive, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yet an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her. In her frustration, she wiped her tears and kicked at Hualiuyun's waist. Whoa, I told you not to leave me behind. Hualiuyun picked up the beaded curtain, feeling the little one trembling all over. She raised her hand to wipe the dust off her face, softly comforting her. All right, little Lian, it's all over. Woo, you all think I'm weak. I know it, you all despise me. Little Lian, that was just a joke. How could we ever despise you? Numerous beams of sword light fell from the sky, as over 10 disciples from the Divine Seal Peak arrived once more. Sister, what happened? Hualiuyun slightly tilted her head towards the direction Zhao Dingling had fled. Speaking softly to a web assassin has already been severely wounded by me. Pursue her and capture her, but by the way, try not to take her life. Several disciples nodded and flew forward on their swords in pursuit. Beside them, Hualiuyun opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He was not afraid of the web, nor of those who would pay to take his life. He feared only the discord with senior brother Hualiuyun. The cautionary tale of Li Xinghe now lay on the alchemy peak for treatment, rumored to have suffered mental issues. Meanwhile, at the Wangchuan mountain range, the first batch of disciples and elders sent to verify Hualiyun's claims had arrived on the battlefield. Filled with confidence and armed with recording stones, they were determined to unveil the truth of Hualiyun's collusion with the demon race. Upon hearing that someone had questioned his accomplishments, Hualiyun was enraged. What? You claim I colluded with the demon race and forged my achievements. Then let me show you whether I have forged them. As both sides met, the air was thick with hostility. He led dozens of disciples deep into the mountains, intending to show them the beasts he had slain. Senior brother Hualiuyun, it's not that we intend to question you, but look at what you have submitted. Ears of a tribulation-phase demon king. ISNT that a bit too far-fetched. There are hardly any tribulation-phase demons in the Wangchuan mountain range. Zhu Qiming led a group of disciples behind him, wanting to avoid provoking Hualiuyun, especially since this guy had grown up with Wang Tuxian. Indeed, senior brother Hualiuyun, not even our peak master could defeat a demon king. How can we trust you? The crowd clamored, and soon they stumbled into a hollow in the mountain. All the noise suddenly hushed, and the disciples shivered inexplicably. For some reason, despite the bright sunshine, this hollow appeared exceptionally eerie and terrifying that a high stone wall had been built at the mountain's entrance, concealing the scene within, with only a small door tightly shut. Beside the small door stood a sign reading Wawa Mountain Park. Upon seeing this scene, over 100 disciples and dozens of elders felt somewhat uneasy. Hesitating at the door to Hualiuyun, you're not hiding hundreds of cutthroats behind this door. waiting for us to enter and signal the attack, are you? Yes, I too feel a chill at the sight of this iron door. Did I hear the cries of demons? The elders and disciples continuously attempted to use their spiritual senses to glimpse the scene within the park, but all they saw was dense fog. However, there was no doubt that immense terror lay hidden inside. Hualiuyun, perhaps we should not enter. Just show us the corpses of the demon beasts using the recording stones. Hualiuyun frowned. How could they not go in? He had prepared for a long time to demonstrate his unwavering resolve against the demon race to the leisure sect. Not be afraid, everyone. The demons are not using communication artifacts to impersonate our human cultivators, luring friends and family into the mountains for hunting. This holy sun has turned the tables, creating this Wawa mountain park. As he spoke, he pushed open the iron door. Instantly, a chilling wind swept over them. The elders and disciples trembled as Hualiuyun entered the park. What greeted him was a vast pig farm, where countless pig demons were confined, their limbs severed and placed in individual compartments, while small demons continuously fed them. Hualiuyun, what is this? Zhu Qianming, filled with trepidation, pointed towards the gluttonous pig demons indulging in their feast, utterly perplexed by the situation at hand. The demon race has a penchant for carnivorous delights, which prompted me to establish this pig farm. Once the pigs are raised to maturity, I sell them to the demons. With their meat supply secured, they no longer harbor thoughts of consuming humans. Brother Zhu, wouldn't you agree? Then why sever their limbs? A crimson fissure suddenly appeared on Hualuyun's brow, his gaze deep and chilling. That is merely to prevent them from wandering about and depleting their body fat. Upon hearing this response, a shiver coursed through the crowd. Rising from their very souls, was this truly the work of humans? They had often heard of the demon's cruelty, yet today they witnessed the true essence of savagery. The pig demons, incessantly feasting on their slop, awaiting their fateful slaughter, appeared so pitiful, so tragic. Silence enveloped the group. Everyone endeavored to diminish their presence. They ventured further, encountering a colossal water prison surrounded by a myriad of torturous implements, bloodied and horrifying to behold. Hualiuyun, we wish to avert our eyes. The night has fallen. We desire to return home, they implored. Hualiuyun slightly squinted, the crack on his forehead widening abruptly, a pitch-black pupil fixating on those present. Look, you must endure the entirety of this spectacle. If anyone dares to look away, I shall confine them alongside the pig demons and sell them to the Tiger King. That a wave of dread swept through the onlookers. Although this domain inflicted suffering upon the demon race, countless formidable demons stood guard. Now, having entered the den of wolves, none dared act rashly. As they proceeded, they arrived at an office where numerous demons were using communication artifacts to reach out to their kin. Hey cousin, when will you come work at our Wawa Mountain facility? What nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. That a demon does not deceive another demon. Nonsense. My second uncle visited your place not long ago and has since vanished without a trace. You beasts will eventually face retribution. The communication artifact was abruptly terminated, leaving the visiting disciples of the Hualiuyun sect exchanging glances in disbelief. They never anticipated that one day demons would scornfully label others as beasts. How utterly absurd. The deer demon, whose call had been cut off, turned to find Hualuyun's countenance dark as storm clouds. Terror gripped him, causing his hands to tremble, and the communication artifact clattered to the ground. Director, I shall strive harder. Hualiuyun stepped forward, his hand rising to pat the deer demon's cheek, his voice devoid of warmth. Strive harder, drag him out, and give him a good beating. Two wolf demons entered the office, seizing the deer demon and dragging him out, and immediately the air was filled with his anguished cries. The disciples of the Hualiuyun sect bowed their heads, suppressing their breaths to an absolute minimum. Next, they toured the pig demon breeding rooms, slaughterhouses, and meat processing facilities, among other dreadful establishments within the compound. Upon returning to the entrance, Hualuyun's haunting voice resonated behind them. Esteemed guests, do you still believe I conspire with the demon race? At this proclamation, a chill ran down the spine of every listener. In that moment, it felt as though a forbidden gaze had locked onto them, a frigid dread infiltrating their beings, as if any misstep in their response could result in immediate demise. Devoured to the last morsel, and no, brother, Your infiltration of the demon race is commendable and effective. Indeed, indeed. We were short-sighted and misunderstood Hualiuyun. We apologize sincerely. As the heavy iron gates of the compound swung open. The crowd surged forth, eager to escape, fearful that lingering even for a moment might seal their fate here forever. They fled through the forest, breathless and frantic, not daring to use their swords for fear of exposure. After a relentless 30-mile dash, they finally halted to catch their breath, only to hear urgent shouts behind them. "Brothers, wait! I have prepared gifts for you!" Turning back, they beheld Hualiuyun, clutching a sack of spirit stones, merrily trailing behind them. Clad in a cerulean robe, his handsome visage bore a smile as warm as spring sunshine, the light casting a golden sheen upon him, utterly devoid of the sinister aura he had exuded moments prior. Seeing the crowd freeze, he bounded forward, stuffing the bags of spirit stones into their arms. "Brothers, I humbly ask you to speak kindly of me in front of our esteemed peak masters, if I am to be considered a candidate for the Holy Sun. I shall not forget your tremendous kindness." Grateful yet apprehensive, the disciples regarded the bulging spirit stones in their arms, their emotions swirling in disarray. What a delightful child! No, he is a devil. Wait, perhaps he is indeed a good child. The internal conflict raged within them. Without daring to linger, they fled the Hualiuyun mountain range like the wind, for fear that a moment's delay would lead to their eternal entrapment. It was now evident that Hualiuyun was colluding with the Tiger King, exploiting the smaller demons under other demon kings, luring them into the compound for exploitation. Given the desolate scenes within, a conflict could erupt at any moment, for other demon kings were not to be trifled with. The Hualiuyun Tower had become a powder keg, ready to explode at any time. The Tianfeng Xiaoyao Hall. The peak masters fell into a profound silence as they listened to the reports from the returning disciples. Raising pig demons for the sale of their flesh, establishing a facility to lure demons into labor with high wages, only to then mutilate them for their organs and share their flesh. Was this truly the work of humans? Even the demonic sects had not sunk this low. Esteemed peak masters, while Hualiuyun may be slaying demons, we, as righteous sects, must uphold certain principles and cannot allow him to act with impunity. Indeed, have you not seen how pitiful those demons are? Hualiuyun shows no regard for humanitarianism. Bang! As the crowd clamored against Hualiuyun, Yulinglong slammed her hand down on the armrest of her chair, standing abruptly. What need is there for humanitarianism when dealing with demons? Have you all lost your minds in your pursuit of cultivation? Absurd, as long as we could deliver a significant blow to the demon race. I care not what methods are employed. I end this incident, aside from the Tiger King's ears. I believe Hualiuyun's other accomplishments are valid and should be included in the assessment. Hualiuyun, I support you. As she spoke, she turned to look at Tang Keiwei, who, as Hualiuyun's master, would surely endorse him. Then she cast a cold glance at Tang Kachin and asked, "Sect Master, do you support Hualiuyun as well?" Tang Kachin surveyed the assembly of peak masters, Tang Keiwei, Zhu Zizai, and Yulinglong, all clearly in agreement with Hualiuyun's actions. 3 of the 7 peaks had already sided with him, and even if other disciples had objections, the matter was practically settled. He smirked, his lips curling slightly. "You have so many supporters. You need not rely on me." Yulinglong nodded. "Very well, then it is settled. Hualiuyun shall be promoted to the position of Holy Sun candidate. Pending further observation, I have an appointment for tea with my sisters in the city of seeking immortality, so I shall take my leave." After finalizing the decision, Yulinglong departed the grand hall. Tang Keiwei stretched lazily and stood up. "I apprehended an assassin within our peak. I must return and investigate." Observing Tang Keiwei leave, Zhu Zizai hurriedly followed suit. "What? Who possesses such audacity to attempt an assassination at Baiwa Peak?" "Keiwei, wait for me. Watch your step over the threshold. Be careful not to trip." As each peak master exited the Xiaoyao Hall, Tang Kachin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of worry. After a long pause, he spoke softly into the shadows of the grand hall. "Shadow, enlighten me. During your surveillance of Hualiuyun, have you made any discoveries?" From the shadows emerged a corpulent figure, struggling to squeeze through. His head was bald, his thyroid swollen, and his limbs short and stubby. an embodiment of grotesqueness, resembling a toad transformed into a being. Tang Kachin's expression twitched slightly. Had it not been for the unchanged aura, he would hardly recognize the once handsome shadow in this state. Sect Master, I have made a discovery that I stumbled upon a divine-level cultivation technique, one that directly points to the DAO. He spoke. The shadow approached with a sycophantic demeanor, respectfully presenting the technique's manuscript. Tang Kachin accepted it and opened the first page to find a few prominent characters. Shintian Breathing Technique 5.0 Pro, Refined Edition. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. What does this pro signify? The shadow, brimming with pride, explained. Xinghe mentioned that pro denotes professional, indicating an upgraded version of the technique. Tang Kachin frowned. Has Xinghe also been cultivating this technique? Of course, both Xinghe and Elder Wang Xiao have been practicing it. But only I have mastered it correctly. Their cultivation directions are both erroneous. Upon witnessing the smug expression of the shadow, Tang Kachin's lips twitched once more. If his cultivation was indeed correct, and yet resulted in such a ghastly appearance, what would the incorrect method yield? What, then, does this refined version signify? Ah, Sect Master, this refined version is my annotated and translated edition. Tang Kachin continued to peruse the manual, finding its content disjointed and riddled with incoherencies. The main issue arose from the fact that this technique, bestowed by Li Lanqing to Hualiuyun, was translated into Chinese characters, underwent numerous modifications, and was subsequently translated back into the native script by Li Xinghe. Through this back and forth, the essence of the technique had long since been lost. Why does this illustrated content feel somewhat familiar? Having finished examining the technique, Tang Kachin stroked his chin thoughtfully, and after a moment, his eyes sparkled with realization. The Shintian breathing method. Wasn't this the introductory technique of the flying immortal sacred land? This method is employed by cultivators to refine their qi and establish a foundation. He had it here as well. Contemplating this, he rummaged through his storage ring and soon unearthed a thin tome, merely 10 pages in length, corresponding to the 10 levels of qi refining. The shadow. Curious, leaned in to take a look, but quickly shook his head. Sect Master, what are you thinking? My divine skill spans over 100 pages. It is not something your little book can merely imitate. After comparing the two manuals for a while, Tang Kachin reached a conclusion. The Shintian breathing method from the flying immortal sacred land possesses significant origins, as this mere 10-page qi refining technique is essentially in essence extracted from this divine skill. No wonder it achieved the status of a sacred land. Shadow, aside from this technique, does Hualiuyun possess any other peculiarities? Tang Kachin tucked the manual into his robes and continued his inquiry. Whenever he recalled that face, split from the forehead to the chin, he felt a gnawing unease. The shadow paused for a moment, reflecting that since arriving at the Wangchuan Tower, he had been engrossed in cultivation. Leaving little time to observe Hualiuyun on the surface, the young man appeared quite amiable. Sect Master, Hualiuyun seems to exhibit no significant abnormalities. He is diligent, helpful, and possesses a remarkably simple heart. A truly kind child. Upon hearing such an assessment, Tang Kachin looked at the shadow in astonishment. What nonsense is this? Their demon clan colluded to construct the Wawa Mountain District, engaging in acts so outrageous that even the sect's elders and disciples could not tolerate it. This is called kindness? Shadow, you haven't been bribed by Hualiuyun, have you? Realizing Tang Kachin's misunderstanding, the shadow hastily clarified. Sect Master, consider this. How could a mere foundation-building cultivator collaborate with the Tiger King to gain protection in the Wangchuan Mountains and establish a district? I strongly suspect that this district was originally established by the Tiger King. Yet, to maintain appearances and counter the accusations of other demon kings, as well as to absolve himself of the crimes against the demon clan, he has pushed Hualiuyun into the limelight to serve as a scapegoat. With a naive mind, Luyun would never fathom the intricacies of this scheme, thus he bears the brunt of the blame. After the shadow spoke, a jolt surged through Tang Kachin. Indeed, how could a mere foundation-building cultivator establish a district in the Wangchuan Mountains to exploit the demon clan if all this were orchestrated by the Tiger King? It would make sense. Placing Hualiuyun in the spotlight would conveniently shift the blame for harming the lesser demons onto humanity. The Tiger King possesses a cunning mind. seeing that Tang Kachin had grasped the crux of the matter. The shadow bowed and retreated into the shadows once more. Alas, that foolish child Hualiuyun is simply too innocent, unaware that he is being exploited. With a sigh, Tang Kachin stood up. That moment, a faint glow emanated from the communication token at his waist. An unfamiliar aura who has mistakenly contacted me. He detached the token and activated it, only to hear a grave voice within. Hello, I finally managed to reach you. Your friend has encountered misfortune while training in the Hualiuyun Mountains. He accidentally stumbled into an ancient immortal's cave and, after obtaining a powerful inheritance, is now being pursued by dozens of demon cultivators. He has found himself in distress at our Hualiuyun Mountain district and claims that if you bring 300 spirit stones to rescue him, he will share half of the inheritance with you. Can you hear me? Tang Kachin's forehead twitched with fury. How audacious! A scam has reached my doorstep. I must see what kind of den of vipers this Hualiuyun Mountain district truly is. I can only imagine the look on this little trickster's face when confronted by a tribulation-transcending cultivator. With that thought, a chilling smile crept across Tang Kachin's face as he decided to play along. Is my friend all right? Is he gravely injured? I'm truly grateful for your assistance. I will bring the spirit stones to rescue him at once. Hearing Tang Kachin's anxious words, the voice on the other end of the communication device faltered momentarily. Your friend is doing just fine. I will provide you with the address. Remember to bring enough spirit stones when you come. I've assessed the inheritance your friend has obtained, and it is indeed quite formidable. Thank you. I will set off immediately. After severing the connection, Tang Kachin grinned widely. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It has been ages since he encountered such an entertaining affair. A demon seeks to swindle him out of spirit stones. What a reversal of fate. He raised his hand, forming a sword seal to transmit his message. Zhang Bai Shu, I have matters to attend to outside. You shall remain in the sect that I will return shortly. The sword seal transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards Mingwe Peak as he stepped out of the Grand Hall, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Shadow, accompany me on this excursion. 2 streaks of light pierced through the heavens, racing towards the Hualiuyun Mountains. In merely half a day's time, Tang Kachin had arrived at the Hualiuyun Mountain district. He alighted upon the mountains, gazing at the rusted iron gate adorned with gray tiles and white walls. A mysterious smile playing upon his lips, striding confidently to the gate, he raised his hand and knocked. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to retrieve my friend. Clang. The gate swung open, and dozens of diminutive demons brandishing knives, forks, swords, and halberds rushed out, surrounding Tang Kachin in an instant. The leader, a bull demon wielding an axe, approached and patted Tang Kachin's chest. Hey buddy, got any spirit stones? Lend me some money to enjoy myself. Tang Kachin remained silent, yet his smile appeared increasingly menacing. Oh, another plump sheep has arrived? At that moment, a creature resembling a hound emerged from within the iron gate. Upon spotting Tang Kachin, it trembled in fear, nearly losing its wits. Sect Master Tang. Tang Kachin's grin widened. Oh, you recognize me? The hound's heart raced with alarm as it frantically wagged its tail in a show of friendliness. The other little demons, upon realizing that the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect had arrived, scattered in all directions. Within the largest workshop of the district, Hualiuyun was overseeing the bull demons as they separated ores. This dilapidated district was merely a faade to conceal his mining activities. Just then, a small demon burst in. Report, report. We have lured the sect master of Xiaoyao sect here. Hualiuyun, who was sipping tea with his hands behind his back, was taken aback. What? Who has come? The little bull demon shrank its neck, tears brimming in its eyes, nearly on the verge of crying. It's that esteemed leader of your Xiaoyao sect, Tang something Kachin. Today, Brother Dog said we should expand our business. So we randomly selected someone using the communication device, and lo and behold, we ended up with your human leader. The spirit stones in Hualiuyun's hand clattered to the ground as he anxiously paced in circles. This is disastrous. He has colluded with the demon clan, and the sect master must be here to settle the score. Trembling, Hualiuyun reluctantly made his way towards the door. Hearing the commotion, the hound, kneeling before Tang Kachin, turned its head. Hualiuyun, save me. Upon seeing his esteemed sect master, Hualiuyun collapsed to his knees, clutching Tankachin's leg and weeping. Sect Master, you have finally arrived. This dog demon and its Tiger King are forcing me to deceive others. With eyes full of expectation, the hound, wagging its tail, was momentarily stunned. T turned to look at Hualiuyun's tear-streaked face. The boy's eyes glistened with tears, his handsome features etched with grievance, shame in the presence of his elder, and a burgeoning hatred for the demon clan. He resembled a wounded fawn seeking solace from its mother. His eyes were clear, like an unblemished sky, and through the window of his soul, one could perceive his innocent and untainted heart. Could it be that I am truly the one coercing him into deceit? The hound, filled with self-doubt, began to retrace the events on that day. It had been joyfully patrolling the mountains when Hualiuyun approached, proposing a partnership to mine spirit stones. The demon clan had little interest in spirit stones, as they primarily required flesh and blood for their cultivation. Thus, Hualiuyun presented a mutually beneficial plan. The hound would arrange for workers to mine, while he would construct a district to raise pig demons for the Tiger King, providing sustenance that IT is not mistaken. The park was constructed by Hualiuyun, and it was Hualiuyun who deceived the demons into laboring. As Tankachin's expression grew increasingly dark, Shogo suddenly felt that his life was in jeopardy. Innocent, my lord, I am innocent. Facing imminent death, he dared to whimper, just as Tankachin's palm descended. A thunderous crash resounded as Shogo's body was hurled against the nearby wall, causing a significant portion of the buildings to collapse. The myriad demons within the park instantly scattered in disarray, revealing a vast mining pit amidst the debris. In a flash, Tankachin appeared before the pit, his shadow emerging from the gloom behind him, eyes wide in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A spirit stone vein?" Sensing the profound aura of Tankachin, a host of lesser demons, who had been mining, cowered on the ground, clutching their heads in terror. Tankachin narrowed his eyes. The entire Hualiuyun Mountain Park appeared to have been constructed around this spirit stone vein. He turned to gaze at Hualiuyun. This matter is indeed peculiar. The demon race typically cultivates through blood and sustenance or by consuming precious elixirs. Thus they seldom venture to mine spirit stone veins. Feeling Tankachin's scrutiny, Hualiuyun's gaze faltered. Sect Master, it was the Shadow Hall Master, Elder Wang Xiao, and Brother Xing'e, who claimed there was a spirit stone vein on this mountain. I merely came to excavate. Initially, I intended to do it myself, but the vein kept expanding, leaving me no choice but to hire some demons for assistance. Tankachin turned to look at the shadow. The latter's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Wait, you're just fooling around, and you actually unearthed it? Oh dear, back then Xing'e even said that if a spirit stone vein truly existed, he would stand on his head and eat excrement. Let me record this on a stone and make him fulfill his promise when I return. Tankachin stared at the shadow, and Hualiuyun, momentarily at a loss for words, it turned out that the origin of this whole affair lay with Li Xing'e, Wang Xiao, and the Shadow. What mischief these three had wrought, dragging him, a candidate for the Holy Sun, into such a calamity. Tankachin's divine sense swept through the deep pit. The winding mining tunnels extended an unknown distance, with glimmering spirit stones embedded in the walls, teeming with spiritual energy. His expression wavered between gloom and clarity, filled with complexity. The value of a spirit stone vein was unfathomable, and given that this vein lay within the territory of the Tiger King, it was no wonder Hualiuyun sought the Tiger King's alliance. Although this vein belonged to Hualiuyun, such an abundance of spirit stones would inevitably become a burden for his Xiaoyao sect. He swiftly resolved within himself that this spirit stone vein could not be relinquished. This was not only Hualiuyun's vein, but also that of the Xiaoyao sect. Amidst the ruins, Shogo struggled to rise. He had been nearly struck dead by a single blow, uncertain how many bones were broken. Seeing Tankachin approach him once more, Shogo was seized by terror. Oh dear, brother dog, are you injured anywhere? I sincerely apologize. I was overly impulsive just now. That it's all that scoundrel Hualuyun's fault for leading me to misunderstand you. Tankachin grasped Shogo's paws, his face a mask of regret. Shogo was bewildered. That wasn't the esteemed sect master of Xiaoyao sect always threatening them with violence? Why this sudden display of courtesy? This was rather disconcerting. The Shadow, witnessing Tankachin's demeanor, quickly grasped his master's intentions. This was the domain of the demon race. To mine here in peace, one must indeed cultivate a good rapport with this canine demon. He swallowed hard and hastily approached, feigning familiarity. "Brother Dog, it's me. Do you remember me? I was the one you roasted in the Wangchuan Tower." Upon seeing the shadow rushing towards him, Xiaogo was taken aback, bristling in alarm. Where did this toad demon come from? "Oh, Brother Dog, you truly have a sense of humor. We must go to the Wangchuan Tower for tea sometime." Xiaogo nervously retreated a couple of steps. "No, I do not wish to go to the Wangchuan Tower. There are extraterrestrial beings hidden in your place." His gaze turned to Hualiuyun, pleading for assistance, as the enthusiasm of these two was quite unnerving. Hualiuyun kept blinking, signaling to Xiaogo, "Why are you hiding? Let him pet you. He won't shed any fur. Don't you realize he's in the tribulation stage?" After offering reassurances and apologies to Xiaogo, Tang Kachin turned his praise towards Hualiuyun, warmly taking his hand, hoping he would return to resume his role as a candidate for the Holy Sun. Hualiuyun did not decline. The excavation of the spirit stone vein was already on track. Requiring little of his concern, it was also an opportune moment to resume his undercover work. He couldn't let the generous salary go to waste. 3 beams of sword light swiftly vanished into the horizon. Xiaogo directed the lesser demons to commence repairs on the park. He shivered, lifting his head as the spring breeze rustled through his fur, stirring the fallen leaves scattered across the Wangchuan mountain range. These withered yellow leaves traversed ridge after ridge, floating over stream after stream. They followed the streams into the small river, drifting along into the great river, and then flowing into the vast sea, where they ultimately sank to the seabed, rotting away in the ocean's depths, decaying within the sea of flowers. "Haha, I am back. Did you miss me? Did you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep?" Hualiuyun lifted the beaded curtain, raising it over his head and tossing it into the air, that of all things on Baiwa Peak, he cherished this little junior sister the most. Yu Chen was taciturn, and Tang Kuei was merely after his wealth. It was this little junior sister who clung to him the most. "Help! Put me down! Senior brother!" the little girl shrieked in plea, while Yun Duo stepped forward. Speaking softly, "Luyun, during your absence, Dingling's sister was captured while attempting to assassinate Yu Chen and is now imprisoned in the Wanxi Valley of the Law Enforcement Hall." Hualiyun's pupils constricted slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chen, whose body trembled, lips pursed in silence. "An assassin from the web of death. Let them capture her. As the Holy Sun, I am the leader of the righteous path, bearing the glory of justice, and naturally, I cannot coexist with these demonic beings. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Yu Chen?" Cold sweat beaded on Yu Chen's forehead as he hastily began to explain. "Senior brother, I was merely acting in self-defense. You cannot disregard reason." Hualuyun did not respond. Yu Chen was indeed acting out of self-preservation. He had done nothing wrong. Setting the beaded curtain down, Hualuyun walked slowly back to the attic. The door closed, and within the attic, his expression gradually twisted. Dark energy swirling at his brow, he gazed into the copper mirror, noticing a crack lengthening across his cheek, nearly enveloping his entire head. But a flicker of terror crossed Hualuyun's face as he stared into the mirror. When did this happen? What on earth transpired? He raised a hand to brush over the fissured skin, his voice trembling. "When did I develop a pimple on my face? Hiss, that hurts if I squeeze it. Will it leave a scar?" After a moment's hesitation, Hualiyun ultimately decided to wait until the pimple grew larger before squeezing it out. The village elders had said that pimples are good fortune sown by the heavens on the faces of kind-hearted individuals. He was simply too benevolent, hence attracting the favor of the deity of luck. Contentedly pulling the quilt over himself, Hualuyun drifted into a deep slumber. Soon the attic resonated with his snores. Outside, a servant disciple cleaning the courtyard set down his broom and hurried down the mountain. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Tianyu saw the servant disciple rushing and approached him. "What is the situation?" The servant disciple reported urgently. He maintained a calm demeanor. "Chief Zhang, will Hualuyun really take risks for Zhao Dingling? He doesn't seem like someone who would dare to raid the law enforcement hall." A confident smile spread across Zhang Tianyu's face, and one understood Hualuyun better than he did. Zhao Dingling had been the one guiding him to the quest for Immortality City, and now that Zhao Dingling had been captured, He was certain Hualiuyun would awaken his darker instincts and venture to the law enforcement hall to rescue her. Rest assured, everything is under control. With a light chuckle, Zhang Tianyu took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the pill refining peak to report the matter to Li Xing. The pill refining peak. Li Xing sat in a wheelchair, looking up at the sky with a hollow expression. His cultivation had fallen back to the transformation stage. There was no other choice. If he did not disperse the Xintian breathing technique, he could not suppress the wildness within his heart at that moment. He even felt as though his master, Tankichin, was no more significant than an ant in his eyes. Even the Grand Elder could be subdued with a mere flick of his hand. That sensation was exhilarating, but alas, it was merely a feeling that IT felt as though one were intoxicated, basking in an illusion of invincibility, while in reality, one was but a mere fool. At that moment, a sword light cleaved through the sky. As Zhang Tianyu descended into the courtyard, accompanied by 7 or 8 companions. "Brother Xinghe, we have come to see you." Xinghe responded weakly. "Oh, you're here. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Zhang Tianyu surveyed the humble courtyard, noting the absence of even a modest stool. He leaned closer to Li Xinghe and whispered, "Brother, focus on your recovery. That I assure you, I will not let you down in dealing with Hualiuyun." Xinghe's previously vacant gaze suddenly sharpened. He did not wish to confront Hualiuyun. He had already endured enough misery, and further conflict could very well cost him his life. "Zhang Shidi, you alas, brother, do not worry, I will handle everything. You merely need to hold the fort." "No, I meant to say, you wish for me to ruin him, correct? Fear not. I have already laid a trap. You wish to strike personally? Of course. Once he loses the protection of his sect, that will be your prime opportunity." Zhang Tianyu turned to his eager companions. Exchanging knowing glances, they all chimed in with zeal. "Yes, Brother Xinghe, Wang Yu will always stand by your side, united against our foes. Brother, I too shall support you. Fear not, this time we will charge into battle on your behalf." Zhang Tianyu's lips curved into a smile as he turned back to Li Xinghe. Anticipating praise, he yearned to prove his worth and reclaim the esteemed position he had lost in his brother's eyes. Noticing Li Xinghe's prolonged silence, Zhang Tianyu's heart sank. Indeed, what his brother desired was results, not his empty rhetoric. He immediately commanded, "Brothers and sisters, let us proceed to the law enforcement hall." The sword light surged again. And after pledging their loyalty, they departed, their spirits high. They arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, leaving Li Xinghe with no opportunity to interject. With a stiff hand, he finally managed to utter a few words after a lengthy pause. "What the hell? Dear host, your system is currently in arrears of 137,802 fortune points. Please replenish it promptly. Otherwise, Tianchuan Technology will cease to provide you with services." The voice echoed in his mind, and Li Xinghe gazed skyward, his expression once again vacant. The system was in debt, and it was far from a trivial sum. Let it be destroyed then. This world holds no value worth clinging to. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu and his companions hastened to the law enforcement hall as dusk descended. He signaled to his fellow disciples, and they stealthily made their way towards Wanxi Valley, convinced that Hualiuyun would soon arrive to see someone that in that moment, they would spring forth, catching him off guard. During the battle in Xiaoxian City, Hualiuyun relied heavily on his countless talismans, which required prior drawing. Apart from that, he was merely a fragile foundation-level cultivator. With our current formation, how could we possibly lose? Wang Yu, Dao Chun, you guard the left side. Zhang Tao, Yuran, you take the right. Xiao Feng Aguai, you are responsible for flanking support. Remember, Hualiuyun is adept at disguise. Regardless of who appears, charge forth without hesitation. The disciples took their positions, concealing themselves on the alchemy peak. Li Xinghe grew increasingly uneasy. Zhang Tianyu and his gang were now acting in his name against Hualiuyun. Failure was inevitable, and the backlash of fortune might very well fall upon him. With the system already offline, he felt utterly devoid of security. Resolving this, he withdrew an explosion pill from his pocket and consumed it. This elixir could temporarily suppress his injuries, allowing him to move freely for half an hour. These self-righteous fools, do they wish to see me perish? Feeling the pain subside, he rose and flew towards the law enforcement hall on his sword. Hopefully he was not too late. As he arrived, he craned his neck to peer towards Wanxi Valley. Where were they? Behind him, Zhang Tianyu suppressed his presence and stealthily approached, wielding a large club. Without any warning, without any defense, BM, a dull thud resonated as Li Xinghe's head was struck into the earth. Instantly, a mob of 7 or 8 surged forth, overwhelming him. Did we catch him? We did. Hold his feet. Beat him to a pulp. Sister, step aside, let me kick him a couple of times. The group unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, spitting insults and derision. Zhang Tianyu, still unsatisfied, commanded, turn him over. Wang Yu hooked his foot, flipping the injured Li Xinghe onto his back. Blood gushed from his mouth. Already grievously wounded, he was now further battered as a lamp's light illuminated his muddy visage. Silence enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a desolate bridge by night. I still have elixirs brewing in my cave. I must return. He almost forgot. A junior sister had invited him to admire the moon tonight. He needed to leave that my mother is about to give birth. I must go first. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Zhang Tianyu standing there. Unsure what to do, he reached out to assist Li Xinghe, who, having regained his composure, pushed his arm away, his eyes filled with disdain and detachment. Staggering to his feet, Li Xinghe rebuffed Zhang Tianyu's attempt to help him once more. Watching Li Xinghe retreat step by step, gradually disappearing into the moonlight, Zhang Tianyu felt something within him shatter completely. He stood frozen in place for dozens of breaths before throwing his head back in anguish. Kneeling, he wept. No. Snowflakes drifted down, accentuating the desolation of the wintry scene. The white snow adorned his long hair, and his anguished roar echoed across the mountains and fields. Within the law enforcement hall, the night watch disciples, munching on seeds and sipping wine, furrow their brows at the sorrowful cries outside. Damn it, who's wailing like a banshee at this hour? One of them cracked open a door, only for a gust of wind to sweep in. Carrying a flurry of snowflakes into the hall, he quickly raised a hand to shield his eyes. What a bizarre weather. It's already spring, yet it snows. As he lowered his arm, a figure emerged through the blizzard. Slowly approaching, battling the fierce wind, the figure's robe billowed wildly. The swirling snow seemed to welcome him alone, and the aura emanating from him caused the windows of the small building to fly open. Who goes there? The night watch disciple's heart raced, hastily placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Simultaneously, the sound of swords being drawn echoed through the mountains. Lanterns ignited one by one, illuminating the approaching figure. At last, they recognized him. It was Hualiuyun, clad in a loose white robe, cradling a long chain, shivering in the cold, his lips turning blue. Hualiuyun, what brings you here? The lead disciple frowned. Hualiuyun was a well-known figure within the Xiaoyao sect. The chief of Baiwa Peak, also the headliner of the Fragrant Pavilion, had ties with numerous forces and was rumored to collude with the demon race, ultimately landing a spot as a candidate for the Holy Sun. His story transcended mere legend, veering into the realm of the uncanny. Oh dear, it's quite cold outside. Might I take shelter from the wind and snow here? Hualiuyun huddled his neck, his hands hidden within his sleeves as he tried to enter the hall. Several disciples from the law enforcement hall leaped forth, blocking his path, their cold gazes fixated on the arms concealed in his sleeves. Who was unaware that Zhao Dingling was Hualiuyun's Qin teacher? His presence here was all too transparent. Chief Hua, I must ask you to withdraw. Do not put us in a difficult position. Hualiuyun halted, regarding the vigilant disciples with a slight frown. Everyone, I am, after all, a candidate for the Holy Sun of the Xiaoyao sect. Do you truly wish to deny me even a modicum of respect? The lead disciple shook his head. You said it yourself. You are merely a candidate. His words escaped his lips. An icy chill enveloped the atmosphere, prompting some disciples to quietly channel their spiritual energy. Preparing for an imminent confrontation, the snow intensified, causing the towering trees of the forest to bow, while the white robes of Hualiuyun billowed in the wind. Beneath that robe lay a dark garment intricately embroidered with a myriad of spider webs. He donned a conical hat, partially obscuring his face with a butterfly mask. He had intended to impart wisdom as an ordinary person, but your refusal to listen compelled me to reveal my divine identity. Indeed, I am the yellow-level assassin of the Luo network, Meteor Shower. I ask you, do you tremble in fear? The disciples of the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, and for some inexplicable reason, upon Hualiuyun's declaration of his divine status. Their earlier tension dissipated. One disciple planted his sword into the ground, and with a gentle gesture, removed his mink cloak, draping it over Hualiuyun's shoulders. His tone softened, laced with a hint of warmth. "Senior brother, it is cold outside. You should return." "Yes, senior brother, don't let yourself catch a chill." With a tinkling sound of wind chimes, the disciple suddenly felt darkness envelop him as Hualiuyun's hand swiftly covered his face. The path of the Great Way is boundless. As Hualiuyun moved, dozens of sword lights ignited simultaneously. Most of these disciples were at the golden core stage, with a few at the nascent soul stage. And in an instant, Hualiuyun found himself in dire straits, crying out in pain to the back of the building. Wei Jing, the head of the law enforcement hall, opened a window, while opposite him, Tang Kachin lifted his tea and gazed outside. "This snowfall is rather peculiar," he remarked quietly, draining the last of his tea. Wei Jing filled his cup again, shaking his head with a smile. "Indeed strange, but the heavens are capricious. It is not uncommon for them to exhibit erratic behavior." Tang Kachin chuckled lightly. "You speak ill of the Dao. Beware of being struck by lightning during your tribulation." Wei Jing smiled, choosing not to respond further. He had no intention of flattering the Dao. A few kind words would not spare him from divine retribution. The established protocols would proceed regardless. In the front courtyard, the battle raged on, with Hualiuyun scurrying through the forest, clutching his head in despair. Unaware of where his hat had flown off to. "Oh dear, cease your attacks. Consider my position. I'm a candidate for the Holy Sun. You mustn't go too far. My siblings are the foremost disciples of the flying immortal sacred land. If they hear of my mistreatment, you shall face annihilation. Help! The scoundrel is attacking. Xiaodua, Sun Changshan, Taozi, Zhang David, save me," he cried, having lost his sword and aloft behind. Tang Kachin sighed, covering his tea bowl and rising. "Let them cease. This trial yields no insight." Wei Jing chuckled in response. "Sect Master, the Xiaoyao sect controls the method to access the flower burial sea, which pertains to the flower god palace. That it is wise to tread carefully." He called out to the crowd outside. "Everyone, stand down. Luyun, as you are a candidate for our Xiaoyao sect's holy son, I shall grant you this favor. We have 3 great prodigies in the law enforcement hall. Once you can triumph over them, I shall release your companion. Now, depart." Within the forest, the disciples of the law enforcement hall sheathed their swords, while the disciple who had received a slap from Hualiuyun bared his teeth. Glaring at him with fiery resentment, he had offered his cloak out of kindness, only to be met with a slap in return. "Let you go, and yet you linger?" Hualiuyun wiped the mud from his face, his large eyes darting about. "I lost my sword. Could you help me find it?" The disciples of the law enforcement hall rolled their eyes in exasperation. This was their first encounter with such a peculiar situation. Their spiritual senses swept through the forest, quickly locating Hualiuyun's sword, yet he still refused to leave. "Hualiuyun, what are you playing at? Are you trying to cling to our law enforcement hall?" "Not at all. My hat is also missing." Dingling said to retrieve it after the fight. The faces of the law enforcement hall disciples fell in dismay. Reluctantly, they helped him find his sword and then began searching for his hat. When the hat was found, he lamented his attachment to the white cloak. As the disciple scoured for the cloak, he began to wail like a ghost at the entrance of the 10,000 Serpents Valley. "Dingling, can you hear me? Do not fear. I shall rescue you." "Dingling, oh no, do not pull me away. Allow me to speak with Dingling." The bickering continued until dawn, ultimately resulting in a group of law enforcement hall disciples forcibly tossing Hualiuyun out. Yawning, they sternly warned him not to return. They had never encountered such a tenacious individual. He was both inept and shameless, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Regaining his composure, Hualiuyun returned to Baiwa Peak. He felt confident in his ability to defeat the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall. After all, Dingling had once praised him as a hidden dragon during their time in the fragrant pavilion. "Senior brother, where have you been?" Upon seeing Hualiuyun's return, Zhu Yin joyfully approached. Hualiuyun hurriedly pushed the little girl away. "I went to teach a lesson to the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Now, Zhu Yin, I must begin my cultivation. Do not disturb me again, that if I fail to attain immortality, it shall surely be your fault." Hualiuyun pouted, feeling as though an unwarranted burden had descended upon her. Leaving her breathless, scanning Baiwa Peak with his spiritual sense, Hualiuyun found a prime spot and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He pondered briefly before frowning, having been blinded by the allure of spirit stones. He had spent far too long mining, neglecting the practice of the Shantian breathing technique, and had forgotten much of it. Was it 3 long and 1 short, or 3 short and 1 long? Ah, it matters little. They're all quite similar. Hualiuyun inhaled deeply, causing Hualiuyun, standing nearby, to feel dizzy, struggling to breathe. As he exhaled, the sensation of being choked by a malevolent spirit vanished for Hualiuyun. Her large eyes widened in panic as she darted away down the mountain. There are ghosts! Ghosts are choking me! Just as she had taken 2 steps, Hualiuyun inhaled sharply once more, plunging her into darkness as she tumbled down the mountain path. After half a day's cultivation, the low-level disciples of the Shaoyao sect felt their heads growing heavy on the alchemy peak. The number of disciples seeking medical attention surged. Dao-chun, I fear I am unwell. I have felt utterly drained all day. Indeed, senior brother, do I have bronchitis? I feel as though my breathing is labored. The chief of Alchemy Peak, Dao-chun, was overwhelmed, tirelessly employing his skills to diagnose them. Yet he could find no ailment. Doubt began to cloud his mind regarding his medical expertise. This should not be. It is simply not right. Here, junior brother, I will prescribe you 2 chi-replenishing pills to try. The disciple looked skeptical, holding the 2 dragon essence and tiger vitality pills hesitantly. Senior brother, you cannot prescribe medication without understanding the condition. Dao-chun, embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. No worries, no worries. The dragon essence and tiger vitality pills cure all ailments. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden constriction in his breathing. A wave of panic washing over his face. Oh no, this illness is contagious. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the back mountain, panic evident in his demeanor. Master, master, save me. I suddenly feel breathless. Am I nearing death? Watching Dao-chun flee, the disciples who had come for treatment exchanged glances, then tossed the dragon essence and tiger vitality pills to the ground. Bah! Dao-chun, you scoundrel, did you not claim this medicine could cure all ailments? Why do you not take it yourself? Indeed, I have never encountered such shamelessness. When others are ill, he suggests exorcisms, yet when his own are sick, he seeks a physician. The disciples from various peaks grumbled angrily. And in their frustration, they vandalized Dao-chun's alchemy chamber, clamoring for the peak master to provide an explanation on Baiwa Peak. After a day of cultivation, Hualiuyun arose, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. He surveyed the low-hanging sky and the ground that seemed to beg for a beating. His steps were unsteady, each movement ethereal. Another fulfilling day, scanning the mountain ridges of Baiwa Peak with his spiritual sense. He sought someone to validate his insights. In the loft at the summit, Yu Chen was in closed-door meditation, while countless women gathered flowers on the hillside, and at the foot of the mountain, Hualiuyun was present. Hualiuyun, what troubles you? Hualiuyun, in a state of panic, rushed to the foot of the mountain, cradling the unconscious Hualiuyun, and raised his hand to pinch her philtrum. The young girl's lips were tinged with a purplish hue, her complexion pale, and she continuously foamed at the mouth. With great effort, she managed to open her eyes, appearing as if she were on the brink of collapse. Big senior brother, there's a ghost choking my neck. Hualiuyun's consciousness swept across the surroundings. Ghost? Where could there be a ghost? After surveying the area, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on the desolate grave where Tang Kewai lay buried. Amidst the picturesque scenery of Baiwa Peak, that grave stood out like a sore thumb. If there truly were a ghost, it must be closely associated with this grave. In his line of sight, the withered grass atop the grave swayed wildly. The blood-red inscriptions on the tombstone twisted and eerie, while the soil exuded a chilling, sinister aura. Hualiuyun swallowed hard, cautiously approaching the grave, and with a swift kick, shattered the tombstone into 2 pieces. Monsters and demons, retreat. Chimeras and phantoms, begone, begone, begone. He drew forth his mining divine pick, chanting incantations to bolster his spirit while forcefully prying open the grave. With a few strikes, the entire grave was laid bare. Upon glimpsing the pitch-black coffin within the earth, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hualiuyun's forehead. Hualiuyun, are you feeling any better? Hualiuyun struggled to sit up, attempting to breathe in fresh air. Senior brother, I'm all right now. Hualiuyun let out a sigh of relief. Realizing that indeed, it was this cursed grave that had caused the disturbance, he immediately formed a hand seal, conjuring a talisman in his grasp. Great Emperor of Repayment, heed my command, burn. The talisman transformed into a blade of fire, swiftly slashing toward the ebony coffin, instantly reducing it to ashes. What a thrilling duel of magic! Hualiuyun, fortunately, I have made some progress. Otherwise, I would have been utterly helpless against this malevolent presence. After taking a deep breath, Hualiuyun collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, as if he had just endured a life-and-death battle that moment. Voices from two women echoed up the mountain path, indicating that someone was approaching. Uncle Master, today many disciples have reported symptoms of dizziness. The sect master believes it is highly likely that there is an issue with the spirit gathering array, and has ordered each peak to investigate. Don't pay any mind. My brother is simply bored. How could the disciples' dizziness be related to the array? What you say makes sense. My master also claims it has nothing to do with the array, but rather that it is a result of her breakthrough in cultivation, causing the disciples to be intimidated by her aura. Don't listen to your master's nonsense. She has no aura to speak of. As the voices grew clearer, Hualiuyun shivered at the grave pit. This is bad. Hualiuyun, please guard this divine pick for me. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for Hualiuyun to respond, Hualiuyun vanished from the scene in a flash. Hualiuyun happily accepted the pick, her small face filled with seriousness, revealing two tiny white tiger teeth at the corners of her mouth. All right, senior brother, I will take good care of the pick. As her brother departed, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she beheld Tang Kawai, her face ashen and frozen in shock. Hualiuyun stiffly turned her head to gaze at the exploded grave, and with a thud, she fell to her knees at this moment. The mining pick in her hands felt as cold as her withered heart. Master, please listen to my explanation. Explanation? Go to hell and explain to your master. The little girl's piercing scream echoed through the mountains, causing the flower-picking maidens to sense the overwhelming killing intent and hastily retreat, while Hualiuyun, who was in seclusion, paced in her chamber, too afraid to prying. Meanwhile, Hualiuyun hid under his blanket, trembling and feared. It was not until midnight that Hualiuyun's cries, having been punished, gradually softened. Hualiuyun lifted a corner of his blanket, only to find an unexpected guest in his room. Look at the wicked deeds you've committed. Hualiuyun, aren't you afraid of giving birth to a son without a bottom? Li Xinghe approached the table and poured himself a glass of water. Hualiuyun shrank deeper under the covers, his eyes brimming with suspicion as he regarded Li Xinghe. After a long pause, Li Xinghe sighed deeply and spoke in a cool tone. Hualiuyun, there is a grave issue with your cultivation method. You cannot continue practicing it, or you will surely descend into hell. Hualiuyun remained silent. He was well aware of the problems with his cultivation method, as his doppelganger grew increasingly ferocious, nearing the point of being uncontrollable. At this juncture, Li Xinghe drained his cup of water. Seemingly having made a resolution, he extended a slender arm, parting a strand of his life essence from his brow and offering it to Hualiuyun. Junior brother, I will resolve your cultivation issues. How about you lend me 100,000 units of luck? Your luck is like an abyss, unfathomable. Borrowing a fraction of it will have no impact on you. Wrapped in his blanket, Hualiuyun huddled in the corner, and the two sat in silence, exchanging glances for a long while, until moonlight streamed into the attic. Li Xinghe finally stood up, realizing he had no other options left to consider this approach. The debt to the system was not easily dismissed. His system was called Tianji No. 8, and he knew that Tianji No. 7 was already on its way to Shaoyao sect. Failing to repay his luck could lead to violent collections. Ying Shui is pregnant. It should be my child. I cannot die yet. If you change your mind, come find me at the pill refining peak, but do so swiftly. I fear my time is limited. With a sigh, he turned to leave, but Hualiuyun's weak voice called out from behind him. Can you truly help me resolve my spiritual root issue? I feel it is about to emerge. You don't hold a grudge against me for plotting against you. Upon hearing Hualiuyun's response, Li Xinghe abruptly turned around, his face lighting up with joy. I, Li Xinghe, am not one to bear grudges. Defeat is defeat, and there's nothing to resent. As for whether I can resolve your spiritual root issue, I need to examine your body first. Following another extended silence, Li Xinghe mustered the courage to say, lend me 100,000 units of luck. Rest assured, if I survive, I will repay you when I am able to acquire luck. As soon as he finished speaking, a long, pale arm emerged from the blanket. Resting on the edge of the bee, Xinghe swallowed hard, stepping closer to place 2 fingers on Hualiuyun's arm, channeling faint spiritual energy into him. Upon sensing the state of Hualiuyun's body, Li Xinghe suddenly lifted his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Broken, this body feels utterly shattered, as if countless disparate pieces of flesh have been forcibly glued together by the life force of luck. What on earth has happened to your body? He staggered back in shock, previously believing that the force behind Hualiuyun was merely the Hua Divine Palace. But now it dawned on him that the boundless luck within Hualiuyun must have been forcefully inserted to prolong his life. The Hua Divine Palace lacked that kind of power. What sort of formidable existence could possess such power? He could hardly fathom it. From within the blanket came Hualiuyun's disheartened voice, and why mother was at war when she conceived me. I resided in the womb for 3 months, and it was my mother who used the power of the Tao combined with spiritual medicine to induce my birth. Xinghe fell silent. This was beyond mere congenital deficiency. A 3-month gestation meant the fetus was likely barely formed. There was essentially no innate foundation. Just then, Hualiuyun's voice emerged once more from the blanket. You still have confidence in resolving my spiritual root issue? Li Xinghe remained silent. Resolving such a matter was beyond his capabilities. If he had that power, he wouldn't fear violent collections from the system. Receiving no response, the blanket slowly peeled back, and Hualiuyun, barefoot, stepped out of bed. A fissure opened in the center of his brow, extending down to his lips. Approaching the window, he used the moonlight to thread a needle and then pressed his hand against the crack, carefully stitching it back together, 1 stitch at a time. Witnessing this scene, Li Xinghe felt a chill run down his spine and asked the question he was most curious about. How have you survived with such severe losses? Hualiuyun turned his head, revealing a simple and warm smile. The innate energy of the soul is concealed within the sea of consciousness. Think less, reduce consumption, rely on instinct, follow the guidance of luck, and entrust the future to fate. Xinghe murmured to himself. Think less, reduce consumption, rely on instinct, trust in luck. That moment, he finally understood why Hualiuyun sometimes appeared astute and at other times seemed a bit foolish. He was not truly foolish. Rather, he often silenced his mind, relying on luck for survival. Under the moonlight, the man sat by the window, looking somewhat lonely, yet within that loneliness lay a thread of defiance. Was he a genius or a madman? If he were to survive, he would be regarded as a genius. If he were to perish, he would be deemed a madman, a figure who appears to acquiesce to fate, yet is in truth a solitary combatant against destiny's whims. I have learned. Li Xinghe bowed slowly to Hualiuyun, then turned and exited the room. He too must confront his fate, to oppose the imminent host of heavenly machine. No. 7. Should he die, his spirit would scatter across the heavens and earth. Should he live, he would be ensnared by the debt system. As he watched the silhouette gradually vanish into the night, Hualiuyun raised his hand to grasp a bunch of grapes. Selecting the largest and sweetest to savor, the door creaked open, and Yunduo entered, bringing a fur coat to drape over Hualiuyun's shoulders, before similarly glancing towards the moonlit figure that was departing. Yunduo, do you see? Does he not resemble a dog? Yunduo shook her head. A slight smile crept upon Hualiuyun's lips. I think he resembled one in the past, but now he seems to have acquired a semblance of humanity. Yunduo also revealed a radiant smile. Whether he looked like a dog was beyond Yunduo's knowledge, but soon enough you shall be beaten into a dog, for the little beaded curtain has confessed, stating that you disturbed the grave of the leader of Tangfeng. Thud. The grapes in Hualiuyun's hand fell to the ground. He steadied himself against the windowsill, and with a swift motion, leapt from aloft. In an instant upon landing, a slender arm seized his collar, and an icy voice pierced his ear. Hualiuyun, you are quite bold, daring to disturb my man's grave. Hualiuyun stiffly raised his head, only to meet Tang Kuei's crimson eyes. His gaze drifted past Tang Kuei, landing on the crooked tree before the loft, where the beaded curtain dangled, her small feet bound, hanging helplessly from the tree. Her large eyes brimmed with tears, gazing mournfully at herself. A sneak attack. Hualiuyun swiftly unleashed a celestial talisman towards Tang Kuei's forehead. She slightly tilted her head, evading the erratic strike. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the loft as the meteor butterfly sword flew into Hualiuyun's hand. Grasping the hilt, he immediately executed a series of sword techniques. The speed of this swordplay was astonishing, a gift imparted by Zhao Dingling. The cold gleam flickered in the moonlight, prompting Tang Kuei to take a step back. While wielding the sword, Hualiuyun continuously retreated, tucking his chin, his body tense, dodging the sword light he himself had released, fearful of inadvertently cutting himself. Tang, receive my strike, the sword of fearful life. A mocking smile graced Tang Kuei's face. Incredulous that he dared to resist with such feeble attempts, displaying sheer audacity, she raised her hand, grasping forward, her palm slicing through layers of sword energy, accurately seizing Hualiuyun's collar. Hand it over. Hualiuyun stumbled, the sword slipping from his grasp. Master, I was wrong. After you've struck the beaded curtain, you cannot strike me again. How can one vengeance be repaid twice? Master, you must not be unreasonable. Tang Kuei nearly laughed in fury upon hearing such words. What did he mean by one vengeance cannot be repaid twice? Had she not struck the wrong person the first time? In less than 3 breaths, Hualiuyun was captured, suspended beside the beaded curtain. Tang Kuei, in a fit of rage, seized a small bamboo stick and delivered a series of lashes to Hualiuyun's rear. Ouch, that hurts. Hualiuyun, look at yourself. Do you resemble a senior brother at all? The junior sister is so young, and you do not even know how to protect her. You have committed a wrongdoing and yet pushed the blame onto her. What does that reflect upon you? Aware of his fault, Hualiuyun eagerly acknowledged his mistake. Master, I was wrong. I realize my error. Next time, I shall not wrong the beaded curtain. It was all Yu Chun. It was all Yu Chun's doing. Yu Chen, who had been peering through the window, trembled and hurriedly shut the window, pulling his head back inside. Goodness, I shall not wrong the beaded curtain, but will instead blame him. After Tang Kuei vented her anger, she angrily departed the tea that moment. The beaded curtain, no longer in tears, observed Hualiuyun being punished, her eyes wide as she stared at him, grinning foolishly. Hualiuyun pouted, feeling quite vexed by the beaded curtain's betrayal. Even the master knows you were wronged, yet still, they do not set you free. Silly girl, I do not understand what you find so amusing. The beaded curtain hanging from the tree froze momentarily. All right, I have already confessed, so why am I still hanging here in the cold wind? Master, master, I am innocent. Seeing the beaded curtain stir once more, Hualiuyun laughed heartily, his body shaking with mirth. Laughing without a care, the tea hung upside down from the tree, grinning widely. Little curtain, see, I'm treading upon the sky, with the moon beneath my feet. The little beaded curtain, amidst her tears, was once again amused. Crying and laughing simultaneously, snot dripping down her face, in the following days, Tang Kuei finally ceased her aimless wandering and began earnestly teaching the 3 disciples that Yu Chen, possessing the undying God King physique, adopted a method of body tempering supplemented by medicinal herbs, thoroughly excavating his bodily potential. The beaded curtain, with her high comprehension, utilized visualization techniques alongside sword training today. For Hualiuyun, he primarily focused on strategizing against the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall. Luyun, the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall are Yi Xiaolu, Yan Gui, and Sun Miao. Yi Xiaolu excels in swordsmanship, employing the 18 twists of the mountain path, a sword style that is enigmatic and unpredictable. Heavily reliant on vision, begin by scattering lime to blind her eyes. Yan Gui specializes in formations, utilizing the 8 directions dragon formation, although he has yet to master it and can only control a few green serpents. Sulfur will suffice to counter him. Sun Miao practices body refinement, possessing robust vitality, yet is hot-tempered and slow in movement. Practice your agility, dodging while hurling verbal insults at him, and you will surely defeat him. Hualiuyun nodded, diligently taking notes, for these were invaluable experiences for future endeavors. Master, if Dingling is a killer from the net, if I defeat the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall, will they truly release her? Tang Kuei smiled as she explained, Luyun, are not your colleagues at the Fragrant Pavilion all spies as well? They still remain unharmed. Low-tier cultivators are as numerous as the stars, for a few spirit stones. They toil for their lives, as long as a little sweetness is offered. They will lean towards whichever side, and they can never be entirely apprehended. The sect will not concern themselves unless a major incident arises. Moreover, the threats that are overt are far less perilous than those that lurk in the shadows. To this point, Tang Kuei cast a reproachful glance at Hualiuyun. You are simply too honest. During the sect's public trial regarding your collusion with the demonic forces, you should not have admitted guilt. You ought to have framed it differently, stating that you did not collude with the demonic forces, but rather took risks to infiltrate their ranks. I believe they were simply envious of your spirit stones. The 3 disciples listened with rapt attention, realizing that experience indeed brings wisdom. As evening fell, a beam of sword light shot into the dojo. Yunduo bowed to Tang Kuei and then leaned in to whisper in Hualiuyun's ear, Luyun, Aya has come. Down the mountain at the Hualiuyun cake factory. Aya, clutching a jewelry box, anxiously scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting Hualiuyun descending, she rushed over, her face pale and haggard. Luyun, please save the young lady. She handed the jewelry box to Hualiuyun, who curiously opened it to reveal it brimming with spirit stones. This is my dowry accumulated over the years. I hope to use it to ransom her from the law enforcement hall, but I cannot find a way. Hualiuyun gazed at the spirit stones, his eyes sparkling with desire. Behind him, Yunduo abruptly stomped down on his foot, snatching the jewelry box back and thrusting it into Aya's arms. Do not worry. Aya, Luyun is devising a plan. Keep the spirit stones safe. Our Luyun lacks for nothing in that regard. Hualiuyun felt quite embarrassed, scratching his head, his gaze still yearning for the jewelry box. He gently advised, Aya, what you are doing is incorrect. The spirit stones should be divided into 3 portions. 1 concealed in your hair, 1 placed in your trousers, and the final 1 hung at your waist. Aya's face flushed as she softly replied, This portion is for ransoming the young lady. I have hidden some in my bosom. Hualiuyun tilted his head, his eyes curiously examining the chasm before Ya. Can spirit stones be concealed there too? Let me take a look. Yunduo hastily stepped in front of Hualiuyun, her teeth chattering. Hualiuyun stared at Yunduo's chest, and after a moment, he innocently furrowed his brow. There's nothing that can be hidden there. Aya's voice grew even softer. Yunduo cannot hide them, but I can. Yunduo glanced at Hualiuyun, then at Aya, ultimately stamping her foot in frustration and retreating indoors. Humph! A den of thieves, all of you. Just as Hualiuyun was about to continue discussing with Aya the safe concealment of spirit stones, dozens of beams of sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. A resounding shout echoed through the mountains, swiftly reverberating across the peaks. The assassin Zhao Dingling fled with urgency. The disciples on each peak, upon witnessing this, were resolute in their intent to eliminate her without hesitation. Hualiuyun abruptly turned her gaze towards the law enforcement hall, her expression shifting dramatically. She escaped? How could Wei Jing have allowed Zhao Dingling to evade capture? With masters aplenty within the law enforcement hall, how could a mere nascent soul stage practitioner possibly slip away? Hearing that voice echo throughout the entire Xiaoyao sect, Li Xinghe, who was recuperating on the alchemy peak, rose to his feet. Beside him, Zhang Yingxue hastily supported him. Husband, what is it? A grave expression flickered in Li Xinghe's eyes. Yingxue, something is amiss. The law enforcement hall should not be incapable of containing even a single nascent soul practitioner. You must swiftly inform Hualiuyun to refrain from acting impulsively. This matter is likely directed towards him. A look of astonishment crossed Zhang Yingxue's face. When did her husband become so concerned for Hualiuyun? Hadn't he previously harbored a deep-seated resentment? Husband, do you no longer harbor hatred for him? Li Xinghe gently brushed Zhang Yingxue's cheek with his hand, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yingxue, though you are wed to me, your origins from a brothel render you vulnerable on this mountain. Should I no longer be present, and should you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from Hualiuyun. Although I despise him, he would not look down upon you. He is your last resort." As if recalling something, Li Xinghe added, "By the way, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not seek him out. His intellect is decidedly lacking." Zhang Yingshua's expression turned peculiar. It was her first time hearing that one's intellect could diminish with use. Without hesitation, she took to the skies on her sword, heading towards Baiwa Peak. From above, the view revealed a few dim lights flickering on Baiwa Peak. Yu Yuchen practiced swordsmanship at the summit, while Zhu Yin stealthily worked at the flower cake factory. And Tang Keiwei guarded the ancestral hall, seemingly whispering to a departed spirit. She turned around, only to find no trace of Hualiuyun. "Am I too late?" She sighed, gazing towards the glimmers of sword light in the distance before pursuing it on her sword. In the wilderness, a figure raced desperately, her long hair cascading in the wind, her red dress torn by branches. Shadows danced around her, and the dim moonlight cast elongated shadows upon her. Above, the swiftly approaching sword light illuminated the darkness beneath her feet. They found her. She was right here. The downpour of sword rain descended. She slightly tilted her head to evade it. Yet a long sword severed a lock of her hair. A sharp whistle echoed above. And the law enforcement disciples searching nearby hastened their approach on their swords, intent on encircling the fleeing figure below. "Ah, please don't chase me. Go away, you monsters!" The figure darted and weaved through the dense forest, between cliffs and peaks and across streams, appearing remarkably agile. Atop Mingyue Peak, a dozen individuals stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at the panicked figure fleeing below. The leader, clad in blood-red armor with a slender spirit sword slung at his waist, possessed flowing white hair and exuded an intimidating aura. The Shaoyao sect's Holy Sun candidates were not limited to Hualiuyun alone. There were two others before him, and this individual was Zhang Jinshan, the elder brother of Zhang Tianyu. Behind him stood Zhang Tianyu, Wang Yu, Zhang Tao, and several disciples, all observing the figure below with indifferent expressions. Truly deserving of the title of the top courtesan of the fragrant pavilion. Her figure is indeed somewhat enchanting. Wouldn't you agree, Tianyu? Zhang Jinshan spoke with a tone that betrayed unmasked greed. Zhang Tianyu trembled slightly, responding under pressure. "I still prefer senior brother Xinghe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinshan's forehead bulged with veins. Were they even discussing the same matter? As if struck by a thought, a peculiar expression surfaced on his face. Could it truly be the same? Damn it, with no common ground to discuss, I've been away from the sect for too long. Only to find that a newly initiated disciple has been toyed with like this. It's utterly humiliating. As he spoke, he glanced once more at the fleeing figure in the forest, licking his lips slightly. Ah, truly beautiful, with a perfect figure and an alluring physique. Even in the midst of fleeing, she cannot conceal her graceful demeanor, the true gem of the mortal realm. I wish to pin her down, to indulge in my desires, to witness her struggle, to see her face filled with fear as she pleads for mercy. Zhang Jinshan chuckled darkly, his face betraying an unsettling obsession. A gentle breeze stirred, and a severed lock of hair floated up the mountain, caught in his grasp. He brought it to his nose, his smile growing increasingly wanton. How delightful! Look, she's about to be caught. In the forest, dozens of sword lights fell to the ground. Shattering trees within 100-meter radius, a dozen law enforcement disciples landed amidst the mountains, encircling the figure in red at the center. Their expressions were cold as they slowly advanced with their swords drawn. "Zhao Dingling, there is nowhere left for you to escape. Surrender at once." A surge of spiritual light struck the red dress, and she frantically tucked her flowing hair behind her ear, her expression fraught with terror. "Why are you pursuing me?" She stood there, appearing so fragile, so pitiful, that the disciples of the law enforcement hall were momentarily stunned. "Hualiuyun, what the hell, Hualiuyun? Why are you gallivanting about in such gaudy attire at this late hour?" Hualiuyun wore a wronged expression, nearly on the verge of tears. "As the top courtesan of the fragrant pavilion, I have always dressed flamboyantly. Sisterly said the guests prefer it." The law enforcement disciple Yi Xiaolu's expression darkened, his grip on his long sword trembling slightly. "We've been played." Hualiuyun was deliberately luring them away to buy Zhao Dingling time to escape. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly turned his gaze towards the overlapping mountains. "Damn you, Hualiuyun, you look damn good in that dress," he muttered before taking to the skies on his sword, unwilling to continue bickering with Hualiuyun. "Leave 2 people to keep an eye on him. The rest will continue searching with me." The disciples of the law enforcement hall took to the skies once more, spreading out in all directions. On Mingyue Peak, Zhang Jintian disdainfully tossed the lock of hair he had caught onto the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere palpably awkward. After a moment, Zhang Tianyu quietly asked, "Elder brother, do you still wish to pin her down and indulge in your desires? If you do, we can help you restrain her." "Yes, yes." Zhang Tian, perfect proportions, an alluring figure, a true gem of the mortal realm. Zhang Tian's face darkened, feigning ignorance, his embarrassment so profound he nearly tore through the soles of his shoes. "Damn it, that I misjudged." In the forest, Hualiuyun entwined her fingers in her hair, binding it with a wind chime. In an instant, the unique aura of the top courtesan of the fragrant pavilion brightened the dim woods. Seeing Hualiuyun still trembling in fear, she was clearly terrified yet still pretending to be Zhao Dingling to divert the pursuers. The remaining law enforcement disciples, filled with compassion, began to explain. "Senior Brother Luyun, you cannot blame the law enforcement hall for this. Someone infiltrated the Wan Snake Valley and released Zhao Dingling." The disciple slightly tilted his head towards the cliff in the direction of Mingyue Peak. "We do not know who has schemed against you, but without a doubt, those watching the spectacle are the most suspicious." His warning was sufficiently clear. If Hualiuyun did not understand, she would truly be foolish. Her face turned pale, her teeth clenched as she resolved to confront those individuals. Just as she took to the skies on her sword, laughter erupted around her. "Go, isn't this Hualiuyun? Why aren't you rescuing your old flame? What brings you here?" Hualiuyun's face flushed with anger. "Why are you harming Sister Dingling? If anything would happen to her, I would kill you." The night wind was cool as they gazed down from the cliff at the mountains, where birds occasionally startled from the trees. Zhang Zhentian's expression was frigid. "Kill him?" With Hualiuyun's half-baked cultivation, she could hardly kill a chicken. "Huh, how amusing. This is the first time in my life I've been threatened by someone in the foundation establishment stage." "Hualiuyun, who do you think you are? Just because you're a Holy Sun candidate, you think you can stand on equal footing with me? In this world, strength and background matter. You, a mere village girl. What makes you think you can speak of killing me?" Zhang Jintian laughed, and the other disciples shared in the mirth. Yet Zhang Tianyu could not muster a smile. He harbored a psychological shadow regarding Hualiuyun. This fellow was too insidious. Hualiuyun's eyes flickered with a glimmer of intelligence as he produced a communication artifact, infusing it with air to activate it, establishing connections with the networks within the city of seeking immortals. He, Hualiuyun, was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. Now he had both wealth and influence at his disposal. Soon, the communication artifact was connected, and the jubilant voice of Li Qingqiu resonated from within. "Hello, Luyun, oh my, congratulations! Our Luyun has been promoted to the candidate for the Holy Sun. When will you return to entertain some guests? Your longtime clients have been inquiring about you." Hualiuyun's voice carried a hint of fury. "Sister Li, please post a bounty on the net for me. 3,000 spirit stones that I wish to eliminate someone from the Xiaoyao sect. But by the way, what was that name again?" At this juncture, he cast a shrewd glance at Zhang Jinshan. The latter, with a sullen expression, remained silent. 3,000 spirit stones. Was he truly worth so little? It was hardly Hualiuyun's fault for misunderstanding the market. After all, a mere 50 spirit stones would suffice to eliminate a prince of the Xianyue kingdom. Yu Chen, he believed 3,000 was already a generous sum, certain to attract a throng of assassins eager to take on the task. "His name is Zhang Jinshan," muttered Zhang Tianyu from the rear. Zhang Jinshan shot a glare at Zhang Tianyu. "You scoundrel, do you wish for my demise to inherit the family fortune?" Ignoring the quarrel between the two brothers, Hualiuyun continued his conversation with Li Qingqiu. "Sister Li, the name is Zhang Jinshan. Yes, he stands 8 feet tall, clad in red armor, possibly afflicted with vitiligo, his hair completely white, and with bloodshot eyes, likely due to proctitis." Upon receiving the name, Li Qingqiu immediately departed for one of the net's outposts. "Rest assured, Luyun, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence." After terminating the communication artifact, Hualiuyun revealed a chilling laugh. Who said one must dirty their hands to take a life? He was now a wealthy man. With just a few words, he could command a life to be taken. Zhang Jinshan, mark my words, your days are numbered. Await your assassination by the net. Zhang Jinshan's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Hualiuyun would resort to such treachery, hiring an assassin instead of confronting him directly. What kind of organization was the net? There was no task they dared to refuse. The moment Hualiuyun mentioned placing a bounty, Zhang Jinshan had already felt a twinge of unease. Despicable, utterly despicable. Yet at this moment he could not afford to show fear. I shall see who would be willing to kill me for 3,000 spirit stones. The mountains fell silent, while Hualiuyun maintained an air of nonchalance, though anxiety brewed within him. Logically, after Sisterly posted the task, she should have sent him a response. Just then, the token hanging at his waist emitted a faint glow. It was a black iron token, its yellow inscription gleaming brilliantly, accompanied by the carving of a blood-red longsword. Ha ha, Zhang Jinshan, your fate is sealed. He promptly retrieved the token, activating it, and an aged voice emerged from within. Hello, Meteor Shower. The organization has a task for you. Eliminate someone named Zhang Jinshan from the Hualiuyun sect for 30 spirit stones. Complete this task, and you will be promoted to the rank of Xian-level assassin. That's all. The line went dead with a beep. Hearing the busy tone, Hualiuyun abruptly rose, his face alight with joy. Excellent. Another task awaits. Kill a Zhang Jinshan from the Hualiuyun sect and achieve promotion to Xian-level assassin. It was a tantalizing opportunity. After all, he was currently only at the Huang level, while the benefits of the Xian level were significantly better. Rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings, scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Jinshan, such a familiar name. Nearby, Zhang Jinshan took 2 cautious steps back, leaning closer to Zhang Tianyu's ear. Has he always been like this? Zhang Tianyu shook his head. No. You should hope he remains this way. After a moment of excitement, Hualiuyun finally grasped the situation. He slapped his forehead, his voice rising in anger. Damn it, this is my own task. 3,000 spirit stones? It had been reduced to 30 upon return. Clatter! The token slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His once clear eyes were now tinted with crimson madness. To kill Zhang Jinshan and reclaim 30 spirit stones, or to let him live and suffer a loss of 3,000, struggle filled his gaze, his body quivering slightly. Observing this, Zhang Jinshan placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Adopting a defensive stance, his aura swelling with the ferocity of an initial stage transformation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant mountains, clouds of dust billowing into the air as countless sword lights intertwined at the horizon. The onlookers on the cliff turned their heads toward the source of the commotion. Zhao Dingling ultimately could not evade the search of the law enforcement hall. The Hualiuyun sect was akin to a vast net, blocking all avenues of escape. Zhang Jinshan cast a curious glance at Hualiuyun, noticing that his demeanor had shifted from madness to calm, even a hint of indifference. Oh, your old flame has been captured. Are you not going to rescue her? A fissure appeared on Hualiuyun's brow, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Too far away. I cannot save her. He resigned everything to fate. If she dies, I shall escort you to meet her. He lifted his foot, stepping into the air, advancing toward the battlefield. The distance was not great, yet was not close either. Within mere moments, he reached the battlefield, where several disciples from the law enforcement hall suppressed a nascent soul practitioner. The devastated earth bore witness to the scene. A woman lay in a mud puddle, clutching a broken sword, her long dress drenched in muck, blood trickling down and staining the water. In truth, had she refrained from resisting, the law enforcement hall would likely not have resorted to lethal force. However, as a net assassin, how could she not fight back? In her dazed state, she seemed to catch a whiff of fragrant rouge. Cough, Luyun, is that you? Zhao Dingling's voice emerged, mingled with blood and shattered innards spilling forth from her lips. Hualiuyun cradled her in his arms, sensing her vitality waning. Sister Dingling, it's me. She lifted her hand, gently caressing Hualiuyun's cheek. In that moment, she felt no fear as before. Luyun, do you remember the assassination techniques I taught you? Hualiuyun continuously channeled spiritual energy into Zhao Dingling, striving to stabilize her fading life force. That I remember, Sister Dingling. My memory has always been sharp. Zhao Dingling smiled, even in her current state of injury. Her beauty remained radiant. Every individual has weaknesses. Even emperors have their attachments that I now impart to you your final lesson. To become a competent assassin, one must harbor no weaknesses. And now, I am your weakness. Hualiuyun, congratulations, you have graduated. With a thud, Zhao Dingling's arm fell, splashing water from the ground. Specks of mud landing on Hualiuyun's face, he extended his tongue to taste the mud and water by his lips. A hint of bitterness lingering on his palate. Graduated, memories flooded his mind. He was a transmigrator, yet unlike others, he did not possess a soul's rebirth or physical manifestation. Hualiuyun was a killer who had burst through dimensions. That year, Hualiuyun had torn open a rift, dragging the young him into this world, before leaving him in Shangba village, where old Wang took him in and raised him. That year, son Eriang married a daughter-in-law, giving birth to son Changshan, and he managed to secure his first meal. But how could a single son Eriang withstand the onslaught? That year, the village witnessed a surge in births. Little rabbits were born. Zaiwaanto was premature, and Zhang Detixi's family returned to the village while fleeing. Fortune had continuously favored him. He always believed in luck, relying on it for survival. But good fortune has its limits. Fate would not allow one to languish indefinitely. Hualiuyun, do you know why I exist? It is because you have become utterly useless. Even the boundless fortune does not know how to save you. Thus, I was created. I am your redemption. Have you not noticed your recent misfortunes? That is because your good fortune, in its desperate attempt to save you, has exhausted itself to create me. Why do you refuse to accept me? In a reflection upon the water's surface, the avatars conjured by the Xiantian breathing technique danced with the ripples. Above his head, a resplendent and translucent golden elixir materialized, followed by a second, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, a third, crimson and fierce, a fourth, interwoven with runes, a fifth, shimmering with golden light, a sixth, sharp and gleaming, and the seventh, ethereal like smoke. These 7 golden elixirs corresponded to his 7 distinct martial arts: the Xiantian breathing technique, the righteous qi of the heavens, the god of battle's killing technique, the celestial talisman of knocking, the nurturing yuan visualization technique, the 10,000 forms sword path, and the sealing heaven array resolve. Among these, the celestial talisman of knocking, the 10,000 form sword path, and the sealing heaven array resolve were cultivated by the avatar, while the others were mastered by the main body. In the reflection on the water's surface, the avatar gazed up at the varied golden elixirs, grinning widely. Main body, do you wish to gather all 7 dragon balls to summon the divine dragon and resurrect Zhao Dingling? I tell you, there is no divine dragon in this world. It is merely a tale for children. You have only yourself to rely on, only your own belief. The 7 golden elixirs are sufficient to transcend ranks in battle. Go, take vengeance upon Zhang Jinshan. Hualiyun's countenance was one of torment, his eyes filled with confusion. But, I am afraid, I am terrified. In the reflection on the water, the avatar's forehead veins bulged ominously. Afraid? Did you not pursue Chu Tianque with a blade? Did you not disturb the graves of others in the evil spirit abyss? Did you not slaughter cultivators in the water mansion? Did you not slay demons and harvest elixirs in the Wangchuan mountains? You are merely deceiving yourself, you scoundrel. The truly virtuous one is I, while you have always been the malevolent one. Hualiuyun suddenly rose, a dark, malevolent aura emanating from above his head, as the 7-colored golden elixirs trembled, unleashing streams of righteous qi that soared into the sky. The swirling golden elixirs transformed into an immense formation of righteous qi that radiated outward. He trembled all over, his lips curling into a grin that suddenly twisted grotesquely. It is I, all of it was my doing. Why must you expose me? Ah, why? He stepped into the water, and in an instant the avatar shattered into a cascade of raindrops, while his demonic energy surged violently. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, surrounding the pond, changed countenance and retreated in haste. Yi Xiaolu raised his sword to block a flurry of leaves that fell before him. Boom! The explosion ignited a towering inferno. Everyone, retreat. He has succumbed to madness. He was already mad. In midair, Yi Xiaolu felt his breath catch as a powerful arm suddenly clutched his neck, strong enough to hurl him earthward. The infinite path smashed down. Boom! Yi Xiaolu was driven into the forest, the surrounding earth collapsing like a spider's web. He coughed up blood, the crimson splattering on Hualiuyun's face, adding a hint of savagery to his handsome visage. You promised me you wouldn't kill her. You swore I in the heavens. Several figures descended. Zhang Jinshan holding a recording stone, a smile of triumph barely concealed on his lips. Hualiuyun, you have wantonly slaughtered the disciples of the law enforcement hall for a mere assassin. I have documented your entire criminal proceedings. What do you have to say? With his foot pressing down on Yi Xiaolu's chest, Hualiuyun abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. It is you. All of it is you. Behind Zhang Jinshan, Zhang Tao stepped forward, his aura radiating with brilliance, countless sword energies swirling around him as he dove toward Hualiuyun. Senior brother, I shall capture him and leave the judgment to the sect master. He moved with astonishing speed, reaching Hualiuyun in an instant, his sword piercing through the latter's shoulder. Hualiuyun raised his left hand to grasp Zhang Tao's sword, while his right hand struck down upon Zhang Tao's head. Instantly showering the ground with snow-white particles, his palm opened, revealing a Yuan-ing, its face a mask of terror, desperate to escape. Xintian breathing technique, perish. Hualiuyun inhaled deeply, causing the Yuan-ing to disintegrate into countless strands of spiritual energy, which he absorbed into his body. Zhang Jinshan stood stunned, as did the accompanying cultivators. Demonic arts? Hualiuyun, you have actually cultivated demonic arts. Beneath him, Zhang Tao's headless corpse slowly toppled, blood seeping through the cracks in the earth to form a formation. Demonic arts. You ignorant fools. This is the cultivation secret bestowed upon him by the immortal of the flying immortal sacred land. How could it be demonic arts? It is you who practice demonic arts. Bullying a delicate woman like Dingling. You morally bankrupt fiends. As the Holy Sun, I shall cleanse the gates of the Xiaoyao sect today. Hualiuyun wielded his sword and ascended into the air, taking a few steps before turning back, thrusting his sword into Yi Xiaolu's chest. You are no saint, either I in the heavens. Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu and the others felt a chill in their hearts. What a fine fellow. He is done pretending. Let us go to the Xiaoyao Hall to report. The long sword sliced through the sky, parting the clouds for miles, while the 7 golden elixirs hovering behind Hualiuyun appeared ominously. Zhang Jinshan and the others were unwilling to engage him directly. Now, holding the leverage over Hualiuyun, as long as he submitted the recording stone, there would be plenty of people to take action. He need not risk himself. Can you escape? The clouds in the sky began to collapse downward, thick mist obscuring the path ahead, while the 7-colored righteous chi transformed into a rainbow, forming a bridge spanning dozens of miles in the sky. The figure engulfed in surging demonic energy raced across the bridge, the slowest disciple instantly transforming into a red stream of righteous chi that merged into the rainbow bridge. Damn it! What manner of monster is this? Zhang Jinshan chanted a sword incantation, cleaving through the cloud layers as the blood-red scales of his armor fell away, transforming into dozens of 7-colored dragons that encircled him. After several had departed, Zhang Yingxue finally arrived. She hurried to the pond's edge, lifting Zhao Dingling into her arms. Dingling, hold on. I will take you to see a healer. Right, Xinghe? Xinghe will surely save you. Zhang Yingxue soared into the air with Zhao Dingling, while Yi Xiaolu, who was continuously coughing blood, struggled to shout, Wait, take me with you. I am barely hanging on. I need to see a healer too. Oh no, where's my storage bag? Someone help me find it. There are healing herbs inside. He flipped over, searching through the grass for his storage bag, but after a while, found nothing. Ultimately, he could only grasp a handful of weeds, chewing them to apply to his wound. Casting a glance at the already distant Zhang Yingxue, his expression turned grim. Disciples of the law enforcement hall, if you are still alive, come help me find a communication talisman. In the grass by the pond. And on the branches, several disciples of the law enforcement hall, who had seemingly been dead, suddenly turned over and hurried toward Yi Xiaolu to Yi Jinshuan. How are you? You must hold on. Stop your blathering and find my storage bag. There are healing herbs inside. You bunch of pretenders. Several of them frantically searched until they finally located Yi Xiaolu's storage bag, extracting a large healing pill to swallow. Why Yi Jinchuan? Hualiuyun is pursuing Zhang Jinshan. Should we notify the hall master and the elders immediately? Yi Xiaolu crawled to a tree, exhaling deeply, his face a portrait of relief at having survived. Notify? What nonsense! Zhang Jinshan borrowed the law enforcement hall's blade to deal with Hualiuyun. And now that trouble has arisen, let him shoulder it himself. Damn it, after this, I am taking a year off. He rambled on, sitting down to curse Zhang Jinshan's ancestors and expressed a heartfelt concern for his mother. The disciples of the law enforcement hall watched him, not daring to breathe. What are you all doing? Go check if anyone else is still breathing. Save them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingxue had arrived at the alchemy peak with Zhao Dingling. Li Xinghe placed a hand on her wrist, his brow furrowed deeply. Her vitality is nearly extinguished. Zhang Yingxue wiped her tears, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Husband, please save Dingling. She has cared for us the most at the fragrant pavilion. Li Xinghe raised his hand, using blood as a catalyst to draw a soul-locking formation on Zhao Dingling's forehead, cold sweat beading on his brow, his gaze growing profound. May Hualiuyun remember my kindness. If I perish, may he look after you and your child. With a sigh, he produced a golden elixir from his bosom and fed it to Zhao Dingling. This was the rejuvenating elixir he had previously acquired to confront Hualiuyun, his last lifeline. Ironically, it was now being used to save the very person Hualiuyun sought to kill. Such is the capriciousness of fate. This elixir could at best sustain her life, but to awaken her, he would need to seek another method to go find Dao Chen. He may have a solution. A flicker of hope crossed Zhang Yingxue's face, but upon hearing Dao Chen's name, she revealed a hint of reluctance. Who exactly is Dao Chen? The fellow disciples fell ill, and thus resorted to the dragon essence and tiger might pill to cure a myriad of ailments, only to find themselves afflicted instead, seeking their master's aid in tears. This incident spread throughout the Shaoyao sect, and the alchemist known as Shi Baonan was dubbed the combat machine among quacks. Upon witnessing Zhang Yingxue's expression, Li Xinghe chuckled lightly. Go quickly. Dao Chen Shidi is not as incompetent as you think. He is quite reliable in many instances. Soon, Dao Chen was invited into the small courtyard, where he solemnly examined Zhao Dingling's injuries. After a moment of contemplation, stroking his chin in astonishment, he remarked that he had encountered such injuries numerous times before. Logically, she should have perished by now, yet her last breath was still hanging by a thread. Li Xiong. This girl is gravely injured, her vital energy depleted. I will first administer a dragon essence and tiger might pill to stabilize her vitality. At this, Zhang Yingxue's tears began to flow profusely, her expression one of despair as she shook Li Xinghe's arm incessantly. Husband, look at him! He only knows how to feed people the dragon essence and tiger might pill. Hearing this, Dao Chen turned, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had fully embraced his reputation as a quack. Li Xinghe patted Zhang Yingxue's hand. Yingxue, have faith in Dao Chen. Everything will be fine. Yes, he spoke. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, dark clouds looming ominously, occasionally pierced by glimmers of sword light. Li Xinghe took out some sunflower seeds and began to crack them open. Disciples of the Shaoyao sect. Strife is traditional. This is the nature of the cultivation world, that I too ascended to this position of holy sun through blood and battle. Yingxue, look around you. This world is rife with plunder and slaughter. Countless vessels vie for passage, yet few reach the shore. Zhang Yingxue observed that the disciples of the Shaoyao sect seemed far from united, with numerous factions at play. Curiously, she turned to Li Xinghe and inquired, Husband, why are the disciples of this generation so combative, while the previous generation appears harmonious? Li Xinghe smiled, pointing towards the heavenly peak before surveying the surrounding mountains. Harmonious? Yingxue, do not be deceived by appearances. Among the 7 peak masters of the Shaoyao sect, my master and Tankawei are siblings. Zhu Zizai and Tankawei share a bond of childhood affection. Yu Linglong and Tankawei are close friends. Zhang Baishu serves as my master-s advisor, and in their youth, Xiao Su and Zhao Si belong to my master-s faction. You see, everyone is interconnected. Now, can you guess what became of the other factions from their generation? A tremor of realization crossed Zhang Yingshue's face. Indeed, currently, all the high-ranking members of the Hualiuyun sect maintain close ties. Where have the other factions gone? This cultivation world is merely a vast arena, where victory brings glory while defeat means exile or eternal slumber in the mountains. Xinghe displayed a hint of helplessness, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. This is not solely the fault of the Hualiuyun sect. The Faxian Holy Land dominates the eastern region, stifling the growth of other powers that is akin to the trees planted before your door. While they are small, they are picturesque, but should they grow tall and overshadow your home as sunlight, they must be pruned or replaced. As he spoke, Xinghe pointed towards the clouds. Look, that is pruning in action. From within the clouds, Hualiuyun plummeted, shattering several mountain peaks. Clutching his long sword, he coughed up blood. His eyes wide with horror point 7 golden cores, 7 paths of Dao, intertwining and encircling, yielding such formidable power, drawing symbols with sword energy, laying formations with talismans, and nurturing sword energy through arrays. This cycle is endless. Damn it, where has Zhang Tianyu gone? Zhang Jinshan roared in fury as golden dragons were severed before him, his armor in tatters. Brother Zhang, Tianyu the chief fled at the very beginning. He did not leave Mingyue Peak with us. A frightened disciple responded. Zhang Jinshan's heart sank. A sudden feeling of being played washed over him. Meanwhile, within the Hualiuyun hall, Zhang Tianyu entered, hunched over. Tang Kichin sat resolutely upon the sect master's throne, a reflective stone in his hand, flickering and spinning at his fingertips, an artifact given to him by a citizen of the seeking immortal city. Beside him, Zhang Baishu stood silently, his expression grave. Zhang Tianyu first bowed respectfully to Tang Kichin, then knelt before Zhang Baishu, bowing his head. Master, I have confirmed that Hualiuyun possesses the strength of 7 golden cores, comparable to the transformation stage. If not stronger, a slight smile crept onto Tang Kichin's lips as he turned to Zhang Baishu. What of Hualiuyun's 15 younger siblings? If they were to mature, they could nearly dominate half of the Faxian Holy Land. Little Bai, devise a plan to see if we can use Hualiuyun as a stepping stone for the Hualiuyun sect to advance further. Zhang Tianyu, kneeling, trembled slightly, burying his head lower. Zhang Baishu stroked his chin, recognizing the opportunity. If planned well, it could expand the Hualiuyun sect's territory. However, if mishandled, it could lead to ruin. Calculating within a holy land is no simple task. Sect Master, Hualiuyun has slaughtered disciples of the law enforcement hall and pursued my son Zhang Jinshan. Such crimes cannot be absolved. We can deal with Hualiuyun here to test the Faxian Holy Land stance on him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu shivered, burying his head even lower. Damn it! Ever since Li Xinghe's downfall, I truly feel that the Hualiuyun sect has grown increasingly perilous in the face of the path to longevity. Even one's own father is untrustworthy. Zhang Jinshan believed he was the one plotting against Hualiuyun, unaware that it was Tang Kichin and Zhang Baishu who were orchestrating events. Sensing Zhang Tianyu's tremors, Zhang Baishu turned, his voice exceptionally gentle. Tianyu, you are my favorite child. Do not overthink. Just then, a communication talisman at his waist glowed softly, which he hastily activated, revealing Zhang Jinshan's cries for help. Father, save me. Hualiuyun has gone mad. He is out to kill me. Upon hearing Jinshan's plea, Zhang Baishu remained remarkably calm, soothingly responding, Jinshan, you are my favorite child. You must hold on that I am on my way. No sooner had he spoken than another communication talisman at his waist lit up. Zhang Baishu leisurely activated it. A delicate voice emanated from the talisman. Father, did you not say I was your favorite child? Today is my birthday. Why have you not come? An eerie silence enveloped the room as Tang Kichin turned his head away, struggling to suppress laughter, his face flushed. Zhang Tianyu rose, still with his head bowed, his lips twitching incessantly. He had encountered many scoundrels, but this was his first encounter with a scoundrel of a father. Sect Master, if there is nothing else, Tianyu shall take his leave. With that, he slowly turned and swiftly vanished from the hall. Watching Zhang Tianyu depart, Tang Kichin sighed softly. Little Bai, your son bears quite a resemblance to you. Zhang Baishu raised a hand to stroke his beard, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, He is, after all, my favorite child. On the battlefield, Zhang Jinshan, clutching the communication talisman, attempted to speak further when a streak of sword light sliced through the clouds, sending his arm, still gripping the talisman, flying. Hualiuyun, I am my father's favorite child. How dare you attempt to kill me? He stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, his consciousness scanning the clouds. Hualiuyun seemed to control the air currents, obscuring all directions. He no longer knew where he had flown. The earth and sky were shrouded in a dense mist. The clouds had descended so low that they pressed upon the mountain peaks, enveloping the surrounding forests in a thick white fog. The disciples who had followed him were nowhere to be found. Either they had gotten lost in the fog or had perished without a trace. Just then, a light flickered in the distance through the thick fog. Drawing nearer, he felt an ominous presence approaching with the undulating mist. Zhang Jinshan narrowed his eyes and hastened his flight towards the light. Boundless spiritual energy surged into his sword as he gritted his teeth and raised it. His voice, laced with coldness, rang out that I possess a sword capable of moving mountains and filling seas, guiding myriad beings, traversing the heavens, unifying all things, sword arise. He struck forward with all his might, and at the moment of the sword's release, the mist dissipated in an instant, transforming the white clouds into cascading raindrops. Before him stood a magnificent palace, supported by 7 colossal pillars, exuding an ancient and profound aura, with golden flames roaring atop. Forming the characters for show, as the sword light approached, a formation suddenly activated, but it collapsed within a second. Zhang Jinshan's pupils widened in disbelief. What the hell? The Xiaoyao Hall. The sword energy cleaved fiercely across the grand hall, extending from the entrance to the very apex of the roof, causing countless emerald stones to cascade down, revealing the scene within. Seated upon the throne of the sect, with eyes closed in contemplation, was tenacity, while the one who incessantly professed his affection for her father stood nearby, using a communication artifact to soothe his daughter. Upon seeing the two, Zhang Jinshan's face surged with a euphoric relief of surviving a calamity. Old Deng, save me! Just as he opened his mouth to plead for assistance, a long sword instantaneously pierced through his back, the blade emerging from his chest, its overwhelming force propelling him into the Xiaoyao Hall, pinning him firmly to the floor on Tianfeng. All disciples simultaneously looked up, swiftly soaring on their swords towards the Xiaoyao Hall that seemed to hang in the heavens. Hualiuyun alighted at the entrance of the grand hall, retrieving the sword without glancing at Zhang Jinshan, instead directing his gaze towards Tang Kachin seated upon the sect leader's throne. The commotion from their battle that had escalated from Minghua Peak to Tianfeng was monumental. Yet not a single elder from the sect had appeared. This was exceedingly peculiar. Fixing his gaze upon Tang Kachin, his voice trembled as he began to question, You promised me you would not kill her. You assured me. Tang Kachin did not respond, instead tossing a recording stone towards Hualiuyun. Behold, the gift from the citizens of Qiuxian City. With a thud, the recording stone fell to the ground, but Hualiuyun made no attempt to retrieve it, not even sparing it a glance, continually murmuring, You promised me. You most certainly promised me. Leaning on his chin, Tang Kachin spoke indifferently. The actions of the disciples are of no concern to me. I neither instructed nor participated in this. There are rules to safeguard against such matters. Hualiuyun, is that not sufficient? Hualiuyun pouted, her eyes slightly reddened, still muttering, How could you do this? You promised me. Tang Kachin furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling as though he were ensnared by a vengeful woman. Just as he prepared to speak again, Hualiuyun raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears and turned to leave. Humph, I shall ignore you. Watching her sorrowful figure retreating, Tang Kachin snapped out of his daze. Stop her. She is trying to escape. Hualiuyun gazed at the multitude of Tianfeng disciples and elders blocking her path, her face filled with trepidation. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had landed herself in this predicament. Was this not the end of her? She nervously positioned her sword before her, retreating under the pressure of the crowd. Though she had cultivated 7 golden elixirs, she was not so arrogant as to believe she could breach Tianfeng. Backing up next to the fallen Zhang Jinshan, she subtly pressed the sword's edge against his neck, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Faced with this sordid and wretched world of cultivation, she began to long for the simplicity of Ba Village, where there were no schemes, no treachery, and where one could rest for half a year after half a year of toil. The village elder acted with fairness. Whenever Zhang Dabi was bullied or Wang Ergu's pants were pulled down, the other children would defend him, and the elder would always seek justice for him. On the main seat, Tang Qichen rose and walked step by step towards Hualiuyun, picking up the fallen recording stone from the ground. Wei Jing, take this recording stone and this letter to the flying immortal sacred land, and deliver them to the inheritor of the Zhanxian sword, Wang Tuxian. From the back of the crowd, Wei Jing stepped forward to receive the recording stone and letter. Soaring away on his sword, Tang Qichen continued, Hualiuyun, take her back and confine her to Baihua Peak. At this point, he turned to Hualiuyun, child, you have committed a grave error this time. The only ones who can save you are your childhood companions. Let me see how many lives your relationships are worth. The flying immortal sacred land, unlike the Xiaoyao sect, was a realm of ethereal palaces and interwoven pavilions, with hundreds of suspended mountains hanging in the sky. On one such mountain, beneath a gilded dome, stood hundreds of disciples at the entrance of a central pavilion, their gazes fixated on the grand door. It was at that moment that the door thunderously creaked open. Wang Tuxian, bearing a long sword, stepped out slowly, and upon seeing her, the disciples bowed deeply, cradling their swords. Disciples of the Zhanxian mountain, we respectfully welcome our senior sister out of seclusion. We congratulate her on forming her golden elixir. Among these disciples were those in the golden elixir stage, the nascent soul stage, and even a significant number of those in the divine transformation stage, all exhibiting utmost reverence. This was because the woman before them was the sole inheritor of the Zhanxian sword, a prodigy who had condensed her golden elixir in merely 4 years, and the future master of Zhanxian Mountain. Wang Tuxian's expression was cool, and she nodded slightly. That moment, 2 more streaks of sword light descended upon the square. Seeing the 2 figures, Wang Tuxian's face involuntarily broke into a smile. Brother Changshan, Huan Tao, it has been too long. The newcomers were Sun Changshan and Zhao Huan Tao, companions from their ascent to the mountain. Sun Changshan, the son of Sun Ernyang, shared a close bond with Hualiuyun, while Zhao Huan Tao, the daughter of Widow Li, was a cute and charming child in her youth and was well loved in the village. The 3, having not met for a long time, were filled with countless words to share, but just then, a streak of sword light illuminated the horizon as Wei Jing arrived on his sword. Landing in the square, Wei Jing, the enforcer of the Xiaoyao sect, has come to greet the inheritor of the Zhanxian sword, the inheritor of the Zhangxianqi, and the chief of the Ghost Mist Island. Wang Tuxian narrowed her eyes slightly, puzzled as to why the enforcer of the Xiaoyao sect would suddenly appear here. Wei Jing took a few steps forward and extended the items entrusted to him by Tang Qichen. Fairy Tuxian, this is what the sect leader instructed me to deliver to you. Upon seeing the letter, Sun Changshan's expression darkened, inwardly cursing that the leader of the Xiaoyao sect was perhaps attempting to pursue his sister Tuxian. Snatching the letter from Wei Jing, he opened it briefly, only to find his brows furrowing into a frown. Are you kidding me? Does the Xiaoyao sect seek to court death, daring to slander my brother Nyoer? He flung the letter back at Wei Jing's face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Zhao Huantao curiously retrieved the letter again. After a mere glance, her face transformed dramatically. Nyoer was soliciting clients in a brothel and colluding with the demonic path, practicing demonic arts and pursuing a demonic woman to hunt down his fellow disciples. Her complexion oscillated between green and white, casting a doubtful glance at Wei Jing after reading, while she could believe everything else. The last point was simply implausible. Hualiuyun was utterly clueless about love, and even if he did awaken to it, Nyoer would never dare to hunt down his own sect members. Wang Tuxian snatched the letter, tearing it to shreds without a second thought. Wei Jing, do you know the consequences of framing my brother? Feeling the hostile gazes of the disciples from the flying immortal sacred land, cold sweat broke out on Wei Jing's forehead. He raised his gaze towards the heavens. Amidst the unknown void, there were 3 presences that made it hard for him to breathe, yet he forcibly suppressed his fear and spoke, whether it is true or false. Everyone can verify by following me to the Xiaoyao sect. Sun Changshan's expression turned icy as he looked towards Wang Tuxian, asking, Little Rabbit, should we call for Sister Yuyu? Upon hearing this name, Wang Tuxian frowned slightly. Qin Xiaoyu was one of the two celestial spirit roots detected previously. Since arriving at the flying immortal sacred land, she had been in seclusion and had even been accepted as a direct disciple by the Supreme Elder. Known for her fiery temper, back in the village, she was the only one who dared to hit Hualiuyun. Perhaps it's better not to call her. Sister Yuyu is unreasonable if we bring her along. The Xiaoyao sect might face annihilation. Indeed, not just the Xiaoyao sect, but the demonic woman who seduced Brother Nyoer might be flayed and skinned, left as a desiccated corpse for crows. Meanwhile, Wei Jing's heart trembled. He began to doubt whether the sect leader had miscalculated. This group of people was truly unreasonable. It was clear that Hualiuyun had made a mistake, yet they were clamoring for blood. Especially Sun Changshan, whose expression seemed as if he would not rest until he had devoured him whole. Wang Tuxian snorted coldly and called out to the disciples below, "All of you junior brothers and sisters have heard about my brother Nyoer's situation. What do you think we should do?" The disciples of Zhanqian Mountain raised their swords in unison, shouting, "Support Brother Nyoer's business." "Spin for Brother Nyoer?" "Yes, support Brother Nyoer's business." Wang Tuxian's face darkened, her anger boiling over as she stomped her foot. Seeing her fury, the disciples quickly changed their tune. "Avenge our big brother." "Yes, avenge our big brother." This caused Wang Tuxian's expression to darken further, and she hastily silenced the uproar. Zhao Huantao chuckled softly to herself. "Hee, you Zhanqian Mountain truly know how to have fun." Soon, the three settled on a countermeasure. With most of their friends in seclusion, only Zhang Dabi was left idling about. However, Hualiuyun had little regard for Zhang Dabi, knowing that the two were likely to clash. Thus, it was ultimately three individuals who set forth to negotiate with the Xiaoyao sect. The colossal flying vessel, nearly 1,000 meters in length, ascended slowly into the sky. With the trio positioned at the forefront, followed by nearly 10,000 disciples, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Wei Jing, witnessing such a scene, huddled in a corner of the flying vessel, overwhelmed with both astonishment and trepidation. It appears that this time, the trouble was not merely caused by Hualiuyun, but rather by the sect master himself. He murmured to himself, reflecting on how everyone in the Xiaoyao sect believed Hualiuyun lacked any substantial backing. Even if there were villagers in the Faxian sacred land, few would remember old ties. They were merely childhood companions. Once entering the immortal sect, who would still regard the forsaken children of the mortal realm. It was only now that he realized the gravity of his misunderstanding. He was profoundly mistaken. This was merely the mobilization of three. If 15 were to act in concert, it was unfathomable to imagine the tempest they would unleash across the eastern domain. Upon returning to Baiwa Peak of the Xiaoyao sect, Hualiuyun spent his days weeping bitterly. He entered the ancestral hall alone, wishing to erect a memorial for Zhao Dingling. After searching thoroughly, he found only a spirit tablet inscribed with some characters upon the altar. He flipped the tablet over and etched Zhao Dingling's name on the reverse side. Spirit of Zhao Dingling, the courtesan of the fragrant pavilion. Having inscribed the words, he proceeded to write an epitaph. Once a courtesan, she claimed the title of the region's flower, naturally beautiful. Entangled in a web of fate, she slaughtered the unfortunate ones with a merciless heart. Entering the Xiaoyao sect, her mission failed, and she met with relentless pursuit. A fate most unfortunate. After completing the spirit tablet, he placed it back in its original position and, after a bout of silent sobbing, departed with a heavy heart. Shortly after Hualiuyun's exit, Tang Kawai entered the ancestral hall. She lit 3 incense sticks and began to weep before the spirit tablet. "My husband," she lamented, "recently, my elder brother's temperament has undergone a drastic change. He has even turned against Luyan. He has always been a person who seeks stability. And I cannot fathom why he has suddenly become so unfamiliar. Point 1 is my biological brother, the other my disciple. I truly do not know what to do. Luyan is so well behaved. I sincerely wish for him to remain uninvolved in this turmoil. Yet I am utterly powerless. My husband, tell me, what should I do? You, who met such an untimely demise, have left me a solitary soul, without even a confidant to consult." She cried. She seized the spirit tablet and began to curse in anger, her tears blurring her vision. After leaving the ancestral hall, Hualiuyun summoned Yunduo, his eyes still betraying his sorrow. Yunduo, Have you brought back Sister Dingling's remains? Yundua's expression darkened upon arriving at the battlefield with a group of miscellaneous disciples. They found that the fire had already dispersed, and there were no remains to be found. Not even a hair. Hualiuyun, we could not locate Sister Dingling's body. We searched the mountain range thoroughly, but found nothing. Hualiuyun was momentarily stunned, tears cascading down his cheeks once more as he rushed back into the ancestral hall, snatching the spirit tablet from Tang Kewai's hands. Cradling the tablet, he broke into another round of anguished weeping and confessions. Oh, Dingling, your death was so tragic. Even your body was taken away by wild beasts. How am I to live alone in this world? What use is this fame to me? Who can I share my myriad sorrows with? As you traverse the road to the underworld, listen closely to my lamentations. Meanwhile, Tang Kewai, who was also weeping, gazed at her empty palms in a fit of anger. She seized the spirit tablet from Hualiuyun's grasp. This is mine. Hualiuyun wiped his tears and reclaimed the tablet. Mine. Hualiuyun, are you being reasonable? This tablet clearly bears my husband's name. Looking down, Hualiuyun saw that it was indeed inscribed with Zhao Dingling's name. Kewai, you must be mistaken. It is indeed my sister Dingling inscribed here. They both sat on opposite sides, the spirit tablet bearing Zhao Dingling's name on one side and a small beggar's name on the other. Neither could be mistaken, nor were they willing to relinquish their hold, and thus they began to tussle over it. After a considerable time, exhausted from their quarrel, they both embraced the spirit tablet and began to confide their feelings once more. My husband, I was wrong. I truly erred. This fellow is but a wayward disciple, an unfilial son, and here I am, worrying over him. Sister Dingling, now even my master has begun to bully me. How am I to live without you? Outside the hall, Yuching peered through the window, her expression quite peculiar. The beaded curtain barely reached her toes, rendering her unable to see clearly. She could only hear the muffled sobs of the two within. Second senior brother, hold me for a moment. Little Lien, go play over there. Be good. Second senior brother, please hold me just once. Yuching grew uninterested and repeatedly pushed the little girl away from her chest. The little one, irked, placed her hands on her hips and huffed indignantly. Humph, if you won't hold me now, you'll regret it when I grow up. After muttering a few curses, she seemed to have made a resolve. Pulling out a floral cake and biting into it before turning to the ancestral hall's entrance and striding inside. The hall was dimly lit as Zhu Yin approached Tang Kewai and Hualiuyun. Munching on her floral cake while watching intently by the window, Yuching's heart raced, and she stealthily retreated several paces before darting in her little building. As expected, within mere moments, screams erupted as the little girl was dragged out by Tang Kewai and Hualiuyun. Each held one of her legs, moving in perfect synchrony towards the crooked tree by the peak. Before long, the echoes of wails filled the mountainside. To midnight, a lantern flickered to life along the mountain path as Zhang Yingxue ascended the mountain, carrying Zhao Dingling. Halfway up, she noticed a newly dug grave on the mountainside. The soil was fresh, and upon the pale stone tablet, red bloodstains formed the inscription. The grave had yet to be covered, and a dark coffin lay partially open, within which appeared to be a shadow. How did Baiwa Peak come to have a new grave? Sighing, she continued her ascent with Zhao Dingling, glancing curiously at the grave pit as she passed. With a single glance, she was taken aback. The cold mountain wind stirred the falling peach blossoms, and the shadows of the trees danced, while the withered grass swayed. To her astonishment, the shadow within the grave pit had risen to a sitting position. Its cold, indifferent gaze fixated upon her. Zhang Yingxue was seized by terror, her spirit nearly fleeing her body, trembling uncontrollably. Who dares to wreak havoc here? A spirit stone lamp ignited above the grave, illuminating Hualiuyun's face, which bore an oddly enchanting quality. Yingxue, what brings you to Baiwa Peak? Upon recognizing Hualiuyun, Zhang Yingxue's heart finally settled back in her chest. She had thought him a ghost. Oh dear, Luyun, what are you doing? Why are you lying in this pit in the middle of the night? At this, Hualiuyun's eyes brimmed with tears. That I dug a grave for Sister Dingling, just testing if it's comfortable to lie in. Zhang Yingxue gently set Zhao Dingling down and pulled Hualiuyun up from the pit. Luyun, Sister Dingling is still alive. Xinghe has suspended her life with a medicinal pill. He instructed me to bring her to you, believing you might have a way to save her. Upon hearing that Zhao Dingling was alive, Hualiuyun dashed to Zhang Yingshue's side, lifting Zhao Dingling and checking her breath. He scratched his head and thought, A method! A method! What method is there? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he remembered. First, cleanse the wounds with saline solution, then disinfect with hydrogen peroxide, and finally stitch the wounds together, wrapping them in sterile gauze. That's the standard procedure for ordinary people. In the realm of cultivation, it could be slightly improved. Use Biluo Wenquan water to cleanse the wounds. Employ Yuming Hanbing liquid for disinfection. And finally, sew the wounds with divine gold needles, wrapping them with the immortal king's burial cloth. Then he would compose a remedy for her to take. Carrying Zhao Dingling back to his quarters, Hualiuyun busied himself for several days. Initially, there were sounds coming from within, but after half a day, an acrid medicinal smell wafted through, and then there was silence as the spring rain fell gently. On this day, a massive flying vessel descended through the clouds, entering the mountains of the Hualiuyun sect. Dark clouds loomed over the city, with thunder and lightning flashing. The square of the Hualiuyun sect was teeming with people. Countless disciples raised their banners, their cries echoing with demands for the punishment of Hualiuyun. Hualiuyun has harmed the Holy Sun, wreaked havoc among his peers, and grievously injured Shizhuan Jintian. Such crimes deserve execution. Why does the sect master show him such favoritism? We cannot accept this. Yes, we cannot accept this. The Law Enforcement Hall, Mingyue Peak, and Lianxi Peak jointly petitioned for the sect master to interrogate Hualiuyun. That we beseech the sect master to interrogate Hualiuyun, to give an account to the deceased disciples. The crowd raised their arms in fervent calls, their emotions running high down on the massive flying vessel. Sun Changshan, Zhao Huantao, and Wang Tuxian stood at the bow, observing the sea of faces below with cold expressions. Tuxian, they are clearly trying to put us on the spot. Sun Changshan's voice was frigid, for the realm of cultivation was rife with deceit and treachery. Many were cold-hearted, and it was not uncommon for individuals to turn against their own kin for the sake of opportunity. There was little time to explore the great Dao, let alone to stand up for others. Before the Hall of Carefree, a message was received, and Zhang Baishu, accompanied by several elders, awaited their arrival, greeting them with smiles. Zhang Baishu, the master of Mingyue Peak of the Carefree sect, acknowledged the distinguished talents of the flying immortal sacred land. Sun Changshan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Baishu, although he was merely at the golden core stage. As a disciple of the Zhang family, he chose whom to honor and whom to disregard at his whim. With a cold snort, the three of them strode directly into the hall to the grand seat. Tang Kachin, sitting with his eyes closed, lifted his head, his expression neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. Please, grant seats to the esteemed talents of the flying immortal sacred land. Rows of chairs were brought into the hall, with 3 majestic dragon throne chairs at the front and a row of 7 treasures dragon seats behind them. Despite only those in the nascent soul stage and above entering from the flying immortal sacred land, the entire hall still felt somewhat congested. Once everyone was seated, Tang Kachin spoke in a calm tone. Go to Baiwa Peak and bring Hualiuyun here. After a stick of incense, for disciples carried a figure on a stretcher into the grand hall. On the stretcher lay Hualiuyun, his face gaunt, eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth. His body occasionally twitched uncontrollably, and he mumbled incoherently. Damn it, the heavenly fragrance herb, too much of it, boom. A resounding noise erupted as Sun Changshan shot to his feet, wielding a massive ruler that glowed a fiery red, akin to molten lava, flames flickering upon its surface, heavy as a mountain. What have you done to my brother Nyoer? Behind him, dozens of individuals from the flying immortal sacred land also rose. A wave of murderous intent washing over the room. Clang. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed as the disciples and elders of the Carefree sect also stood, swords drawn, ready for battle. Everyone, sit down. Do not act impulsively. Zhang Baishu, drenched in cold sweat, feared that the 3 prodigies from the flying immortal sacred land might perish here, leading to a potential catastrophe for the entire Carefree sect in the event of retaliation. Approaching Hualiuyun, Zhang Baishu dipped his finger into the foam of Hualiuyun's mouth and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. After a moment, he sighed in relief. It's nothing, merely poisoning. Quickly, go to the pill refining peak and summon Daochen. After issuing his orders, he turned to the members of the flying immortal sacred land to explain. Daochen is our sex prodigy in alchemy, with unparalleled medical skills. Rest assured, he will surely be able to cure your disciple Hualiuyun. Before long, Daochen hurried into the hall, and expert's intervention revealed the truth. He first fed Hualiuyun a pill, and then used his spiritual energy to neutralize the poison. Soon, Hualiuyun gradually regained consciousness. His blurred vision scanning the hall before finally resting on the faces of Sun Changshan and the others. Upon seeing old acquaintances, his heart swelled with grievances, and tears streamed down his face. Changshan, little rabbit, Taozi, they bullied me. They promised that if I defeated the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall, they would release Dingling, but instead, they secretly let her go and sent people to hunt her down while she fled. Sun Changshan turned, his gaze icy as he addressed Tang Kitchen seated at the head. So, it was you who broke your promise? Tang Kitchen slightly opened his eyes. He had initially thought that sending 1 or 2 people from the flying immortal sacred land to handle the matter would suffice. But to his surprise, 3 had come, along with over 10,000 disciples and 3 hidden guardians. This situation was beyond his expectations, and obtaining any benefit from the flying immortal sacred land today would be challenging. I indeed promised Hualiuyun that if he defeated the 3 prodigies of the law enforcement hall, I would release that woman. However, some disciples acted without my consent, privately releasing a demonic woman, which led to her being killed by the law enforcement hall disciples during her escape. He glanced at Zhang Baishu as he spoke. The latter clapped his hands, and Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu were brought into the hall, shackled with iron chains. The disciples who released the demonic woman were slain by Hualiuyun, leaving these 2 as the only ones punished according to sect rules. This is one matter. Hualiuyun, enraged by the death of the demonic woman, attacked the law enforcement hall disciples, resulting in several casualties. And the prodigy Xiaolu was severely injured. Following that, he pursued Zhang Jinshan and killed several others. This is another matter. Due to his connections with the prodigies of the flying immortal sacred land, I merely confined him to Baiwa, Pika. As Tang Kitchen spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and, as the sect leader, his imposing aura pressed down upon the disciples in the hall, making them feel a sense of breathlessness. Isn't this enough for leniency? Isn't this enough to show respect to all of you? His words served to differentiate the cases of Zhang Zhun and the release of Zhao Dingling from the matter concerning Hualiuyun, establishing the basis for Hualiuyun's culpability while also highlighting the disparity in treatment between Hualiuyun and Zhang Jinshan. Finally, he questioned Sun Changshan and the others, asserting his authority as a sect leader. Below the hall, Wang Tuxin narrowed her eyes, already discerning that Hualiuyun had been schemed against. However, the opposing party had acted meticulously, leaving no room for them to retaliate or show favoritism. She waved her hand, and the disciples from the flying immortal sacred land exited the grand hall. Tang Kitchen similarly gestured for Zhang Baishu and the elders to leave. Once the hall was empty, Wang Tuxian coldly addressed him. Sect Master Tang, speak. What compensation does your sect desire? Tang Kitchen held up 4 fingers. The Star Punishment secret realm is about to open. Our carefree sect requests 4 additional spots. Wang Tuxian shook her head. Her expression frosty. Team most, I can offer you 1.3. It cannot be less 0.2. 2 is my bottom line. No, just 3. Sect Master Tang. Do you think that by holding on to the leverage over my brother Nyoer, you can make the flying immortal sacred land submit? Let me tell you, only the 3 of us came today, that if my sister Yu were here, do you believe that she wouldn't wipe your carefree sect off the map for even 1 spot? On a stretcher, Hualiuyun smirked. That I thought you were asking for something significant. Just take a step back for each of you, and we'll settle for 2.5. Tang Kitchen shot Hualiuyun a glare, thinking this fool knew nothing and should stay silent. After all, how could there be half a spot? Unexpectedly, Wang Tuxian chuckled lightly. Fine, 2.5. If the half spot goes to my brother Nyoer, I'll also contribute half, allowing him to gather a full spot. If I give it to someone else, let him go in half, leaving the other half outside. Yes, she spoke. She turned to leave the hall, unwilling to engage in further argument with Tang Kitchen, prepared for either acceptance or war. Changshan, Taozi, lift the stretcher. Sun Changshan and Zhao Huantao exchanged glances before stepping forward to carry Hualiuyun's stretcher out. Lying on the stretcher, Hualiuyun propped his chin on his hand, crossing his legs, resembling a lord of leisure. Watching the three depart, Tang Kachin's lips curled into a slight smile. This was merely a test. He had already gleaned the desired outcome. Hualuyun held significant standing in the hearts of the 15 prodigies of the flying immortal sacred land. Once everyone had left, a shadow emerged from behind him, asking gravely, "Sect Master, are you not worried that they might simply carry Hualuyun back to the flying immortal sacred land?" Tang Kachin smirked with a hint of derision. "Don't be absurd. He still has a spiritual stone vein in the Wangchuan mountain range. Would he willingly leave?" Outside the carefree hall, Hualuyun, reclining on the stretcher, squinted at the setting sun, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. "Changshan, do you remember? When we were young, you and Ergu carried me like this, enthroning me in the village." Zhang Detiki even went to Yuyu's house to deliver a decree. Sun Changshan grinned foolishly. Indeed. Then he was beaten from one end of the village to the other by Sister Yuyu. Wang Tuxian rolled her eyes nearby. Brother Nyoer, do you think if Sister Yuyu learned you were the star attraction in a brothel, you'd still have your head intact? Zhao Huantao nodded in agreement. Yes, you'd most likely be beaten into a fool. Mentioning Qin Xiaoyu made Hualuyun shiver involuntarily. He turned to Wang Tuxian. "Little Rabbit, where are we headed now?" Wang Tuxian glanced back at the carefree hall. Her eyes filled with coldness. "Brother Nyoer, come with me to the flying immortal sacred land. There is no need to linger in this dog of a sect." Suddenly, Hualuyun sprung up from the stretcher. Wide-eyed, no. I want to stay here. I'm not going anywhere else upon encountering the reluctant expression on Hualuyun's face. Wang Tuxian narrowed her eyes slightly, perplexed by why her brother Nyoer would choose to remain here despite the treatment he received from the Xiaoyao sect. It is worth noting that the Nyoer she once knew was not of this disposition. He was shrewd and cautious, always gravitating towards opportunities and avoiding harm, never allowing himself to go hungry or endure indignities. "Nyoer, are you concealing something from us?" Hualuyun gazed skyward, uttering a statement that seemed utterly nonsensical. "Little bunny, I miss my mother." The mountain breeze tousled Hualuyun's long hair, and a hint of melancholy and solitude crept onto his earnest face. Did Nyoer have a mother? Since they could remember, he had lived with old Wang, and after the old man's demise, he was left utterly alone, subsisting on the meager earnings from farm work for the villagers. The light in his dilapidated cottage was perpetually aglow, yet the paper on his window always cast but a solitary shadow. The three of them fell silent, pausing at the mountain summit, gazing towards Baiwa Peak. There, a little girl wrapped in a cotton coat sat on the mountain path, her eyes filled with hope as she looked towards the heavenly peak. Beside her, the pastry shop stood with Yin Duo anxiously perched by the window, her expression betraying worry and urgency. "Very well. Nyoer, should anyone bully you again, do not hesitate to send word to the Faxian sacred land. Once we ascend to the pinnacle, you shall reign supreme over the entire eastern domain." As the flying vessel of the Faxian sacred land departed, Hualuyun lingered atop the mountain, the cold wind causing his robes to flutter, his hair billowing in the air, exuding a faint, dark mist. He found this quite impressive and thus took out a recording stone to document the moment. On this date in the calendar of the immortal spirits, at the Xiaoyao sect's Heartbreak Cliff. "I have been here. Today, the Holy Sun candidate Zhang Jinshan has been deposed. The next and final Holy Sun candidate is Lu Xianling." Hualuyun murmured softly, as in the recording stone's image, a man and a woman emerged from the woods behind him. His demeanor remained calm upon their arrival, as if he had anticipated it. Both were clad in crimson armor, with their helmets featuring a cross-shaped opening through which their solemn eyes could be seen. As they removed their helmets, the woman revealed herself to be Bai Li, the lady of the Water Manor in Qiuxian City, while the man was Shui Ji, the long-absent lord of the Water Manor. Since the troubles at the Water Manor, many had speculated on their escape, yet little did they know they had been concealed within the Xiaoyao sect. Aluai's gaze towards Hualuyun was laden with complexity as she inquired, "Are you truly the child brought into this realm by the flower language empress?" A gentle smile graced Hualiyun's lips, reminiscent of a warm spring breeze, as he slightly opened his garment to reveal the deep crimson flower of the below his collarbone. Hualiuyun fell silent. It was said that this flower was sculpted from 9 strands of sword qi by an unparalleled master. Though vibrant and beautiful, it concealed an endless sharpness. Merely glancing at it evoked the sensation of one's skin being sliced. This was not the first time she had seen the flower. She had encountered it when Hualiuyun had been begging on the streets of Hualiuyun City. Shuai lowered his head slightly. His gaze towards Hualiuyun tinged with apprehension. So, Zhang Jinshan's release of Zhao Dingling with your scheme? You first manipulated Li Xinghe and then used Zhao Dingling's life as leverage to trap Zhang Jinshan, pulling him down from his position as a Holy Sun candidate. His voice quivered. Those who appeared fierce were often not as intimidating as they seemed. The truly terrifying individuals resembled venomous snakes, seemingly harmless yet exuding an icy demeanor, capable of striking from behind at any moment. Such people elicited genuine fear and dread. Hualiuyun turned his head, feigning injury, much like a misunderstood child. Master of the Shui family, how could you think so ill of me? Everything is guided by fortune. I am but a child wandering along the path laid out by luck. Shuai's expression remained impassive, neither sorrowful nor joyful. He believed not a word of Hualiuyun's claims. After all, he had only been at the Xiaoyao sect for less than a year, during which the Holy Sun and the candidates had faced successive misfortunes. His intentions were all too clear, to seize control of the Xiaoyao sect. However, this would be no easy feat. Tang Kachin was still in his prime, brimming with ambition. Conceiving this, Shuai could not help but caution. Child, even if you become the Holy Sun, what then? The Xiaoyao sect is still under Tang Kachin's control. With the 7 peaks and 3 halls all in his direct command, you will not have a chance. Hualiuyun smiled, his countenance radiating warmth. How can you be so certain that luck hasn't set a trap for him? Perhaps he has already placed 1 foot into the abyss. Now, with Lu Xiangling as the only remaining Holy Sun candidate, I do not require you to do anything. Simply let her out for some fresh air. She is at an age full of vitality and should not be cooped up in her cave. After finishing his words, Hualiuyun stretched lazily, disregarding the 2, and made his way towards Baiwa Peak. Atop the mountain, Hualiuyun and Shuai exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting resignation, before turning to vanish once more into the wooded wilderness. At the mountain path's entrance, upon seeing Hualiuyun return, Xiao Zhuyin joyfully dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace, her little face beaming with an uncontainable smile. Senior brother, I am so relieved to see you safe. I thought the sect master was going to execute you. Oh dear. Senior brother, just the thought of inheriting such a vast estate after your demise sends me into a panic. Heavens, how many candied hawthorns would I have to buy? Delightedly holding Xiao Zhuyin, Hualiuyun, upon hearing her words, promptly turned and tossed the little girl into the flower bushes beside the mountain path. Xian Duo approached. She suddenly halted midway, having caught a whiff of the familiar fragrance of rouge from her lady. Narrowing her eyes, a pang of unease struck her heart. Hualiuyun had secretly met with her lady behind her back. There must be an affair. There is definitely something going on. Fuming, she angrily swished her sleeves and returned to the house. Slamming the door behind her, feeling inexplicably vexed, as spring deepened in the mountains, time proved that persistent thoughts would eventually resonate. Zhao Dingling, having suffered a grave blow and lost her cultivation, was ultimately rescued by Hualiuyun. However, trouble soon followed. The net of the Xiaoyao sect branch had suffered significant losses, and higher-ups were to select a new figurehead in the area, in an underground chamber in Hualiuyun City. Masked assassins of the net took their seats, clad in black robes with varying mask designs, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Tea that moment. The door swung open once more, and a man and woman adorned in raccoon and butterfly masks entered, causing the assembled assassins to turn their attention towards them. Oh, isn't this the shooting star with a 0 performance record? Hualiuyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the taunts from the assassins. How could he refute such claims? Since joining the net, he indeed had a 0 transaction rate, despite receiving ample monthly remuneration. Their statements were entirely valid. Excuse me, esteemed seniors, please make way, he said, his face flushed as he led Zhao Dingling forward. The grand hall was crowded. and based on the seating arrangement, it appeared that the net in Hualiuyun City was divided into 4 factions. The largest faction was led by a figure wearing a bull's head mask, followed by the elite faction of the assassin Ghost King, and the independent faction of the assassin Lu Hu. Zhao Dingling's faction consisted of just 4 individuals: an old man, the young maid Aya, Hualiuyun, and Zhao Dingling herself. Indeed, not only is your transaction rate 0, but you nearly caused the demise of the raccoon in the Xiaoyao sect. Truly impressive, someone remarked. Sure, don't provoke him. He is now a Holy Sun candidate of the Xiaoyao sect. Another whispered, Humph, Holy Sun candidate. Let's see if he truly has the ability to that moment. Everyone wore masks, unafraid of any potential retribution from the Holy Sun candidate, and they continued to mock Hualiuyun with disdain. Just then, another figure entered the hall, a man with a severed arm, wearing a standard helmet, revealing only his piercing eyes. This was the newly appointed leader of the net, who had recently arrived in Hualiuyun City. Upon entering, he strode directly to the main seat, his voice slightly subdued. All right, since everyone is present, let us commence. The previous regional head, Tiannu, has gone missing, and now the Xiaoyao sect is but a scattered assembly, lacking sufficient manpower. Therefore, I wish to select a new leader from among you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the bull head, Ghost King, Lu Hu, and the raccoon, assessing them. Please begin by reporting your achievements. The bull head stood first. Retrieving a ledger to review. In the past year, my subordinates and I have undertaken 78 tasks, successfully completing 75 assassination missions, with a completion rate exceeding 90%, generating over 1 million spirit stones in profit for the organization. A 3% increase compared to the previous year. The report concluded, and a throng of disciples behind the ox-headed figure hastily erupted into applause. Holding a ledger, he cast a disdainful glance at the other 3. The Ghost King snorted coldly, rising to his feet and mockingly remarked, Look at your smug demeanor. One might think you vanquished Tankichin. The tasks my subordinates and I have undertaken far exceed yours. Yet we have dealt with significant contracts, 3 assassinations of the transformation stage and 12 of the nascent soul stage. With a sense of pride, the Ghost King resumed his seat when it was Lu Hu's turn. He simply stated, 1 for the void refinement stage. An uproar immediately ensued in the hall, for even the branch head of the Xianyao sect, Tiannu, had only attained the transformation stage. The fact that Lu had assassinated a practitioner of the void refinement stage revealed the terrifying extent of his power. After Lu Hu spoke, all eyes turned to Li, awaiting her report. Zhao Dingling felt a cold sweat trickle down her palm. Compared to the achievements of the other 3, she suddenly found it difficult to speak. After a prolonged silence, Hualiuyun bravely stood up, his expression haughty and his gaze sweeping. Our family has accepted a total of 4 tasks, completing 1-8 this declaration. Laughter erupted, with people pointing and sneering. Their words laced with derision and contempt, mingled with vulgarity. Hualiuyun's face flushed with anger. What do you know? My sister Li has served time for the society, enduring a fortnight in the bitter pit for the web. Speak another word, and I'll tear your mouths apart. Do you believe I 1-seal the city and surround your pathetic base with the city guards? You dogs, a pack of dogs. Silence fell, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The man on the throne furrowed his brow. Having just arrived in Hualiuyun City, he was completely unaware of the situation. Upon learning that Hualiuyun could mobilize the city guards, he was taken aback and looked at Zhao Dingling with a face full of suspicion. Who is this? Zhao Dingling's lips twitched slightly. She had not anticipated Hualiuyun's rapid rise. My lord, this is my disciple. Currently the city lord of Hualiuyun City, the chief disciple of Baiwa Peak, and a candidate for the saint son of the Xianyao sect. Just as she finished speaking, the one-armed man on the throne slipped from his seat, tumbling down. What? He exclaimed, a candidate for the saint's son? My goodness! Tiannu hasn't been taken by you to the Xianyao sect for a promotion, has he? Good heavens, what is going on with your Xianyao sect branch? Seeing the leader's alarm and the silence among his peers, Zhao Dingling hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. My lord, please do not worry. Hualiuyun is very well-behaved. Well-behaved? How can he be well-behaved and join my web? The one-armed man stood up, eager to leave. He felt he could not remain in Hualiuyun City any longer. with someone like a candidate for the Saint's Son from the Xianyao sect among them. It was likely that all their identities as assassins had already been exposed. This was the most unfortunate situation he had encountered since joining the web. Seeing the man intent on leaving, Hualiuyun hastily pursued him. "Why, Lord, my lord, you haven't yet said who will be promoted." The man, anxious to depart, spoke with evident indifference. "You think this will work, right? Let me go, big brother. We have no grudges, so don't stop me." Witnessing the hurried exit of the one-armed man, Hualiuyun stood in shock, momentarily frozen. Had he just inexplicably become the head of the Xianyao sect's branch in the web? This surprise at the year's start was simply overwhelming. The remaining assassins in the web were also astonished. After all their bickering, it was Hualiuyun who ultimately benefited. Today this assassin is overjoyed. Let us go enjoy the spring and have a picnic. All expenses will be on me." Zhao Dingling watched Hualiuyun, who was laughing raucously by the door, and a faint smile crept on her face. She did not place much importance on power. Seeing Hualiuyun happy also brought her joy. The Xianyao sect's refining peak. The cliffs were steep and majestic, with a lone pine tree supporting a circular pavilion nestled among the precipices, resembling a mighty azure dragon holding a pearl in its mouth from afar. Truly a magnificent sight. The Xianyao sect held a position for the Saint's Son and 3 candidates, with Li Xinghe and Zhang Jinshan having been disgraced. Only Hualiuyun and Lu Xiangling remained as candidates. This pavilion, perched on the cliff, served as Lu Xiangling's place of seclusion. Coughing violently, Lu Xiangling choked on a plume of dust, nearly succumbing to a fit of madness. Frowning slightly, she called out to the outside, "Xiao Jing, what is happening? Why is the air so filled with dust today?" The door opened, and a humble disciple respectfully explained, "Senior sister, the newly appointed candidate for the Saint's Son." Hualiuyun brought a group of assassins from the web to the foot of the mountain for a picnic, igniting a forest fire. Lu Xiangling's brow twitched. Every word Xiao Jing spoke made sense. Yet when pieced together, it felt utterly surreal. A newly appointed candidate for the Saint's Son, leading assassins from the web for a picnic? A forest fire? Xiao Jing, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Jing lowered her head respectfully and recounted the recent events at the Xianyao sect to Lu Xiangling. From Hualiuyun joining Baiwa Peak, to Li Xinghe's massacre in Xiaoxin City, to his madness in the Wangchuan mountain range, and finally to Zhang Jinshan's downfall and imprisonment. Initially, Lu Xiangling found the tales amusing, but gradually a cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Finally, she asked, "Has the sect master exhibited any unusual behavior lately?" At this, Xiao Jing frowned in contemplation. Recently, the sect master has been secluded frequently, seemingly troubled by worldly distractions. It is said he's become quite irritable. According to the disciple from Tianfeng, he's been shouting daily about wanting to storm into the Wangchuan mountain range and challenge the demon kings. Upon hearing of the sect master's recent state, Lu Xiangling felt a chill creep over her scalp. This was not right. Everything about this felt wrong. Standing by the window of the pavilion, she observed the swirling smoke below. As countless plumes of dust were swept up by the wind, the haze seemed to focus solely on her small pavilion, refusing to dissipate elsewhere. "Senior sister, you have been in seclusion for quite some time. The air here is becoming increasingly suffocating. It would be wise to exit your retreat and relax your mind." Lu Xiangling swallowed hard. "Exit my retreat? Impossible. I shall never leave my seclusion, even if it costs her life." She would not emerge. With Li Xinghe and Zhang Jinshan having fallen, and even Tang Kachin facing issues, her instincts warned her that stepping out now would only lead her into an endless abyss. Following in Zhang Jinshan's footsteps, "Xiao Jing, you may leave. Also, please weld the door shut for me. Until the Xianyao sect is destroyed, do not call for me. Let me wait until I can become invincible." Just as Xiao Jing exited and the door was being welded shut, a thunderous crash resounded as a massive boulder fell from the cliff top, crashing down upon the pavilion. Instantly, a significant portion of the pavilion shattered and plummeted into the abyss. Lu Xiangling, shaken, pressed against the stone wall, her face etched with fear that, "Oh my goodness, that was close." Without the pavilion's shelter, the smoke from the forest fire grew more ferocious, nearly enveloping her. Nevertheless, she held her ground. Digging a large pit into the cliff with her sword, Lu Xiangling swiftly concealed herself within, hurriedly blocking the entrance with rubble. Phew! Another day survived. On the alchemy peak, Li Xinghe stood before a small courtyard, gazing into the distance at the raging forest fire. Countless cultivators were conjuring clouds and summoning rain, stirring up winds and waters. Yet the fire seemed alive, advancing toward the peak where Lu Xiangling was secluded. The smoke blotted out the sky, continuously scorching the sheer cliffs as if they were being roasted like cured meat. Even so, Lu Xiangling remained unmoved, huddled within her retreat. I Xinghe's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke softly. Lu Xiangling, she has sensed the lurking peril in her fate. Sighing, his expression turned somewhat helpless. It seems that the Heavenly Dao can no longer suppress Hualiuyun's fortune, or perhaps they have begun to conspire together. Unfortunately, I was ensnared in the situation back then, unable to see through it, leading to this predicament. His consciousness sank into his mind, where crimson characters flickered incessantly. Dear esteemed host, your system is currently in arrears of 189,532 points of fortune value. Please make a prompt payment. Otherwise, Tianchu Technology will initiate enforcement actions against you. Ing Shui, come to my side. He pulled Zhang Ing Shui's hand, pressing his ear against her abdomen to listen to the rhythm of another heartbeat within. A gentle smile gracing his lips. How about we name him Li Zizai? Free and unrestrained, without any bindings, he looked up into Zhang Ing Shui's eyes, seeking her counsel. Zhang Ing Shui obediently nodded. I shall heed your wishes. My lord, as she watched Zhang Ing Shui drift into slumber. The lamps flickered and dimmed. The fire that had reached the alchemy peak gradually extinguished. Yet Lu Xiangling, steadfast in her retreat, had yet to emerge. Li Xinghe smiled. Indeed, fate is not entirely inescapable. He rose to his feet, donned a pristine robe, slung his sword at his side, replaced his hairpin with a dagger, secured poison to his jade belt, equipped his sleeves with hidden arrows, and held a chi explosion pill in his mouth. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he stepped into the moonlight, making his way towards the mountains. The bustling vibrancy of his arrival now faded into desolation. The courtyard deep and silent, devoid of any companionship, he gazed towards the heavens, reminiscent of a glorious sun, a faint smile gracing his lips amidst the myriad sorrows of the world. He spoke as he suddenly lifted his sword, piercing it into his brow, his consciousness fracturing in an instant, a barely perceptible ethereal light being expelled from the crown of his head by the sword's tip. He grasped that wisp of cloud and mist, and the flickering screen within his mind extinguished abruptly. Pain, an excruciating torment, nearly caused him to faint on the spot. He swallowed the chi explosion pill in a moment of desperation, the raging spiritual energy forcing his shattered consciousness back together. His visage contorted, his body trembled, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, Celestial Window System. This debt, Li Xinghe, shall claim as mine. I assure you, even if Jesus himself were to come, he could not hold me back. His breath expanded rapidly as he staggered down the stone steps, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, Hualiuyun, having toiled throughout the day, found the twilight settling in as a multitude of web assassins departed in succession. His face smeared with grime, he returned to Baiwa Peak with a pair of lifeless eyes. In his endeavor to extinguish the mountain fire, he had exerted every effort, employing all manner of tactics. And thankfully, he had ultimately succeeded in quelling the flames at the mountain's entrance. Tang Kuei stood, clutching a stick, guarding the main path, her fair face flushed with irritation. Throughout the day, Baiwa Peak had been inundated with complaints. Approaching the mountain gate, upon seeing Tang Kuei waiting for him in the deepening night, Hualiuyun felt a surge of warmth. The sensation of someone waiting for his return was simply delightful. If only she weren't wielding a stick, it would be even better. Master, please allow me to explain. Those despicable web assassins deceived me into coming to the mountains for a leisurely stroll. I am truly wronged. Tang Kuei's face was a mask of murderous intent, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. Wronged? Then let me ask you, who carved Zhao Dingling's name behind my husband's spirit tablet? These wooden plaques are scattered throughout the mountains. And yet you insist on taking mine. Are you out of your mind? Hualiyun's expression betrayed his guilt, and his earlier sorrowful weeping. He had hardly noticed such details. Isn't it merely a spirit tablet? What's wrong with sharing it? Upon hearing this, Tang Kuei nearly laughed in exasperation. It was the first time she had heard of sharing a spirit tablet. Truly a revelation. Indeed, disobedient disciple, receive my fatal stick. The sounds of their playful scuffle ensued, with one chasing the other, the long stick slicing through the blooming peach blossoms of the mountain. She was relentless, and with a single strike, she smashed into the beehive of the Baihua honey farm. The hive shattered, and Tang Kuei stood stiffly, staring at the swarm of spiritual bees surging towards her, looking somewhat flustered, just as she was about to summon her spiritual energy to fend off the oncoming foes. A sealing talisman was instantly affixed to her brow. Hualiuyun, you wretched bear! Ah, don't sting me, dear bees! She shrieked, darting chaotically up the mountain, torn between wanting to eliminate the bees and not wanting to part with them. As they were a vital source of income for Baihua Peak, she received a share of the pure profits, after all. Ouch, that's already quite enough. Don't sting me anymore. Seated atop the mountain peak, Hualiuyun plucked a bunch of grapes and tossed one into his mouth, admiring the beauty dancing among the bees. Her devilishly twisting movements and the fragrant breeze stirred by her flowing sleeves painted a captivating picture. The most enchanting beauty of the celestial realm danced and howled joyously. Hualiuyun produced a long zither, harmonizing with Tang Kuei's dance, composing a melodic piece. The sounds of the zither echoed across the mountains, drowning out the discordant howls in the attic. Hualiuyun opened the window to gaze outside. Under the moonlight, that handsome man plucked the strings of a zither, the music flowing like water, rising and falling in delightful tones. While the woman danced amidst the flowers, time seemingly slowed in that moment of beauty. The enchanting scene with a handsome man, stunning woman, melodious chords, and fragrant blossoms painted a mesmerizing tableau upon Baihua Peak. He sighed softly. The bond between master and senior brother truly inspires envy. Master, your dancing is exquisite. Senior brother, how romantic. Life on a mountain was filled with nothing but tranquility and introspection. Within the attic, Hualiuyun gazed into the mirror on the table, confronting a visage resembling a malevolent spirit. He raised his hand and inscribed the 78.0 version of the righteous chi formula upon the mirror's surface. He could not suppress it, utterly unable to contain it. Bloodlust consumed his heart. This is disastrous. I fear I may be succumbing to madness. Hualiyun's heart raced, gripped by an overwhelming terror. The esteemed candidate for the holy son of the celestial realm, the very beacon of righteousness. Would it not be a cause for mockery should he fall into madness? After much hesitation, he retrieved the nourishing Yuan visualization method once more. This technique required the selection of a true deity, inscribing it within one's sea of consciousness using one's own path. In times of peril, one could even summon the deity's projection to descend. Yet, now, the cultivation of this method faced its own complications. Why? Why is the figure I inscribed transformed? I clearly intended to depict the god of wealth. Yet now it has changed into a stranger. Within his sea of consciousness, the god of wealth, once holding a golden ingot, had vanished, replaced by a figure clad in crimson robes as if stained with blood. This man appeared gaunt, his white hair cascading down, wielding a long sword from which droplets of blood perpetually fell into his consciousness. With each drop, Hualiuyun felt the malice within him intensify. Could it be? Is this the god of wealth's true form? Did he acquire his riches through nefarious means? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. After all, if the god of wealth were incapable of bloodshed, how could he safeguard his fortune? Just then, a jolt surged through Hualiyun's heart. An unexpected wave of trepidation washed over him. His brow furrowed slightly. This was a harbinger of fate, warning him of an impending, unknown danger. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the window to gaze at the mountains. Before him, a woman ascended the mountain path with measured steps, her gaze fixed on the flower-laden trail leading to the summit. Slowly, she unveiled her white fur cloak and draped it over the camellia blossoms. After traversing 2 stone steps, she knelt reverently upon the ground, offering 3 heartfelt bows towards the mountain peak. Commoner Zhang Yingxue beseeches young Master Luyun to intervene and save my husband. Xinghe, after completing her 3 bows, she ascended another step, kneeling once more to offer 3 additional bows. Commoner Zhang Yingxue beseeches young Master Luyun to intervene and save my husband. Xinghe. This ritual of 3 bows and steps continued from the foot of Baiwa Peak to its summit. Her knees bloodied from the wear, each imprint stained crimson along the path she traversed. Her white gown trailed along the ground, muddied and torn by the thorns of the roses lining her path. Commoner Zhang Yingxue beseeches young Master Luyun. Save my husband. Xinghe. By the time she reached the mountain's peak, her forehead bore a deep bruise, her voice filled with frailty. Her eyes were red and swollen. Yet she fought back tears, determined not to let a trace of her calamity taint Baiwa Peak. Since that day, when Li Xinghe had cared for her as she fell asleep, upon awakening the next morning, she could no longer find him. Not only had Li Xinghe vanished, but all traces of him and his sword had also faded into obscurity. She searched the Alchemy Peak and the 7 peaks of freedom. Yet no one had seen her husband. But she knew, before his disappearance, Li Xinghe had been in a state of profound anxiety. What could possibly instill such fear in a man at the pinnacle of transformation? Yingxue, though you are wed to me, none upon this mountain regard you with esteem. Should I no longer be here, should you find yourself in distress, seek aid from Hualiuyun. Yes, Hualiuyun, that man, though simple and honest, was capable of making her the wife of Li Xinghe. Yet she was merely a woman of the world. Who else could she turn to on this mountain? Everyone looked down upon her. Even Tang Kuei, even Li Xinghe's fellow disciples, all treating her with disdain. She had no choice but to turn to Hualiuyun, and only Hualiuyun, kneeling before the gnarled tree at the mountain's peak. She buried her head low, blood trailing from the foot of the mountain to its summit, enduring the pain as she clung to the sole hope in her heart. In the attic, Hualiuyun gently closed the wooden window. His heart raced with increasing urgency, an instinctive warning echoing within him, urging him, do not go out, do not go out, you must not go out. For countless years he had walked hand in hand with fortune. Acting upon instinct had become ingrained in his very being, second nature. Damn it, this attic has sealed me away. I cannot hear anything. As she approached the bedside, Hualiuyun curled herself into the blanket. Her body pressed against the wall, counting sheep in her mind. Beside the gnarled tree, Zhang Yingxue knelt on the ground, her gaze fixed upon the window ahead. She knew Hualiuyun was inside. Pain etched across her face. Beads of cold sweat formed as the gentle breeze tousled her hair, strands clinging to her pallid cheeks. Below the mountain, the flower cake factory lay shrouded in a veil of cloud, her expression heavy with concern. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she let out a deep sigh. What is love in this world? She mused as the dogs bark and the people remain silent. What follows that line again? In another attic, Yu Yuqing propped his chin on his hands, his expression equally complex. Alas, the tenderness of love, the worry of affection. Only the canola flowers know my sorrow. In the ancestral hall, Tang Kui leaned against the window, repeatedly banging a small beggar's talisman against the windowsill, her mouth full of complaints. Look at those people, look at them. You wretched soul, how could you bear to leave me alone in this world? While everyone else indulged in gossip, only Zhu Yan was audacious enough to feast. She bit into a fresh flour cake, dragging a small stool over to sit beside Zhang Yingxue, munching away while occasionally offering her opinions. Sister Yingxue, why don't you knock on his door? Kneel in his room, so he can't find a place to hide. Zhang Yingxue buried her head deeper. How she wished she could do just that. But she already owed Hualiuyun far too much and did not wish to cause him further distress. Yet she felt utterly powerless. As Li Xinghe had said, no one on this mountain would be willing to assist him. And as a woman of the foundation establishment stage, who could she turn to? A thin mist rose between the mountains, morning frost collecting droplets in her hair. This kneeling continued for days. The crimson door ahead remained firmly shut, her hopes gradually chilling and fading. She touched the sword at her waist, a flicker of determination crossing her face as she stood, ready to depart. Creak! The door swung open from the dim wooden cabin. Hualiuyun emerged slowly, draped in a long black robe. His countenance was cold, a red mist swirling at the corners of his eyes, 3 dark lotus flowers revolving on his brow, and his colorful hair billowing in the wind. Upon seeing such a figure, Zhang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable fear creeping into her heart. Usually, Hualiuyun adorned himself like a blooming butterfly, always wearing a sincere smile, yet today he exuded an aura of distance, chilliness, and a sense of being from another world. That he stepped out, unfurling a black umbrella, and walked towards Zhang Yingxue. With long, pale fingers, he grasped her neck. I Xing sent you to plead for me. Zhang Yingxue shook her head with difficulty. Her arrival here was merely her own decision. Hualiuyun glanced at the slight bulge of her abdomen with a mix of resignation and disdain, casting her to the ground, recalling the ominous premonition. He glanced back at the attic, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Sister Yingxue, you truly have put me in a difficult position. The one capable of driving Li Xinghe to desperation is no ordinary person. Thinking of how that person had sought him out for luck, Hualiuyun had already pieced together most of the puzzle, though he had condensed 7 golden pills with the strength of 7 paths. Allowing him formidable combat power, it became increasingly difficult to transform. His inherently deficient body could not sustain greater energy in his current state. Even a mere brush with a practitioner of the void refinement stage was his limit. Without employing tricks, he would merely be on par with Li Xinghe. Casting one last glance at the attic, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the depths of darkness. The figure in black murmured softly, "You, my true self, did you not foresee that by not lending Li Xinghe your fortune, you would wish to eliminate me through the hands of the Blue Star people? You have seen through my reluctance. You knew Yingxue would come to me, didn't you?" The attic remained shrouded in silence, offering no response. That a smirk of derision tugged at the corner of Hualiuyun's lips. How hypocritical! I have never encountered someone so deviously malicious as you. Plotting even against yourself. Do you not fear that in the end, you will be left utterly alone? Seeing no reaction from the attic, he turned back to Zhang Yingxue, his gaze still frigid. Remember, you and your partner owe me a life. He stepped past her, his umbrella shielding him as he ambled down the mountain. In just a few strides, the figure in black vanished into the forest, disappearing from sight. Clang, a blade of sword energy shot back from the distant woods, embedding itself beside Zhang Yingxue, carrying with it a few beast kidneys that fell into the muddy ground. Hualiuyun's cold voice echoed from the horizon. "Look at you, so frail. Eat this and give the child some nourishment." After days of forced endurance, Zhang Yingxue could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a dam bursting. She picked up the foul-smelling kidneys from the ground and, mixing them with mud and blood, forced them into her mouth, swallowing hard. As Li Xinghe had stated, despite her humble status, she held a powerful backing within the Zaishan sect. Hualiuyun was her greatest support. Bang! The door of Hualiuyun's attic slammed shut again, concealing the interior from view. Zhang Yingxue lifted her head, gazing at that wooden door. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if there were another presence inside. After finishing the last kidney, she set aside her confusion and stumbled to her feet. Retracing her steps back, through the slightly ajar window, a pair of eyes watched Zhang Yingxue depart before slowly retreating into the shadows. In the city of seeking immortals, a series of reports reached Hualiuyun's hands. Su Mufeng's expression grew grim as he summarized the information. "Luyun, someone has seen Li Xinghe enter the Lufeng Forbidden Zone. The next day, the Listening Wind Pavilion sent thousands of silver bells, dozens of gold bells. And the so-called king of Chujiang also breached the forbidden grounds." Hualiuyun rested his chin on his hand, pondering if he was not mistaken, that so-called king of Chujiang was a transmigrator from the Blue Star. The 10 halls of the Listening Wind Pavilion were at least at the peak of the void refinement stage, not to mention the additional array of nascent soul cultivators. Li Xinghe's chances of success seemed bleak. Currently, the Zaishan sect had nearly abandoned Li Xinghe. He had spent more than half a month recuperating at the pill refining peak, and Tang Qian had not visited him even once. There, he could find no sense of security. "So, you intend to use the powers of the Forbidden Zone to fight back?" Hualiuyun rose, surveying the entirety of the city of seeking immortals. Compared to the Zaishan sect, the Listening Wind Pavilion was merely a horde of rats lurking in the shadows, relying on countless low-ranking cultivators to gather intelligence. which they subsequently sold for a living, all to sustain the so-called 10 halls of Yen Luo. Tang Qian had once said that low-tier cultivators were as numerous as the stars. For mere spirit stones, whichever side offered a little sweetness would garner their favor. It was an endless cycle. Today, he intended to see if he could truly catch them all. Old Su, relay this order. The Listening Wind Pavilion conspired against the former holy son of the Zaishan sect. Li Xinghe, all spies affiliated with the Listening Wind Pavilion, I give them 10 breaths to dispose of their bells and exit the organization, should they remain part of the Listening Wind Pavilion after 10 breaths. They shall be executed without mercy. Su Mufeng trembled at the thought. The number of low-level spies in the city of seeking immortals was staggering. Could he truly eliminate them all? He hesitated and glanced at Hualiuyun, wanting to dissuade him, but saw Hualiuyun raise a hand to interrupt him. Old Su, some rules must be taught early. I am destined to control the entire Zaishan sect, while they can tolerate these parasites. I cannot. My heart is set on the world, and I despise evil. Not just the Listening Wind Pavilion, but the Blood Rage Palace, the Worry-Free Sect, and the Xianyue Kingdom. Anyone who obstructs my path will become my target. Before I emerged from the mountains, the state of the world was of no concern to me. Now that I have embarked on this path, it is only right that righteousness flourishes upon hearing this. Su Mufeng swallowed the words he had intended to speak. The Hualiuyun of today was drastically different from before. He was no longer indecisive, but rather domineering, his every action radiating a cold ruthlessness. Once Su Mufeng had departed, Hualiuyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, snowflakes dancing in his palms. He looked towards the direction of the Zaishan sect, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The true self thinks he will perish. I bet on my own survival. Even without that overwhelming fortune, I can still live. I must tell my true self that fortune is merely a supplementary aid. It cannot choose for a person, it cannot replace one's will, and it cannot decide life and death. To alter one's fate, one must fight, relying solely on one's own hands to strive. Bang! Citizens of the city of seeking immortals, heed my command. The Listening Wind Pavilion has harmed the chief of Tianfeng, Li Xinghe. All spies affiliated with the Listening Wind Pavilion must destroy their tokens and exit within 10 breaths. Those who defy this order shall face execution without mercy. A decree emanated from the Lord's residence, causing a stir throughout the entire Chiosian city. During Li Xinghe's reign, he had never undertaken such a grand campaign to eradicate rival factions. Standing atop the tower, Hualiuyun observed as the initial uproar within the city swiftly subsided. After the initial shock, the populace resumed their own affairs, seemingly indifferent to the edict. He waited in quiet anticipation. Moments passed, and a gentle breeze began to stir within the city, causing doors and windows to rattle and dust to swirl around the fortress. The sound of ringing bells echoed in every corner of Chiosian city. Hualiuyun closed his eyes slightly, allowing the melodious chimes to bring a subtle smile to his lips. He stepped down from the tower, his sword aura unfurling beneath his feet like the strings of a musical instrument. As he raised a finger to inscribe various runes upon the shimmering blade, energied, I in the streets. Su Mufeng was directing the city guards in their pursuit of spies from the Listening Wind Pavilion when he suddenly heard the sound of a sword ringing. He looked around, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. The fragrance of blood gradually spread through the air, and the once vibrant chimes within Chiosian city began to fade into silence. On the bustling thoroughfare, numerous cultivators collapsed to the ground, their bells rolling away from them. Have the strikes begun? He glanced toward the tower. There, a figure clad in black was slowly turning away, retreating into the tower. As that silhouette vanished, Hualiuyun's voice echoed in his mind. Gather the troops. We march at dawn. Within the city, the clanging of armor resonated as ranks of city guards assembled, their presence imposing and grand. Moon Yuchan, the prince of the immortal Moon Kingdom, had indeed revitalized Chiosian city. The previous deficiencies in personnel had been rectified, now boasting an army of 20,000, though they were primarily low-tier cultivators. They had trained in rudimentary formation techniques, rendering them somewhat effective. Hualiuyun stood upon the platform, his brow slightly furrowed. The numbers, after all, were still somewhat lacking. The thousands of silver bells from the Listening Wind Pavilion represented an equivalent number of core formation and nascent soul cultivators, while the golden bells indicated at least a handful of transformation stage experts. Not only were the numbers insufficient, the quality fell vastly short. More critically, the leadership was lacking. The sacred bell of Listening Wind Pavilion. King Chu Jiang was a void refinement cultivator, while Hualiuyun had only just reached the core formation stage. It appeared to be a contest that was destined for defeat. Mufeng, if we were to enlist recruits hastily. How long would it take to amass 100,000 strong? Su Mufeng paused momentarily, realizing that this was a proposition to compensate for the lack of quality with sheer numbers. However, given Hualiuyun's status as city lord, it would still prove challenging to gather an army capable of contending with the Listening Wind Pavilion. Luyun, to recruit 100,000 would require at least half a month, and moreover, the guidelines of the Carefree sect stipulate that no city may have more than 50,000 mercenaries. At this point, Su Mufeng's expression darkened. Luyun, both of us were once affiliated with the Listening Wind Pavilion. You must understand their unscrupulous methods. They resort to poison, covert attacks, slander, and rumors, employing every conceivable tactic that I reached out to old friends. Yet none are willing to provoke this mad faction. Is it truly worth such a grand endeavor for Li Xinghe, considering the conflict with the Listening Wind Pavilion? Hualiuyun turned slightly to regard Su Mufeng, fully aware of his thoughts. Although Li Xinghe had married Zhang Yingxue, thus becoming somewhat associated with the Fragrant Pavilion, inciting a colossal assassin organization on his behalf seemed unwise from a pragmatic perspective. However, oftentimes, one's actions are not strictly bound by the scales of profit and loss. Mufeng, Yingxue knelt before me for 3 days and nights. My decision to assist her is, in itself, a worthy cause. As Hualiuyun spoke, he turned and entered the grand hall, hesitating briefly before shedding his outer garment. Gazing at his flawless physique in the bronze mirror, he endeavored to inscribe a rune upon it. This mortal form could not withstand the strength of a nascent soul. Thus he sought to reinforce it with runes. His fingertips danced as he etched rune after rune into his flesh. Blood trickling from his body in alarming drops. Casting a glance at the approaching Su Mufeng, Hualiuyun spoke softly. Prepare a report. Request assistance from Tianfeng. Whether Tankachin grants aid or not matters little. What is paramount is that I informed him before taking action, to avoid any claims of unilateral decision-making later on. Su Mufeng lowered his head in acknowledgement. He increasingly perceived Hualiuyun as a different person. This individual exhibited both loyalty and a meticulous approach to his actions, etching runes upon his own flesh without a flicker of hesitation, an utter contrast to the Hualiuyun he once knew. Very well, I shall seek assistance from Tianfeng at once. Half a day later, Su Mufeng's plea for help reached the Carefree Hall at Tianfeng. Zhang Baishu, upon receiving the missive, glanced at the empty seat of the sect leader. Since acquiring the techniques delivered by the shadow, Tang Kachin had been preparing for seclusion. Prior to entering, he had solemnly instructed that unless a calamity befell the heavens, he was not to be disturbed. Yet, mere days into his retreat, an issue concerning Li Xinghe arose. Sigh. Very well, Tianyu, let your elder brother and Wang Yu redeem themselves by providing support. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xinghe is the foremost of Tianfeng. Assistance must be rendered, and it conveniently offers Zhang Jinshan an opportunity, a dual benefit indeed. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Tianyu bowed his head and exited the hall. Outside, he cast a lingering glance at the characters Carefree above the entrance, his expression darkening like a stormy SEI in the past. When conflict arose between Li Xinghe and Hualiuyun, the sect merely smoothed things over, exiling both to the Wangchuan Tower. Now, with Zhang Jinshan and Hualiuyun at odds, it was curious that they chose to send Zhang Jinshan for support. This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Inside the Carefree Hall, observing Zhang Tianyu's departure, Zhang Baishu beckoned into the shadows. An ominous figure emerged, resembling a toad, with a sinister countenance and a palpable aura of malice. Leaning close to Zhang Baishu, he whispered, "Sect leader, it has been confirmed that the Hualiuyun in Qiuxian City is merely a clone. The original has never left Baiwa Peak." Zhang Baishu nodded slightly. He had long suspected as much, given the stark differences in demeanor between the two Hualuyuns from the moment the black-clad Hualiuyun descended the mountain. He had harbored doubts. The original has never left his quarters, the shadow affirmed gravely. Indeed, since the clone's descent, Hualuyun has remained within his abode. I attempted to approach the small building, yet he seemed to be tinkering with some contraption, displaying considerable vigilance. Last night, his junior sister, Hualiuyun, stealthily entered his room, but was ejected from the window within a mere 3 breaths. Yin Duo, peering from the door, even sustained an injury to her eye. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baishu's expression tightened. When Hualuyun had inscribed the divine-level techniques upon the walls, he had not exhibited such wariness. It was difficult to fathom what could warrant such caution. What do you suspect it could be? Alchemy, artifact forging, or body refinement? The shadow pondered, stroking his chin. I did overhear him muttering something about decomposition, filtration, purification, and extraction. Zhang Baishu furrowed his brow. Those terms did indeed resemble the process of alchemy. Yet, if it were alchemy, Hualuyun would not require such vigilance. You may leave. Continue to monitor Hualuyun closely. Unable to decipher the situation further, Zhang Baishu dismissed the shadow with a wave of his hand, instructing him to maintain surveillance over Hualuyun. The shadow transformed into a streak of darkness, vanishing into the shadows, moving stealthily through the gloom, like a specter making its way back toward Baiwa Peak. At that moment, the plump figure beneath the tree suddenly halted. Ceasing its advance, he produced a communication artifact, and upon seeing the excited canine visage reflected in the mirror, he promptly pressed to connect. Hello, Xiaogo. Regarding the matter I entrusted to you previously, have there been any developments? On the other end of the communication artifact, Xiaogo's expression was complex, his tone imbued with earnestness. Shadow, the toad spirit you fancied has already married a demon. Upon hearing this, the shadow's expression fell instantly. Xiaogo, with a hint of sympathy, shook the communication artifact. The video revealed several frogs of various breeds. That particular one has indeed married a demon, but in light of our relationship, I have found you 7 or 8 others, all of high demon bloodlines. If you fancy any, speak up, and I can assist in their transformation. With a sigh, Xiaogo directed the communication artifact toward the assembly of froggy spirits. He had seen those drawn to fox spirits, ear maidens, and flower peacocks, yet this was the first time he encountered someone interested in toad spirits. Link 1. Qing Xiaotian, Qing Tian Demon Frog Bloodline. Age 18, Miss, call out to him for a listen. Quack. Link 2. Xiao Cho, soul-eating demon frog bloodline, enjoys singing, loves to exercise, and is quite sentimental. Xiao Cho, sing a line for your potential match. Quack. The shadow furrowed his brow as he observed Xiaogo meticulously introduce one Miss Frog after another. The blue sky demon frog, the soul-devouring demon frog, the ghostly worry frog, the sky-swallowing frog, together they represented nearly a dozen different races. Once Xiaogo concluded his introductions, he waved his hand, scattering a handful of mosquitoes, which instantly ignited a fierce competition among the Miss Frogs for the morsels. So, Shadow Brother, have any caught your fancy? At the foot of Baiwa Peak, Shadow scratched his head, displaying a conflicted expression. Recently, he had been smitten by a certain female demon, leading him to seek Xiaogo's assistance in making a connection. To his dismay, he learned that the lady was already married, prompting Xiaogo to introduce him to this gathering of untransformed little demons. They all seemed quite appealing, yet he couldn't help but wonder if they were perhaps a tad too young. Xiaogo bent down to pick up Qing Xiaotian from the ground, then lifted his paw to extract a small creature from its mouth. Shadow Brother, our demon kin tend to marry early, and the relationships can be quite tangled. That if you seek a virtuous maiden, you must begin with the untransformed. Be candid. Do not be deceived by their petite stature. Some of them may have already spawned multiple clutches of tadpoles. How about this? If you do not mind those who are divorced, I can take you to Suqiu Tang, where you will find many who have transformed. Shadow, clutching a communication artifact, gritted his teeth and cast a glance towards Baiwa Peak. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, swiftly transforming into a streak of light, heading towards the Wangchuan mountain range. Hualuyun could monitor at any moment. Yet once a fated connection slipped away, it would be challenging to reclaim. In the small loft atop Baiwa Peak, A window on the second floor was slightly ajar, revealing a crimson eye peering out before retreating. Strange, has Shadow ceased his surveillance today? Within the dimly lit loft, the previously open window was closed once more. Hualiuyun tiptoed back to the bedside, ensuring no one was present before retrieving a series of devices from his storage ring. These devices varied in size, nearly filling the entire room. This was his research project over the past period. The system separator. Hualiuyun possessed boundless fortune. And what is a system? It is the standard equipment for traversers from Blue Star. A presence that can exchange fortune for anything, with rumors suggesting that the system shop could even procure an immortal body or elevate one to the status of a great emperor. Of course, Hualiuyun had only heard such stories. However, he was certain that he was merely one system away from success. There should be distinctions between systems. He could only hope that Li Xinghe could attract more traversers. With a sigh, Hualiuyun withdrew his gaze from the direction of Qiuxian City. The only individual he could ascertain to possess a system was Li Xinghe. Yet, that was insufficient. Far from enough. He required more parameters. To this end, he had specifically crafted this set of system separation devices. The entire apparatus comprised dozens of components. The flesh and soul separator detached the soul from the body. The soul filtering device filtered and divided the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The true spirit clarifier crushed the spirits and precipitated the true spirit, and the quantum entangler sought out quantum disturbances entangled with the target's true spirit. This constituted a complete procedural flow, regardless of where the so-called system was hidden. Hualiuyun was confident he could unearth it. What he needed now was a target. Whether this target could be located depended on the efficacy of his avatar. Given the avatar's arrogant disposition, formidable strength, and ability to harness the power of Qiuxian City, Hualiuyun felt quite confident in Qiuxian City, within the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. The dark-clad Hualiuyun, having inscribed the talismans, rose to his feet and stepped out of the hall. Characters materialized beneath his feet, and sunlight illuminated his profile, casting a gentle golden glow. The golden light seemed to permeate his form, spilling onto the ground and projecting a multitude of dark characters. This was the most enigmatic maneuver of the knocking immortal talisman. The Tongtian talisman, the knocking immortal talisman. What he inscribed was the Tongtian talisman. While the projection cast down constituted the knocking immortal talisman, sunlight struck him from various angles. The shadows on the ground morphed into different knocking immortal talismans, each possessing distinct effects. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Mu Feng assembled the troops. I require the army to reach the Lu Feng Forbidden Land within a day and retrieve Li Xinghe from the Tingfeng Pavilion. Su Mu Feng raised his gaze to the horizon, summoning teams of cultivators to board the vessels. The command ship, measuring 100 meters, gradually ascended, while other flying vessels began to encircle the command ship, forming a grand formation. A flowing cloud battle flag was also raised, presenting a commendable sight. Though there were only 20,000 troops, Su Mu Feng divided them into the vanguard, Central Army, Left Army, and Right Army. He personally commanded the Central Army, while the left and right armies were led by Meng Fian and Yi Tianzhu, respectively. Where is the vanguard general, Zhang Jinjin? Su Mu Feng inquired, frowning aboard the command ship. Reporting to the commander, the vanguard is still attending to guests. He said he would require 3 minutes. Upon hearing this response, the deck erupted in hushed whispers. Humph, I bet it will take no more than 3 seconds. The remaining 2 minutes are surely spent dressing. That Do not speak so lightly. Zhang Jinjin does possess some strength. Whether his strength is unclear, yet his diligence is undeniable. Observing the murmurs among the crowd, Su Mufeng's forehead throbbed with veins. What time is it? Still attending to guests. Just as he was about to express his fury, a messenger soared onto the deck. Report, reinforcements have arrived from the sect. Hearing this, Su Mufeng's expression brightened, and he hastily ordered Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu to be welcomed aboard the command ship. Zhang Jinshan landed on the deck, clad in blood-red armor. A cold iron sword hanging at his waist, he appeared imposing, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He seemed considerably more mature than before. Following him was Wang Yu, dressed in silver soft armor, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a jade nobleman. unmatched among his peers. Upon ascending the deck, they exchanged glances with the commanding officer, seated in the main position. Su Mufeng wore a flowing robe adorned with embroidered mandarin ducks, a phoenix hairpin nestled in his hair. Meng Fian and Yi Tianju were attired in purple and azure garments, respectively. Meng Fian delicately arranged her long hair, while Yi Tianju touched up her makeup in front of a bronze mirror. Zhang Jinshan frowned. 3 main commanders, all effeminate. How could he rely on them for battle? He glanced towards the other deputy generals, who were either applying lipstick or powder, appearing even less capable than the 3 main commanders. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Jinshan's forehead as he leaned closer to Wang Yu to whisper, "This time, we might be doomed." Wang Yu silently nodded, sensing the ominous atmosphere as well to the helm. Su Mufeng eagerly rose to greet the 2 arrivals, inviting them to take their seats. "Masters, please, I am Su Mufeng, responsible for commanding this expedition. This is Meng Fian, the left army commander, and this is just as he was about to introduce everyone present." A golden light descended from the sky and landed on the deck. Zhang Jinjin, clad in golden chainmail, had finally arrived. 3 minutes, neither more nor less, just in time. Upon seeing Zhang Jinjin, Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu exchanged glances, their spirits sinking once again. This rush to arrive had left the vanguard general looking haggard and pale, his armor hanging loosely, and he even trembled slightly while walking, presenting the appearance of one who had indulged excessively. "Jinjin, look at your state. What a disgrace!" Su Mufeng bellowed, throwing a vanguard command flag into Zhang Jinjin's hands, his demeanor taking on an air of authority. "Take your vanguard and clear the path ahead." Zhang Jinjin accepted the flag and hurried off to locate his vanguard troops. After a while, dozens of warships broke away from the main force, fanning out in a formation towards the front. After the vanguard had been in motion for nearly half an hour, the main force finally set out. On the Central Army's warship, Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu sat upright, awaiting the commander's orders. During military campaigns, it was typical for the commander to unfurl a map at this juncture, inviting the deputy generals to discuss the terrain and strategize based on the circumstances as expected once the flying vessel stabilized. Su Mufeng retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and gradually laid it out on the table. "Let us examine this. What are your thoughts?" The deputy generals quickly gathered around to express their insights. "The mountains are steep and perilous, yet magnificent. The terrain is flat at the base, and even where shallow streams and ravines exist, they align perfectly. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ah, the mountains need not be high, if a deity resides within. They gain renown. Waters need not be deep. If a tiger dwells therein, they possess spirit. Indeed, quite extraordinary." The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their murmurs echoing in admiration. Zhang Jinshan and Wang Yu exerted considerable effort to weave through the throng. Lifting their gazes to behold the table before them, it was not a cartographic representation of mountain ranges, but rather a striking portrait of a beautiful woman, her figure gracefully alluring, yet exuding an air of danger. After casting a fleeting glance, Zhang Jinshan extricated himself from the crowd, returning to his seat. His countenance darkened further, feeling as though 1,000 wild stallions were galloping within his heart. "Wang Yu, this assembly is unreliable. Should conflict arise, we must rely on one another for mutual support, prioritizing self-preservation," he asserted grimly. Wang Yu nodded solemnly. The 3 chief commanders and dozens of vice commanders were all from the fragrant pavilion, where appointments were often dictated by nepotism. Yet, could this motley crew truly engage in battle? They bore no swords and donned armor of a ludicrous pink hue. Their adversary was none other than the infamous king of Chu from the Listening Wind Pavilion, a man who slaughtered without a second thought. "Brother Zhang, perhaps we should consider requesting to return to our cells. Losing our freedom is far preferable to losing our lives." Zhang Jinshan's face was stormy. He longed for home, yet departing now would be akin to a cowardly retreat, a disgraceful act. How would his junior disciples mock him thereafter? Would they claim he was inferior to a gaggle of courtesans? Would they suggest his armor was less substantial than their makeup? Damn it, if Hualiuyun fears not, why should we? Clenching his teeth, Zhang Jinshan rose, gazing into the distance. Beyond the banks of the River of Oblivion lay the fragrant mountain. To the north sprawled the Xianyue kingdom, while to the south lay the vast and perilous Lufeng forbidden land. A flying vessel skimmed the mountain range, stirring vibrant red maple leaves, while countless tall trees were ravaged by the tempest, their trunks snapping like twigs. High above, amidst the towering red maples, Hualiuyun looked skyward at the vessel parting the clouds. Beneath him, a corpse of a hidden scout fell into the decaying leaves. A testament to a recent battle, as his gaze continued forward, the dense red foliage thinned, revealing a vast expanse of brown sands, where the gentle breeze lifted the shifting sands into a golden haze, the fine grains tracing the contours of the wind. This was indeed the Lufeng forbidden land. Any person or object ensnared within would have their moisture gradually siphoned away, eventually becoming part of the yellow sands. At that very moment, Zhang Jinjin's vanguard fleet had arrived at the threshold of the forbidden land. Clutching his sword, he surveyed the dilapidated ruins of a desolate city that marked the sole entrance to the forbidden area. To prevent the encroachment of yellow sands, powerful cultivators had once erected a barrier at the edge of the forbidden land, leaving only this crumbling city intact. Report: our scouts have entered the city, but have lost all contact. The soul lamps have extinguished. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Zhang Jinjin furrowed his brow slightly. The sky above the old city hung low, with fierce winds and sands rendering the warships unable to enter. Yet, without the ships, his meager forces were nothing more than ants in the palm of the listening wind pavilion. Sighing deeply, he shook his head in resignation. Consolidate the formation and await reinforcements. Soon, Su Mufeng's army arrived. Equally perplexed by the swirling yellow sands, the group, already adorned with makeup, found the winds whipping the sands onto their faces, making their heads appear disproportionately large. Oh dear, what shall we do if this continues? Our skin will surely crack. Indeed, look at my delicate skin. I cannot endure such suffering. Standing at the edge of the deck, Zhang Jinshan gripped the hilt of his sword, veins protruding from his hand. His teeth grinding audibly, he had truly had enough of these courtesan soldiers. There was no means to fight. This battle appeared to be a mere offering of their lives. Regret washed over him. He regretted plotting against Hualiuyun. Had he not done so, he would not have been imprisoned in the law enforcement hall, and thus would not have needed to seek redemption through perilous endeavors here. Now his juniors mocked him. Even the hidden scouts of the listening wind pavilion, who usually lurked like mice, were laughing at him. Beneath the old city, the hidden scouts of the listening wind pavilion no longer concealed themselves. They looked disdainfully at the scattered army on the horizon, their eyes filled with contempt. The two leading figures, adorned with golden bells, turned their backs to the forces of seeking immortality city, choosing to ignore them entirely. Seeing this scene, Meng Fian gestured with her fingers, calling down to the hidden cultivators of the listening wind pavilion. You have trespassed.